In August, under just right sunshine, a shy-faced young man stood beneath the girls' dormitory building cradling a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Passers-by noticed and began to gather with amused curiosity, whispering among themselves. "Why does he look so familiar to me?" someone murmured. "That's Jiang Linyuan, don't you know? This is the 4th time he stood here with flowers. He must be getting ready to confess again. Wow, he's so handsome. I wonder which lucky girl has caught the eye of someone so devoted." Devoted? What are you talking about? The first 3 times he confessed to 3 different girls. Now I remember. He's the one who keeps chasing girls only to find out every time that they're all scumbags. More and more people gathered around, but Jiang Linyuan remained utterly unfazed. He stared affectionately at the girls slowly walking out of the dormitory, then spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Henin, I like you. This bouquet represents my love for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" His voice trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. With that confession, the boy's genuine feelings were laid completely bare. Shin Bihan's expression darkened a little as she heard the alto familiar lines, yet she still forced a smile. "Thank you for the flowers, Jiang Linyuan, but I'm serious, Henin," he interjected. Jiang Linyuan's eyes were filled with sincerity devoid of any pretense, nothing but pure emotion. Hearing him, Shin Bihan's face grew more and more stiff. "Those flowers are plastic, aren't they? And what's with the glue on them? The petals are about to fall off. Don't think I haven't noticed. This is the same bouquet you used when you confessed to other girls before, isn't it?" Shin Bihan forced her eyes away from Jiang Linyuan's delicate handsome face, cleared her throat, and delivered the classic line. "I'm sorry, you're a good person." Before she could finish, Jiang Linyuan's body began to tremble, as if he could not accept reality, and he lowered his head. In that moment, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Host's feelings have been toyed with by a bad woman. Target Shin Bihan. Bad woman rating B. Brank reward voucher has been issued. Seeing him like that, Shin Bihan shook her head, turned, and walked away, a trace of regret in her heart. Judging by his looks, he was very handsome. Undoubtedly the highest quality spare tire. Unfortunately, he was far too poor. Every time she hinted that he should buy her a gift, he would only say, "I'll work hard." Work hard at what exactly? On May 20th, he couldn't even bring himself to send 520 yuan. The crowd watched Jiang Linyuan's lonely retreating figure and sighed one after another. Such a devoted person, what a pity. Maybe it's for the best she didn't accept. I even saw Shin Bihan holding hands with another guy the other day. He must be really heartbroken. I should go comfort him. Yeah, poor guy, rejected in public, and this is the 4th time. Yet at this moment, Jiang Linyuan, supposedly devastated, could not stop the corners of his mouth from twitching upward in excitement. His smile was about to run wild. "Family, I've managed to squeeze another meal out of the system." This was the first Brank voucher he had obtained since binding to the system. At first, Jiang Linyuan had assumed it was a system designed to torment its host. What kind of twisted setup was it that only when his feelings were toyed with by bad women would he receive rewards? He was so furious, he shook, thinking, so bad men don't count. Cough, just kidding. Jiang Linyuan doesn't do Sichuan opera face changes. In any case, everything had changed after one joking confession of his was rejected. "System, I've wronged you," he thought. From then on, he discovered that as long as his confession was rejected, it counted as his feelings being toyed with. However, the target of the confession had to meet certain requirements. The other party needed to have at least considered the idea of being in a relationship with him. That stipulation caused Jiang Linyuan's grand confession playground plan to be strangled in its crib. At the same time, if he ever ended up with a genuinely good girl, the system would vanish and only reappear once he was single again. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan's heart turned cold. What did that mean? Was it hinting that he should seek out bad women to farm rewards, then find an honest girl to take over the mess? So in the end, the green tea one would actually be himself. Out of basic conscience and morality, Jiang Linyuan had no choice but to set his sights on bad women. Good, well-behaved girls could technically trigger rewards too, but the rewards were pitiful, only drank vouchers, and the chances of a successful confession were far too high. All because of this annoyingly handsome face of his. Besides, Jiang Linyuan couldn't bring himself to deceive a good girl's feelings. But when it came to bad women who yielded higher-tier rewards, Jiang Linyuan's moral bottom line became remarkably flexible. Using scummy girls and green tea types to farm rewards was quick, guilt-free, and highly profitable. Why on earth not? So far, Jiang Linyuan had reaped 5 vouchers in total, 1 drank, 3 crank, and the freshly acquired Brank. The 3 crank vouchers had already brought Jiang Linyuan quite a few benefits: mastery in acting, mastery in singing, and a skill called lockpicking expert, a very criminally inclined talent, to be honest. As for the newly obtained Brank voucher, Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment and decided to redeem it immediately. Drawing Brank reward. Obtain special skill anew. Anew erases physical fatigue, restores full stamina and vitality, ready to go again. Cooldown 12 hours. Huh. I actually rolled a superpower, damn. Jiang Linyuan tried it on the spot. His exhaustion and weakness vanished instantly. He felt clear-headed, refreshed, and brimming with energy. What kind of innate, beastly, sacred physique is this? He smacked his lips, sensing that this skill was anything but simple and held enormous potential. With the Brank card gone, all he had left was a useless drank voucher, hardly worth much. Time to open up new territory. There are plenty more tea-sipping girls out there waiting for me to conquer. The next one will be. Before he could finish the thought, a hand clapped down on his shoulder, accompanied by a cold, mocking voice. You confessed to someone again. Baby, I'm just playing around with them. You're the only one I truly care about, Jiang Linyuan cooed in an exaggerated bubbly tone. But the owner of that hand remained unmoved and drove an elbow sharply into his side. Don't disgust me. A tall, slender girl stepped up beside him dressed in a light green casual t-shirt. Her skin was fair, her brows like distant mountains, and she was glaring at him with utter disdain. The girl was Jiang Linyuan's younger sister Jiang Xiao. The two of them had no so-called beautiful childhood memories together. There was never any touching rite of passage, only frequent domestic battles. The siblings were almost more like bros. If she had been born with a Y chromosome, they would have been the kind of father-and-son pair constantly butting heads. You confessed again, and to Shin Bihan of all people, she repeated. What's wrong with Shin Bihan? She's pure and spotless, a good girl. Her fish pond already extends into my department. And you still call her a good girl? You don't understand. She's just the slow-to-warm-up type. What I understand is that you're the one who's about to get heated up. Furious Jiang Xiao grabbed Jiang Linyuan by the collar. Crap, Xiao is about to breathe fire. I already deleted her from my WeChat. Jiang Linyuan whipped out his phone, rushing to prove his innocence. Jiang Xiao took the phone, suspiciously glanced at it, then snorted coldly. You always go after those scummy girls. Are you trying to hit some kind of KPI? Do you really want to be in a relationship that badly? Jiang Linyuan put on a world-weary expression. I've simply had the misfortune of meeting the wrong people. Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes, unconvinced. You'd better hope that's true. If you really want a relationship, you could come to me. She deliberately drew out the last syllable. To help introduce you to someone, Jiang Xiao shot him a sidelong glance and sneered. What have you set your sights on me now? Watch too much forbidden anime. Honestly, who would look twice at a mere drank still trying to act like an A? What a turnoff. Jiang Linyuan's gaze dropped to her completely flat chest. He shook his head and sighed. He said nothing, yet somehow conveyed everything. Huh. Jiang Xiao snarled and punched him in the chest. In his mind, he instantly flipped into battle mode. Her attacks were in their own way quite effective. She snapped again. If you keep messing around, I'll tell Dad that you've been running all over campus confessing to every random girl you see. Jiang Linyuan was furious. What was she, an elementary school tattletale? But then he remembered the leather belt at old Zhang's waist and had no choice but to swallow his pride for now. Humph. I'd rather risk death, but this rebellious traitor Xiao doesn't dare go all out yet. I'll spare her, for the moment. I was wrong. If you have something to say, just say it. Come on, you're coming to work with me. Work isn't something serious. Do you have a death wish? Have you forgotten you're a volunteer? We're going to welcome the freshmen and carry luggage for the new students. For the sake of credits, I might just be able to topple the entire world by myself. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Linyuan wore a handsome, carefree smile as he guided the bewildered freshmen who had just stepped out of their personal hell into a new life. Taking advantage of the moment, he also observed the various people passing by in front of him, wondering if any fresh tea might appear. Unfortunately, his eyesight was not very good. He could only clearly see the SE part. Hi, handsome, could you help me carry my luggage? I can't really lift it all on my own. As a clear, crisp voice sounded, the face of a rosy-cheeked girl still tinged with youthful innocence entered Jiang Linyuan's field of view. She bashfully brushed the windblown strands of hair behind her ear, revealing a perfectly measured, slightly restrained smile. Wow, what a presence. Target Su Muji, badwoman quality. And a grade T he had never seen before. Truly, the freshmen are full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It seems that those of the same type are naturally drawn to each other. Jojo did not deceive me. Destiny favors me. Let me make my move. You came here all by yourself, Junior. That's impressive. Jiang Linyuan easily took her luggage and naturally walked at Su Muji's side, striking up a conversation. Hearing his praise, the girl's eyes narrowed with a smile. It's not that big of a deal. Senior, isn't the luggage too heavy? I have some water here. Would you like a drink? Side by side with Jiang Linyuan, she stole glances at his handsome profile, flustered as she fished a bottle of mineral water out of her bag and offered it to him. Her shy, reddened cheeks, paired with that considerate tone of concern, an ordinary person might well lose their senses. Such aggressive offense. So this is a prodigy of the tea sect. Fresh out of high school, yet she has somehow mastered such techniques without a teacher. Unfortunately for her, she has met me. Thank you, you're so considerate, Junior. Jiang Linyuan was just about to take the water when Su Muji suddenly stumbled. The freshly opened mineral water splashed all over Jiang Linyuan. Senior, I'm so sorry, let me get you some tissues. She cried out in alarm, apologizing earnestly as she hurriedly pulled out tissues, reaching toward the soaked part of Jiang Linyuan's body to wipe it. Not good. This isn't ordinary green tea, it's a full combo. No need, I'll wipe it myself. And Junior, be more careful. Jiang Linyuan blocked Su Muji's movement, his attitude instantly turning firm. Su Muji seemed to realize something. Seeing his soaked abdomen and the area below her face flushed bright red, she handed him the tissues and fell silent. The atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward along the way. In truth, Jiang Linyuan's vigilance had already risen to its peak. As expected of an grade T deliberately putting on such a performance. TSK. Did she really think his eyesight was so poor that he wouldn't notice the deliberate way she was appraising his physique? Female gaze, dial it back. When facing such proactively offensive T, one must never appear overly smitten. That only makes her think you are easy to manipulate. Jiang Linyuan understood this all too well. Thus he decided to pretend to be sulking over the water-soaked clothes, forcing Su Muji to make another move. Senior, your clothes are so wet. It's all my fault. There were so many people staring at you on the way. I'm really sorry. Suddenly Su Muji spoke again, lowering her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Excellent. She was the first to yield. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Now it was his turn. It's actually not a big deal. Jiang Linyuan softened his tone and joked, they might not have been looking at me. Compared to a drenched guy, a pretty girl is far more eye-catching. Su Muji was briefly stunned. Her bright eyes locked onto Jiang Linyuan as though she needed a moment to process his words before she finally blushed and whispered, Senior, you're really good with words. Then she boldly lifted her head, offering a sweet smile. Maybe they were looking at the two of us together. Hiss. Very good, green tea. You have captured my attention. Jiang Linyuan brought out all 18 of his tried-and-tested techniques for dealing with green tea, chatting and laughing with Su Muji all along the way. When they reached the dormitory area, Jiang Linyuan stopped. Ahead is the girls' dormitory. I've never been there. You'll have to go on your own. It was a lie. He had in fact been there. Su Muji's brows twitched, then relaxed as she smiled brightly and asked, Senior is so handsome. Do you not have a girlfriend? No. Jiang Linyuan answered directly. Good, here it comes. The tea is about to unleash her classic line. Really? Then can I add you on WeChat? If I run into anything I don't understand in the future, I hope you can help me. Su Muji's eyes lit up, her hidden blade finally revealed. He had been waiting for this move. Sure. Jiang Linyuan readily took out his phone. The two of them exchanged WeChat contacts and introduced their names. Plan accomplished. Perfect. Just as he was feeling triumphant, Su Muji suddenly laughed, shedding all trace of shyness. Jiang, the campus heartthrob, truly lives up to his reputation. You're a very interesting person. Let's chat more on WeChat in the future. Thank you for carrying my luggage all the way. With that, she turned and walked into another dormitory building, passing through the face recognition gate with practiced ease, her movements smooth and fluid. That dormitory belonged to second-year students. Jiang Linyuan froze on the spot. What? The intel was wrong. Su Muji wasn't a freshman at all. That damned green tea. She had played the whole pig-eating tiger act. So she was not some prodigy of the tea sect at all, but an old tea cake from the forbidden zone of life. I've been set up by capital itself. She's a bad woman, freeloading my labor. Oh vast heavens, why treat me so lightly? Next time we meet, I'll make sure to max out your reward. Senior, excuse me, is dormitory building no. 12 in the East Zone here. Just as Jiang Linyuan was mourning his loss, a timid voice sounded beside his ear. He looked up to see a very quiet girl with a delicate face and gentle brows. When she noticed Jiang Linyuan's gaze on her, she hurriedly lowered her head. Target Zhang Juntang, bad woman grade D. So a proper good girl, utterly unexciting. Yes, it's over this way. I'll take you there. Seeing the various pieces of luggage behind her, Jiang Linyuan hesitated and asked, You're a freshman, right? Off. Zhang Juntang lifted her head in confusion, not understanding why he was asking this. She quickly nodded hard and stammered, Yes. I'm going to university for the first time. Zhang Juntang from the normal college, my student number is. You might as well say it's your first time being a person. Jiang Linyuan complained inwardly. No need to say it. Hand me the luggage. Such a foolish, adorably naive freshman. After seeing so much tea, it was his first time encountering such a rare specimen, truly scarce. Make a note of this. If he ever ran short of living expenses, he could sell pins to this girl for profit. I can carry them by myself. Zhang Juntang tried to say something, but Jiang Linyuan did not even hear her mosquito-soft murmur, striding ahead with the luggage held high. Wait for me. After helping Zhang Juntang carry his luggage, Jiang Linyuan quickly cast aside the memory of this naive Jun. Jiang Linyuan understood this well. Time was tight and the task was heavy. His immediate priority was to gather intelligence on Su Muji. This was unreasonable. It is well known that those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their feet wet. The first reward card he obtained was from gossip at the campus market. As for the subsequent rewards, one can only say that the social circles of girls are truly marvelous. After Jiang Linyuan was rejected in his confession, the best friend of the first girl he liked quickly set her sights on him, pulling and tugging. He was not the only target, but also a little green tea. Naturally, Jiang Linyuan did not refuse any visitors, or what was wrong with reaping rewards for free. The story that followed was akin to Luo Ming-fei, who had waited 18 years to push open the gates of paradise and enter Castle Academy. Jiang Linyuan also stepped into the social circle of green tea, commencing his tea-picking journey. After that, Jiang Linyuan blended in smoothly like a sanitary napkin, encountering its time of the month, swiftly achieving 3 reward cards. First, green tea. I admire you. But now a new storm has arisen. How can I remain stagnant? Su Muji is one of the few A-class bad women Jiang Linyuan has encountered. Regarding the system's level classification, Jiang Linyuan has gained some insights over this time. Class is for minor fish like Jiang Zhiyao, or innocent girls just beginning to experience love, essentially good girls. Class consists of those who enjoy flirting with multiple boys without any ulterior motives, just reveling in the feeling of it. Little green teas. Class refers to seasoned bad girls who plan and cultivate their fish ponds responsibly. A class Jiang Linyuan cannot clearly define which category this belongs to. Most A-class bad women he has encountered are adept at manipulating emotions and controlling hearts. They are not necessarily bad, but cannot be considered good girls either. The only commonality is that they are difficult to approach and obtain rewards from. As Jiang Linyuan pondered, he returned to the dormitory. Yuan Air, don't be sad. Yes, that Shun Bai Han is not a good girl, don't be too upset. Upon entering the dormitory, the two roommates rushed to comfort him, saying something about, my son, be encouraged. Jiang Linyuan, preoccupied with thoughts of Su Mu, Ji, had no time to indulge them. Suddenly noticing the empty bed across from him, he casually asked, where's Xiao He? Why isn't he in the dormitory? He went with his girlfriend. Tisk, he might not be back tonight. The sourness in their tone was palpable. Among the four of them in the dormitory, Xiao He was the only one who had entered a relationship. He had been dating his girlfriend since high school, and they enrolled in the same university upon graduation. The young couple was very affectionate, often seen on each other's social media feeds, and it was not uncommon for them to stay out all and back. At that moment, a person walked in carrying several bags of milk tea with a listless demeanor. Xiao He, didn't you say you had plans tonight? Why are you back so early? His roommates confused asked. Xiao He sighed, placed the milk tea on the table and murmured, I might be breaking up with Xiao Yun. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and no one spoke further. Did you make her angry? Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, curiously asking. Xiao He seemed to find an outlet for his frustrations, spilling everything out. Xiao Yun and I went shopping today and ran into a senior from a club. I chatted with her for a bit, and I don't know what made Xiao Yun angry. After that she sulked, and we parted on bad terms. At this point Xiao He sighed deeply, saying, I've only seen that senior a few times. I explained myself, and the senior also tried to persuade her, but Xiao Yun remained upset. As he spoke, he raised his phone. The senior is still apologizing to me, asking for Xiao Yun's contact information, wanting to explain things to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan immediately perked up, deep in thought. Can you show me your chat history with the senior? Xiao He did not refuse, directly handing over his phone. It's nothing special, brother Yuan, feel free to take a look. Jiang Linyuan glanced at it, and the rich aroma of tea rushed over him. Junior, it's all my fault. I caused you to argue. I truly feel guilty, and let me help you apologize. Sorry for putting you in a difficult position today. I'll treat you to a meal as an apology next time. You have such a good temper, you don't get angry at her like that. I envy your girlfriend. But I can understand if I had a boyfriend like you, I would be cautious too. It was not just simple text exchange, but rather a sweet and soft voice message. Hey, bring me my teapot. This is no ordinary green tea, I must strike hard. A minotaur, huh? I cannot stand that. Jiang Linyuan sneered, looking at the chat history on the phone, and said, Xiao He, go comfort Xiao Yun, give me your senior's WeChat, and I will resolve this. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's expression changed. Brother Yuan, you're not interested in her, are you? Of course not. Jiang Linyuan said earnestly. I love making friends, your senior seems quite interesting, and I'd like to befriend her. Xiao He senior in the club is Lu Tingting, a member of the badminton club. Her social media is mostly filled with sweet selfies and records of her playing, projecting a youthful and vibrant image. Professionally aligned, a sports student with yellow hair, no wonder she likes exceptional people. I just wonder what level of tea she is. Jiang Linyuan organized some information about Lu Tingting, pondering thoughtfully. He has always avoided entering battles without preparation, having made thorough plans for every tea he has pursued. To gain their affection, then make their hearts flutter, entering a stage of ambiguity, and finally cutting ties at lightning speed, with the most unacceptable confession method to obtain rewards. For someone like Shin Bihan, based on Jiang Linyuan's understanding of her, a public confession is definitely something she would find hard to accept. Next, Jiang Linyuan is set to approach this green tea girl. So where would a girl like Lu Tingting typically appear? The answer is the badminton court. In the evening, Jiang Linyuan arrived at the court and witnessed Lu Tingting energetically swinging her racket. Wearing a fitted pink short-sleeve shirt paired with a flowing blue mini-skirt, the evening breeze made the curves sway the hem, fluttering with her long legs. As a child, Jiang Linyuan aspired to become an outstanding person, but unfortunately, he only accomplished 4/5 of that goal and became quite the lecherous individual. One can only say that sometimes playing is indeed not as enjoyable as watching. The game is truly captivating. While watching the game, Jiang Linyuan also glanced at Lu Tingting's level. Target: Lu Tingting, bad woman, level B. A level somewhat competent. But unfortunately, I am a man determined to become the ultimate tea king. Noticing that the two players on the court were taking a break, Jiang Linyuan approached Lu Tingting. Sitting on a chair, she took out water from her bag, tilting her head back to drink with beads of sweat glistening under the lights. Jiang Linyuan boldly asked, hello, may I join a team later? How about using my racket? Lu Tingting, tying up her hair, glanced at Jiang Linyuan, and after a moment of appraisal smiled, and asked, did you come up? Very well, she took the bait. Seeing this, Jiang Linyuan sighed heavily, putting on a pretentious look of embarrassment. My partner had something come up and couldn't make it. Lu Tingting glanced at the racket in his hand, and still smiling replied, it's fine, I'll play with you later. Saying this, she lightly waved her fist, and playfully added, just so you know, my skills are average, so you have to give me some leeway. I've never seen a girl play badminton as skillfully as you. You truly are modest. I was thinking you would let me win. It seems our thoughts are surprisingly in sync. You are quite interesting. The two exchanged names and banter, swiftly growing familiar with each other. Logically, after putting on a display of mutual affection in a match, they should exchange WeChat contacts, after which Jiang Linyuan could slowly execute his plans. But just as the two were about to take the stage, isn't that Jiang Linyuan? Do you like playing badminton too? Waving her hand and greeting Jiang Linyuan was Su Muji dressed in a white t-shirt with neatly styled short hair and a bright smile followed by another girl. You scheming leech, where did you pop up from? Hurry and get lost, don't interfere with my grand plans. Jiang Linyuan now felt like a leveling warrior caught at the door of a demon king, trapped with no way out. Xuezhang, are you a freshman? Lu Tingting eyed Su Muji suspiciously. Where did this out-of-town green tea come from being so oblivious to the rules? This backup has caught my eye first. Jiang Xuezhang, do you think I'm a freshman? Su Muji ignored Lu Tingting, turning her attention to Jiang Linyuan with a curious smile, as if she had discovered something amusing. Freshman, your birth has nothing to do with me. Stay away from me, this is not your time to shine. In a moment of quick thinking, Jiang Linyuan noticed the girl behind Su Muji and turned to Lu Tingting gently, saying, she is my partner, who had something come up. Saying this, his tone shifted to one of melancholy. I thought there was really something, but it turns out she just found someone else to practice with because she dislikes my skills. His tone was low, mixed with the helplessness and sadness of being deceived. Su Muji and the girl behind her were both taken aback upon hearing this. However, Lu Tingting showed sympathy, comforting him. It's final practice with you later, I will help you improve. After saying that, she provocatively glanced at Su Muji, and then said to Jiang Linyuan, if you don't mind, I could be your partner. Sister Muji, is he really your badminton partner? The girl behind Su Muji, Xiaoyun, tugged at her sleeve, asking. Su Muji chuckled softly. Am I being used as a sidekick to assist him? Is he using me for bait? She turned to Xiaoyun and said, he is the green tea attracting type you mentioned, Jiang Linyuan. Don't you know him? He looks so handsome in person. Xiaoyun exclaimed in surprise. Su Muji then looked at the entangled Lu Tingting and Jiang Linyuan and approached them. Sorry, Jiang Xuezhang, it's really inconsiderate of me to leave you here as a partner. But now the court is full, how about we play doubles? Jiang Xuezhang, what do you think? Jiang Linyuan frowned, about to refuse, only to see Su Muji wearing a playful, no, if I directly refuse this scheming woman, she might expose my lie. Lu Tingting's reward card would be hard to obtain. If you want to battle, then let's battle. I'm not afraid of you. Well, Lu classmate, you decide. I will go with your decision. Jiang Linyuan revealed a gentle smile, looking at Lu Tingting. After all, this B card is currently his main goal. By retreating, he hands over the decision to Lu Tingting deep. Alright, let's play doubles. Do I have no objections? Lu Tingting smiled back at Su Muji. This woman is not simple. I need to probe deeper. As she said this, she tied her hair up with a headband. Okay, it's settled then. I will team up with this senior sister, and Jiang Xuezhang will team up with Xiaoyun. How does that sound? Su Muji quickly divided the teams, leaving no room for refusal, and soon leaned in to whisper in Lu Tingting's ear, senior sister, do well, okay? Xiaoyun. Your name is Xiaoyun. Jiang Linyuan looked at the girl standing behind him, hesitantly asking. Xiaoyun answered straightforwardly, my boyfriend is Xiaohei from your dorm. Saying this, she glared at Lu Tingting across the court with gritted teeth. This green tea not only flirts with a married man, but also plays both sides. Just watch me beat her. Staring at Xiaoyun's small potato-like height, Jiang Linyuan glanced at the two pairs of long white legs opposite, feeling that the probability of achieving his goal was quite low. But that's alright, Jiang Linyuan was not concerned about winning or losing. At this stage, his plan had already succeeded halfway. Make sure to play well. Don't let the opposing green tea confuse your resolve. Xiaoyun seemed to have sensed Jiang Linyuan's thoughts and shouted seriously. Be more courteous. I am targeting Lu Tingting for your and Xiaohei's love. No, wait, that seems a bit off. Lu Tingting wants to get to Xiaoyun while I am pursuing Lu Tingting, so I cannot be considered better than Xiaohei. So who exactly is better than whom? Am I playing a game of espionage? Who's better than me, and who am I better than? Oh, I have realized. It is I, who am better than myself. On the badminton court, the atmosphere was tense. Xiaoyun glared at Lu Tingting with murderous intent, while Lu Tingting cast a sideways glance at Su Muji, who flashed a bright smile and winked at Jiang Linyuan. They say 3 women make a play, but what exactly are they performing? Is it the legend of Zhen Huan? Am I holding the emperor's script? Jiang Senior, don't space out when serving. Su Muji stood at the net, grinning mischievously as she spoke. This guy is fishing for me, it wouldn't be unreasonable to collect some interest. Lu Tingting eyed the beautiful Su Jr., warily unwilling to back down, as she softly added, it's fine, Jiang student. Even though we're not on the same team, we can still cheer for each other. This. Green tea. At this moment, Xiaoyun had transformed into an angry potato, gripping her racket tightly, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish as she glared at Jiang Linyuan. Give me the ball. He'll serve. Jiang Linyuan handed over the ball, eagerly watching everything unfold. Watching women fight is the most it's visually appealing. Let's get it on. Huh. Attack. Xiaoyun mustered all her strength and delivered a backhand serve straight towards Lu Tingting. Although Lu Tingting was a green tea girl, her badminton skills were impressive, not to mention her height advantage. Calm down, classmate. Don't rush. She effortlessly countered, smiling as she reminded her. It seemed she still hadn't recognized that Xiaoyun was the girlfriend of Xiaohei. Xiaoyun realized this too, becoming even angrier and swinging violently. Jiang Linyuan was quite relaxed, merely going with the flow and enjoying the spectacle. This was the way of moderation. However, some did not think so. Bang! A loud noise erupted as the shuttlecock flew past Jiang Linyuan. Before he could react, Jiang Senior, I accidentally scored a point. Pay attention while playing. Su Muji waved her racket with a beaming smile. Xiao Yun also noticed Jiang Linyuan's distracted state and complained focus on playing. Then she quietly added, if you win, I can introduce Sister Muji to you. Did I catch a hint? Just when I was worried about not getting intel, isn't this like a pillow scent when you're sleepy? Hearing the keyword, Jiang Linyuan's eyes brightened, making Xiao Yun flustered. Is that true? Yes, really. Xiao Yun swallowed hard, feeling that the atmosphere around Jiang Linyuan had suddenly changed. Lu Tingting and Su Muji, I will ensure they come and go without return. His badminton skills weren't particularly remarkable, but having practiced against Jiang Jiu since childhood, he was no slouch. After exchanging a few rounds, Su Muji seized an opportunity, positioning her racket and leaping high into the air, sending the shuttlecock flying. Boom. Jiang Linyuan was momentarily stunned, returning a net shot, but Su Muji followed up with a high ball. All right. You like playing high balls, huh? Damn, you go high, I go hard. You're the one who initiated the attack. No wonder I got hit. Jiang Linyuan quickly stepped back, forcefully pushing off the ground and leaping into the air, swinging his racket with all his might. Bang! Who fired a gun? The other players on the court looked over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the scene, they were dumbfounded. Goodness, that was like a high jump. A stunning smash flew past Su Muji, who stood frozen in place, clearly unable to react to Jiang Linyuan's explosive display. Su Jr., I accidentally scored a point. Pay attention while playing. Jiang Linyuan replied, mimicking Su Muji's previous tone. At this moment, it was just like then. You enjoy mocking, huh? Bring it on. Wow, this guy is impressive, showing no mercy. Only such a man deserves to compete with me. What a sophisticated smash. Speaking of sophistication, the combination of 3 girls and 1 boy was already rare, especially with all the stunning beauty and a charged atmosphere. Soon many spectators gathered to watch. Su Muji retrieved the shuttlecock, gazing at Jiang Linyuan, her smile undiminished. She suddenly turned to Lu Tingting's sister. You must be tired. Let me have a unknown match with him. At that moment, Lu Tingting was still immersed in the handsome posture Jiang Linyuan displayed during his smash. Badminton is a very visual sport, especially the explosive smash, which allows viewers to truly appreciate that burst of power. In simpler terms, if Lu Tingting initially intended to treat Jiang Linyuan as a backup, she was now somewhat tempted. He was not only handsome, but also played beautifully. Having such a person to show off to others made her feel proud, and was a great. How could she possibly hand him over to someone else? I'm not tired yet. Lu Tingting was about to speak when she saw Su Muji step closer, her smile still radiant, as she whispered, you can raise fish however you want from now on, but right now you're tired. Lu Tingting instinctively took a few steps back. What was this woman up to? Is she about to tear the mask off? Acting all pure and cute in front of Jiang Linyuan, yet revealing her true colors here. Watch me not take you down a notch. You wouldn't want your fish pond to explode, would you? If you're not tired today, you'll regret it in the future. Su Muji placed her racket on Lu Tingting's shoulder, speaking softly. The racket was clearly not heavy, yet Lu Tingting felt an immense weight on her shoulder. What a crazy woman. Not to mention how she knew about my fish pond. She even suspected that if she disagreed, now Su Muji could smack. Forget it, there's plenty of time ahead. Lu Tingting forced a smile, saying I'm a bit tired. We'll take a break for a while. Xiao Yun, of course, was unwilling. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Su Muji pat her shoulder. Xiao Yun stepped down. Let me have a unknown match with Jiang Sr. Looking at Su Muji's smile, Xiao Yun felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, I forgot about Sister Muji's competitive nature. She would definitely want to reclaim her honor. Sympathetically glancing at Jiang Linyuan, Xiao Yun nodded and exited the scene. Jiang Sr., now it's just the two of us. Su Muji's smile grew even more radiant as she spoke to Jiang Linyuan. At this moment, Jiang Linyuan was gazing at Xiao Yun's retreating figure. My informant, what are you doing? Didn't you say you would introduce Su Muji to me? Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan and said, Jiang Sr., you're not simple either. Playing badminton with other girls while being half-hearted. Are you planning to play both sides? Then she added, realizing too late with a mischievous smile, you're not planning to make a move on Xiao Yun, are you? They say you shouldn't deceive a friend's wife. Is what you're doing fair to your roommate? What nonsense are you talking about, you gossip? Su Jr. speaks quite interestingly. I'm a very dedicated person, Jiang. Su Muji smiled and retorted, really? I thought Jiang Sr. wanted to pursue both me and Lu Tingting. Truly, she's in a grade T, quite difficult to handle. Jiang Linyuan thought to himself, asserting my relationship with Su Jr. is purely platonic. Don't tarnish the friendship we share. If there's another time, I'll be angry. This time I'll forgive you. Just don't let it happen again. Su Muji unconsciously tightened her grip on the racket, smiling with a mix of feigned and genuine irritation. How about we have a foolin' match? No. Jiang Linyuan flatly refused, finding the difficulty of pursuing a grade T too high to yield any rewards at this stage. Didn't you see grade T throwing me flirtatious glances over there? I need to find her to earn some rewards. If you win, I can help set you up with a beautiful girl for a date. Su Muji said. How the same trick won't work on a saint. You're the head of the outreach department, right? Doesn't Jiang Sr. find that interesting? But one can't be too definitive, one must learn to be flexible, right? Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan stopped in his tracks, really. More genuine than pearls. Su Muji covered her mouth. The head of the External Relations Department, Shin Wanyu, is his direct superior. She is well known at school, a goddess in the hearts of many and the epitome of a wealthy beauty. When Jiang Linyuan awakened the system, he immediately joined the External Relations Department. After all, the department provides a broader social network, increasing the chances of encountering Cha-Cha. However, what truly surprised him was Shen Wanyu. During their first meeting, he was completely captivated by the gleaming A-grade reward card above her head. This girl exuding a cold demeanor was undoubtedly a treasure. With an A-grade reward card flaunting before him every day, who could resist? Jiang Linyuan certainly couldn't, and he instinctively reverted to the tactics he used to handle Cha-Cha. But Shen Wanyu, this cold beauty, was completely immune to his sweet talk and various dating invitations. She bluntly asked, "Do you like me, eh?" Startled, Jiang Linyuan hesitated for a moment, but quickly replied, "Of course, senior, you are so beautiful." She gazed intently at Jiang Linyuan for a long time and said, "You are indeed very suited for the External Relations Department. Wait for a year, and you can become the deputy head." In the following year, Jiang Linyuan discovered that this treasure was like a strict machine, always maintaining a professional demeanor and never giving him a chance to insert himself into her life. Over time, he gave up. It wasn't that he couldn't obtain the A-grade card, rather the grade card offered better value. If it wasn't the reward card he desired, he would simply discard it. Yet as the saying goes, the more unattainable something is, the more it stirs one's desire. Jiang Linyuan still longed for Shen Wanyu's rewards. The rewards in the A-grade card system prize pool were incredibly rich. At the very least, there was 1,000,000 RMB. Now with Su Muji's help, if he operated carefully, he might find a breakthrough. "So how about it, Senior Jiang?" He paused, looking at the smiling Su Muji with a serious expression, and said, "Just kidding, Su Jr. I love playing badminton with you." Seeing Jiang Linyuan's playful demeanor, Su Muji said nothing more, but took her racket and stood across from him preparing to play. "However, Junior, if I win, is there any extra reward?" At this moment, Jiang Linyuan suddenly asked again. Su Muji was taken aback and asked, "Isn't helping you ask Shen Wanyu out the reward?" "No," Jiang Linyuan shook his head. "That's just a bargaining chip for agreeing to play badminton with you, not a reward. After all, not everyone can play badminton with me." Xiaoyun, who had been secretly observing, was struck dumb by his words. What a narcissistic person. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting's eyes lit up, feeling secretly pleased. Regardless of whether Jiang Linyuan was telling the truth or not, he had initiated the invitation to play badminton with her. Saying such things in front of a girl more beautiful than herself was undoubtedly a declaration that she held a special place in his heart. With this thought in mind, Lu Tingting smirked and clenched her fist, saying, "Jiang Jr., go for it." Xiaoyun abruptly turned around, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Green tea. I want to glare you to death." Hearing Jiang Linyuan's words, Su Muji paused for a moment, then squinted and smiled, speaking softly. "All right, if I win, I want to observe when Senior Jiang and Shen Wanyu go out on a date." "Wait, isn't this supposed to be a reward for me winning? How did it turn into yours?" Su Muji seemed to sense Jiang Linyuan's confusion and unconsciously puffed out her chest, saying, "I don't think I will lose." "Ugh, delusional girl." Jiang Linyuan chuckled and waved his racket, saying, "Junior, if you keep being this narcissistic, no one will like you." "Hee, Senior, do you have the right to say that?" Su Muji retorted defiantly. Before they even started playing, tension had already built up between them. "How about this? If you win, you can make one small request of me," Su Muji said with a mischievous smile, winking at Jiang Linyuan. "Who knows, if you confess to me, I might agree." No saving this woman. Indeed, those with the grade cards often had on you. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, saying, "Junior, if you like me, just say it directly, I'll generously decline you." Although Su Muji had a grade card, Jiang Linyuan was not just a tool of the system. Not everyone could become his card collecting partner. Therefore, he currently didn't mind offending Su Muji. Rather, he saw this opportunity to build rapport in front of Lu Tingting. With this in mind, he turned to Lu Tingting, who had been cheering him on, and made a gesture of encouragement in response. Watching their interaction, even Su Muji's expression began to waver. "All right, Jiang classmate, let's see our true As soon as the words left her mouth, she began to serve. Initially, they played in a conventional manner, but after a few rounds, when Su Muji saw Jiang Linyuan hit a high shot, she seized the opportunity to smash. She leapt high, and with a loud thwack, the sound reverberated across the court. The onlookers gasped in awe. "Wow, who is this girl? What a fierce attack. TSK tisk, this shot must carry some personal feelings." Jiang Linyuan didn't hold back, either countering with a powerful strike. Thwack thwack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange on the court, with almost every shot being a kill shot. They were at odds with each other. The shuttlecock flew through the air like bullets, leaving the spectators in awe. "Are they actually angry?" Xiaoyun watched as Su Muji sprinted and jumped high for another smash. She could see the muscles in Su Muji's arms flexing under the lights as she swung her racket, and the determination in her expression made it clear that she was genuinely fired up. Jiang Linyuan was the same, holding nothing back as he poured all his strength into each shot. "What's the deal? Why are these two so hostile? I feel like if their rackets break, they might just start throwing punches. Is this a case of a devoted girl beating up a scumbag?" People around, confused, continued to watch the match while discussing. However, in reality, Jiang Linyuan and Su Muji harbored no animosity. They were simply caught up in the heat of the moment. The back-and-forth high shots were indeed exhilarating. The dopamine rush from the aerobic exercise was pure. "Women. In my eyes, there's only the shuttlecock." Moreover, Jiang Linyuan could tell that Su Muji was also enjoying it. Both were exhilarated, yet they were pursuing an even higher intensity. A man and a woman engaged in high-intensity aerobic activity. This description seems a bit odd. In any case, it was a fierce battle exhilarating. With extreme jump smashes, powerful backcourt shots, and continuous jump kills. They cycled through 18 different styles, delivering an ultimate offensive and pressure. Damn, so powerful. Jiang Linyuan leapt high, gathering all his strength for another smash. Su Muji's badminton skills were indeed remarkable, slightly better than Jiang Linyuan's, but it seemed she had become addicted to the game, abandoning tactics and focusing solely on pure smashing. This gave him a significant advantage, after all there was still a physical gap between men and women. Moreover, I've got a boost. Jiang Linyuan looked at the sweaty Su Muji before him, feeling his weary body, and activated. One more time. Software isn't enough, let's make up with hardware. Jiang Linyuan crossed backward, leapt high, raised his left hand, and positioned his right hand to prepare for a full-powered shot. Thwack! A tremendous roar accompanied the shuttlecock as it soared away. At that moment, the physically exhausted Su Muji couldn't keep up, leading to a decisive kill. With Jiang Linyuan's final deadly strike, discussions and exclamations erupted around him. Impressive, this guy's physical condition is top-notch. Haha, I think he won on the court, but lost in love. Junior Jiang, you look so cool while playing. At this moment, Lu Tingting, who had been waiting nearby, jogged over and handed him a bottle. Her tone was filled with unabashed joy and admiration. Make sure to let me win when we play together in the future. Her curvy figure was very close to Jiang Linyuan, highlighting their special relationship. Is this little scheme really worth showing off? As a seasoned tea connoisseur, Jiang Linyuan had already seen through her little tricks, yet he chose not to expose them. In reality, what green tea? They were all thoughtful and understanding sisters. Thank you for the water, senior. Jiang Linyuan smiled as he took the water, their fingers accidentally brushing against each other. Lu Tingting immediately withdrew her hand, shyly averting her gaze, yet she couldn't help but sneak glances at Jiang Linyuan. What a vivid and innocent girl she was. But unfortunately, in front of Jiang Linyuan, this was akin to shooting arrows in front of Xiao Chun, an embarrassing sight. What a pity today I couldn't play alone with senior. Jiang Linyuan feigned a look of regret as he lamented. Acting? Who can't do that? Hey Jiang Jr., weren't you unhappy playing with Su Senior? Sometimes playing is about winning or losing, but sometimes it's about spending more time with others. Jiang Linyuan said to Lu Tingting, his words laden with meaning. You speak so interestingly, Junior. Lu Tingting giggled, covering her mouth. It's fine, we can play together another time. While they were exchanging acting skills, Xiaoyun, who was helping Su Muji walk over, muttered softly, adulterers. Tisk, little potato's aggression still needed improvement. Perhaps her education level was too high. Jiang Linyuan noticed Su Muji approaching and politely said, your skills are impressive, Junior. Su Muji wiped the sweat from her forehead, tossed her hair, and scrutinized Jiang Linyuan, who showed no sign of being flustered, asking, were you holding back earlier? Upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan guessed that his last ball had caused some misunderstanding. They were both exhausted, yet he appeared full of energy, which made it hard not to speculate. But girl who told me to have a facade. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji and said, just consider me as such. Su Muji squinted her eyes, grinned broadly, and shook her phone. Betting is about losing gracefully. I will help you invite Xinwan Yu out. We can contact via WeChat then. Now she didn't even call him senior anymore, and still claimed to lose gracefully. Women truly are creatures of double standards. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Tingting, who was pondering beside Jiang Linyuan, and a smile crept onto her lips as she elongated her tone. Also, Jiang classmate's little request is valid indefinitely. You can redeem it anytime. After saying this, she didn't wait for Jiang Linyuan's response and left the court with Xiaoyun. Before leaving, Xiaoyun made a funny face at the two. Junior Jiang Yu. At this moment, Lu Tingting looked hesitant and tentatively asked. Seeing her like this, Jiang Linyuan, what are you playing at, you thousand-year-old fox? Xinwan Yu is the head of the External Relations Department, and I have some personal matters to discuss with her, but I've never had the chance. Jiang Linyuan said calmly, after all, dating is also a personal matter. If it weren't for Su's suggestion that she could act as a bridge, I wouldn't even want to provoke her. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting let out a long sigh of relief. I was just concerned about you, Junior. I feel like that Su Junior is quite unique. I was afraid she would bully you. Ha ha ha, then you have to keep an eye on me in the future, Senior. I'm really not good at dealing with girls. You really trust me, Junior? Since you care about me, of course I trust you, Senior. Your words are really sweet. The bait has been set. Lu Tingting looked at Jiang Linyuan's innocent smile, feeling delighted. The bait has been set. Jiang Linyuan glanced at Lu Tingting with disdain. Because Jiang Linyuan used Su Muji as bait, he quickly left a deep impression on Lu Tingting upon their first meeting. The two quickly became regular partners on the court, sharing amusing stories and complaints daily, which lasted about a week. On the weekend, Lu Tingting subtly hinted at wanting to go on a date with Jiang Linyuan. But Jiang Linyuan remained unmoved. To obtain the system's rewards, he needed to make the other party's heart flutter. Simply agreeing to Lu Tingting would only make her see him as a backup or a nice guy, which was not conducive to future developments. Senior, I'm sorry, but I have a school-organized event this weekend and won't have much time. Oh, so you care about going out with me, Junior? It's fine, Junior. Don't overexert yourself, otherwise I will worry. Looking at the voice message Lu Tingting sent on WeChat, Jiang Linyuan tugged at the corners of his mouth. Among the many green teas he had dealt with, Lu Tingting could be considered a character. This tea had at least 20 years of experience. At that moment, he suddenly received a WeChat message. It wasn't from Lu Tingting, it was from Xinwan Yu. What is your relationship with Su Muji? Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, suspecting that his minister had an unusual relationship with Su Muzi. But given Shen Wanya's personality, such a direct question suggested there might be a story behind it. However, Jiang Linyuan thought about it and deduced that if the two were put together there was a high probability that it wouldn't be a story, but rather an accident. Minister, don't worry, my heart is always with you. He thought to himself and casually sent a message. Stay away from Su Muzi, she's not a good person. Baby, your possessiveness is a bit strong. Oh, we're just friends, not a couple. You're crossing the line. Seeing Shen Wanya's message, Jiang Linyuan felt amused. Their relationship was indeed unusual. Minister, hehe. This time Shen Wanya's response was extremely cold. She didn't say much, but added another line. Meet at the coffee shop near the school on Saturday. I sent you the address. Be there by 8, don't be late. What the heck? Jiang Linyuan stared at the text on the screen stunned. Although the tone was similar to a boss reminding employees to clock in, the information conveyed was quite different. Had the wooden person he had been pursuing for almost a year finally awakened? It was at this moment that Su Muzi sent him a message. Jiang, classmate, your matter has been resolved. Also, the little request is still valid. 8, don't forget to fulfill it. Su Muzi, my superhero. Su Jr., if this works out, I'll treat you to milk tea. Seriously, Jiang, classmate, don't you know? Juggling 3 boats is much harder than juggling 2. Too frustrating. I just wanted to treat you to milk tea to express my gratitude. Where did your thoughts wander off to? On Saturday, Jiang Linyuan arrived at the cafe address sent by Shen Wanyu as agreed upon. It was still early and the shop was nearly empty. Jiang Linyuan glanced around and spotted Shen Wanyu. She was seated by the window wearing a black knee-length dress that revealed her smooth, even calves. Her skin was fair, a typical cold white complexion that appeared especially delicate under the sunlight. Her demeanor was aloof, giving off an air that discouraged approach with a commanding presence. I was smitten, truly my A-class minister, my white moonlight. If I could earn a reward from her to live in a mansion, I would willingly comply. Noticing Jiang Linyuan's gaze, Shen Wanyu looked up briefly. Good morning, minister. Jiang Linyuan walked over, took a seat, and discovered that she had already prepared a cup of coffee for him. He eyed Shen Wanyu across from him with some suspicion. I thought to myself, I don't even have hypnosis. How is this minister so considerate? Shen Wanyu fixed her gaze on Jiang Linyuan and asked lightly, aren't you going to drink it? Minister, although I usually pester you relentlessly, surely you wouldn't drug me, would you? Jiang Linyuan looked at the coffee before him, hesitant to touch it. It seemed unlikely that she would serve him coffee, but it was quite possible she had ulterior motives. Shen Wanyu remained silent, staring at Jiang Linyuan with an expression that suggested she would wait for eternity if he did not drink. Tisk, minister, are you some kind of stone that longs for a husband? Feeling the pressure of her gaze, Jiang Linyuan assumed a brave expression. If the ruler demands the subject's death, the subject must comply. After saying this, he took a small sip. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious. All right, you drank it. Do I have something to entrust? Upon seeing Jiang Linyuan drink the coffee, Shen Wanyu immediately spoke up. Wait, minister, we came out today for a date. Hearing her opening line, Jiang Linyuan felt a sense of foreboding and promptly interrupted her spell. Shen Wanyu shot him a glance. Aren't you pursuing Lu Tingting? Huh, this doesn't seem right. Who sold me out? Jiang Linyuan quickly thought, and Su Muji's smiling face surfaced in his mind. All right, you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, your hands aren't clean either. Minister, I'm just playing along with her. My true love is for you. You don't need to be jealous, he said with deep affection. Shen Wanyu covered her forehead and sighed deeply. I don't care about your private life. Oh, out of personal goodwill, I'm reminding you to stay away from Su Muji. Are you very familiar with her, minister? Jiang Linyuan asked. He had always been curious about the relationship between Su Muji and Shen Wanyu. My relationship with her is probably similar to my relationship with you. What? The minister has such a good relationship with Su Muji. What are you surprised about? Do you think I have a close relationship? Shen Wanyu calmly stated, looking at Jiang Linyuan's astonished expression. Isn't it bad? Jiang Linyuan retorted. Shen Wanyu scoffed, took a sip of her coffee, and resembling an NPC giving a quest, said, there's a badminton club outside the school, wanting to sponsor the badminton society. The External Relations Department will act as the intermediary. This task falls to you. Minister, such a beautiful morning, and yet you are so unromantic. If you keep rambling, I'll muddle the situation between you and Lu Tingting. Minister, you are indeed jealous, aren't you? I'll post your glorious achievements on the confession wall right now and have someone share it with Lu Tingting. As she spoke, Shen Wanyu, a giant in action, immediately pulled out her phone and began to operate it. Minister, let's talk properly. Jiang Linyuan stood up, his sincere, earnest eyes fixed on Shen Wanyu. What a wicked woman. How many rewards did you swipe for me to speak so vehemently? Just wait. Shen Wanyu put her phone away and said coolly, also with the new students starting school recently, the department is recruiting. You'll be responsible for this too. Jiang Linyuan frowned. Shouldn't this task be handled by you, minister? The External Relations Department, as a subordinate of the student union, should have all recruitment managed by the department head. Jiang Linyuan was merely a deputy. Logically speaking, he should only be assisting. Let me ask you, who oversees all matters of the External Relations Department? Shen Wanyu stated plainly. The head of the External Relations Department. Very good, then who am I? The head of the External Relations Department. Shen Wanyu nodded and calmly said, so do you have any objections to my arrangements? What a show of authority. Did you think I was afraid of you? I see you don't know the wrath of a common man can spill blood. Just as Jiang Linyuan was about to speak, Shen Wanyu interrupted him. The coffee, it's good, right? Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. Fine, let's not dwell on useless bravado. Vice Minister Jiang, while I don't trust your character, I do believe in your abilities. You can handle these matters. Shen Wanyu swiped a few times on her phone. I've sent you the club's contact information, and it's getting late. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. With that, she turned and left decisively. Jiang Linyuan stared at her departing figure, feeling numb. What do you mean it's late? Could you at least look outside at the bright sun before speaking? After finally managing to arrange a meeting, it felt no different from being at school. It was just a change of venue for official business. Looking at the coffee before him, Jiang Linyuan received a message on WeChat from Su Muji. Jiang classmate, how's the progress going? Jiang Linyuan pondered. Su classmate, did you mention my business with Lu Tingting to Shen Wanyu? I merely brought it up, didn't elaborate. Jiang Senior, won't be doused in coffee, will you? Even through the screen one could sense her. Su Muji, you have paved your own way to demise. Jiang Linyuan put away his phone, no longer paying attention to this smiling face with a knife hidden behind it, and began contacting the club Shen Wanyu had sent. Life is life, work is work. He could still distinguish between the two. He exchanged a few simple words with the club. The owner was an alumnus and came from the badminton society. He had become successful and wanted to sponsor his alma mater's badminton society. Yet he worried that the funds would be wasted on frivolities. This concern was not unfounded, as many clubs in the university took money without doing anything worthwhile. The current badminton society also had a bit of that tendency, with increasingly poor results in recent intercollegiate competitions. The club's requirements were simple: sponsorship was possible, but they needed to deliver decent results. To put it plainly, they hoped the badminton society could achieve good standings in the upcoming four-school-friendly competition. Jiang Linyuan glanced at the chat records, feeling troubled. Among the four schools, the badminton society's strength was somewhat awkward. Others aimed for first place. Meanwhile, Jiang Linyuan's university badminton society was content to fight for third place and avoid fourth. It was the first time going on a date with the long-desired A card, and I even flirted with another A card. Both events were undeniably joyful. But why did the combination of the two become so tragic? Jiang Linyuan stared at the chat records on VX, feeling a headache coming on. The difficulty of achieving good results for the badminton club was akin to making Louis XVI look back, completely baffling. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. If I can't secure sponsorship, then so be it. Besides, I can still use this opportunity to get closer to Lu Tingting. In any case, I would suffer no loss. Jiang Senior, weren't you doused with coffee? At that moment, Jiang Linyuan saw a familiar figure appear before him, Su Muji. She naturally sat in the spot vacated by Shen Wanyu, blinking her eyes. Surprised Jiang Senior. I especially. Did you come just to watch me make a fool of myself? Jiang Linyuan glanced at the beaming Su Muji and replied, don't say that. I do care about the progress of your relationship with Shen Wanyu. Su Muji twirled a strand of hair around her fingers, speaking slowly. From what I know, Jiang Senior, you are the boy closest to. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow. Su classmate, I am an honest person. Let's not play riddles. What do you want from me? Honest encounter. Su Muji revealed a cunning smile, lowering her head shyly. Isn't that inappropriate during the day? Damn it, did you think I was playing some kind of exposure game with you? Jiang Linyuan was furious, slamming the table. Su classmate, I am a person of integrity. Don't be so lewd in your thoughts. Su Muji chuckled. Is that the kind of integrity you wear like a badge? Jiang Linyuan was exasperated. She was quite the little prankster, a master of innuendo, wasn't she? Jiang classmate can't take a joke. You can't still be a virgin, can you? Su Muji continued to smile sweetly. Su classmate, stop making me laugh. Just tell me what you need. Jiang Linyuan responded. At this point, Su Muji stopped beating around the bush and said directly, Jiang classmate, I've heard about you. It seems you have some obsession with those green tea types. And it seems you keep falling for them, yet you become bolder each time. She stared at Jiang Linyuan as if trying to decipher something from his expression. What's wrong? Do you have an issue with my experiences? Jiang Linyuan put on a face of having received unfair treatment. In this open era, some like mature women, others prefer sweet girls. Men with men, women with women, all sorts of combinations exist. What's wrong with me liking green tea types? Do you have a problem with that? Are you discriminating against me? Are you trying to stir up conflict? What's your intention? With a rapid-fire series of questions, Su Muji appeared somewhat bewildered, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling. I thought Jiang classmate was just being led around in circles, so I wanted to give a little warning. Even if I'm being deceived, I willingly embrace it. Jiang Linyuan pretended to be a sentimental person in front of Su. At this moment, Su Muji displayed a contemplative expression. Jiang classmate, were you once deceived in love by a green tea type, and now you plan to take revenge using the same tactics? Did that actually happen? Jiang Linyuan was taken aback, unsure of what Su Muji had concocted in her mind. But to her, his reaction clearly indicated she had hit the mark. From her inquiries, it appeared Jiang Linyuan had confessed to 4 little green tea types, but all had ended in failure. Interestingly, one of them had later approached him hoping to be together, but naturally Jiang Linyuan had rejected her. Su Muji was unclear about what had actually transpired, but she found it quite amusing. So Lu Tingting is Jiang classmate's target this time. Su Muji blinked. The whole process was wrong, but the outcome was right. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji's meaningful expression, nodded, revealing a melancholic look. That was a very nostalgic past. Su Muji had no time to listen to Jiang Linyuan's emotional little story. She waved her hand and proposed, "Jiang classmate, let me help you." Huh, what were you just saying? Jiang Linyuan doubted whether he had misheard. At this moment, Su Muji feigned a sorrowful expression. "Actually, my experience is quite similar to yours. In high school, because of a green tea type, my social life was terrible. She ruined my youth." As she said this, she slowly raised her head and articulated each word. "Therefore, I want revenge to take revenge on the green tea types." Performing, continuing to perform, and talking about revenge, it was hilarious. Jiang Linyuan struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that kept wanting to rise. "Hold it and don't laugh." In front of his acting prowess, Su Muji's performance was like a grandmother creeping into bed. Absolutely amusing. What goes around comes around. Do not bully a girl in poverty. While thinking this, Jiang Linyuan still revealed an expression of regretful timing. "Su classmate, why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out we are both castaways in this world. After all, she was a free ally. Oh, why not take advantage of it?" Jiang classmate, tell me about your plan. "Oh, I will assist you," Su Muji said. Jiang Linyuan certainly wouldn't reveal everything. He still hadn't figured Su Muji out. How could he trust her? But this knife could find great use elsewhere. "Su classmate, have you ever considered joining the badminton club?" Jiang Linyuan asked with a smile. "You said the badminton club members have average skills. No problem, I brought in a powerful external aid and coach. Su Muji's badminton skills are no joke, they're quite formidable. This could resolve the work of the external relations department, while also increasing Lu Tingting's sense of crisis, speeding up the strategy. This was a win-win. Join the badminton club." Su Muji squinted her eyes as if pondering something, then smiled. "No problem. Thank you so much, Su classmate. I will discuss the details with you later." "Don't worry, Jiang classmate, we are on the same that's good." The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation, but each harbored their own schemes. This girl still hadn't clarified her relationship with Shen Wanyu. Jiang Linyuan smiled on the outside, but began plotting how to gather information on Su Muji. This man never mentioned Shen Wanyu. What was he thinking? Su Muji's lips curled upward as she began to plan how to delve deeper into Jiang Linyuan's life. "Pleasure to cooperate." A scheming smile. "Pleasure to cooperate." The masked man with ulterior motives. The two of them thought to themselves, displaying relaxed expressions, exchanging smiles, and enjoying the moment. Although he had become the pilot of the one and only Su Muji, resembling a demon of thought, Jiang Linyuan was not in a hurry to begin his work. People like Su Muji are like wolves from the Zhongshan lineage. Once they gain power, they become rampant. Today, daring to share vulgar jokes with me, next time it might be while lying down. I can't even imagine what she would dare to do next. She must be dealt with harshly. A plan must be devised. Intelligence, ape, activate. "Xiaohei, I have some leads on Lu Tingting's situation. Can you ask Xiao Yun about something else for me?" Upon returning to his dorm, Jiang Linyuan began to speak. Xiaohei, upon hearing this, glanced at his phone screen, hesitating to speak. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Brother Jiang, I've heard everything about your situation from Xiao Yun." Xiaohei approached Jiang Linyuan, patted his shoulder, and sighed deeply. "Don't pay too much attention to what's written on the campus wall." "What do you mean?" Jiang Linyuan frowned, scrolled through the campus wall, and soon saw a rather high-profile dynamic. On the wall, there's a personal posting about this man, a scoundrel playing both sides, a freshman, beware, he's hiding. Accompanying the message were two pictures. One was a picture of Lu Tingting delivering water to Jiang Linyuan in the evening, and due to the angle of the shot, they appeared particularly close. The other was a video of Jiang Linyuan and Su Muji intensely playing badminton, which indeed gave off the vibe of beating up a scoundrel. Notably, the person had blurred out the faces of the two girls, but deliberately left Jiang Linyuan's face visible. Jiang Linyuan let out a cold laugh. At a glance, this person must be studying journalism. I want to see who is so bold as to hang me out to dry. I've heard from Xiao Yun about what happened that day. This is completely slander. Xiaohei looked at the incessant comments below, feeling quite worried. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Jiang Linyuan replied. However, the person who posted this had a problem. There are always those who can't control their mouths and can't hide their mothers. He could tell at first glance that this was some hot-headed person coming to defend justice. No way. Just wait and see. At this moment, Jiang Linyuan suddenly received a message from Lu Tingting on VX. "I'm sorry, Jiang Shuidi, have you seen the situation on the campus wall? I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." After saying this, she sent a series of chat records. The general content was of a lovesick fool persuading Lu Tingting not to associate with Jiang Linyuan, only to be met with cold responses and criticisms from the goddess. "Is the junior okay?" I told him off hard and asked him to delete the post. "If you have any issues, let me know. Thanks for your concern, senior sister, I'm fine." As Jiang Linyuan replied, he scrolled through the chat records looking at the other person's profile picture and name. "Isn't this Wang Yun from the student union's publicity department? Hee, you really haven't seen a black hand before." Jiang Linyuan casually chatted a bit with Lu Tingting, then opened the student union workgroup to check the new members responsible for recruitment. Wang Yun's name was among them. "Fei Yangyang, let me show you what a box weapon looks like, personally delivered by your goddess." Sunday afternoon student union recruitment interview. This task was actually quite easy. Mainly it involved sitting there waiting for freshmen to come for inquiries, asking a few questions, and filling out some forms. Thus, Jiang Linyuan leisurely arrived at the interview classroom only to find he was actually early with no one inside. Student union, this is a disaster. Minister, it's an empty classroom. I feel so lonely. He took a photo and sent it to Shen Wanyu. The response came quickly. You walked into the wrong building, Vice Minister Jiang. Sometimes I doubt if you're awake. Oh. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback, looked up at the classroom sign, and indeed realized he had walked into the wrong place. So even the wise can have their moments of folly. Sorry, Minister, I was thinking about you all the way here, which is why I got lost. Another day of daily harassment. This time Shen Wanyu did not reply. Jiang Linyuan glanced at the time. It was still early, so he slowly walked towards the correct building. While in the elevator, Jiang Linyuan thought about how to give Wang Yun a hard time today. People just strokes and dots are no different than fools. However, some people like to act smart, not realizing they are actually fools. Ding dong, the elevator doors slowly opened. Then he heard a spirited and energetic female voice. Obliviate. A forgetfulness charm. Jiang Linyuan slightly opened his mouth, watching the girl in front commanding the elevator door with a full-fledged Chinibyu vibe as the air suddenly fell silent. Where did you come from? Hogwarts. The girl outside the elevator silently retracted her hand, lowered her head, her bangs hiding her eyes, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Aren't you getting on the elevator? Jiang Linyuan pressed the open door button and asked. The girl was silent for a while, turned her head and touched the tips of her hair. Actually, I was planning to go to the next floor. The next floor is the parking lot generally for teachers. Jiang Linyuan replied. The girl, suppressing her discomfort, gave the impression that her feet were about to stomp through a 3-bedroom apartment and stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. After a moment, the girl took a deep breath, seemingly gathering courage, and hurriedly spoke. Actually, what I just did was to relieve my nervousness. I usually don't act like this, but I'm a bit tense because of the interview. Plus, sometimes reciting movie lines is quite normal. I just. Listening to her ramble, Jiang Linyuan calmly replied. I didn't hear anything just now. Once again, the air fell into a dead silence. The girl opened her mouth, then finally nodded. During this time, neither of them spoke until the elevator opened again. At this moment, Jiang Linyuan suddenly said, Obliviate. A forgetfulness charm. His voice was loud, at least it sounded like that to the girl. She froze in place, motionless. No magic is to be cast in front of muggles. That's a strict rule, little wizard. After leaving this remark, Jiang Linyuan walked straight out, while the girl's cheeks rapidly flushed and her body trembled uncontrollably. She covered her face with both hands and let out a scream of humiliation and anger. How amusing, the little Chu girl. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, recalling the system's prompt just now. Target Lin bad woman level D. He entered the classroom with a light and cheerful mood, only to see an unexpected figure at the External Relations Department's recruitment office. Minister, didn't you say you weren't coming? Did you miss me? Jiang Linyuan greeted as he walked over. Shen Wanyu glanced at him coldly and pointed at her bag, walking straight out. Looks like I have nothing to worry about. As you passed by Jiang Linyuan, she added, make sure to handle the rumors on the campus wall. Oh, don't let it affect the image of the External Relations Department. After saying this, she left the classroom cleanly and decisively. Tisk, the proud minister, just say you're worried about me. Jiang Linyuan sighed as he sat down at the recruitment office, only to hear a cold snort. He glanced sideways to see Wang Yun from the publicity department. What's with the snort? Minister Wang, did your mouth break? Can't you speak? Wang Yun's eyes burned with anger, but recalling Lu Tingting's warning, she merely said sarcastically, some morally corrupt individuals, I really don't know how they managed to join the student union in the first place. Indeed, how did they join? I guess it was by spreading rumors to slander others and push their competitors out of the way. Wang Yun's expression stiffened. She turned her face away somewhat humbly and no longer engaged with Jiang Linyuan. Seeing Wang Yun's guilty demeanor, Jiang Linyuan chuckled softly. No rush, let the bullet fly for a while. Wang Yun certainly knew that the rumors he spread about the White Wall were entirely fabricated. However, he thought no one would know it was him who started it. Spreading rumors is a low-cost venture. Behind a screen, the entire story relies solely on words. Initially, he intended to annoy Jiang Linyuan with such thoughts, but he did not anticipate the high level of discussion. Wang Yun glanced furtively at the smiling Jiang Linyuan, feeling a bit uneasy, and quickly averted his gaze, reassuring himself. It's fine, I only told Tingting about this, he can't possibly know. Jiang Linyuan observed the restless Wang Yun, grinning as he relished the sight of someone else in such a state of anxiety. Hey, I know it was you, but I just won't say it outright, just playing. Before long, it was time for the new member interviews, and a large group of students suddenly flooded into the classroom. After all, the Student Council is a university-level organization offering numerous benefits. On the surface, it would add credits to their overall assessment, which is beneficial for graduate school applications and scholarships. As for the hidden advantages, it depends on one's abilities, extensive connections, and early access to information. How to utilize these depends entirely on oneself. The recruitment activity quickly commenced with people coming and going. Hello, Junior. Which department do you want to join in the Student Council? Please fill out this form first. Here's a pen. Oh, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Okay. The freshman girl standing in front of Jiang Linyuan stared at his face, somewhat dazed, hurriedly filled out the form, and then mustered the courage to ask, Senior, can I add you on WeChat? No, that's not possible. Jiang Linyuan flatly refused, leaving the girl at the interview feeling somewhat dejected and embarrassed, not expecting to be turned down so directly. It's better if the guy takes the initiative in adding on WeChat. Jiang Linyuan looked at the girl smiling as he said, Junior, could you give me a chance to add you on WeChat? The girl's mood instantly brightened, her face flushed as she added him on WeChat, and then skipped away. TSK tisk, good thing Minister Shin isn't here, otherwise she would definitely give you a hard time. Just as the girl left, a boy sat down beside Jiang Linyuan, familiar banter in the air. How could the bond between me and the minister be something a lowly person like you can provoke? Jiang Linyuan shot the newcomer a light elbow jab. You think anyone can stir up trouble between you two? He received an elbow jab but continued to speak. This person was named Zhang Shua, Jiang Linyuan's childhood friend and the head of the student council's academic department. Their tumultuous relationship had lasted from elementary school all the way to university. Many people during their school days have that typical male science genius in their class. Zhang Shua was one such person. Short hair, lean build, piercing gaze, and a pair of rectangular glasses looking just like an answer sheet. He was the type who would choose all C answers on multiple choice questions, and everyone would follow suit without hesitation. Moreover, he was genuinely impressive studying computer science and excelling in competitions like the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition and ACM, collecting medals like they were nothing with a solid GPA. Unfortunately, he had the common ailment of male science students. He was overly straightforward. In high school, a girl showed interest in him, initiating conversations under the pretext of studying, but a year passed. Their relationship made no progress while the girl's grades soared. Whenever he discussed the matter later, he would lament, damn, she's treating me like a free tutor. I wasn't even paid. Back to the point, although Zhang Shua was a straightforward guy, it was also good that he was straightforward. Oh, at least Jiang Linyuan had no worries behind his back. Zhang Shua glanced at the direction where the girl who just got Jiang Linyuan's WeChat had left, feeling somewhat envious. If only I could be like you. Jiang Linyuan spoke earnestly. Shua, you are different from others. Who love to you is like fish to a bicycle. Zhang Shua replied without hesitation, what does fish have to do with bicycles? Nothing. Jiang Linyuan said, just like love has nothing to do with you. Zhang Shua was furious, feeling somewhat. While the two were conversing, a voice filled with anger suddenly questioned, is this how you greet others? Don't you know how to greet seniors? Is the new student so rude nowadays? Jiang Linyuan turned toward the voice. Who's the cherry bomb? Just one word, and it explodes. Oh, it's Wang Yun, that jerk? Then it's no big deal. What do you mean by rude? Isn't it okay to ask about the MBTI on this form? Responding to Wang Yun was a girl with an annoyed expression. Beside her was another girl with her head down. Oh, the girl adept in magical binary and the naive girl who can sell pens for money. Jiang Linyuan looked at the two confronting Wang Yun, who were Zhang Juantong, who had previously helped move luggage, and Lin Yilin, who had an outburst at the elevator. You don't understand, and you still come for an interview. That's why newcomers like you are the most troublesome. Wang Yun remarked sarcastically at the two. Is that the attitude of a senior? It's senior, brother. If you aren't used to it, just leave. Am I begging you? The quarrel quickly drew the attention of everyone present, and most of the new interviewees looked baffled while the members of the student council frowned. What's going on? At this moment, the vice president of the student council, Jiang Linyuan, approached and asked in a deep voice. I asked what MBTI means on this form, and he reacted this way. Is this how the student council of Xing University treats newcomers? Lin Yilin said angrily, moreover, why do we need to fill out such things for the student council interview? You have an opinion about filling out a form. Wang Yun said dismissively. Jiang Linyuan frowned, looking at Lin Yilin, saying, we are conducting interviews here. Please do not disturb others. This student, please step outside for a moment. These words almost branded Lin Yilin with the label of being unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilin was first taken aback, then angrily asked, you're not addressing his attitude, yet you first blame me, a newcomer. Isn't this favoritism? I am not blaming anyone. Jiang Linyuan raised his voice, looking at the increasing crowd. He added, regardless of what happened, we are conducting interviews. Please do not disturb others. Fine, then let him come out with us. We can discuss this properly. Lin Yilin pointed at Wang Yun, speaking decisively. No, he still has to interview other students. Please do not create further disturbances. Jiang Linyuan said sternly. Lin Yilin's eyes widened in disbelief. The student council members knew what kind of person Wang Yun was, so they guessed what had happened but pretended not to see. After all, it's better to avoid trouble. Not to mention that even the vice president stood on Wang Yun's side. There was no need for them to intervene for an unfamiliar newcomer. Lin Yilin looked around, and everyone's eyes were evasive. Almost no one was willing to speak up for her, leaving her feeling desolate. Clenching her teeth, her eyes slightly red, she was about to turn and leave. Frustration, it was simply too frustrating. Jiang Linyuan shook his head. Jiang Linyuan spoke beautifully, claiming not to disturb others, but in reality, it was just moral coercion against the binary girl, letting her swallow her grievance in silence. Damn vice president, trying to act like a scholar while being a pompous official. A certain general once said the student council must have students. What chaos is this? I think it's quite good newcomers do not yet understand our student council well, so let them get to know us and see how we handle things. Jiang Linyuan stood up slowly and walked over to Lin Yilin. Junior, why are you so downcast about interviewing this? At this point, he paused and raised his voice. You don't know, Wang Yun usually leads a very repressed life, so he takes this opportunity to bully newcomers. Don't take it to heart, Junior. Just treat him like a patient. Jiang Linyuan said, looking at the dazed Lin Yilin, and chuckled softly. Obliviate, don't get upset with the demented junior. In the interview classroom, everyone saw Jiang Linyuan step forward, remaining silent, as their gazes flickered between Jiang Linyuan and him, wearing expressions of onlookers. What do you mean by that, Jiang Linyuan? Jiang Ziyan's brow furrowed tighter, his voice deepening. Jiang Linyuan smiled faintly and shot a glance at Jiang Ziyan, immediately launching into a tirade. Are you Wang Yun's dog? He hasn't expressed any opinions yet, and you jump out first. At this remark, Jiang Ziyan's expression instantly soured, darkening to the point of dripping water. If you're going to be biased, just be biased. No need to pretend it's for everyone's sake. Don't make your father laugh. Jiang Linyuan struck straight to the heart, tearing away the moral veil. This world is just a massive folder of royal documents, some coded, some uncoded. Jiang Ziyan, like someone who picks up chopsticks for a reunion dinner, naturally had no moral qualms. What are you saying? Do you even have self-awareness as a student council member? Wang Yun, already dissatisfied with Jiang Linyuan, seized this opportunity and demanded with a fierce glare. I almost forgot about you. Jiang Linyuan turned his gaze to Wang Yun, raising an eyebrow. At first I thought you were a vicious dog protecting its master, but now it seems you're just guarding your food. After all, this kind of bullshit is rare, huh? Lin Yilin, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Her brows lifted, her previously reddened eyes sparkling with bright light. Meanwhile, Wang Yun and Jiang Ziyan's faces turned ashen. This senior is so brave and handsome. What kind of person is this vice president of the student council? Isn't it obviously bullying the freshmen? It's a bit disgusting if the vice president is like this. What good atmosphere can the entire student council have? The classroom erupted in discussions, and upon hearing these words, Jiang Ziyan naturally couldn't remain idle. Wang Yun, go out and talk to the freshmen. He glanced at Wang Yun, then turned back to Jiang Linyuan. Is this satisfactory to you? You asked me. How can you be so blind? Jiang Linyuan replied. Jiang Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth, exhaling, and then turning to Lin Yilin and Zhang Juanping. Ladies, can we step outside to talk? This is already seriously affecting the new recruitment activities. Lin Yilin stole a glance at Jiang Linyuan, clearly intending to seek his opinion. Let's not engage in the routine of putting pressure on the weak. Jiang Linyuan pointed at Wang Yun. Let him publicly apologize to the freshman. Lin Yilin, not intending to easily brush this off, shared Jiang Linyuan's sentiment and voiced her agreement. A public apology isn't unreasonable. Wang Yun looked at the two, both ashamed and angry. If he were to apologize in front of so many people, his reputation would truly be ruined. Thus, he cast a hopeful glance at Jiang Ziyan. Apologize? Jiang Ziyan said impatiently. He shouldn't have helped Wang Yun from the start. It was thankless labor that left him covered in filth. Wang Yun, seeing the only person on his side say this, turned red, facing the crowd, his pride overtaking his brain. His original words caught halfway. He suddenly turned and shouted, why should I apologize? What? 666. This is like turning on the light when going to the bathroom at midnight, seeking filth. Jiang Linyuan was momentarily stunned by Wang Yun's words. At this point, if you remained silent and didn't apologize, that would be one thing, but to actually refute in front of such a crowd. You think it's justifiable to be arrogant when you're in the wrong. What are you saying? Jiang Ziyan gaped, unable to believe Wang Yun could be this foolish. Apologize to him now. Not this Wang Yun, what a stubborn fool. Disgusting, disgusting, so disgusting. Apologize. How can someone like this be in the student council? Listening to the continuous voices around him, Wang Yun's face turned pale, his lips trembling. Is it so hard to apologize? Jiang Linyuan walked over to Wang Yun, gently patting his shoulder, lowering his voice and laughing. If you don't apologize, it'll expose the rumors you've spread. Hearing this, Wang Yun instinctively denied. What nonsense are you talking about? I never. Lu Tingting told me the chat logs are all there. Do you want to see them? Jiang Linyuan directly interrupted him, raising his phone. Upon hearing the goddess name, Wang Yun's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Tingting isn't that kind of person. He smiled, but if you didn't know, you'd think the two had a great relationship. In reality, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter Lu Tingting's social circle. Jiang Linyuan didn't linger, opening his phone and displaying the chat logs in front of Wang Yun. Wang Yun's eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the screen's chat records. The white light on the screen was even more dazzling than the green glow he had sent to Lu Tingting on his own WeChat. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze, unwilling to look further, appearing disoriented. What are you thinking? Jiang Linyuan patted his face, pointing at Lin Yilin. Go apologize louder. Wang Yun finally snapped out of his one-sided heartbreak, his expression twisted, as if he were in the midst of an After a while, he approached Lin Yilin, performing a 90-degree bow, and shouted robustly, I'm sorry. Lin Yilin was startled by him. In her view, Jiang Linyuan whispered something in Wang Yun's ear, and then Wang Yun's face changed like a palette, shifting from white to purple to red, constantly changing. Before she could recover, Wang Yun had already stood before her to apologize. Okay. Lin Yilin nodded absent-mindedly, accepting Wang Yun's apology. Perhaps she didn't even realize that since Jiang Linyuan stepped forward, her gaze had remained fixed on him. Yilin. At this moment, the silent Zhang Junpeng tugged at Lin Yilin's sleeve, whispering, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lin Yilin came back to her senses, looking at Zhang Junpeng, smiling as she embraced her arm, rubbing her face. Not at all, it was that person who had the issue. The recruitment continues. Wang Yun, you can go rest for a bit. Jiang Ziyan cleared his throat, stating that the matter was mostly concluded. But just then the classroom door was suddenly opened. Two people walked in, one in a security uniform from the school's armed department, someone Jiang Linyuan wasn't too familiar with, but the other person he recognized well. It was the instructor. Jiang Linyuan, Wang Yun, you two come here for a moment, there are some matters to discuss. The instructor waved at the two in the classroom. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wang Yun, who also looked confused. Instructor, what's going on? Jiang Linyuan approached with a playful grin to greet the instructor. The instructor looked at him with an exasperated sigh. It doesn't have much to do with you, but it is somewhat related. Where did this riddle come from? Regarding the arrival of the counselor, Jiang Linyuan had some guesses. It should be noted that the post on the confession wall by Wang Yun was still very popular. Do not think that the school is aloof and will not manage the rumors among students. Once it involves the school's image or becomes too popular, an invisible hand will take action. What truly surprised Jiang Linyuan was the unexpectedly high efficiency of the school in handling this matter. Could it be that someone secretly had a crush on me, but was too shy to speak up, thus reporting to the school coming to my rescue? Following the counselor, Jiang Linyuan appeared relaxed, while Wang Yun in contrast looked nervous and somewhat at a loss. Without saying a word, the two followed the counselor to the office. As soon as he entered, Jiang Linyuan felt dizzy. The dean of the college, the secretary, and the vice president, along with several uncles from the disciplinary committee, were all gathered together. Oh no, I've stumbled into a den of lions. Jiang Linyuan glanced around and spotted a familiar face among the many figures. Shen Wanyu. Minister, what's going on? He quickly dashed to Shen Wanyu's side and whispered. Shen Wanyu gave him a faint glance and replied, you don't need to worry, you are the victim. Minister, this is my first time seeing so many big shots, my legs are a bit shaky. Can I hold on to you to steady myself? Shen Wanyu said nothing and lightly kicked Jiang Linyuan's calf. Their little actions did not attract the attention of those present, who were all focused on Wang Yun. Almost everyone there had seen the video he posted, so they recognized Jiang Linyuan's handsome face. Wang Yun, right? We called you here today to discuss the post you made. The vice president cleared his throat and asked seriously, I ask you, is the content you published true? Wang Yun looked at so many school leaders present, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and his tone weakened. Some of it is false. What do you mean by some of it is false? A disciplinary committee uncle knocked on the table in dissatisfaction. You're a college student. Do I need to emphasize what kind of behavior spreading rumors is? Furthermore, did you obtain consent from the parties involved before posting the video? If you're honest now, there won't be any. At this point, Wang Yun was truly panicking. He never expected that a post he casually made out of jealousy would lead to such. He displayed an expression close to tears and recounted everything about his posting. TSK. Watching Wang Yun, Jiang Linyuan shook his head with a touch of regret. He had planned to use this secret of spreading rumors to torment Wang Yun for a lifetime. Also, this student Jiang, in situations like this, you should contact the school immediately. At this moment, the vice dean turned his head and said earnestly, if it weren't for this young lady next to you explaining the situation to the school, we wouldn't have known anything about it. Jiang Linyuan was momentarily stunned as he looked at Shen Wanyu, whose cold face was adorned with a few unruly strands of hair. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Minister, if you love me. If you dare to continue, I'll discuss your private life. I have nothing to say, thank you, Minister. Jiang Linyuan looked up at the sky, sighing deeply. My charm has finally managed to get the minister to care about my private life before we even started dating. Stop being narcissistic. Looking at Jiang Linyuan's expression, Shen Wanyu revealed a hint of disdain in her eyes. I'm not doing this for you. You're not the only one affected by the rumor storm. Besides myself, the only others involved in the rumors were the censored Lu Tingting and Su Muji. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow and his expression suddenly changed to one of horror. Minister, are you a girl crush? Shen Wanyu looked at Jiang Linyuan's face and sighed lightly. Has your brain finally gone bad? Jiang Linyuan smiled broadly and stopped teasing Shen Wanyu. Oh, after a long time together, he already understood her depths. Am I late? At that moment, two more people entered the office. Hey Jiang, you're faster than me. As the door opened, the smiling Su Muji quickly ran to Jiang Linyuan's side, making faces at him. Following her was the slightly surprised Lu Tingting. I have nothing to do here, so I'll leave first. Shen Wanyu glanced sideways and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Su Muji grabbed her, smiling. Don't go. If it weren't for you reporting the rumor situation to the school, it might have taken a lot more effort to find the rumor monger. Let's get together later to properly thank you. Shen Wanyu didn't even look at her, shaking off Su Muji's hand and walking straight out the door. Su Muji didn't try to persuade her anymore, placing her hand on Jiang Linyuan's shoulder, adopting a life mentor demeanor. The road ahead is long, comrade Jiang. Jiang Linyuan merely chuckled. Your presence feels like the greatest threat. Cough, cough, cough. The reason for calling you students here is to discuss this rumor issue. What do you think? The vice dean noticed that Su Muji was leaning towards Jiang Linyuan and raised his eyebrows, bringing up the topic. We can just handle it according to the normal procedure, right? Su Muji didn't even glance at Wang Yun, seemingly disinterested in the whole matter from the beginning. I'm fine, but this matter has the biggest impact on Junior Jiang. He must have been having a tough time these days. I'll listen to him. Lu Tingting continued with her usual nonchalant tone, looking at Jiang Linyuan with concern. Jiang Linyuan shrugged. Let's handle it according to the procedure. Since the disciplinary committee is here, the school's intentions are clear. Asking myself is merely a formality. Then issue a disciplinary notice of reprimand and cancel the student council position, then put him under observation. The vice dean glanced at Wang Yun and said lightly, "This punishment is actually not light. From the school's perspective, it is already a significant penalty. Moreover, apart from being a student, Wang Yun is also an adult and must take responsibility for his actions." Wang Yun, right. After this you will go with us for further questioning. The disciplinary committee said blandly, while Wang Yun immediately turned pale. This matter might leave a record. The post's view count is too high. To put it harshly, it could be slander, and the lightest punishment would be administrative detention. The few of them did not say much more and left the office. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, noticing the vice president was unperturbed. Does the school care nothing for its reputation? Jiang Linyuan, right. The vice president chuckled, turned to him, and looked him up and down, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. You're quite handsome. Which year are you in? Which college are you from? Where are you from? Upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan frowned and took a step back, shielding Su Muji behind him. He's in the same year as me, from the same college as Wan Yu, both studying computer science. Su Muji smiled and answered for Jiang Linyuan. The vice president's smile grew more sinister, making one feel uneasy. Good, he. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jiang Linyuan probed at the vice president. This vice president isn't Su Muji's father, is he? That gaze is like looking at a ghost at the door. But he doesn't even have the surname Su, does he? The vice president looked at Su Muji, who was standing beside Jiang Linyuan, with a smile, and then at Lu Tingting on the side, his tone very rigid. You can leave now, you're not involved. After saying that, he added awkwardly, you young people today shouldn't indulge in temporary pleasures, but should look to the future. Before he could finish, he had already lost sight of them. Jiang Linyuan and the others had already slipped away. Looking in the direction Su Muji had left, he sighed. This child. Upon leaving the office, Jiang Linyuan fixated intently on Su Muji. The rumors spread by Wang Yun were neither trivial nor significant. However, the swift and serious handling of the situation must have some underlying reason. Surely it couldn't be that just because he exuded an air of dominance and flashed a crooked smile, the school would bow to him. He wasn't a dragon king. What are you looking at? Su Muji boldly met Jiang Linyuan's gaze, the two of them staring intently at each other. I am gazing at the heiress of high society, Jiang Linyuan replied. But your gaze is rather lewd, Su Muji. This girl was astute enough to guess that there was a certain three-letter app on her phone. Don't overthink it. The vice principal is my dad, and am living with my mother's surname. Su Muji walked ahead with her hands behind her back, speaking softly. While the son-in-law of the Dragon King is the vice principal. That makes sense. No wonder the matter was handled so cleanly. So Su Muji is actually a wealthy young lady. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Oh, I never would have expected someone like the vice principal to become a son-in-law. Should I call you young Master Su? Jiang Linyuan said, somewhat astonished. The vice principal of Xingnan University was certainly no ordinary position. It turns out that someone like him is merely a son-in-law. Su Muji's mother's background must be quite substantial. Perhaps she is a woman of considerable influence. Hearing Jiang Linyuan's question, Su Muji fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned her head to glance at Lu Tingting, who was secretly observing from the side. Lu, thank you for your hard work these days. The rumors must have impacted you quite a bit, right? Lu Tingting, who had been watching from the sidelines, was taken aback, not expecting Su Muji to speak to her. But she quickly regained her composure, a smile appearing on her face. I'm fine. As she spoke halfway, her gaze toward Jiang Linyuan turned to one of guilt and remorse. But Jiang, you have suffered greatly from the rumors. Her eyes glistened with a pain that seemed on the verge of spilling over. With such acting skills, she would truly be wasted as just an innocent girl. While Jiang Linyuan marveled at her performance, he chuckled. The rumors can only be attributed to the overwhelming charm of senior sister. They say the bitter comes before the sweet, but I don't feel that way. The sunlight illuminated his profile, his eyelashes fluttering as his smiling gaze reflected in Lu Tingting's pupils. Since I met senior sister, my mood has been excellent every day. Haven't you felt the same? Senior sister. Lu Tingting was momentarily dazed, then shyly took a couple of steps forward, gently tapping Jiang Linyuan on the shoulder, feigning annoyance. Junior. While I misjudged him, this junior is no ordinary person. Not only is he good-looking, but he also has such sweet... Oh, it seems the rumors on the forum are not entirely unfounded. Su Muji found the two of them exchanging performances quite entertaining, chuckling. Hee, but what a pity, the flowers are willing yet the water flows cold. Upon hearing this, both Lu Tingting and Jiang Linyuan frowned simultaneously. The out-of-town girl really was quite rude. Lu Tingting felt that Su Muji was throwing shade, implying that she wasn't sincere. Su Muji, my dear teammate, are you aware? You are my wingman. Jiang Linyuan thought Su Muji was disruptive. Lu Tingting's expression turned serious, yet her tone remained warm. If only Su could see through things like that, she would truly be a breath of fresh air. She lingered on the word fresh air, drawing it out. And not quite fresh, just better than some muddled heads. Su Muji raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Green tea, no. One threw some passive-aggressive remarks at Su Tianjiao with noticeable effect. Lu Tingting gritted her teeth, thinking that if Jiang Linyuan weren't there, she might have already engaged in a verbal battle. She turned her head, looking pitifully at Jiang Linyuan. I really envy Su for being so direct. If only I could be like that. What do you think, Junior? This was a plan to use others' strengths. Green tea girls generally do not confront other women heated. They are the best at leveraging their charm to have men speak on their behalf. Jiang Linyuan saw through it all and naturally became the weapon in Lu Tingting's hand. No need. Su's straightforwardness is a bit too sharp for my liking. I prefer someone like senior sister Lu. First affirming the viewpoint, then expressing subjective thoughts. Upon hearing this, Su Muji raised her eyebrows about to say something, but then noticed Jiang Linyuan's warning gaze. Shut it, Snow Leopard. She chuckled softly, curling a strand of hair around her finger, and said nonchalantly, forget it, I have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. By the way, see you at the badminton club, Jiang. After saying this, she turned without looking back, leaving Lu Tingting looking puzzled. What did her last statement mean? Oh, so that's how it is, huh? Su Muji, you little Yang Mi figurine baby doll. Jiang Linyuan met Lu Tingting's gaze, not intending to hide anything, and informed her about the External Affairs Department securing sponsorship for the badminton club. Given our badminton club's strength, achieving results in the four-school league will be quite challenging. As Jiang Linyuan spoke, he observed Lu Tingting's expression. One day you will see Su's badminton skills, so I want to invite her to be an external coach or something. Lu Tingting seemed a bit dissatisfied upon hearing this, but still spoke softly. You could also come, Junior. Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. Did she really think sponsors would not watch the matches? Su Muji didn't know him and could easily be mistaken for a member of the badminton club. The sponsor was coordinating work with him while he was on the field. Even a fool would see something was off. Jiang Linyuan explained the reasoning to Lu Tingting, and after hearing it, she forced a smile, looking somewhat distracted. Then Junior, let's meet at the badminton club. After walking a bit with Jiang Linyuan, when they parted, she patted him on the shoulder. Don't let the pressure get to you, Junior. Feel free to come to me with any troubles. So I look at that, aware of the green tea girls. They are all such understanding good sisters. Jiang Linyuan shook his head. A qualified green tea girl would know how to manage her resources, providing the funds for her, flaunting her status, and having charming boys to amuse them. Jiang Linyuan was clear about his positioning. With his innate advantages in modeling, why would he want to be an ATM? Spend money on green tea. He would never do that in this lifetime. Tomorrow there is a badminton training session. I remember to come after class. You don't need to handle the recruitment, he'll take care of it. Just a few steps into leaving, Jiang Linyuan received a message from Shen Wanyu on WeChat. I knew the minister had me in her thoughts. But why was the strategy not succeeding? Jiang Linyuan was perplexed. He had no idea how many times he had confessed to Shen Wanyu. Yet he had received no rewards. Could it be that the minister didn't want to give him face? Was it merely for the sake of benefits? So there was no spark of emotion. Jiang Linyuan pondered. Suddenly, he had a realization. Minister, thank you for today. I take this money to buy some milk tea, love you. He sent a red envelope, but Shen Wanyu not only declined the envelope, but also sent one back. Shen Wanyu, what do you take me for? Shallow. Utterly shallow. While rebuking her, Jiang Linyuan tapped open the red. Though Shen Wanyu's judgment might be flawed, she couldn't dismiss another's goodwill. How could she wound the department head's feelings? After all, the other party had proactively showered her with virtual coins. Refusing would be sheer folly. Accept the money, then introduce the new external liaison department member to our work. The upcoming badminton club sponsorship is a perfect opportunity. The new person added to the work group is the new member. You're in charge. Shen Wanyu, nearly certain Jiang Linyuan would accept the red envelope, sent this message simultaneously. The department head understands me so well. She must hold me in her heart. I've done my research. She's precisely that kind of girl. Outwardly aloof, inwardly warm. Jiang Linyuan glanced at the newly added members in the work group. 4 had joined the external liaison department. One username caught his attention: Philosopher's Stone and Binary. Binary, little sister. Before Jiang Linyuan could ponder further, a friend request appeared. It was indeed Philosopher's Stone and Binary. Senior brother, I'm Lin Yilan, new member of the external liaison department, and also the one you rescued earlier. I'd like to treat you to dinner as thanks. When are you free? How about cashing it out instead? Jiang Linyuan mused aloud. His reply left the other momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she finally typed. Are you simply unavailable? Do you know what day today is, eh? Jiang Linyuan countered with a question of his own. Lin Yilan paused, thoughtful, then asked. University Freshman Recruitment Day. Today is Hogwarts opening day. I've just met my new classmates. Senior brother? This time Lin Yilan replied with lightning speed, the barrage of exclamation marks vividly conjuring her blushing face even through the screen. What a delightfully playful junior sister. Yet one mustn't tease too far. I mean no mockery, junior sister. To embrace romance is no failing. And truth be told, I was already playing along with your script. Actually, senior brother, I love role-playing too. Though perhaps mine differs somewhat. After a beat, Lin Yilan awkwardly shifted topics. So, senior brother, are you truly free? If you're aiming to swell my belly, Thursday's your best bet. I'll be utterly wild that day. Jiang Linyuan sent the message, then tucked away his phone, ending the conversation without another glance. If this binary junior sister develops real feelings for me, it's over. Better snuff out that unwarranted fantasy right now. I am the man you'll never have, in this lifetime or any other. Honestly, what on earth is he talking about? Lin Yilan stared at Jiang Linyuan's message, her lovely eyes wide, lips pouting as she tapped his chat avatar with a soft, exasperated knock. She turned it over again and again in her mind, unsure how to respond. Then sighed deeply and buried her face in her pillow, drifting back to this afternoon's events. Back in high school, few girls sought her out for conversation. Her personality, put kindly, was direct, put bluntly, it lacked adaptability. Groups of girls chatted effortlessly, feigning familiarity with unfamiliar topics, nodding along to lofty discourse they couldn't command. This was not the kind of connection Linyuan yearned for. Thus, she had almost no peers with whom she truly resonated. Logically, such an independent spirit shouldn't succumb to melancholy or sentimental brooding. After all, anyone who knew Linyuan would describe her as forthright, vivacious, and cheerful. Yet few ever glimpsed the quiet, tender emotions she kept carefully hidden within. At the recruitment fair, confronted with the student union's unreasonable demands and met with cold, indifferent stares, waves of hurt, anger, and fury rose up within her, like a tide surging from deep below. Just as she prepared to flee, someone stepped forward to speak for her. He was difficult to define. Certainly Linyuan, as she was now, couldn't fathom him at all. Juntang, I heard from Director Shun that senior brother Jiang graduated from the same high school as you. What's your impression? Linyuan rolled onto her side, peeking out from behind the curtain toward her roommate, Zhang Juntang. None. Zhang Juntang, still gazing at her phone, hesitated, then murmured softly in reply. That makes sense. We were in different grades. Linyuan smiled gently. Still, there'll be plenty of chances to get to know him properly. Zhang Juntang nodded faintly. A gentle evening breeze stirred the dormitory's pale blue curtains. Night deepened, and in the girl's eyes shimmered starlight and the quiet glimmer of tomorrow. Senior sister Lu, you seem off your game today. Would you like to rest for a moment? On the badminton court, Jiang Linyuan watched Lu Tingting, distracted and distant, and handed her a bottle of water with genuine concern. Lu Tingting accepted the water, loosened her ponytail, and offered Jiang Linyuan a strained smile as she met his gaze. Only you, junior brother, know how to show true care. Then she turned away, lowering her head to sip slowly in silence. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan arched a brow. The green tea has soured. In the past, she'd already launched into a dazzling dance of mutual affection. Seeing her reticence, Jiang Linyuan said nothing more, merely sat beside her. They sat in silence, listening only to the evening wind whispering past their shoulders. After a while, Lu Tingting lifted her head, puzzled, and looked at Jiang Linyuan. Why isn't junior brother speaking? When senior sister falls silent, your aura becomes uniquely captivating. I wonder, what thoughts fill your mind in those quiet moments? Jiang Linyuan softened his tone, speaking quietly. Lu Tingting covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Thinking of junior brother. Then does senior sister ever turn that thought inward, toward herself? Jiang Linyuan spoke slowly. Something weighs upon your heart, doesn't it, senior sister? Lu Tingting froze, then nodded, saying nothing more. Jiang Linyuan let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Oh, so we've reached that stage, the green tea masterstroke retreat, to advance. Fine, I'll play along. Senior sister won't confide in me, because you fear I'll worry. Jiang Linyuan smiled, turning his head to meet her gaze directly. Light flickered across his face, merging with the brightness in his eyes, glinting softly like polished jade. But truthfully, what unsettles me most isn't the matter itself. It's the fear that senior sister no longer trusts me. So senior sister, will you grant me the chance to earn that trust? Lu Tingting blinked, then flushed and lightly elbowed Jiang Linyuan in the waist. Smooth talker. Her words were teasing, but her tone had already softened. Since junior brother puts it so plainly, staying silent would truly break your heart. She sighed, studying Jiang Linyuan's expression before speaking slowly. Truth is, I've been troubled by something lately, and I'm not sure how best to handle it. On the badminton court, Jiang Linyuan listened as Lu Tingting finished recounting a heart-wrenching story. According to her, there was a boy who had recently been pursuing her fervently, which had caused her some distress. Lu Tingting had repeatedly rejected him, yet the boy persisted, evolving from a warm-hearted suitor into a hopeless romantic, playing the part of a love-struck fool. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan instinctively felt something was off. With Lu Tingting's experience, could such matters truly vex her? How narrow-minded she seemed. Though he thought this in his heart, he still feigned concern and asked, Do you need my help, senior? Lu Tingting sighed again and shook her head. It's not a troublesome matter. The trouble lies with that boy's girlfriend. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. What a revelation. He had a girlfriend. Where did this character spring from? So you mean the boy pursuing you already has a girlfriend? Lu Tingting nodded. Jiang Linyuan leaned back in disbelief. As the saying goes, one cannot hide their love for someone, but one must conceal their affection for two. Hasn't he broken up with her? He asked. Lu Tingting's eyes darted as she replied, He told me he has no ties with that girl anymore, but she seems to think otherwise, and has been causing me trouble at the badminton club lately. At this point she sighed again, observing Jiang Linyuan's expression from the corner of her eye. She's a freshman who just joined the badminton club recently, and I've been troubled by this situation for a while now. Oh, now it made sense. A victim of long-distance love had come knocking. Jiang Linyuan looked at Lu Tingting still. After spending some time together, he had a fair understanding of Lu Tingting's character. What kind of formidable individual could bring her to such a state? Senior, is that girl difficult to get along with? Jiang Linyuan directly voiced his curiosity. Lu Tingting showed a troubled expression. It's not that she's hard to deal with, rather she's quite unique. Aren't you coming to observe the badminton club training tomorrow? You'll find out then. Unique. Jiang Linyuan furrowed his brows. Could it be a second version of Su Muji? The next day when Jiang Linyuan arrived at the badminton court, he finally understood what Lu Tingting meant by unique. As soon as he entered the venue, he saw a bold girl standing in the center of the court smoking a cigarette and seemingly arguing with Lu Tingting. Classmate Zhuang Yin, smoking is not allowed here. Many students can't stand the smell. Could you please put it out? Lu Tingting looked at the rugged woman before her, forcing a smile as she gently urged. The woman in front of her took a deep drag of her cigarette and sneered. None of your business. I love smoking. If you keep nagging I want just smoke, I'll smoke you too. Lu Tingting's expression stiffened, her face turning quite ugly. Jiang Linyuan, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Wow, this is a warrior. No wonder Lu Tingting couldn't handle it, not to mention her. Even a tough girl from Northeast China might struggle to subdue her. Let me check her level. Target Zhuang Yin, bad woman quality D. Wow, there's a contrast. Though I smoke, have tattoos, and curse frequently, I remain a naive and romantic girl. Such a contrast, right? Jiang Linyuan couldn't bear to look, shaking his head and sighing. Jiang, is your first reaction upon seeing the girl beside him? Su Muji raised her eyelashes, blinking her big eyes, looking like a moral exemplar. That won't do. You'll lose major points here with me. Lose major points? That's a bit too much, sister. Jiang Linyuan turned to Su Muji. Short skirt, slim waist, willow leaf eyebrows, a beauty indeed. Though she seemed a bit superficial, she was still quite pleasing to the eye. Ugh, Male Ning is really disgusting. It seemed she noticed Jiang Linyuan's gaze, and Su Muji crossed her arms over her chest, adopting a defensive posture as she scrutinized him. Jiang Linyuan chuckled. Su, when we first met, your eyes were far more fiery when you secretly peeked at my abs while watering the plants than they are now. Su Muji raised an eyebrow. But the water accidentally spilled that day, and I didn't want to look at your abs anyway. You poured water over my abs. You didn't want to see my abs. What did you want to see? Jiang Linyuan countered, but halfway through his words, he paused, looking down at his abdomen, following his clothing down. Then he raised his head, looking at Su Muji with a face full of horror. You can't mean? Su Muji, seeing Jiang Linyuan's expression, twitched her mouth. How did this guy come to such an abstract conclusion? Haha, I'm not interested in toothpicks. Have you seen them? Why mention Su Muji, being a girl, lacked the thick skin of Jiang Linyuan and was the first to crack, wanting to quickly end the topic. Jiang, if you keep talking like this, I'll report you for sexual harassment. I knew it. You must be a virtual troll on the internet. Sure, you report me, and I'll post about you on the forum. Jiang Linyuan shrugged indifferently. At this moment, Su Muji's eyes glanced over and her face suddenly broke into a smile. Jiang, it sounds like you do this often. Have you reported someone before? As she spoke, she seemed to think of something, her expression suddenly changing, her lively eyes darting. Pulling Jiang Linyuan's sleeve, she quietly asked, did you secretly report Xinhuan Yui? Oh, now you're trying to slander me. Jiang Linyuan, seeing Su Muji's attitude, disdainfully shook his head. Then his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure entering the badminton court. Xinhuan Yu. Bid Su Muji, you must want me dead. Bad woman. You truly are a terrible woman. Jiang Linyuan pushed Su Muji away, speaking earnestly, don't slander me. I am loyal to the minister. Only 2 words. And that is loyalty. After saying this, he pretended to just notice Xinhuan Yu lowering his head in feigned embarrassment. Oh, isn't this the minister? You didn't hear what I just said, did you? Xinhuan Yu simply stared at Jiang Linyuan, silent. After a while, she calmly said, I came to check things out. After saying this, she pointed to the group of newcomers behind her. You can take these new members to get acquainted with the work of the External Relations Department. Jiang Linyuan then noticed that several people were behind Xinhuan Yu. Among them was a familiar face. Oh, it's the binary girl. Lin Yilan also spotted Jiang Linyuan, smiled, and cheerfully waved at him. Xinhuan Yu noticed this and frowned slightly, speaking without mercy. I don't care what Su Muji is up to with you, just don't target the new members. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand. Minister, what do you take me for? Even a rabbit won't eat grass near its burrow. Xinhuan Yu snorted, looking into his eyes, and decisively left him with a remark. You better not. After saying this, she didn't even glance at Su Muji and turned to leave. Like lightning, he hurriedly moved forward, seeing a figure walk away, lost in the vast crowd. So proud. Watching Xinhuan Yu's departing silhouette, Jiang Linyuan pondered how possessive she seemed. I've decided. Next time I'll confess boldly. Maybe I'll even get a reward card. Tisk look at her cold and indifferent demeanor. How did you ever win her over? Su Muji glanced in the direction Xinhuan Yu had left, pursed her lips, and tugged at Jiang Linyuan's sleeve with a grin. Tell me which post you put up about her, and I'll support you. Hang Xinhuan Yu. If you put her online, she'll hang you from the ceiling. You go ahead, and I'll support you on Xiaoxua. Jiang Linyuan pushed Su Muji away. Don't die and splatter me with your mess. My relationship with Xinhuan Yu is just fine, there's no way I would hang her. Su Muji looked serious, mistakenly thinking she and Xinhuan Yu were good friends. Jiang Linyuan let out a cold laugh, much like Xinhuan Yu's. Good relationship. Where did that wild dog come from? Just a stray by the roadside. Su Muji noticed Jiang Linyuan's disdain, squinting her eyes and pointing at a group of newly arrived members from the External Relations Department. I see your relationship with Xinhuan Yu isn't that great either, is it? She just sees you as a workhorse. Baby, your level manipulation is a bit too much. Using such divisive Jiang Linyuan squinted and replied cheerfully, you don't understand the principle of working like a horse by day and a cow by night. After saying that, he patted Su Muji on the shoulder, earnestly adding, Student Su, while you've said so much, don't forget your role as my aide. I have high hopes for you. I'll put some pressure on Lu Tingting. Then he turned and walked away towards Lin Yilan and the others. Su Muji blinked, smiling inexplicably. Senior, we meet again. Seeing Jiang Linyuan approach, Lin Yilan greeted him with a smile. Jiang Linyuan nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't. After all, the work of the External Relations Department still needs to be done. Watching the bewildered new members, Jiang Linyuan briefly explained the nature of their work. In short, when encountering sponsors, it's all about flattery. Today, they mainly came to observe and learn, while also getting to know various school clubs. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities for interaction in the future. But the freshmen were still adjusting to the environment, and since they were unfamiliar with each other, everyone seemed a bit reserved, sitting in silence after only a few words. Senior, thank you for last time. At this moment, Lin Yilan naturally stood beside Jiang Linyuan and generously expressed her gratitude for what happened last time. You've called me senior, what else can I say? We're all buddies. It was nothing. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand, looking, that's not a small matter to me. Lin Yilan smiled. I still owe you a meal at KFC. This binary little sister is just too genuine. Jiang Linyuan looked at Lin Yilan's grandiose demeanor, serious as he spoke. Junior, just for your words, we will share our fortunes together in the future. Lin Yilan hesitated for a moment and completed the second half of the sentence, share the burdens together. Junior, our relationship isn't that good yet, you're moving too fast. Jiang Linyuan's face showed a hint of shyness. Lin Yilan's expression was tense. Oh, Wang Bo, how dare you show your face here? While you're here looking for Lu Tingting, right? A dog and a bitch make for a perfect pair. Zhuang Yan, how can you say that about Tingting? Apologize to her. Why should I care what you say? I need to listen to you. Get lost, or I'll take you down too. At that moment, a quarrel suddenly erupted in the center of the badminton court. Jiang Linyuan turned to look in the direction of the sound. Lu Tingting's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful, like a rain-soaked pear flower. Zhuang Yan's phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent, radiating a fierce aura. One was biting her lip, gently coaxing softly. It's all my fault, why? Should have said less. The other stood with arms akimbo, angrily scolding, playing the victim. You're just a green tea bitch. The boy caught in the middle showed no hesitation, immediately standing beside Lu Tingting, trembling with anger as he pointed at Zhuang Yan. How can you speak like that? How did I not see you for who you are at that time? This isn't intense enough. Don't just use words. Get physical. Jiang Linyuan watched with great interest. This live-action drama of female rivalry is a rare treat. You're just going to stand there. Aren't you going to play the hero and save the beauty? Su Muji also noticed the argument, wearing a look of someone who enjoys drama, smiling as she asked. Su-8, this is a great opportunity, make sure to assist well. Jiang Linyuan commanded. Su-8. Su Muji tightened her fists slightly upon hearing this title. Just saying it in my heart is enough? How can you still call me that in front of me? If you're forcing me to act, I'll take you both. The brawl on the badminton court grew more intense. Zhuang Yan was already raising her hand, ready for a real fight. If you win, you'll pay, or if you lose, you'll lose face. Think carefully about it, classmates. Zhuang Yan was furious and turned around to see who was foolish enough to intervene, ready to unleash her wrath. Then she saw Jiang Linyuan's extremely authoritative face, and her tone unconsciously softened. What does it have to do with you? I'm mainly considering you, classmate. If things escalate, you'll ultimately have to deal with some trouble. Jiang Linyuan spoke gently. For these annoying matters, it's not worth it for you to act this way. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan's momentum gradually diminished. She hadn't intended to fight, as she was reckless, but not foolish. If a fight broke out, it would be bad for everyone. But with the atmosphere reaching this point, if she suddenly backed down, wouldn't that make her seem inferior? At this moment, Jiang Linyuan's words simply provided her with a way out. That makes sense. Getting angry over this pair of dog lovers isn't worth it. Zhuang Yan glanced at Lu Tingting and the boy named Wang Bo, letting out a cold laugh. Wishing you both eternal happiness. After that, she picked up her badminton racket, planning to change the scene. But at that moment, Wang Bo stepped forward again. Can't you even apologize to Tingting? Apologize to her? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan's anger flared up again. Wang Bo's momentum instantly sank. At this time, Lu Tingting with a choked voice softly advised, no need, it's my fault. I also don't need to apologize. Hearing this, Wang Bo felt heartbroken and shouted at Zhuang Yan, apologize. You must apologize. Jiang Linyuan couldn't bear to watch. What has Lu Tingting done to this kid? Controlling the little head, while the big head can't even make the simplest judgment. He glanced at Su Muji. It's decided, but you. Go ahead, Su Muji. Upon meeting Jiang Linyuan's gaze, Su Muji rolled her eyes, but still stood up. Can't you handle your private matters privately? Why must you be so aggressive towards a girl in public? As she spoke, her gaze playfully wandered between Lu Tingting and Wang Bo. Or are you simply in the wrong, just looking to morally pressure this girl with numbers? Zhuang Yan felt warmth in her heart upon seeing someone speak up for her. My sister understands me. Su Muji's words pierced right through, causing Wang Bo's face to flush crimson. His neck stiffened, yet he couldn't muster a single word. Lu Tingting, however, reacted quickly, softly sobbing a few times before gently saying, it's my fault for letting everyone see such a joke. This one is useless, lacking even the courage to confront Zhuang Yan. Lu Tingting glanced at Wang Bo with disdain, but quickly said sweetly that she was fine. Zhuang Yan, seeing this, scoffed, green tea bitch. Lu Tingting's expression darkened at the remark. No way she couldn't swallow this insult today. She shifted her gaze to Jiang Linyuan, walking over and deliberately wiping her tears, saying, I embarrassed myself in front of the junior. If it weren't for your advice just now, I wouldn't know what to do. Just saying, isn't the green tea girl extraordinary? Initially, she was helping Zhuang Yan, but with this statement, it seemed as if she was worried about Lu Tingting getting hurt. Jiang Linyuan looked at Lu Tingting's reddened eyes, his face filled with concern. Senior, what exactly happened? Lu Tingting, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhuang Yan, then at the smiling Su Mu. Ji shook her head and forced a smile. It's nothing really, as long as everyone is fine, I'm also fine. Nothing at all. Though she said this, her tone inadvertently carried a bitter and wronged flavor, and as she spoke she began to sob quietly, deliberately leaning into Jiang Linyuan's arms. Sister, just talk properly, and don't lean on me. The snot is going to stick to my clothes. Jiang Linyuan suppressed his disgust and gently pushed Lu Tingting away, adopting a domineering demeanor. Senior, don't say anything, you'll handle it. After saying this, he turned and walked towards Zhuang Yan. Oh, no need. Lu Tingting feigned concern. Since Senior has said so, then let's forget it. Jiang Linyuan stopped again. Lu Tingting twitched the corner of her mouth. I was just saying it. You really are obedient. Tingting, who is this? At this moment, Wang Bo, with trembling lips, stood there confused. When he saw the goddess he had been pursuing so desperately throwing herself into another's arms, he felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe what he was witnessing. After a long while, he finally regained his senses, tremblingly inquiring about Jiang Linyuan's identity. Lu Tingting glanced sideways at Wang Bo. This man was of no use anymore. He could barely qualify as a lackey, and if it weren't for having a girlfriend, he wouldn't bother with such a character. Lu Tingting did not answer Wang Bo's question, but shyly looked at Jiang Linyuan, asking, Junior, tell me, what kind of person am I to you? I am your father. Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. At this moment, still thinking about testing the waters. Although he thought this, he replied, Senior, what do you think? Whatever you say our relationship is, that's what it is. How annoying. Lu Tingting playfully punched his chest. At this moment, witnessing the flirting scene between the two, Wang Bo felt as if a heavy snow had begun to fall around him, standing there in a daze. Brother, if you can't handle Lu Tingting, it's wise to withdraw in time. Seeing this scene, you should have gained a clear understanding. So that's how it is. Wang Bo's expression was blank as he slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, saying, It's okay, Tingting, I will wait for you. These kids are hopeless. Jiang Linyuan truly couldn't fathom how this person's brain worked. Are you out of your... That green tea bitch has never had any interest in you, she's just toying with you. Zhuang Yan looked at Wang Bo in disbelief. Then why doesn't she toy with someone else? She only toys with me. This means I still have a chance. Wang Bo became more and more excited, as if energized. Tingting, don't worry, I will always wait for you. After saying this, the entire place fell silent. This guy is truly the best at being a simping dog, catching the flying disc with unmatched skill. Thank you. You. Even Lu Tingting, with her experience, was momentarily stunned by Wang Bo's words, replying, Look, Lu Tingting didn't refuse me. I still have a chance. Hearing Lu Tingting's reply, Wang Bo's heart blew. Are you an idiot? Wang Bo, why didn't I see before that you were such a fool? Zhuang Yan maintained her composure. Wang Bo scoffed dismissively. Su Muji watched this farce unfold and suddenly laughed, staring at Lu Tingting. You really are quite popular. Lu Tingting merely smiled dryly. She's just a green tea bitch, sister, nothing to envy. Zhuang Yan looked at Lu Tingting sneering and glanced at Jiang Linyuan. This person looks decent, yet it's rare, such a waste of a good face, and his brain has issues pairing with Lu Tingting. Who are you calling rare? Jiang Linyuan's expression hardened. This Zhuang Yan was shooting her mouth off, and even seeing Jiang Linyuan in a predicament, Su Muji's smile grew brighter, but she still said, Actually, Jiang is quite intelligent, not that hopeless. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan glanced at Su Muji, then at Jiang Linyuan. So that's how it is. I've realized everything. This sister knows that little white face, and their relationship seems good. I just don't know what Lu Tingting, this green tea bitch, did to deceive that little white face. This sister is helping me, probably not just because she disapproves of Lu Tingting. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yan felt enlightened, the power of wisdom surging through her brain. A drop of water owes us. I will protect your man. Smart. If you were truly smart, you wouldn't see Lu Tingting as a green tea bitch. Zhuang Yan scoffed, lifting her chin and looking at Jiang Linyuan. I'll be frank, there are several others like you that Lu Ting... What? Jiang Linyuan was shocked. There are actually several people as handsome as me. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's astonished face, Zhuang Yan smugly raised her phone. I've inquired, there's one from the finance department and another from the business school. I have their contact information, do you want me to call them over for a confrontation? Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting's expression stiffened. How did this little girl find out? How could she be so clever? Don't talk nonsense. Tingting told me they are just good friends. At this moment, Wang Bo stood up, defending. Lu Tingting's vision darkened. So it was this useless simping dog. Previously, she didn't take Wang Bo seriously and thus didn't bother to hide some things, as she was seen playing with fish in the pond, and she just found some excuse to brush it off. Zhuang Yan probably got her information from him. No, don't panic. Lu Tingting steadied her mind, looked up at Jiang Linyuan, her delicate brows raised, her expression filled with unending grievance and tears welling up in her eyes. Do you believe me? Junior. Of course I believe you, senior. Jiang Linyuan nodded, earnestly replying immediately. A moment's hesitation would reflect distrust in his own model. Oh really, you don't believe me? Then I'll call them right now. Zhuang Yin, seeing Jiang Linyuan's disbelief, appeared extremely angry and dialed the number without further ado. Lu Tingting's eyelids twitched. You knew I had a fish pond, but didn't mention it earlier, and yet you act like a silly girl competing with me for pride every day. You said it, I won't provoke you, that's all. Why must things be done so ruthlessly? Seeing your sister is sincere to others making more friends is completely normal. Jiang Linyuan observed Zhuang Yan's actions of making the call, remaining unfazed. Regardless of how many fish she is, I'll just enjoy the reward after finishing my task. Beside him, Wang Bo revealed an expression of bro, I understand you. Friends. Just wait until I call them, and you'll see if they're friends. Zhuang Yan sneered, and began saying something. Lu Tingting was taken aback. With things developing to this extent, she had no way out. If her reputation were to be ruined, her social life would also be destroyed. At that moment, Jiang Linyuan placed his hand on Lu Tingting's shoulder, softly comforting her. Don't mind her senior sister. If she feels troublesome, we can just ignore her. Listening to the gentle emphasis like a spring breeze, Lu Tingting's flustered heart gradually calmed down. She glanced at Jiang Linyuan with gratitude. Thank you, Junior, but if things get unclear, won't there always be a thorn in your heart? Smiling slightly, she said, if it can put your mind at ease, I'm willing to put in some effort. Still steaming. At this point, how could you still think of flirting with me? I acknowledge the purity of your green tea, Lu Tingting. Jiang Linyuan appeared moved. Senior sister, I've always believed in you. I can't let Zhuang Yin continue to muddle the situation. Jiang Linyuan had no energy to compete with the fish in Lu Tingting's pond. He gave Su Muji a glance. Su Muji used the interruption. Su Muji also noticed Jiang Linyuan's gaze, smiling cheerfully at Zhuang Yin. Zhuang classmate, just let it go. Even if you call those people someone like Jiang classmate won't change his mind. Zhuang Yin hesitated and asked, are you just going to let it go like this? Hearing this, Su Muji probably guessed what Zhuang Yin was thinking. With a roll of her eyes, she sighed and said softly, who told him to like her? After all, this isn't the first time I've gotten used to it. Zhuang Yin was both angry and surprised. Angry that Jiang Linyuan was not the first to be used as bait. It was as if a foolish mother was dancing. Foolish to the point of being unable to stop. Surprised that Su Muji could endure so much, judging by her words, she didn't realize how many times she had been faced with terror. If she continued to make a scene, she was afraid it would only bring more pain. Sister, your suffering surpasses mine. In the end, Zhuang Yin did not call Lu Tingting's fish over, casually chatting for a bit before hanging up. She looked at the green light above Su Muji's head and felt a strong sense of distress. Helplessly, Zhuang Yin shook her head and said, Sister, no man is worth it. You should stop early. But he's special. Su Muji immediately responded. Damn, has your brain also gone bad? Zhuang Yin was about to speak, but thought about how Su Muji had helped her and ultimately just said, let's exchange contact information. If that little bitch Lu Tingting causes trouble again, it'll help you. Su Muji grabbed Zhuang Yan's hand, squinting her eyes with a smile. Thank you then. After saying this, she turned to Jiang Linyuan and winked. The task was accomplished. Well done. I must say, putting aside Su Muji's potential betrayal, she really is a well-behaved Pokemon. However, this can't go on for long. I must find a way to keep her in check later. Su Muji's intentions are known to all. Jiang Linyuan withdrew his gaze from Su Muji and looked at Lu Tingting softly, saying, Senior sister, don't worry, I will always believe in you. Hurry up and go play badminton. Oh, we've already wasted quite a bit of time. Lu Tingting also noticed Zhuang Yin finishing her phone call. Although puzzled, she still breathed a sigh of relief. If they were to meet at the fish pond, there would definitely be a lot of trouble on her side. Thank you, Su classmate, for earlier. Jiang Linyuan handed a bottle of mineral water to Su Muji, watching the members of the badminton club practicing in front of him. Su Muji did not take the water, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance, pouting. Isn't Jiang classmate going to help me open it? Clearly you understand Lu Tingting so well. Jiang Linyuan snickered. If I dare to open it, would you dare to drink it? Su Muji smiled cheerfully, deliberately putting on a very terrified expression. You wouldn't have put something in it, would you? I would just spit in it. Su Muji stopped following up and took the water, changing the subject. Aren't you about to win over Lu Tingting? To be honest, I estimate him just the first backup. Jiang Linyuan replied. The system's requirement is to be emotionally toyed with, and to toy with emotions, the other party must have genuinely developed feelings for you. So far, Lu Tingting has never developed any romantic feelings for me. To put it simply, she is just after my body. I need to deliver a heavy blow to break through her psychological defenses. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan's calm demeanor, took a sip of water, and asked again, what are your plans next? Jiang Linyuan looked at Lu Tingting soaring high in the badminton court and said, you got Lu Tingting's fish pond contact from Zhuang Yin, right? Su Muji raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? How about letting those two meet? Jiang Linyuan suggested. Su Muji was puzzled. Wasn't that a good opportunity just now? Su Junior sister, you must understand it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against hidden arrows. Jiang Linyuan said calmly. With Lu Tingting's skill level, as long as she is present, even if the fish in the pond meet, she can easily manage the situation. Such matters can only be done secretly. Su Muji fell silent for a moment, revealing a mischievous smile. You really aren't a good person. Aren't you afraid Lu Tingting will resent you after she finds out? Jiang Linyuan looked surprised. Su Junior sister, what are you talking about? Isn't this your doing? Su Muji was stunned, shocked by the shamelessness of the man before her. What are you saying, Jiang classmate? I don't understand. I'm just a good girl who I can't bear to do such things. She pretended to be innocent, making Jiang Linyuan's skin crawl. It's fine, then it was Zhuang Yin who did it. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand and said openly. Upon hearing this, Su Muji sighed deeply. How did someone like you stay by Shen Wanya's side for so long? Do you want to know? Jiang Linyuan crossed his arms confidently. Of course. The answer is quite obvious. You really have overdone the self-love. Jiang Linyuan retorted. Then why do you say that? Su Muji pondered for a while and shook her head. I'm not sure. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji with contempt. What does that look in your eyes mean? Don't think I can't tell you're imitating Shen Wanyu. Jiang Linyuan was unwilling to continue this pointless banter with Su Muji, preferring to ask the person directly. Along the way, he hoped to see if he could unlock a reward card. He took out his phone and directly messaged Shen Wanyu. Minister, do you like me? Just say it, I can be your boyfriend. Before long, Shen Wanyu sent a message. Are you ungrateful? How can you say it's repaying kindness with enmity? Minister, your favor is far from repaid. Jiang Linyuan quickly retorted, but this time Shen Wanyu did not respond. Why hasn't the stingy minister issued the reward card yet? Jiang Linyuan shook his head, putting away his phone, and looked over at the grinning Su Muji. Once I've dealt with Lu Tingting, I'll use you, the smiling tiger, as my card swiper. Su Muji noticed Jiang Linyuan's gaze, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling with joy. Jiang, your eyes seem to have ulterior motives. You wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? Spring flowers bloom, a shameless woman. Just a glance and you think I like you. I'm going to give you a harsh review. You can insult my taste, but you cannot insult my character. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the minister. Jiang Linyuan shot a sidelong glance at Su Muji. Su Muji twitched her lips. Whether this man has any character aside, how is insulting taste even a thing? What's wrong with my face? Ignoring Su Muji's mental activities, Jiang Linyuan pointed at the members of the badminton club practicing ahead. Su, I didn't bring you to the badminton club to please me. You should get to training soon. Who wants to please you? Su Muji's eyebrows shot up, and just as she was about to say something, Jiang Linyuan said seriously. I'm going to the bathroom, you just stand here and don't move. Taking advantage of my words, then he quickly slipped away. It's easy to escape. Who doesn't know that? If I lingered a moment longer, that woman would have made a move on me. Alas, male safety. In recent days, the badminton club's training results have not been ideal. After all being at the bottom for years, even with Su Muji, this outlandish talent, the dilapidated sect remains a makeshift operation, showing no obvious improvement. Su, do you think we will win the four-school tournament? We will win, Su Muji replied seriously after training ended, then shook her head. Though I want to say that the difficulty is still too great. Jiang Linyuan sighed as well. The level of the badminton club can't be said to be a gathering of talents, it's simply a mess. There are only 2 or 3 who can actually stand out. However, losing doesn't matter to him, it has little to do with him, as he is merely an intermediary. Lu Tingting is the core. Su, how is the main business going? Recalling this, Jiang Linyuan inquired about the fish pond situation with Lu Tingting. Su Muji forced a smile. Zhuang Yin has already clarified things with those 2. What was Lu Tingting's reaction? Jiang Linyuan asked again. Su Muji paused before saying, she has been training diligently these days with no abnormalities. What's with this little green tea? Her fish pond is on the verge of exploding, yet she's still playing badminton. Enlightened. Seeming to catch Jiang Linyuan's confusion, Su Muji chuckled. Don't you know? Lu Tingting was previously on the school badminton team, but was later dropped. If she performs well in the competition, there's a chance she might return to the team. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback, then nodded. This is the first time I've heard of it. What's wrong with you, Jiang? You can't be. I'm not even as serious as you. Su Muji said with a stern expression. Jiang Linyuan scoffed. Why should I do everything? What do I need you for? Su Muji. Her fist had hardened. I'll hang this man's head on a street lamp one day. Both big and small heads will be hung together. So Lu Tingting is not just an ordinary green tea. Jiang Linyuan pondered. As the saying goes, without dreams, what's the difference from being carefree? Clearly, Lu Tingting is not a carefree person. Regardless of her green tea demeanor, her passion for badminton is undeniably genuine. What's wrong? Are you having regrets? Su Muji squinted her eyes, smiling as she looked at Jiang Linyuan. Regret what? Jiang Linyuan was confused, not understanding what this woman was on about. Haven't you thought about the impact on Lu Tingting after her fish pond explodes? Su Muji reminded him. Jiang Linyuan looked at her, as if she were foolish. Of course her reputation will suffer and public opinion will rise. It's such a simple principle that you don't know. Su Muji couldn't tell if he was pretending to be silly or really didn't understand, plainly stating. Lu Tingting has been training hard lately, and with public opinion rising, do you think she won't be affected? She has put in considerable effort for the competition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan fell silent. What's with this little Su being so empathetic? Her thoughts are not quite right. I'm not spreading rumors, I'm just stating the facts. If she suffers the consequences, then so be it. But then he hesitated and looked at Su Muji. Are you a lesbian? Su Muji, unsure of Jiang Linyuan's thoughts, revealed a sweet smile. I like men. No need to explain, I want. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand. Su Muji took a long breath, her chest rising and falling, and said irritably, I don't like you either. Looking at her slightly flushed face, Jiang Linyuan felt she had helped him a lot, So he should reward her. Su, thank you this. Before he finished speaking, Su Muji cheerfully interrupted him. Jiang Linyuan looked at her smile and felt something was off. What exactly does this woman want? And then there was the matter of Lu Tingting and the school team. He thought for a moment and felt it would be better to inquire about some news from the minister, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Wanyu. Minister, do you know anything about Lu Tingting? She was on the badminton school team before. That's Lu Tingting, who one shouldn't judge by appearances. It's said she's too timing. She usually plays seriously, really putting on a show. Don't talk, they're looking over. Quick, let's go. On the badminton court, Lu Tingting hit a high ball, which the opponent failed to catch, hurriedly picking up the shuttlecock. She wiped her sweat and looked at the two girls who had been whispering, just now tightening her grip on the racket. In the badminton club, her outstanding looks and superb skills have already made her the target of envy. Recently, due to the uproar over Zhuang Yin along with the unfortunate turn of her own fish pond, her reputation has... In the entire badminton club, almost everyone kept their distance from her. Hey, Green Tea BTCH, why can't you be arrogant anymore? Hearing the voice, Lu Tingting turned her head and saw Zhuang Yin sneering. Did you do this? She asked. Zhuang Yin crossed her arms. What, you can do it, but I can't say anything. Lu Tingting remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. If you can't manage your boyfriend, what's the point of taking it out on me? Zhuang Yin was initially furious, but then calmed down. Wang Bo is an idiot who I misjudged him, but I can't stand you green tea betches. Are you done talking? Lu Tingting asked calmly. Once I'm done, I'm going back to practice. Zhuang Yin was taken aback, snorting. Your matters are all over campus, and your counselor even came to talk to you. You still have the energy to play badminton. To put it bluntly, what right do you have to represent the badminton club in the four-school tournament? Isn't the competition about skill, eh? Lu Tingting retorted. You who were cut from the school team think your skills are that high, eh? Zhuang Yin scoffed, raising her racket. Come on, let's practice. Lu Tingting released her tied ponytail, decisively saying, all right. The worse the school, the more extraordinary individuals there are. The better the school, the more divine they become. Xingnan University is neither good nor bad, so it has both many extraordinary individuals and their excellence. The two fish caught by Lu Tingting are also extraordinary individuals. Upon discovering that both of them wear green hats, they didn't rush to find Lu Tingting. Instead, they began to argue with each other. I must say, sometimes the smaller head reacts faster than the bigger one. However, amidst their back-and-forth questioning of then, I ask you, their brains quickly elbowed each other back to a normal level of intelligence. Brother, I misunderstood you earlier. Since you called me brother, what else can I say? Lu Tingting is yours now. Dude, I don't have pica. I didn't know chocolate was covered with excrement before, but now that I know, how could I possibly eat it? The two of them staged a yodel drama, standing united in their resolve to take fierce revenge on Lu Tingting. This green tea. East Expedition. Tea discussion. The two quickly announced Lu Tingting's various actions as a bad girl on all social media platforms. College students love gossip, especially when it involves matters between men and women. They are all bloodthirsty spectators. Thus, word spread rapidly from 1 person to 10 and from 10 to 100 that Lu Tingting was too timing. So what was Lu Tingting doing amidst such a storm? The answer is practicing ball. In these days, Lu Tingting has been practicing for the four-school league. She even seemed indifferent to Jiang Linyuan's advances. Wait, she really doesn't care at all. Jiang Linyuan furrowed his brows. There must be something unusual. Had Lu Tingting given up on herself? Is this four-school league so important to her? Or is she planning to handle it coldly? Jiang Linyuan pondered, glancing at Su Muji, who seemed very enthusiastic. What do you think, Su? The reason isn't important, is it? Isn't your goal already achieved? Su Muji fixed her gaze on Jiang Linyuan's eyes, raising her index finger and gently shaking it, smiling. Lu Tingting's current situation is indeed stormy. It's a great opportunity to take advantage of. What do you mean by taking advantage of? This is about offering timely help. Jiang Linyuan corrected Su Muji's wording. Indeed, it was time for me to rescue Lu Tingting from peril. As for how this peril came to be, don't ask. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan with a righteous demeanor and curled her lip. Just as Jiang Linyuan was about to find Lu Tingting, Su Muji suddenly laughed. Zhuang Yin told me that Lu Tingting injured her foot while playing ball, and she might not be able to participate in the four-school league. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Injured at this time? Where is she now? Lu Tingting? Of course, Lu Tingting. Why would I ask about Zhuang Yin? Hee, I thought you were also interested in Zhuang Yin. I see you're also sexually repressed. Jiang Linyuan didn't engage with Su Muji further and learned that Lu Tingting was in the infirmary. He quickly headed over, and as soon as he entered, he heard a surprised voice. Oh, you came to see her. Don't you know about that bitch? In society, Zhuang Jie is ruthless with her words. Jiang Linyuan turned his head to find Zhuang Yin looking at him with disdain. Do you want me to tell you about it? No need. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand and asked, how is Lu Tingting's injury? Zhuang Yin paused for a moment upon hearing this, then snorted coldly. She sprained her ankle, nothing serious. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, his expression strange. You brought her here. Zhuang Yin turned her face away. She got injured while playing with me. Of course I brought her here. As she spoke, her tone became a bit impatient, and she stamped her foot. All right, now that you the sycophant are here, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. Why is she being so tsundere? Acting like an elementary school student. Jiang Linyuan shook his head with a smile and walked into the temporary resting room, where he saw Lu Tingting leaning against the bed. Her long black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. Upon seeing Jiang Linyuan, her expression momentarily froze, then she revealed a faint smile. Oh, it's the junior. That smile was clearly forced. After all the rumors about Lu Tingting being a bad girl were rampant outside. No matter how she appeared outwardly, she surely felt unhappy inside. I heard that the senior was injured, so I came to check on you, Jiang Linyuan said. Lu Tingting nodded and replied, it's nothing serious, just a sprain and I'll be fine after a few days of rest. I just won't be able to participate in the four-school league. She smiled lightly as she spoke, her voice very soft. It's a bit of a pity. Is it really a pity? Jiang Linyuan asked again. Lu Tingting's eyes flickered, then she lowered her gaze and said, haven't you heard what people are saying about me outside? A two-timing bad girl. A green tea bitch. Jiang Linyuan pulled up a chair and sat down, responding quite naturally. You know, huh? Lu Tingting's expression didn't change as she directly asked, then why did you come to find me? Those words may just be others' prejudices, I believe. It's true. Lu Tingting interrupted Jiang Linyuan's words, her expression turning cold. Those things are all true. Jiang Linyuan fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I know. So you came to watch my jokes. Lu Tingting continued. If I wanted to see jokes, I would have come long ago. Jiang Linyuan revealed a confident smile. After all, I knew from the very beginning that the senior was raising fish. Lu Tingting froze for a moment, as if seeing Jiang Linyuan for the first time, then laughed. You came to find me, just to say, no. Jiang Linyuan shook his head. From the very beginning I said I heard that the senior was injured, so I came to check up. Now that I've seen, can I leave? Lu Tingting said, casually, showing a hint of impatience. No, now that I've seen, I want to talk to the senior about you leading the team to participate in the four-school league. I'm just saying I sprained my foot, can't you see? Lu Tingting tilted her head back and laughed, pointing at her leg. Why can't you? Jiang Linyuan glanced at her and said, you're not really injured, are you? Lu Tingting slowly withdrew her smile, turned her face away, her tone stiff. I don't understand what you're saying. Jiang Linyuan, seemingly oblivious, continued, you know, senior, every time you play badminton you always tie your hair up in a high ponytail, but when I saw you this time your hair was down. Hearing this, Lu Tingting subconsciously touched her loose hair and lowered her head. I just didn't want to tie it up today. After a while, when she didn't hear Jiang Linyuan's voice, she looked up in confusion. What met her eyes was a simple hair tie, black with a nameplate. I think you look better with your hair tied up. Jiang Linyuan gently placed the hair tie down and said, every year the school team selects some outstanding members from relevant clubs. This year's four-school league is a great opportunity for you to prove yourself. It's also an opportunity for you to return to the school team. Giving this up is too regrettable. Lu Tingting didn't look up at Jiang Linyuan, remaining silent for a while, then said, many people in the badminton club don't want to see me show off. If I participate in the competition, I'll just be criticized for being undeserving of my position. Jiang Linyuan chuckled lightly and said, plainly, in sports what matters is strength, not personal ethics. In terms of strength and ranking, you're already number one. At this point he paused, revealing a faint smile in my heart. Lu Tingting was taken aback, looking into Jiang Linyuan's eyes, unable to speak. Jiang Linyuan didn't say anything further, stood up and left space for Lu Tingting alone. The cramped space fell completely silent. Lu Tingting's gaze unintentionally drifted towards the hair tie that Jiang Linyuan had brought. Under the illumination of the bright lights, the nameplate on the hair tie gleamed. The engraved words, keep it up, shone brightly, illuminating her eyes. On the day of the inter-university badminton tournament, Lu Tingting secured victory, not through skill alone, but by deflecting public scrutiny with a well-timed elbow strike, thus avoiding imprisonment and triumphing in the revival match. She stepped onto the court reborn, radiating the poised charm of a second-life phoenix. Watching Lu Tingting shine on the badminton court, Su Muji turned her head toward Jiang Linyuan beside her and teased with a knowing smile. Ah, the power of love truly is magnificent. It even overcomes physical pain. Magnificent is me, not some hollow notion of love, Xiao Su. Do you understand? Jiang Linyuan retorted coldly. But I contributed quite a bit too. Su Muji pretended not to hear his odd address, beaming as she clasped her hands together. No, our magnificence is shared, truly ours. What nonsense are you spouting? This glory belongs solely to me. Jiang Linyuan corrected with mild irritation. When a student excels on an exam with a pen, does one credit the pen or the hand that wields it? Conversely, if the pen runs dry and the student fails, surely the blame falls entirely upon the pen. Su Muji's smile froze midair. So now he truly sees me as a mere tool. By that logic, she countered lightly, if someone commits murder with a knife, the guilt rests wholly upon the wielder, not the blade. She blinked once, then smiled sweetly. Haha, classmate Su, just a jest, of course. After all, we're sworn siblings in spirit and heart. Jiang Linyuan instantly shifted expression, bursting into hearty laughter. Yet inwardly he seethed, that scheming woman never stays still. Already she's threatening to expose Lu Tingting's calculated charm. Shangyang tested a horse's strength, Bygone probed the heart's depths. There'll be ample time ahead to teach this reckless girl a lesson. Su Muji offered a polite, glacial smile, and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. From what she knew of this infuriating man, he was ruthlessly pragmatic. When useful, she was dear junior sister, trusted comrade. When inconvenient, he discarded her without hesitation. Who are you anyway? So, you've already won Lu Tingting's heart. Su Muji watched the ponytail swaying on the court, its metallic hairband catching the light with startling brilliance. She recalled how Lu Tingting had never worn such ornate accessories before. Next comes the natural progression, deepening affection then. As Su Muji murmured to herself, Jiang Linyuan cut in flatly, unnecessary. It's already over. His words left even Louis XVI baffled, and Su Muji blinked in genuine confusion. What do you mean? Logically, this is only just beginning. Jiang Linyuan spoke with quiet certainty. I intend to confess to Lu Tingting the moment this match concludes. The system's reward required only a fleeting genuine spark of affection from her. A single unguarded thought, I truly like him. And right now Lu Tingting met that condition precisely. Fortune beckoned. No, you'll certainly be rejected. Su Muji began, then paused. Realization dawned. He sought rejection. Of course, he, a man so effortlessly charismatic, could never fail repeatedly against such delicate charms unless he willed it. He craved rejection. Was he truly a masochist? Perhaps. After all, he harbored a peculiar fascination for cunning, calculating beauties. Greater eccentricity wouldn't surprise her. A sudden insight struck Su Muji. Several girls who'd previously rejected his confessions later approached him privately, hoping to begin a romance, only to be swiftly declined. Back then Su Muji hadn't understood. Now she did. Ah, I see. You're utterly, irredeemably wicked. Covering her mouth with one hand she laughed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Yes. He carefully sculpted himself into their idealized moonlight, a tender, understanding presence in their moments of vulnerability. He fostered the illusion that he knew them, that a beautiful future might await them both. Then at the peak of that delicate, intoxicating ambiguity, he would confess, shattering their fantasy with deliberate grace. At that precise moment their hearts had only just begun to flutter. No rational mind would accept outright. They'd instinctively seek prolongation, deeper entanglement. And Jiang Linyuan, he'd vanish, ceasing all contact, leaving behind only the most luminous, untarnished impression. Thus in every new relationship they entered his memory would resurface, fleeting, exquisite, achingly out of reach, the white moonlight forever suspended beyond grasp. How utterly despicable, yet oddly not unpleasant. Watching Su Muji's mischievous grin, Jiang Linyuan sensed she'd conjured something bizarrely elaborate in her mind. Are you entertaining rather unusual thoughts? Not at all. Su Muji replied, smiling serenely. Jiang Linyuan hesitated. Could you please suppress that lewd grin? It's revolting. Huh. Lewd. Her smile remained unchanged, but her brows lifted faintly, betraying quiet offense. Then without warning, Nong Ji Ning Zhen Lao Nixini. You truly are repulsive. What gibberish is that? You're sneaking in dialect insults, aren't you? Though Jiang Linyuan couldn't decipher her words, the venom in her tone was unmistakable. Are you insulting me? Oh no, I'm praising you. In Shanghai this is how locals compliment outsiders. So you're a true Shanghainese elder. Remarkable. I wonder if the Oriental Pearl Tower will transform into a defensive turret and obliterate me for speaking with you. Heavens no. Su Muji's smile bloomed like a peony as she whispered, we're not that conservative. This Su Muji grew bolder by the day. You wield Shanghai dialect. I command the refined elegance of Jinling. Let's see who yields. You deceitful flatterer. Classmate Jiang, is that an insult? Not at all. In Jinling this is our highest form of praise. Back and forth they bantered. Two tongues, two cultures, yet each word resonated with unspoken sincerity, each silence thick with mutual understanding. True resonance of spirit needs no translation. This surely was its perfect embodiment. Amidst their tender, sparkling exchange, the inter-university tournament drew to its close. Sinan University's overall performance was underwhelming, yet by final standings they claimed fourth place. A modest triumph, though the attending university officials wore grim, unimpressed expressions. Why? Hard to guess. Though the team's collective strength faltered, Lu Tingting's individual brilliance shone dazzlingly, and she herself seemed utterly content. The moment the match ended, she swept her gaze across the stands, then beamed sweetly at Jiang Linyuan and dashed over. Oh, classmate Jiang, your turn to shine. Still planning to sit here and chat? Su Muji glanced at Lu Tingting and asked, grinning, you my dear wingman, why are you still sitting? Hurry, go. I'll give it to Lu Tingting later, Jiang Linyuan muttered, disgruntled. Su Muji remained motionless. Jiang Linyuan sighed deeply, adopting a paternal tone. We're adults now. Learn to regulate your emotions. No childish tantrums. Go now. Su Muji's smile widened. I'll bring you one too. Without waiting for refusal, she bounded off toward the vending machine. Jiang Linyuan paid her no further mind, turning instead to Lu Tingting, whose radiant smile drew nearer. Senior sister, your performance was magnificent. Is it the ball that looks beautiful, or the person Lu Tingting playfully asked. Jiang Linyuan naturally picked up the conversation. Lu Tingting smiled happily. Junior brother, you still know how to make. After saying that, a faint blush appeared on her face, and her gaze toward Jiang Linyuan became a bit evasive, as if she was struggling with something. What's with that expression? What's with that posture? Jiang Linyuan was somewhat shocked, not knowing what Lu Tingting wanted to say. Junior brother, thank you. Regardless of whether I can return to the school team, I still thank you. Lu Tingting took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Linyuan seriously. Today it was you who made me stand here, truly thank you. You startled me. Thanking is one thing, but why blush? I thought you were going to confess. But if you want confess, then. With his acting skills in full swing, Jiang Linyuan focused his gaze, smiled, and said to Lu Tingting before him, Senior sister, said it was I who let you stand here, but wasn't it the same for me? Today I am here for senior sister. Lu Tingting was taken aback, her heart racing uncontrollably, her mind momentarily unable to process. Junior brother, what does that mean? I like you, senior sister. Would you be my girlfriend? Jiang Linyuan said earnestly. Although somewhat anticipated, hearing these words still surprised Lu Tingting. Do I like Jiang Linyuan? It's hard to say, maybe I have a favorable impression. But Lu Tingting touched the hair tie on her ponytail, her expression hesitant. This hair tie she probably wouldn't forget for a long time. After a long silence, Lu Tingting finally spoke. Isn't this a bit too rushed? I'm sorry, but I can't agree right now. Oh, I see. Jiang Linyuan slowly retracted his smile and nodded. I understand, senior sister. Goodbye. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Lu Tingting watched his dejected figure as he left, reaching out her hand, moving her lips as if to say something, but in the end she remained silent quietly, watching Jiang Linyuan leave. Let's let junior brother be alone for a while, then we can talk properly later. Eek. Great. I hit the jackpot. The host's emotions are being manipulated by a bad woman. Target Lu Tingting. Bad woman quality B. Level reward exchange card has been issued. What a pleasant sound, another reward card in hand. Come on, Master Tongzi, let's draw and see what good rewards we get. Jiang Linyuan cheerfully drew his reward. Level reward drawing in progress. Acquired special skill Wall Street Wolf. Wall Street Wolf randomly predicts the price fluctuation of a small to medium stock within a month. Cooldown 1. What a strange name for a skill. What does it mean to be a Wall Street Wolf? Can peeking at stock curves be considered wolfish? This system is quite ridiculous. The previous one, renewed, also gave off a strange vibe. After complaining about the system, Jiang Linyuan began to ponder this ability. To be honest, the instability of this skill is too great. What does it mean to predict a stock randomly? If that stock falls continuously for a month, wouldn't it just be useless? Forget it, let's give it a try. Jiang Linyuan directly activated Wall Street Wolf, and a wavy line appeared in his mind. That line was even more exaggerated than the ECG of a defibrillator reviving a patient. Buy low, sell high. WC. Awesome. Wall Street Wolf, I'm definitely in. I can already see the stock's underwear. Why do you look so lecherous? Can you get aroused just by looking at the air? A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Jiang Linyuan looked sideways. Oh, it's my foolish sister. I wonder where she popped out from. Heh, wearing yellow glasses, everything looks yellow to you. Yes, so can you explain to me about your recent dealings with Lu Tingting? Is it because of all that yellow nonsense in your head? Jiang Jiu started with complex sentences, glaring at Jiang Linyuan with an unfriendly expression. Jiang Linyuan sighed. Sis, I appreciate your concern, but am not pleased with your questioning tone. After all, are you being a bit too nosy? Do you have a crush on me? You should know that such things between siblings are taboo. Jiang Jiu was furious and she stomped on him. He getting anxious now. Jiang Linyuan dodged her attack calmly and said with a smile. So petty. This person. Jiang Jiu widened her eyes, gritting her teeth. How can I not care? If you find a girlfriend who causes trouble every day, who knows how chaotic it will be at home? You know what kind of person I am, so why worry? It's because I know what kind of person you are that I'm worried. Jiang Jiu shouted. The previous few girls were just flirting with others. You could just have fun with them. But that Shin Bihan and this Lu Tingting are both bad girls, the kind that deceive for money and affection. I see you're worried about me getting hurt. Thank you, sister. Jiang Linyuan said with a serious expression. Jiang Jiu was somewhat unaccustomed to his sudden seriousness. Her voice softened, but still fierce. I just think that after you get fooled by those bad women, you'll definitely come to me crying, and I'll have to comfort you, which is so troublesome. Sis, being tsundere is so outdated. Go die, you simping fool. Jiang Jiu lunged at Jiang Linyuan, head-butting him in the chest. Don't worry, I have no intention of dating right now. Oh, everything I'm doing is just to accumulate experience to practice in it. Jiang Linyuan casually held her head back with one hand and said lightly. He thought Jiang Jiu would stop there, but unexpectedly she became even angrier. Aren't you just one of those guys who mess around with others and then look for an honest woman to take over when you're tired? Should honest girls suffer? WC, my sister is actually right. If we switch genders, the bad woman would be. Seeing Jiang Linyuan silent, Jiang Jiu found it hard to continue, just angrily extending a hand. What's up? Jiang Linyuan asked. Give me your phone, let's see if you have any bad women on your WeChat. Jiang Jiu puffed out her non-existent chest, and then you show me your phone. Oh, I want to see if there are any blonde girls. Jiang Linyuan asked. Here you go. Jiang Jiu tossed her phone over without hesitation. She really trusts me, little sister. Jiang Linyuan felt a bit ashamed because he was not as straightforward as his sister. But then he thought, as the elder brother, it's normal to check the phone. Absolutely justified. And what right does a sister have to look at her brother's phone? As Jiang Linyuan justified himself, he browsed through Jiang Ziu's WeChat, finding it healthy and safe. It's just that the note I made for myself is a bit excessive. Ooh, what does simping brother mean? I love Hajio. What about your WeChat? Show me. Jiang Yu never ceased to redefine my perception of you. Su Muji glanced at Jiang Jiao, who was clinging tightly to Jiang Linyuan's chest, her lips curling into a faint knowing smile. Then clearly you don't know him well enough. Before Jiang Linyuan could utter a word, Jiang Jiao turned sharply towards Su Muji, baring her teeth with playful ferocity. Protective instincts flared to life. Is she your friend? She leaned close to Jiang Linyuan and whispered softly. I suppose so. Jiang Linyuan conceded with reluctant nod, then fixed Su Muji with a dry look. You were sent to buy water, not summon wind or rain. Why so slow? My. Su Muji arched a delicate brow, her smile unwavering. That's simply how I operate. If she hadn't deliberately dawdled, Jiang Linyuan swore, he'd devoured 20 miniature cakes in one breath. He suspected she'd finished her errand long ago, lurking somewhere unseen, watching him like a cat stalking prey. Jiang Jiao studied her elder brother's exasperated expression, then Su Muji's serene, smiling face. Her gaze sharpened with quiet contemplation. Leaning in, she murmured, how close are you two? Warm breath brushed Jiang Linyuan's ear, sending a faint shiver down his neck. Just ordinary friends, he replied evenly. A bystander then, nothing more. Hearing such unguarded candor, Jiang Jiao's initial suspicion that this stranger was some scheming specter daring to covet her brother melted into mild disinterest, just another stray dog. Su Muji watched Jiang Jiao's expression shift, and her own smile subtly dimmed. That insufferable man must have slandered me again. But what precisely is this girl's role? Far too trusting of him. Time for a test. Oh, I had no idea Jiang was already taken. I'm truly envious. Her voice glided like honeyed silk, sweet and cloying. So much so that Jiang Linyuan's skin prickled with goose flesh. What business is it of yours whether he has a girlfriend? Jiang Jiao bristled, instantly recoiling from the saccharine tone. With no pretense, she fired back. Do you fancy him? His silence in defending his claim confirmed she wasn't his girlfriend, yet her lingering hostility suggested deep familiarity. A close friend then. Childhood sweetheart. Or perhaps sister, or older sister. Su Muji lowered her lashes, a soft, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Jiang is simply fascinating. I couldn't help but be intrigued. Jiang Jiao's eyes narrowed, poised to retort. You. A girl like you. Dare pursue my brother. Yet fearing she might damage her brother's social standing, she pivoted instead toward Jiang Linyuan. What do you think? Would someone like her even dare aspire to me, eh? Jiang Linyuan scoffed, disdain dripping from every syllable. Just as I expected. Satisfied, Jiang Jiao gave a crisp nod and lifted her chin towards Su Muji. Did you hear that? Su Muji studied Jiang Jiao and found herself struck by an uncanny resemblance, same sharp wit, same irreverent aura, as if they shared not blood alone but temperament. Are you Jiang's younger sister? She asked again. Is she my sister, or not? Is that any concern of yours? Jiang Jiao shot back, without hesitation. Twice now. Su Muji's gaze stilled, then softened into a practiced, placid smile. No. I merely admire how deeply you care for each other. If you truly admire our bond, why intrude upon it? Is your emotional intelligence truly that underdeveloped? Confirmed siblings, either brother-sister or sister-brother. Su Muji's lips twitched involuntarily. Huh, just like my little sister. Jiang Linyuan watched the light fade from Su Muji's smile and felt a surge of delight. With a brisk, dismissive wave, he commanded, go. Go, go. Su Muji paused, then offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Fine. I brought this upon. She glanced down at the 2 bottles of water in her hands, shook her head, and turned away, her dejected posture stirring a pang of guilt in Jiang Jiao. She came here to bring you water. Did I go too far just now? Not at all, little sister. You simply don't understand women, especially not Su Muji. Jiang Linyuan wagged a finger, grinning. Those are crocodile tears. Jiang Jiao kicked him lightly, scowling. Stop joking around. Go comfort her already. If she feels offended by what I said, she need only tell me. I'll apologize next time. Jiang Linyuan almost objected, until he remembered if he lingered, his younger sister would surely pounce on the topic of his WeChat account. All right. I'll do exactly as my dear sister commands. Watching his brother vanish down the path, Jiang Jiao sighed. Is there a single normal girl he ever interacts with? Your family truly upholds impeccable values, Su Muji remarked coolly as Jiang Linyuan approached. It depends on the person, Jiang Linyuan replied cheerfully. Ah, so the fault lies with me then. Su Muji countered, lacing her words with subtle irony. My sister speaks bluntly. That's just her nature. If anything I said upset you, I sincerely apologize. Name your terms. I'll meet them. Jiang Linyuan added. She aired, you apologize? Su Muji regarded him with genuine surprise. Well, what else should I do? Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. We stand united outwardly, but between just us two, that's another matter entirely. He shook his head, unwilling to dwell further, and turned to Su Muji. Regardless, you contributed greatly to resolving Lu Tingting's situation. Name a time. I'll treat you to dinner. Su Muji blinked, then covered her mouth, laughing. Oh, am I your next target? I considered it, at first. But now, not really. Jiang Linyuan shrugged indifferently. Su Muji was indeed an attire card, but her conquest threshold was, if Shun Wanyu was an iceberg, slowly melting under patient effort, then Su Muji was the abyssal sea surface, calm depths unfathomable. The deeper one descended, the greater the pressure, and the harder it became to resurface. Friendship. Yes. Romance. Best left untouched. Hearing such startling honesty, Su Muji grinned mischievously, and Shun Wanyu. Haven't you been pursuing her? Have you given up? As for her, Jiang Linyuan smiled faintly, eyes downcast. We'll see what fate brings. There's history there. Instantly a cascade of theories flooded Su Muji's mind, yet she voiced none. Instead, she asked something entirely unrelated. When you confessed to Lu Tingting, did you ever imagine she might say yes? And if she had, what then? Would you truly enter a relationship with her? What else would I do? Jiang Linyuan replied. Su Muji's gaze grew thoughtful. But you don't love her. Huh? Does that even matter? Her acceptance would demand sacrifice on her part. Only then would it be fair. Staring at his tranquil expression, Su Muji realized. Jiang Linyuan was profoundly twisted in certain ways. Just like herself. By the way, where's the water you bought? Jiang Linyuan asked. Here, it's yours. Su Muji handed over a bottle. I want the one you're holding. Oh, this one's already been opened. Precisely why I trust it. EW, how utterly perverse. Disgusted, Su Muji thrust the second bottle toward him. Jiang Linyuan took the bottle and drank deeply, only for a shockwave of intense sour sweetness to explode across his palate, jolting straight to his crown. Trapped. What on earth did she put in this? Delicious, isn't it? Su Muji asked, eyes dancing with mirth. Jiang Linyuan's expression remained unreadable, though his smile was strained. Absolutely exquisite. She anticipated my anticipation. Su Muji laughed, radiant and unrestrained, worth every bit of effort. Seeing Jiang so delighted makes it all worthwhile. How very kind of you. Thank you so much. Jiang Linyuan ground out through clenched teeth. That infuriating. A week has passed since the reward card burst forth from Lu Tingting. During this week, Jiang Linyuan took steps onto the divine staircase of the stock market, aided by the Wall Street Wolf. The shy red line of the stock market was slowly being breached by him, gradually revealing its alluring figure. Yes, yes, both poetry and the distant horizon were within reach. I must become the unparalleled stock god. Senior, are you free tonight? Just as Jiang Linyuan was admiring his splendid achievements, a text message interrupted his thoughts. It's the binary sister. Is there something you need? I promised to treat you to dinner. You haven't forgotten, have you? Jiang Linyuan was startled, sitting up in shock. Had he forgotten? Indeed he had. In recent days he had been engrossed in a romance with the stock market, the cold growth of his balance gradually numbing his heart and causing him to neglect the warmth of real life. Money truly is the root of all evil. It corrupts my Tao heart. Junior, just tell me the location, I'll be there soon. As Jiang Linyuan stepped into KFC, he immediately spotted Lin Yilan sitting there stiffly. Her delicate lips were slightly pursed, forming a cool arc, her expression serious and earnest, giving off an air of someone difficult to approach. The binary sister feeling down. Haha, you look beautiful today, Junior. Jiang Linyuan greeted her cheerfully. Lin Yilan maintained her stern expression. If only you remembered that I was treating you, I might be happy to hear that. After saying this, she shook her head and directly asked, what would you like to eat? The binary sister had this advantage. Her emotions came quickly and went just as fast. Unlike a certain petty smiling tiger, Jiang Linyuan casually ordered some food and then asked, have you adapted to university life, Junior? Lin Yilan nodded. It's much easier than I imagined. After saying this, she looked at Jiang Linyuan, hesitating to speak. Junior, if you have something to say, feel free to speak your mind. Jiang Linyuan noticed her hesitation and prompted her directly. After hearing this, Lin Yilan hesitated and said, these days I've heard some rumors about you, Senior. Fame has its ups and downs. What was in the past is the past, and now it's perverse. Jiang Linyuan said candidly. One can't control what others say. Rather than exhausting oneself, it's better to blame others. Lin Yilan listened to Jiang Linyuan's words, her little face unable to maintain its composure, and she pretended to be serious. Many people say that you're a green tea BTCH. They say you always have bad luck in love, that every girl you like is not a good person. Oh, it's too much, this kind of rumor. Heh, green tea BTCH. Junior, you don't have to be so cautious with your words. Jiang Linyuan said nonchalantly. How can it be like this? Lin Yilan raised an eyebrow and said seriously, they are slandering you, Senior. They are adding strange rumors about you. That's terrible, isn't it? You need to clarify things. Looking at her serious face, Jiang Linyuan turned his head and coughed. Well, let me clarify. Oh, what they said is not a rumor. Lin Yilan, once full of confidence, was instantly stunned, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe. She asked, wow, what's going on? I always thought you were the kind of person who remained unmoved amid storms. Turns out it's because the truth is hard to refute that you've kept silent. Seeing Lin Yilan fall silent, Jiang Linyuan wore a proud expression. Haha. So, Junior, if you ever meet a little green tea, you must introduce her to me. What is this guy talking about? Lin Yilan looked at Jiang Linyuan in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of his words. After a long while, she managed to say, Senior, you should have some self-respect and love yourself. Hee, this binary sister is really cute. After dealing with a woman like Su Muji, looking at this innocent little Junior makes Jiang Linyuan feel refreshed. Suddenly, Lin Yilan seemed to remember something. Her face slightly flushed, her gaze evasive, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So Minister Shin really said you like to harass girls? This child is a bit dense. Do you realize that this sentence could offend two people? Jiang Linyuan said earnestly. Minister Shun is actually at Sundara. Most of what she says is the opposite of her true feelings. This must be her shy way of expressing her enthusiasm for me. Sundara. Lin Yilan could not imagine Minister Shun with her ice-cold demeanor acting shy. Indeed, don't let her cold exterior fool you. She's actually very enthusiastic toward me, even inviting me for coffee and sending me red envelopes to pursue me. Look, she must be secretly in love with me, but is too shy to admit it, thinking that you might pose a threat, which is why she speaks ill. Right. Lin Yilin shook her head, maintaining her stern expression. Senior, are you talking nonsense again? I'm just speaking the truth. You Junior, you're so beautiful, full of charm, and with such a good personality, it's not impossible for me to like you, so the minister's concern is understandable. Jiang Linyuan said with a grin. Lin Yilin, who had always been good and obedient, had never heard such direct words. Her neck and ears turned completely red, and she angrily said, I wouldn't like a senior like you. Am I being rejected? I'm so sad I want to transfer to Hogwarts. Senior. The binary sister let out a sharp cry, her face turning red like a steam engine. Haha, Junior, stop talking. Our food seems to be ready. I'll go get it. Seeing this, Jiang Linyuan stopped saying more quickly, laughed it off, and turned to leave. Threat averted. It's often said that the trope of a hero saving a beauty never goes out of style, and it's not a girl who has just entered university faces unfair treatment, but at this moment, a handsome guy standing in front of her, speaking up for her. One can't help but have some beautiful fantasies. If Lin Yilin were a bad woman, Jiang Linyuan wouldn't mind continuing on. But since she is an innocent little girl, let's not ruin her. Up until now, my image in the binary sister's mind must be utterly ruined. Wow. This senior, just so frivolous. I used to think he was a particularly reliable and mature person. Lin Yilin looked at Jiang Linyuan's back, patting her own face. So hot. She turned her head, trying not to look at Jiang Linyuan, but unintentionally stole a glance at him. Clearly looking at his back, yet only daring to do so. My face is so red, but I can't see it. A senior must have noticed. While Lin Yilin was sneakily glancing at Jiang Linyuan, she suddenly heard a voice beside her. Hey, is there someone sitting here? Lin Yilin was startled and saw a short-haired girl with a beaming smile. She looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her. Before Lin Yilin could respond, the girl naturally sat down and smiled at her. Classmate, there is someone here already. How rude. Lin Yilin frowned and glared at the girl in front of her. Why don't you sit somewhere else? The short-haired girl laughed heartily and playfully asked, It's fine, I'll leave soon. Let's be friends, shall we? Lin Yilin's frown deepened. Are you one of those pin-selling scammers? The short-haired girl was taken aback for a moment, then laughed again, saying, No, but has anyone told you that you are really cute? Lin Yilin's expression became increasingly unfriendly. I'm not interested in you. Please stop bothering me. But I'm very interested in you, the girl said, as if discovering something amusing, smiling with interest. At that moment, Jiang Linyuan happened to return. He saw the short-haired girl and waved his hand impatiently. Where did this girl come from? Just sniffing around, go away. Girlfriend. Lin Yilin stared blankly at the smiling girl in front of her, at a loss. For a small-town student, the scent of lilies was still too advanced. Jiang, classmate, how can you casually slander people? I've said it before, I like guys. The girl turned to Jiang Linyuan, raising her eyebrows and smiling. If Jiang, classmate, still doesn't believe it, you could personally test my sexual orientation. Saying this, she put on a shy demeanor, lowering her eyes. The girl was no other than Sumuji. Hearing her talk in such a way, Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. You think you're worthy? I'm not worthy, but this little junior is a... Sumuji smiled, without losing her cheerfulness, turning the topic. At this moment, Lin Yilin also came back to her senses, her gaze darting between the two, hesitantly asking, Senior, I do know her, Jiang Linyuan replied, then stood in front of Lin Yilin, lowering his voice. Don't tease her. Seeing him actively defend Lin Yilin, Sumuji became enthusiastic. Are you interested in her? Can the love-struck brain just die? Fries entangled. Without saying a word, Jiang Linyuan put on gloves, and under Lin Yilin's astonished gaze grabbed a handful of fries and shoved them towards Sumuji. Sumuji was initially startled, but didn't dodge. Instead, she proactively accepted and leisurely began eating the fries, smiling as she asked, Feeding play. Feeding play is unlikely, but feeding poop play is possible, Jiang Linyuan said, twitching his mouth. This woman truly had no boundaries. Lin Yilin watched the interaction between the two and felt somewhat uneasy. To her, with their relationship being so good, they must be a couple. Thus, the reason this female classmate approached me became quite simple. She must think there is some relationship between me and the senior, and then unconsciously remembered what Jiang Linyuan said about his charm. Her head gradually heated up, feeling dizzy, and in a panic she blurted out, I have a pure relationship with the senior. This sudden statement left both Jiang Linyuan and Sumuji stunned, turning to stare at Lin Yilin. Seeing Sumuji's gaze, she became even more flustered and hurriedly added, Today, I invited the senior out for a meal, though it has nothing to do with the senior. As soon as she said this, Sumuji revealed a meaningful smile and blinked. I haven't asked anything yet. Lin Yilin, realizing this, finally understood that her previous words sounded a bit like a denial, turning as red as a steamed crab while standing there. The binary girl stood at attention. I'm not Jiang classmate's girlfriend yet, so there's no need to be so nervous. Sumuji smiled gently. My name is Sumuji, what's your name? I'm Lin Yilin, my name is Lin Yilin. Upon hearing this, the binary girl sighed with relief and immediately Junior, don't associate too much with this guy, as she will lead you astray. Jiang Linyuan interjected between the two, first speaking to Lin Yilin, then looking at Sumuji with an arrogant expression. What brings you here, Xiao Su? If you have business, please state it. If not, please retreat. Sumuji raised her eyebrows lightly. Recently, Lu Tingting has been looking for you. Jiang Linyuan paused. Since obtaining Lu Tingting's reward card, he had deleted her contact information without the slightest hesitation, shutting himself off from the outside world, fully immersed in the stock market. He had no intention of getting involved with this expired green tea situation. I originally had no plans to do anything, but now it seems I might bring her along to find you next time. Su Muji said this with a smile on her face lightly. Haha, what a funny thing to say. With our good relationship, would you really want— Jiang Linyuan's expression immediately changed, and he said sincerely, then tell me, what is our relationship? Su Muji squinted her eyes and asked. We are like the leaves basking in the sun and the roots in the dark, inseparable and thriving together. Jiang Linyuan opened his mouth, describing their relationship quite aptly. But who knew Su Muji would react oddly to this statement? Are you implying that I owe the sun? Jiang Linyuan. This girl had already suppressed her nature to the point of being oblivious to the world. Seeing this, Su Muji unusually felt a bit embarrassed. Having spent so long with Jiang Linyuan, her thinking had unconsciously been tainted by him. After a while, she quickly changed the subject. I estimate it won't be long before Lu Tingting finds you. If she puts her mind to it, your whereabouts are quite easy to find out. After all, they were from the same school. For someone like Jiang Linyuan, a bit of inquiry would reveal his whereabouts. Jiang Linyuan trembled with anger upon hearing Su Muji's words. When will men ever have their own privacy? Isn't Lu Tingting the one from the badminton club that caused quite a stir? Lin Yilan remembered. A while ago, the school's various online platforms were filled with stories of Lu Tingting straddling. But what does this have to do with the senior? Su Muji seemed to see her confusion and smiled. Don't you know? Jiang classmate confessed to Lu Tingting. Edge. Lin Yilan looked at Jiang Linyuan in surprise. Jiang Linyuan met her gaze and waved his hand. Don't look at me with such admiration. There's nothing to be proud of. Who would admire someone for confessing to a girl who straddles two boats? Lin Yilan stomped her foot, annoyed. How can the senior still take pride in this? You were duped by a scummy girl. Not necessarily. Who deceives whom is still uncertain, Su Muji laughed. Jiang Linyuan snorted and didn't intend to say much. At that moment, his WeChat suddenly received a message from Shen Wanyu in the External Relations Department's workgroup. This weekend, the Student Council will have a gathering. Voluntary sign-up. Jiang Linyuan, you are responsible for counting the number of participants. If anyone has business, find him. A student council gathering this weekend, senior. Will everyone from the student council attend? Lin Yilan also received the message and was somewhat surprised. Jiang Linyuan nodded, probably mainly to let people from various departments get familiar with each other. There will be more activities like this in the future. Lin Yilan pondered for a moment, looking at Jiang Linyuan. Are you going, senior? I have to go. I will go too. Lin Yilan nodded. Hearing their conversation, Su Muji's eyes sparkled and her smile became even brighter. A social media platform. This is Junior Jiang's class schedule. Thank you, classmate Su. I misjudged you before. Why thank me? Didn't you yourself gather this information from Senior Lu? What does it have to do with me? Of course, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with you, classmate Su. I'm glad you understand. Lu Tingting gazed at the chat log on her phone before slowly slipping it away. It had been several days since she had unilaterally lost contact with Jiang Linyuan, and this junior brother had dared to charm her and vanish without a trace. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Recalling the classroom listed on the schedule, Lu Tingting's lips curled into a cold smile. Born in natural green tea, she nourished others, yet no one offered heaven a single thing in return. Just wait, junior brother. I'll storm your classroom door this Monday. Meanwhile, Jiang Linyuan remained blissfully unaware that he'd just been stabbed in the back by a certain devious woman. At that moment, he had transformed into an emotionless grilling machine, deftly flipping skewers of meat over the iron rack. The student union boasted a sizable membership, so they'd specially rented a villa for their group dinner. Inside the villa, open-air barbecue, a billiards room, a mini cinema, even a karaoke lounge. Every indulgence from food to fun was thoughtfully provided. Even hosting a silver party would be more than feasible. Senior, your grilling technique is truly exceptional, Lin Yilan remarked, watching Jiang Linyuan expertly rotate the sizzling meat as its mouth-watering aroma filled the air. I humbly confess, I once mastered a legendary grilling art honored with the title Zheng Guanxi, slicing the rancid. It is a peerless, world-shaking mastery. When did that happen? Zhang Shua, grilling beside him, looked puzzled. Just now, I made it up. Lin Yilan let out a soft chuckle watching the two young men at work. Feeling awkward merely standing by and observing, she volunteered. Let me help too. Junior sister, do you know how to— Jiang Linyuan asked. The binary junior sister blinked, then glanced aside evasively. I know a little. I usually assist my mother in the kitchen when cooking at home. Ha ha ha. Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily, eyeing Lin Yilan's slender fingers. Sounds like we both just invented that just now. Before he could finish, a light but pointed step landed squarely on his foot, cutting him off mid-sentence. Lin Yilan withdrew her foot, cheeks faintly flushed, and shot Jiang Linyuan a sharp, reproachful glance. Zhang Shua glanced suspiciously at Jiang Linyuan and sighed with admiration. You get along remarkably well with the new department members. Unlike me, I still can't even recall all the names in the academic affairs department. Jiang Linyuan scoffed coldly. You department heads always cling to lofty, detached postures, delegating every task downward, never immersing yourselves among the ranks. Naturally, you remain ignorant. Frowning, Zhang Shua retorted. Don't slander me. As head of the academic affairs department, I personally handle most matters myself. How could I possibly be a passive figurehead? Lin Yilan spoke earnestly. Once appointed department, head one must shoulder corresponding responsibilities. Exactly. Precisely so. Some people merely occupy positions without fulfilling duties, nothing more than oversized rice worms. Jiang Linyuan declared, brimming with self-assurance. Rice worm? That's rather harsh, isn't it? Realizing Jiang Linyuan was speaking in veiled barbs, Lin Yilan whispered a gentle reminder. Harsh. Junior sister, your heart is too kind. Was what I said untrue? Jiang Linyuan lowered his gaze to the grill, then lifted his head, puzzled to find no response, only to meet a face as frostbitten and stern as winter ice. Shen Wanyu, the head of the External Relations Department and his direct superior. But let's be fair, if leaders must do everything themselves, what use are subordinates? Truly capable leaders excel in guiding and inspiring others. We need only follow closely in their footsteps. Isn't that right, Director? Jiang Linyuan's expression radiated such sincere deference that Lin Yilan stared dumbfounded. Senior brother, what astonishing facial dexterity. Shen Wanyu remained unmoved, simply gesturing toward the sizzling skewers on the rack. Need assistance? Jiang Linyuan paused, then nodded. Then with a swift kick to the slumped Zhang Shua beside him. You're dismissed. A department head who can't even recall his own members' names ought to go familiarize himself with them immediately. You're amazing. You're so high-minded. Muttering under his breath, Zhang Shua stalked away. Shen Wanyu stood beside Jiang Linyuan, grilling with practiced ease, then remarked coolly. I too haven't memorized all the new department members. No matter. I'm sure the director keeps me in mind. Jiang Linyuan grinned. Shen Wanyu sighed softly, glancing toward Lin Yilan, who stood flustered and uncertain. In future, maintain a safe distance from him. Lin Yilan stiffened slightly, recalling something, and replied quietly. Yes, Director. Noting her reaction, Shen Wanyu added calmly. Don't take his word seriously. I only said that because I worry you'll be teased by him daily. Hearing this, the binary junior sister visibly relaxed. So transparent, adorably simple. Jiang Linyuan shook his head and sighed. Director, what do you mean by teased? I call it training. As an external relations department member, what if one's face is too thin-skinned? Everything I do serves the external relations department. Shen Wanyu sighed again. Do you actually believe that? If the director believes it, then I do too. I believe it. What bizarre sound was that? That wasn't the director's voice. Jiang Linyuan turned and saw darkness descend. That wretched low-tier girl is still chasing me. Classmate Jiang, I believe you. Su Muji appeared out of nowhere, beaming brightly at Jiang Linyuan. Where did you come from? How dare an outsider crash a student union gathering? Jiang Linyuan fixed Su Muji with a sharp look. So, you sneaked into Freeload and Feast, did you? Isn't the student union here to serve students? As a student myself, surely my presence here is perfectly reasonable. Su Muji smiled sweetly and answered with unruffled poise. What twisted logic is this? By that reasoning, beds exist for sleeping. So would it also be perfectly reasonable for me to sleep in Director Shen Wanyu's bed? Hiss. Now that you mention it, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely unreasonable. Shen Wanyu's brow furrowed faintly beside them. She sensed Jiang Linyuan's thoughts drifting into perilous territory. She swiftly interjected. This villa belongs to her. He froze, stunned into silence. An unexpected encounter with a Shanghai heiress, inescapable despite every effort. Shanghai master, truly formidable. Jiang Linyuan raised a thumb towards Su Muji. Won't you address me as master? Su Muji continued smiling. You hardly resemble a master. Jiang Linyuan said. Then what do I resemble? Su Muji asked curiously. Is this a yellow weasel seeking official recognition? You resemble a raccoon dog. Jiang Linyuan retorted, exasperated. So, will you pierce me, classmate Jiang? Su Muji blushed coyly. Gently, please. I'm sensitive to pain. Beyond redemption. That sexually repressed low-tier girl. Devoid of insight, brimming only with foolishness. Director, if you give the word, I'll drag this woman outside and execute her immediately. Jiang Linyuan turned to Shen Wanyu. She cast him a brief, dismissive glance. Focus on grilling. Ignore her. Her tone was icy, revealing not a shred of regard for Su Muji. Jiang Linyuan had long sensed that there was something fishy between Shen Wanyu and Su Muji. However, since neither of them took the initiative to speak, he found it inappropriate to ask. If asking would turn their love-hate relationship into a love triangle involving three people, that would not be good. Therefore, Jiang Linyuan pretended not to hear and focused on the roasted meat. Damn it, I'm eating. Is there a bad relationship between the minister and senior sister Su? But Lin Yilan was curious and leaned in to whisper in Jiang Linyuan's ear. Jiang Linyuan said ominously, Junior sister, there's a saying that the white dove in the church does not kiss the crow and a top-tier senior brother does not accompany a wild dog junior brother. Upon hearing this, Su Muji became interested and asked, Then tell me, between me and your minister, who is the dove and who is the crow? Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily. Do not humiliate yourself, little Su. Since we are friends, I do not wish to insult you. Hearing this, Su Muji became even more convinced that leaking her class schedule to Lu Tingting was a righteous act. Senior, that's a bit excessive to say. Lin Yilan, speaking, justly chimed in. Haha, I haven't finished yet. The white dove actually refers to you, junior sister. Right, junior sister, did you know? In some places, white doves can actually use magic and they will shout. Senior. Lin Yilan betrayed the cause of justice. She hurriedly covered Jiang Linyuan's mouth, her little face blushing fiercely. She looked as if she would retaliate if he continued. Watching their interaction, Shen Wanyu remained indifferent and said blandly, "When you're done playing, come back and continue roasting meat." Lin Yilan's face turned red, and before Jiang Linyuan walked away, she whispered, "Girls' matters aren't called delusions, they are called romance." Then came her difficult-to-understand words about seniors must feel the same, and everyone has fantasies in their hearts, which made Jiang Linyuan burst into laughter, instantly filling the air with joy. The binary sister was puffed up with anger, turning away and refusing to talk to Jiang Linyuan. A chance encounter ruined my college dream. That dog, senior. After a bit of playful banter and a few more exchanges, the student council members had mostly arrived. The main purpose of this gathering was to break the ice and familiarize members from different departments. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere for self-introductions and the like, everyone would then do their own thing. First, Jiang Linyuan's group would set an example, take the lead, and then let the freshmen follow. After completing his self-introduction, Jiang Linyuan began to observe each freshman. As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again, but one can never be young again. This age is the golden period for cultivating green tea. Focus. Quick scan. Su Muji and Shin Wanyu are both a level cards doing part-time work, but we cannot forget our main business. This one is a level, a little virgin at first glance. This one is clever, a bit condescending. Wait, what is this thing? So big. Target Yu Song Song, bad woman level B. Hello everyone, my name is Yu Song Song. I'm a new member of the learning department. You can call me Song Song. I love traveling and music. Feel free to find me if you share similar interests. A tall and elegant woman enthusiastically introduced herself to the crowd. That wasn't the key point. The key point was what the exoskeleton armor on her chest was all about. Clearly a level card, but possessing level assets. Who exactly are you? Senior, what are you staring at? As Jiang Linyuan was astonished, Lin Yilan's little hand had already landed on his shoulder, saying unkindly, "Staring at others is very impolite. Sorry, I forgot to turn off the self-targeting." Jiang Linyuan retracted his gaze and subconsciously glanced at Lin Yilan. The little junior sister is quite cute too. Lin Yilan noticed his gaze and huffed angrily. So bad. Indeed so bad. At this moment, Su Muji also came over with a smile and asked quietly, "Is your next target this Yu Song Song? What is this supposed to mean? I haven't said anything yet. What do you take me for? I disdain your filthy thoughts. Truly, it's like Emperor Qin Shi Huang on a swing having fun. Use more elegant words. What do you mean by next target? I just want to be friends with her." Jiang Linyuan said. I understand. Su Muji smiled meaningfully. Jiang Linyuan did not plan to pay attention to this Su Muji and began to think about how to make a move. This green tea junior sister who comes with her own weapon is different from Lu Tingting. She is a newcomer. This means her past is harder to investigate, and gathering information will be more difficult. Fortunately, she is a member of the student council, giving Jiang Linyuan many opportunities to interact. He found Zhang Shuo and elbowed him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Shuo, caught off guard by the sneak attack, let out a strange sound. "Shuozi, isn't this Yu Song Song from your learning department? How is she as a person?" Jiang Linyuan asked. Zhang Shuo looked at him suspiciously. "What do you want?" "You know, my English has always been poor. I saw that Yu Song Song's English is quite good, and I want to learn from her." Jiang Linyuan frivolously spoke, without changing his expression. Meanwhile, Lin Yilan, who was eavesdropping, internally scolded him. "Perverted senior. Clearly he is harboring ulterior motives. Avada Kedavra. I tell you, don't mess around." Zhang Shuo, who had played with Jiang Linyuan since childhood, naturally knew his character, and said seriously, "She's a newcomer, and takes her studies seriously, asking me a lot about competition-related topics. She's a good kid." "Exactly, senior, don't disturb her." Lin Yilan nodded in agreement. "This little junior sister doesn't regard me, the Minister of External Relations, in her eyes at all." "What? You say I'm the Vice Minister?" "The Vice Minister is also a minister." "All right, then I won't ask anymore." Jiang Linyuan first pretended to look regretful, then changed his tone. "Then I'll disturb little Yilan." The binary sister was stunned, and after realizing it, she anxiously shouted, "I can't either. And what's with the title Little Yilan?" "Haha, I find Little Yilan quite nice too." Su Muji leaned closer, smiling brightly. "You guys, forget it. Call me whatever you want." Lin Yilan felt she couldn't argue with the two people in front of her, and resignedly said, "Haha, the little junior sister is still fun. Haha, little Yilan is really interesting." Su Muji covered her mouth, her eyes squinting with laughter. After teasing the binary sister, Jiang Linyuan continued to ponder about Yu Song Song. With Zhang Shua's emotional intelligence, getting hooked would only result in silly laughter. His evaluations of girls were no different from what a terminal cancer patient would say. Given his condition, why not just comply? One must always harbor the best fantasies about girls. I have to take action myself. Private first class, Su Muji stepped forward. "Su Aiching, what do you think?" What are you talking about? Did you just say something strange?" Su Muji looked innocent. "I don't think so." Saying this, she started to laugh. "If Jiang classmate has a hearing problem, I can introduce a doctor to you." Turned. "You Su will know what tension is today," Jiang Linyuan said with a grin. "Hee, just a little joke, a small counterattack. Jiang classmate won't be angry, right? We are partners, aren't we?" Seeing this, Su Muji changed her tone and lightly said, "As for this Yu Song Song, I think she is beautiful on the outside but flawed on the inside. All right, since you still have some use, your parents will be spared." Elaborate. Jiang Linyuan said. But you see. Su Muji elongated her words, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Linyuan. This is merely my subjective opinion. What a waste. Jiang Linyuan said with exasperation. You have an idea, yet don't you know to verify it. Why is there no initiative at all? Su Muji tilted her head. It's you dog of a man who wants to pry into others' affairs. Why are you scolding me now? Honestly, how can you proceed like this? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go, and try that Song's tea strength. Jiang Linyuan said. Su Muji smiled and asked, aren't you going yourself? It seemed she could not rely on Su Muji. Not only did she not help the master, but also dared to question the boss' decisions. From today onward, the two of us, master and servant, shall sever ties. Jiang Linyuan glanced sideways at Su Muji, sneering, and then ignored her. Su Muji watched with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. What strange thoughts is that man having again? Jiang Linyuan had no time to continue their childish banter and walked towards Song. A few people were sitting together singing karaoke, humming and laughing, spinning around nonstop. Add me to the mix. Jiang Linyuan called out to them. Some were newcomers while others were seniors. The newcomers exchanged glances while the seniors took the initiative. Sure, more people means more fun, and having a handsome guy is a bonus. The student council president Li Jian saw Jiang Linyuan and greeted him enthusiastically, handing over the microphone. How about starting with a warm-up song? As expected of the student council president, that remark was as smooth as a green tea girl. Wait, he's a guy? A male green tea? Well, that's not impossible. I'm stealing your spotlight as soon as I arrive. That's not good, right? Jiang Linyuan smiled, yet took the microphone. Haha, I came here to break the ice. Now that you're here, I won't embarrass myself. Li Jian laughed heartily, looking unconcerned. Show the younger students what you've got. Look at this. If this student council president were a girl, she'd definitely be a grade card. Singing alone is boring, right? Jiang Linyuan chuckled. Little dimples, how about a duet? Who's willing to grace me with their presence? I'll do it. I'll do it. Song jumped up excitedly, her chest bouncing. Li Jian, who was about to speak, hurriedly stopped, feeling a bit wronged. He wanted to say that he could sing falsetto and join in, but with a real female voice here, he said nothing more and could only play the atmosphere builder. Someone come on. Jiang Linyuan and Song exchanged a smile and began to set the tune. Hum 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 hum. After the song ended, Song's face was slightly flushed, breathing a little heavier, calming herself as ripples spread again. Clap clap clap. A peculiar rhythm sounded, and Jiang Linyuan turned to see Li Jian clapping vigorously. By the way, why is your clapping rhythm so weird? How ting. Shall we have another song? Li Jian looked at Jiang Linyuan, asking with great interest. This isn't just polite talk. Jiang Linyuan's singing prowess is not just for show. He shook his head and returned. Senior Jiang sings really well. Did you study it professionally? Song asked curiously. Sort of, Jiang. All my efforts so far rely on myself. System. Reward me. That's impressive, Song exclaimed, then asked, Senior Jiang is from the External Relations Department, right? I heard it's a very demanding department. It's alright, I mostly handle some miscellaneous tasks. This Song seems a bit off. She's a perfectly normal girl. How did she end up with a grade card? Investigate further. Junior sister, you're from the academic department, right? I heard from your president that you're very focused on various competitions. Jiang Linyuan asked with a light chuckle. Yes. Song nodded, raising her fist earnestly. I plan to apply for graduate school, starting to work hard from my freshman year. Apply for graduate school. This Song isn't a pill refiners, is she? I just want to collect rewards, not end up being refined into a graduate school pill. Jiang Linyuan's expression froze for a moment as he slowly took a step back, then said, Junior sister, you really have a clear plan. It's rare to see a freshman with such clear goals. I believe you can succeed. Haha, thank you for the kind words, Senior. Song smiled, raising her phone. Senior, let's add each other on WeChat. Let's hang out more when we have time. Oh, Jiang Linyuan perfunctorily exchanged contact details with Song, and after a few exchanges he slipped away. Rewards are precious, but life is worth even more. He can still distinguish between what's important and what's not. Hee, looking at your expression, it seems things didn't go smoothly. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan, who was returning her face full of smiles. What's wrong? Did it backfire? This woman just loves to poke fun at me. Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. No thank you for the strip. Su Muji took a moment to comprehend what he meant, then smirked. If you really want to play with me, it's not impossible. Jiang Linyuan scrutinized her up and down, then grinned slightly. Woman, you're playing with fire. Su Muji's face began to show signs of strain. Where did this Dragon King overpowering guy come from? Jiang Linyuan didn't continue chatting with Su Muji, thinking about Song's matters. This big thunder girl is different. She may really explode. If I'm not careful, I might end up being suppressed and refined into a graduate school pill. Such a thing. Absolutely not. Old dad has a saying, you must use magic to deal with magic. This Su Muji is probably a first-class protected animal on the Little X book, more than enough as a counterattack messenger. But she won't exert herself. TSK. Useless person. I need to find a new subordinate who is both obedient and easy to manipulate. Hey, I have an idea. Where's Xiao Lin? I haven't seen her since I came back. Jiang Linyuan looked around, not seeing Lin's figure, and asked. Shenwan Yu lifted her eyelids. She went to the bathroom and hasn't returned yet. How long has it been? Jiang Linyuan asked. Almost 20 minutes. Shen Wanyu glanced at her watch, her brows furrowing. Not good. My new subordinate. The binary little sister won't be eaten by the toilet, right? I'll go check it out. Jiang Linyuan said this, and then ran off, leaving only Su Muji and Shen Wanyu. With just the two of us girls here, why won't you let us go, and instead go yourself? Su Muji smiled at Shen Wanyu. Is he interested in Xiao Yilin? Shen Wanyu glanced at her calmly, saying, aren't you saying it the other way around? Seeing Shen Wanyu respond, Su Muji's smile deepened. He really is interesting, isn't he? Shen Wanyu slowly turned her head, making eye contact with Su Muji for the first time, and calmly stated, much more in. Jiang Linyuan had not yet reached the restroom door when he spotted Lin Yilin curled up in the corner, her face pale, her lips drained of color. What's wrong? You look terrible, and he asked. And nothing. And seeing Jiang Linyuan, Lin Yilin blushed faintly and turned her face away. This binary-coded little sister. Why was she still hiding things from him? And if you're unwell, just say so. You can, MMM. And her cheeks deepened further. Not as if ill, but mortified to be seen like this. Ah, understood. And Jiang Linyuan suddenly realized, is it your period? And Lin Yilin's ears burned crimson, as she simply nodded, flustered by his bluntness. Did you finish in the restroom? And Jiang Linyuan asked again. And Lin Yilin felt her face might combust. She murmured softly, someone's inside. Their rented villa had two restrooms, one near the living room, the other inside the master bedroom. But the latter was off. Jiang Linyuan arched a brow. And she hasn't come out at all. And Lin Yilin could only nod. And I'll check. And something felt off. He strode straight to the restroom door. The door was locked. And he rapped firmly. Is anyone in there? It's urgent. And you startled me. I smudged my eyebrow. And can't you see it's locked? An irritated female voice snapped back from within. Hold it. I'm touching up my makeup. And touching up? More like preparing for burial. 20 minutes. And still no movement. Was she truly just occupying the stall? And could you step out for a moment? It's urgent, Jiang Linyuan pressed. Can't men like you just die already? Don't you know chivalry? I refused to budge, and the woman inside launched a full frontal verbal assault. Am I human, or expected to yield on principle? And Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. And suddenly he felt like Xiangyu, surrounded by nothing but Chu dialects. Jiang Linyuan saw no point arguing further. And lockpicking prodigy, activate. In. Junior, may I borrow your hairpin? And Lin Yilin blinked, then silently handed over the pin clipped in her hair. What are you going to do, senior? Just watch. And armed with his improvised tool, Jiang Linyuan wasted no words, immediately began picking the lock. And inside the woman continued ranting, such an arrogant man, no manners whatsoever. Honestly, sharing one campus with you is unbearable. And so desperate are you. Then I want to open the door. The door sprang open. And Dunhuang sent you, didn't they? So many murals on your face. And Jiang Linyuan pushed the door wide, and found the woman applying foundation with smug satisfaction. Before she could react, Jiang Linyuan yanked her out. And, Junior, you go in first. And Lin Yilin stood frozen, utterly stunned. Still hesitating. Need me to escort you in? And Jiang Linyuan smiled. And Lin Yilin flushed again instantly, and whispered anxiously, senior. And shall I really assist you? She said no more, dashed into the restroom, and shut the door behind her. And, ARGH, what are you doing? And the woman erupted in fury, powder cascading from her trembling cheeks. Did you film me secretly? And damn. Encountered a true case of unchecked arrogance. And time for a samurai duel. And keep talking, and I'll slap you. Jiang Linyuan frowned, and spoke bluntly. And when the woman looked up, and recognized his face, her ferocity wilted instantly. Stammering, she asked, what are you doing here? You study at this university too? And no? Resorting to feigned familiarity to save her skin. And sorry, I've got something urgent. I'll take my leave now. She fled without another word, snatching her powder puff off the floor and vanishing down the hall. And what happened here? Li Jianyi appeared, drawn by the commotion, glancing curiously at the woman fleeing as if haunted. And what on earth was that about? Who was that? Never seen her before. Did student council just recruit her? And Jiang Linyuan turned directly to Li Jianyi. And oh, her. She's new to the organization department. Li Jianyi studied Jiang Linyuan's expression cautiously. Any friction? Not yet. But if she'd kept pushing, it certainly would have been. Jiang Linyuan gave a cold chuckle. And haha. And Li Jianyi shifted awkwardly. She went to high school with you. Go easy on her, will you? Same high school. And hearing that, Jiang Linyuan softened slightly toward her. And back then he'd been far less polished. Fiery, impulsive, the ultimate spiritual youth amplified. Near graduation, he'd confronted a group bullying classmates, clashing heated. And the incident had escalated severely, its gravity unmistakable. Could she have been among those he'd beaten? And Jiang Linyuan paused, reflecting. And too many faces, too much chaos. He couldn't recall. Senior, are you alright? And Lin Yilin burst out mid-conversation, her pallor now edged with concern. And I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her. All set, Junior. And what did set even mean? And Lin Yilin bristled, both indignant and embarrassed. Then he turned to Li Jianyi. President, what sort of riffraff is student council recruiting? Aren't you supposed to keep? Li Jianyi sighed, launching into grievance. After the Wang Yun incident, the administration summoned me, urging strict reform of student council conduct. How unreasonable. Everyone's a peer. President is just a title of courtesy. Mean truth. I'm nobody. He shook his head mournfully, and seeing Jiang Linyuan and Lin Yilan standing together wisely excused himself and, Senior, will that girl cause trouble for you later? Nonsly Jianni left Lin Yilan, stepped close, worry etching her. Seeing her genuine concern, Jiang Linyuan couldn't resist teasing. Adopting a woebegone air, Junior, my future is ruined. She threatened to cyberbully me. What should I do? Trusting and sincere Lin Yilan believed him instantly. Fists clenched. That woman is vile. Senior, I'll stand by you always. We'll file a police report first, then report everything to our academic advisor. In watching her grow earnest, Jiang Linyuan pressed further. Junior, the power of public opinion is terrifying. If I carry this stain forever, if people whisper point fingers, it'll haunt every job interview, every relationship. Lin Yilan's expression dimmed. Nias, public opinion can kill. If Senior were truly slandered online, if lies spread unchecked, even eventual vindication couldn't erase the wounds inflicted. He'd done this for me. I bear responsibility. I must act. With resolve, she lifted her gaze. It's all right. When the time comes, you can join my family's company. I'll speak with father. As for a girlfriend, and here she blushed deeply, lowered her eyes, and stole a shy glance at Jiang Linyuan. Nah, this was too delightful. This Junior. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Linyuan burst into laughter. Realizing she'd been duped, and seeing his unrestrained mirth, Lin Yilan puffed up, cheeks blazing. Go stay single for life, Senior. What about that job with our father? And our father? He's my father. And no job for you. Off to beg on. Whoa, how heartless. And who told you to tease me? In her face glowed crimson, eyes narrowed fiercely at his grinning face. Her cheeks puffed like a pufferfish. Director Shun was right. Senior Jiang does love teasing girls. Lin Yilan was afflicted with a bleeding debuff, unable to continue. Naturally, she had no desire to stay here any longer and planned to return to her dormitory for some rest. Xiao Yilan will go back with you. Jiang Linyuan smiled as he approached Lin Yilan. My support plan has yet to unfold. Lin Yilan glanced at him, snorted, turned her head away, not wanting to see his face. This senior was too much, always making fun of her every day. Today I will not say another word to him. Let him reflect on himself. Looking at the binary little sister's expression of I'm very angry, come soothe me, Jiang Linyuan stood beside her and said pitifully, Good Junior, it was my fault. Please forgive me this once. If you stay angry, I can only return to the dormitory at midnight, secretly wiping my tears in the quilt and cosplay as a sunny doll hanging in front of your bed. Seeing him getting more and more absurd, Lin Yilan couldn't help but shout, What nonsense are you talking about? After saying that, she felt a bit embarrassed, wondering why she had engaged with him again. Junior, it settled. I will go back. Seeing that she wasn't truly angry, Jiang Linyuan smiled broadly and made a decision with a wave of his hand. It was quite strange. Lin Yilan had initially intended to decline Jiang Linyuan's offer, but found herself unable to voice her thoughts. The two walked together, exiting the villa and heading toward the subway station. It was dusk, the sun setting behind the mountains, casting vibrant red clouds across the sky. Along the way, neither of them spoke. This made Lin Yilan feel even more frustrated. When the senior talked, she felt he loved to tease her, making her annoyed. But when he fell silent, she felt an emptiness in her heart. He was usually so talkative, why was he suddenly quiet now? Dog Senior. Perverted Senior. After mentally berating Jiang Linyuan, Lin Yilan looked at his profile and decided to take the initiative to start a conversation. Senior. What's up? Junior, do you want me to carry you? Jiang Linyuan quickly took over the conversation, smiling as he asked. How could that be? Lin Yilan replied. How can one casually lean on someone of the opposite sex? Then let the junior carry me. Jiang Linyuan said, without hesitation. Lin Yilan was both angry and embarrassed upon hearing this. I can't carry you. Moreover, I don't feel well right now. Junior, do you really mean that? Lin Yilan fell silent, her cheeks flushed, and she intentionally bumped into Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan didn't dodge, smiling. Then when you feel better, you can carry me. Carry a big-head ghost. Lin Yilan was so angry her teeth itched as she almost wanted to bite Jiang Linyuan and blurted out, Why don't you let that Yusong carry you? After saying that, she regretted it a bit, because that sounded too easily misunderstood, crossing a line. Lin Yilan slowed down, lowered her head, and secretly glanced at Jiang Linyuan. Thump thump. Her heart raced incessantly, the girl's shyness beating against her heart like a chaotic drum. Wow, how had she never noticed before that this binary little sister was also so headstrong? Jiang Linyuan looked at Lin Yilan's understandable expression and guessed what was on her mind. No, Junior, it was just a single. Would you think that I would believe you like me just because of this? Junior, have you been led astray by that Su Muji? You're acting a bit naive. Jiang Linyuan's unabashed words pierced through Lin Yilan's innocent heart, and the ambiguous atmosphere instantly dissipated. The little deer in the girl's heart turned into a storm. Senior, your clueless ramblings and inappropriate teasing of girls will surely land you in Azkaban, tormented by dementors. After a long time, the binary little sister's rebuttal returned, albeit with a bit less skill. Halfway through, Lin Yilan began to cough repeatedly, her face turning red. Here, water. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, gently patting her back, while taking out a bottle of water from his bag and handing it over. Lin Yilan took the water, quickly drank a large gulp, then glared at Jiang Linyuan in embarrassment, stepping on his foot. Like a little rabbit, she stomped ahead a few steps, deliberately widening the distance between them. But halfway through she seemed to realize something, her face turning serious as she forcefully shoved the water in her hand back to Jiang Linyuan. Then she ran off. This left Jiang Linyuan in stitches. He stepped forward. Junior liking me is nothing to be embarrassed about. Just say it openly, and I will directly reject you. Upon hearing this, Linyuan suddenly halted, took a deep breath, and stared at him with wide eyes. I don't like seniors. It's impossible. I hope so. Jiang Linyuan nodded in satisfaction. I knew Junior wasn't the kind of person who had ulterior motives. You are the one with ulterior motives. Lin Yilan shouted internally. In that case I will treat you like my own. Jiang Linyuan's expression suddenly became serious, making Lin Yilan beside him tense up, thinking he was about to say, Junior, listen to me. Jiang Linyuan's tone turned somber, and Lin Yilan held her breath. Be my support. I hope you can help me pursue a girl. Lin Yilan chuckled in anger. Senior wants to pursue that Yusong's song. Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment, and said, for now, yes. What do you mean for now? Are you saying you want to pursue other girls later? And then have me help you? No. Lin Yilan flatly refused. Good Junior, I beg you this once. I want listen. Junior, have you forgotten about your black history at Hogwarts? No more. Lin Yilan blushed bright red upon hearing Jiang Linyuan mention her past, jumping up to cover his mouth. The junior's little hands were quite soft, feeling a bit like jelly. Jiang Linyuan thought. Lin Yilan also realized she had overstepped, and quickly retracted her hand, not daring to look at Jiang Linyuan. Stammering, she quickly changed the subject. If I help you, you have to tell me why you want to pursue that Yusong's song. Because I'm kind. Oh, this dog, Senior. Lin Yilan clenched her fists. Ha, Junior, I know you're anxious, but don't be, let me explain. Jiang Linyuan reassured. I don't ask you to do anything excessive, just gather some information about her for me. I haven't agreed yet. Don't worry about the details. Great achievers don't fuss over trifles. That's not a detail. Lin Yilan was already too exhausted to retort. As they spoke, the two had already entered the subway station, and the train heading to Xingnan University approached from a distance. Lin Yilan looked at Jiang Linyuan beside her, and suddenly said, Senior, what is it? Am I prettier, or is Yusong's song prettier? In the subway station, the soft lights fell on Lin Yilan's hair, making her appear as if she was glowing. Looking at her hesitantly, biting her lip, Jiang Linyuan smiled, and said, Junior is the second prettiest. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet she didn't show it. Raising an eyebrow, she replied, then Yusong's song must be the first, right? Ha, what is she even? The prettiest is undoubtedly your Senior me. Hearing this, Lin Yilan's slight bitterness vanished, revealing a sweet smile. Not wanting Jiang Linyuan to see, she turned her head, and said, Naive male Senior. Monday, 8 in the morning. Jiang Linyuan walked into the classroom. A chill followed the autumn rain. It rained last night. The temperature in Jinling dropped dramatically overnight, as if winter had abruptly taken over summer, leaving the days bitterly cold. After saying goodbye to Lin Yilan yesterday, Jiang Linyuan chatted with her online for a long time, providing her with profound ideological education. He made her realize how noble it is to be a wingman. Therefore, when Jiang Linyuan woke up in the morning, he was extremely sleepy and directly gave himself a boost. Revitalized. With that, Jiang Linyuan felt invigorated, as if he could knock Su Muji out with a single punch. What if he couldn't knock her out? Just punch a few more times. He took out his phone and began his daily harassment of Shen Wanyu. Minister, it's cold, make sure to drink more hot water. A single phrase warmed her for the entire day. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. While the minister is sending a message from 1,000 miles away, Jiang Linyuan was taken aback, and when he looked up, he found Shen Wanyu standing next to him. There's no one sitting next to you, right? She asked flatly. No one. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand, looking at Shen Wanyu with some confusion. Did I walk into the wrong classroom? How did I automatically refresh into the minister? Shen Wanyu slowly sat down and cast a glance at him. I chose this class too. Oh, that's even stranger. Why haven't I seen her much before? Shen Wanyu kept her gaze straight. You've hardly come to this class, have you? Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. She was right. This elective class was scheduled for 8 in the morning, a low-effort class where the teacher rarely took attendance. Why skip? Besides, can skipping an elective class even be called skipping? Anyway, he had only attended once. Today, if it weren't for the boost making him feel full of energy with nowhere to use it, he wouldn't have come. Minister, I will come to this class every day from now on. Jiang Linyuan said seriously. That's good, but if the teacher takes attendance later, help me respond. Shen Wanyu nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Linyuan tilted his head. I haven't come to this class much either. Shen Wanyu replied straightforwardly. What about your icy goddess image? Am I being treated like a Japanese person getting free tutoring? Don't even think about it. That's not right, Minister. If you don't come, what's the point of my coming? Jiang Linyuan politely declined Shen Wanyu. She seemed unfazed and simply leaned down, instructing him, then I'll take a nap. After saying that, she fell asleep peacefully. Shen Wanyu is quite a character. Does her conscience not hurt for slacking off every day? Besides, how can someone her age sleep so easily? Jiang Linyuan looked at Shen Wanyu's profile. To be honest, her little face is quite pretty cold and clear, giving off a sense of a shattered ice beauty. No wonder I have my eye on this card's wife goddess. But unfortunately, she hardly expresses any emotion. At the podium, an elderly professor with graying hair was painstakingly lecturing about the art and philosophy of ancient Rome, which bored Jiang Linyuan to no end. With nothing to do, he decided to tease the binary girl. Jiang Linyuan took out his phone again. Junior, it's cold. Oh, pay attention to keeping warm. Senior, you take care to keep warm too. The binary girl replied quickly, as pure and cute as ever. Then say something sweet to warm me up. I'm freezing here. I don't want to talk to an average guy like you anymore. Linyuan sent another message with an angry little bunny emoji. Junior, I treated you like a little warm quilt, and you actually called me average. Go die. Are you secretly taking advantage of me? What? Do you want me to call you mom? Jiang Linyuan was thrilled. The two of them chatted happily, but someone was not so pleased. The elderly professor at the podium gradually sharpened his gaze, looking at the two slackers in the classroom, one sleeping and the other on their phone. Oh dear, these two young people. The girl sleeping in the back row, someone wake her up and ask her to answer this question. Jiang Linyuan chuckled. He put away his phone and nudged Shen Wanyu. Minister, wake up. The awakened Shen Wanyu grabbed Jiang Linyuan's hand, her eyes like ice as she looked at him. Why does she have morning grumpiness? If this continues, I really have to keep her in check. What? After realizing that the person next to her was Jiang Linyuan, she slowly let go of his hand and asked calmly. The teacher is calling you to answer a question, Jiang Linyuan said. Shen Wanyu stood up completely unfazed and confidently said, Teacher, I didn't bring my glasses. I can't see clearly. The old professor chuckled. Then come sit in the front, you'll see better there. Shen Wanyu remained silent and moved to the empty front row. Haha, Shen Wanyu, you have your day too. Jiang Linyuan chuckled. Now the boy who woke her up, please answer this question. Jiang Linyuan stopped chuckling. This isn't right. He slowly stood up, stared at the blackboard for a while, and pretended to think earnestly. The old professor laughed heartily. You didn't bring glasses either. Can't see. Teacher, how could you use my words against me? You're not adhering to teacher ethics. Trying to trick me, ambushing a young person. Jiang Linyuan struggled for a moment and finally managed an awkward smile. Teacher, the blackboard is reflecting light. I can't see clearly. The old professor laughed heartily. Then you come sit in the front too. Jiang Linyuan kept silent and sat next to Shen Wanyu. Shen Wanyu glanced at him. Blackboard reflection. Jiang Linyuan huffed coldly. Didn't bring glasses. The old professor observed the little interactions between the two of them, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Youth is truly wonderful. Make sure to pay attention in class. After saying that, the old professor resumed his lengthy lullaby. Break time. Minister, I need to go to the bathroom. Want to come with me? Shen Wanyu looked at him as if he were foolish. The minister felt a bit shy and embarrassed. Jiang Linyuan's plan to accompany her shattered, and he could only go alone to relieve himself. When he returned and reached the door, he saw a familiar figure. It was Lu Tingting. She really came looking for me. What a Lu Tingting, while others block bridges, you block doors. As soon as she saw Jiang Linyuan, she jogged over, somewhat complaining. It's really not easy to see Junior once. Facing the expired green tea, Jiang Linyuan smiled, not caring at all. If the senior wants to see me, she can find me in the boys' dormitory every day. Lu Tingting. This junior hasn't contacted me for a few days, and now he's acting this way. Lu Tingting looked at him with a sense of sorrow, her eyes filled with unending sadness. She softly said, Junior, are you still sad because the senior rejected you? As she spoke, she took Jiang Linyuan's hand, her eyes filled with affection. I was wrong, I was too hasty back then, I was nervous. Let's take it slow, alright? Jiang Linyuan silently withdrew his hand, his face filled with regret. Senior, in our line of work, the most taboo thing is falling in love with a customer. Are you a gigolo? Is there such a taboo? Seeing Jiang Linyuan resist her, Lu Tingting chose not to press further, and instead held his hand. It's okay, we are still friends, right? Junior, let's exchange contact information again. The students entering and exiting the classroom looked on in surprise, their eyes filled with uncontainable gossip. Beautiful girl, handsome guy, sorrowful. There's juicy gossip to be had. Jiang Linyuan didn't want to have any more entanglements with Lu Tingting and planned to say something harsh to cut ties completely. Junior, don't be so heartless, I'm begging you. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's expression turn cold, Lu Tingting raised her voice, attracting the attention of passing students. In front of so many people, the junior definitely wouldn't say anything too harsh. Jiang Linyuan sensed that more and more eyes were on them, and the looks directed at Lu Tingting became strange. In this day and age, doesn't performing as a clown feel unfulfilling without an audience? Fine, I'll fulfill your circus dream and make you lose face. Just as Jiang Linyuan was about to mock Lu Tingting, a cold voice interrupted. Have you come down with your period too? Why are you taking so long in the bathroom? Turning around, it was Shen Wanyu. She scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze, and anyone who met her eyes instinctively looked away, no longer interested in the spectacle, awkwardly smiling as they walked away. Finally, Shen Wanyu's gaze landed on Lu Tingting. Don't make a fool of yourself. A dignified exit can be a good. Her flat tone carried a powerful aura, making Lu Tingting feel a bit intimidated. Who is this woman? Who are you? I didn't hear the junior mention you. Wasn't I clear enough? Shen Wanyu interrupted her, directly stepping forward, her tall figure, causing Lu Tingting to instinctively retreat. She didn't act aggressively, but it gave the impression that she'd slap Lu Tingting if she kept talking. The sense of déjà vu was strong. Lu Tingting broke into a cold sweat. One cannot deny the formidable power of Shen Wanyu's cold demeanor, Her sharp eyes and arched brows convey an unmistakable aura of aloofness reminiscent of a high and mighty dragon. However, Lu Tingting is not a delicate and weak woman. After all, she is a great little green tea, and her own pond has having lost everything what is there to fear. Lu Tingting's hesitation gradually faded, replaced by a sense of Lu Tingting stood firm. Fight! 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 She lifted her resolute face and met Shen Wanyu's gaze, declaring, "Who are you?" Before Lu Tingting could finish her words, someone from behind executed a capture technique on her, covering her mouth to silence her. "Oh my! It's Su Muji, the queen of the underlings." "What a coincidence," Su Muji said, completely disregarding Lu Tingting's struggles, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shen Wanyu. Shen Wanyu turned to her, responding curtly, "Looking for trouble?" "I don't understand," Su Muji replied with a smile. "Strong woman. Strong woman." The crowd cheered. "Minister, go and teach that underling a lesson." Seeing Su Muji appear, Jiang Linyuan realized that Lu Tingting's sudden visit was likely related to her. "This kid is full of rebellion. What exactly do you want?" Jiang Linyuan asked. Su Muji looked at him with an innocent expression, saying, "It's not what I want, but what Senior Lu wants to do, isn't it?" Finishing her words, she leaned closer to Lu Tingting's ear and whispered, "Don't involve that woman in your matters with Jiang Linyuan, otherwise you'll end up in deep trouble." Lu Tingting felt like crying without tears. Was it me who wanted to get involved? I haven't even exchanged a few words with the junior, and she rushed out like a protective beast. "Shall we chat?" After saying this, she released Lu Tingting and raised an eyebrow at Shen Wanyu. Shen Wanyu didn't look at her, first glancing at Jiang Linyuan. "Minister, I just finished using the restroom," Jiang Linyuan said, lowering his head in embarrassment. "I won't disturb you girls any longer." Shen Wanyu sighed lightly. This person truly. Sigh. "All right." Shen Wanyu nodded and followed Su Muji. "Which one does the junior like?" Lu Tingting asked, watching the... "Is that even a question?" Jiang Linyuan looked at her in confusion. Lu Tingting twitched her lips. By now she realized that the current Jiang Linyuan might be his true self from the past. Their playful banter in the past was merely a facade. "You understood my ulterior motives, and I knew your ill intention. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement yet. Junior, I really like the hair tie you gave me," Lu Tingting said, shaking her head, her ponytail swaying lively and adorable. "My taste is naturally impeccable," Jiang Linyuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting lowered her head and chuckled. "So you won't fall for me, right?" Finally, they addressed the main topic. Jiang Linyuan turned to her and chuckled softly. "That depends on how Senior Lu defines falling for someone. If it's about raising fish like you do, then I might have fallen for Senior Lu." Lu Tingting fell silent, suddenly turning her head, her lively eyes fixed on Jiang Linyuan as she asked, "Why did you confess to me that day when you knew I would refuse?" "For a reward, perhaps." Jiang Linyuan couldn't say that outright. After pondering, he replied, "Maybe I was being foolish." Lu Tingting chuckled. "Did you ever think about what would have happened if I had agreed that day?" "Impossible," Jiang Linyuan said firmly. "The Lu Tingting I know is not the type to be foolish. She is very clever and astute, so she would never agree." Lu Tingting bit her lip, fiddling with the hair tie in her hair, feeling a bit desolate. Indeed, even if given another chance, she would not agree to that confession. Yet the more Jiang Linyuan was right, the more painful it felt for Lu Tingting. The one who understands her best doesn't like her at all. After a long silence, Lu Tingting finally spoke up. "Do you have—" Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked, "Does it have to be a girl?" Lu Tingting. "I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart with you, and what are you talking about?" Before Lu Tingting could say anything further, the class bell rang suddenly. Jiang Linyuan turned and walked into the classroom without looking back, leaving behind a light remark. "Senior, I have no obligation to be responsible for your unrequited feelings." Lu Tingting stared blankly at his departing figure, retracting her hand. "Forget it. The answer is almost there. Why continue to seek unnecessary trouble? What are you here for?" In class, Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji, who was sitting on his left, with a puzzled expression. "Why can't this person be shaken off?" "I'm here to audit the class," Su Muji replied, cheerfully looking at Jiang Linyuan. "Did I interrupt your two-person world with Shen Wanyu?" Jiang Linyuan nodded, saying, "I get it. You're jealous that the minister can attend class with me while you can't." He sighed. "Little Su, jealousy makes one ugly." Su Muji, hearing his words, continued smiling. "What a pity I have nothing to do with ugly. I really envy you." Jiang Linyuan sighed. "I am daily plagued by an ugly person." Su Muji's smile gradually faded as she shifted her gaze to Jiang Linyuan. Let's take down the underling." "Actually, I came here to apologize this time." Su Muji quickly changed the topic, leaning in to whisper in Jiang Linyuan's ear. This is about the incident involving the male lead in Chengdu." "I'm all ears." "About you, Song Song, I'm here." Jiang Linyuan looked unimpressed, saying, "I already have someone in mind. You who seek glory by betraying your principles still dare to bring up you, Song Song." "Xiao Yilin is too rigid. There are many things she cannot do," Su Muji said cheerfully. "I must admit this underling has a point. The little junior is great in every way, but she's too straightforward. She might still naively think she can pursue you, Song. This underling knows I can get things done, so she might come to create chaos. Rather than letting her meddle unseen, it's better to keep her under my watch." After some thought, Jiang Linyuan said, "Approved. You should thank me." Su Muji chose to ignore his latter remark, her eyes curving into a smile. "Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation." "What pleasant cooperation?" Jiang Linyuan said discontentedly. You need to understand the hierarchy and lower your stance. This isn't your first time being a sidekick. Why are you still so clueless? What you referred to as a sidekick is actually the secondary party. No, thinking this way is still too kind. Perhaps he sees me as a slave. Su Muji's smile vanished as she elbowed Jiang Linyuan. Oh wow. Are you also one of those who draw boundaries? Then I won't hold back, and will give you an elbow back. Jiang Linyuan was not one to hold back, either returning the elbow in kind. Soon the two of them were playfully elbowing each other like elementary school students, laughter echoing throughout. Shen Wanyu glanced at the two before turning back to the blackboard. The old professor at the podium had once again narrowed his eyes sharply. What a rascal. Right under my nose they are flirting. Wait, this girl doesn't seem like the one who was sleeping earlier. The old professor looked at Shen Wanyu, who was paying attention in class, then at the playful Su Muji and Jiang Linyuan. Young people know how to have fun. That girl sitting to the left of the boy, please stand up and answer this question. Su Muji became serious, standing up and blinking her eyes innocently, saying, Teacher, I can't see clearly due to the glare on the blackboard. The classroom erupted in laughter, while Su Muji appeared confused, not understanding the situation. The old professor, amused, looked at Jiang Linyuan. Did you all plan this? This underling. Harmful to herself and to others. If you can't answer, why come up with the same excuse as me? After the roll call incident, Jiang Linyuan and Su Muji dared not continue their elbow jabbing contest, and instead imitated Shen Wanyu, fixing their gazes on the blackboard. At long last, class ended, and Su Muji, beaming broadly, immediately dragged Jiang Linyuan away. Shall we go find Xiao Yilan? Su Muji asked. Jiang Linyuan nodded silently, then replied with a single word. Jia. Su Muji's smile froze, her steps halted mid-stride. Then she flashed him an adorable grin, and placed one foot atop his. Did something revolting just squeak? Jiang, classmate. In a Mount's lexicon that word means depart. Surely you know that. Jiang Linyuan shot back a serene smile, then abruptly withdrew his foot, sending her stumbling off balance. To regain equilibrium, Su Muji instinctively braced both hands against Jiang Linyuan's chest. Her palms were cool, yet far less supple than Jinzi Xiao Mei's. Back off. Don't grope me. Jiang Linyuan shoved her away with disdain. Already slightly riled, Su Muji grew even angrier, and heart-hardening seized his chest with both hands. The texture was pleasing, firm, taut. Worry. Dragon claw grip. Jiang Linyuan's eyes widened as he stared at her. You truly are a shameless vixen. Oh my. Seeing his reaction, Su Muji slowly retracted her hands, then offered a calm, effortless smile, though a faint, unnatural flush bloomed across her cheeks. Jiang, classmate, there's no need for such alarm. Playful tussling among close friends is perfectly ordinary. Then let me touch yours. Go ahead if you dare. Su Muji lifted her chin with a playful smirk. Baluginda, what has this world come to? How did that phrase go again? He'd forgotten the beginning, and the ending too. All he knew was trembling fury when would men ever stand tall? Jiang Linyuan wasn't one to accept losses, but groping her chest. Absolutely out of the question. He held no illusions about winning in court. If charged with molestation, he'd instantly earn state-provided meals, and sing sorrowful ballads behind iron bars. So he reached out, pinched Su Muji's cheeks, and gently stretched them sideways before releasing them. Bouncy, springy, like chewy taffy. Still not as yielding as Jinzi Xiao Mei's jelly-soft hands. Su Muji's eyes rounded in stunned disbelief, her mouth parted slightly as she gaped at Jiang Linyuan. Any objections? Jiang Linyuan asked, frowning. Haha. She snapped back to herself and laughed brightly. None at all. Just asking. Your opinion wouldn't change anything anyway. With that, Jiang Linyuan strode ahead, maintaining a safe distance from Su Muji, and inwardly mused uncertainly. Could she actually be lusting after my body? No further mischief arose between them en route. They met Lin Yilan at a bubble tea shop, and arrived shortly thereafter. So, senior, you already have an ally. Lin Yilan cast a glance at Su Muji, who stood beside Jiang Linyuan, smiling serenely, and a faint note of envy tinged her voice. Is Xiao Yilan jealous? Su Muji teased, grinning. No, not at all. Jinzi Xiao Mei panicked, denying it instantly, then added. But, I am a little disappointed. After all, I'd assumed it would just be senior and me. Oh, so you're implying I'm intruding? That's jealousy, plain and simple. Su Muji said, her tone layered with quiet implication. No, not quite. That's not what I meant. Flustered Lin Yilan stamped her foot, then floundering for words turned beseechingly toward Jiang Linyuan. Senior, please explain things to senior sister. I hold no affection for junior sisters. That much is indisputable. Who asked you to clarify that? Lin Yilan protested, exasperated. Jiang Linyuan spoke calmly. So long as our hearts remain unburdened by guilt, why heed others' chatter? Are you Zhang Wuji or something? Lin Yilan retorted. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, surprised. This eccentric junior sister had surprisingly broad literary horizons. East meets west indeed. In short, junior sister, you need only grasp my meaning. Jiang Linyuan said. I grasp nothing at all. Lin Yilan sighed, utterly drained. Yet Jiang Linyuan's intervention swiftly dissolved her lingering petulance, and she shifted seamlessly to the matter at hand. By the way, I still don't understand why senior asked me and senior sister Sue for help. After all, neither of us knows you Song well. If you truly need assistance, her roommates would be far more suitable. Xiao Yilan thinking that way is rather naive. Su Muji wagged a finger playfully. Pursuing someone conventionally. Yes, that approach works. But your senior doesn't require it. My senior. Hearing the phrase, Lin Yilan's cheeks flushed warm. She feigned deafness and blandly remarked. Senior sister Su certainly knows a great deal. She knows nothing. Jiang Linyuan cut in, his voice dripping with disdain. Women who presume to define men without consent. Utterly insufferable. Su Muji's smile faded. Jiang Linyuan turned to Lin Yilan, earnest now. Junior sister, don't emulate her toxic feminism. Don't hastily label men. Today's men forge identities beyond definition. Male autonomy, do you comprehend? Lin Yilan blinked bewildered, impressed despite herself. Su Muji merely chuckled softly, then fixed Jiang Linyuan with a knowing look. So, you plan to approach Yu Sungsung's roommates? What half-baked notion is that? Jiang Linyuan frowned. How intimate can freshmen possibly be with their roommates? Besides, I don't need them. This wretched man, he's deliberately provoking me. Su Muji's smile tightened, brittle and forced. Then, senior sister Su was right after all. Lin Yilan, utterly oblivious to the tension, stated bluntly. Jiang Linyuan publicly undermined seethed. Jinzi Xiaomei, have you forgotten which side you're on? Junior sister, shout it loud, what was the first lesson you learned upon entering university? Jiang Linyuan turned to Lin Yilan and asked. Advanced calculus. Lin Yilan replied. Wrong. It's loyalty and righteousness. Jiang Linyuan lamented, exasperated. Junior sister, let me impart this truth today, loyalty and righteousness reign supreme. Do you grasp it? Senior, what exactly are you babbling about? Jinzi Xiaomei frowned, utterly lost, her lips pouting. I came to university, not to join a triad. Why speak of loyalty and righteousness like some Hong Kong gangster? Playing lute to a cow. Frustrated, Jiang Linyuan squeezed her small hand. Jinzi Xiaomei snapped upright, instantly obedient. Her ears burning crimson, the blush racing down her neck. Wah wah wah. This senior. What are you doing? People are watching. Haha, Xiao Yilan's skin is. Noting Lin Yilan's charming fluster, Su Muji chuckled warmly. Unlike certain people, who are outright hooligans. Jiang Linyuan retorted. Heh, I've offered that certain person ample opportunity to act the rogue. Yet he remains tragically inept. Su Muji murmured, amused. Have you considered, perhaps I rejected you because your physique feels so uncomfortably angular. That's why I never laid a hand on you. Jiang classmate's aesthetic judgment appears severely flawed. Su Muji smiled sweetly. Haha, I'm baffled by your confidence. You may not be flat-chested, but at least others feel smooth when touched. Yours? One might mistake them for two cherry tomatoes stuffed beneath your blouse, deliberately prickling the palm. Jiang Linyuan was generous with critique, and never withheld his honest appraisal. Watching Su Muji's expression gradually morph into Shun Wanyu's signature deadpan, he shook his head. See, I told you, she's narrow-minded. Senior, no matter what, making fun of someone else's physical flaws is too much. Lin Yilan said angrily. Haha, see, this junior is quite innocent. You see, even the junior thinks this is a physical flaw. Jiang Linyuan raised his eyebrows at Su Muji with a confident. Lin Yilan immediately panicked, looking at Su Muji as she hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. Sister, what I meant to say is, haha, I know that Xiao Yilan is a good child, no need to explain. Su Muji chuckled softly, glancing sideways at Jiang Linyuan. I know right from wrong in my heart. Muji, harsh truths are beneficial for action, although what I said may sound unpleasant, it is indeed the truth. Jiang Linyuan shook his head, looking at Lin Yilan and clicking his tongue, unlike some people who appear pure and cute, yet are sycophants. Oh heavens! Distinguish between loyalty and betrayal. Who was it that performed a face change in front of the department head earlier? Lin Yilan couldn't hold back any longer and secretly pinched Jiang Linyuan's hand. What little kitten is huffing? Jiang Linyuan looked at Lin Yilan in confusion. With this force I can't tell if you're flirt. Lin Yilan noticed Jiang Linyuan's gaze, forcing herself not to turn away. She stared at him with wide eyes, her face. The senior just pinched my hand, so I can pinch him back. Thinking this, her confidence grew, and she raised her head defiantly, huffing. What are you looking at? Looking at the cute junior. Not letting you look. Lin Yilan felt her face heat up upon hearing this, turning away, unwilling to look at Jiang Linyuan. So amusing, like playing with a child. Haha, Jiang, you called us here, it wouldn't just be to engage in sweet talk, would it? Su Muji tapped on the table, smiling as she reminded him. Jiang Linyuan looked nostalgic. Muji, you've grown up. Taking the initiative to handle the main concerns gives me great comfort. After all, you're quite useless, so it's normal for me to consider more. Su Muji smiled. Jiang Linyuan snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with her, turning to the main topic. The matter of Yu Sungsung is not urgent. It cannot be resolved in a short time. We must proceed gradually. But last time your progress with Lu Tingting was so fast you were quick, Jiang. Su Muji teased. Jiang Linyuan could tell her implication and shot back, isn't it all because you hurriedly left? This time take it slow, make sure to do enough foreplay before taking action. What are you two talking about? Hearing them start to throw risque jokes, Lin Yilan's face turned even redder as she shouted quickly, talk about Yu Sungsung's matter. No more side talk. All right. Jiang Linyuan nodded and said, Yu Sungsung, a new student this year, female, unmarried. Wait, what do you mean? Shouldn't it be about whether she has a boyfriend or not? Lin Yilan complained loudly. Having a boyfriend may not matter, Su Muji said with a smile. That won't do. I can't be involved in ruining someone else's relationship. If she has a boyfriend, I want help. Linyuan was surprisingly principled, indeed a pure love warrior. Don't worry, she's single, though she's definitely enjoying being single. You're single, I'm single, you're a girl, I'm a boy, we are a match made in heaven. Jiang Linyuan said confidently. Detailed information will be left to you two to handle. Xiao Yilan, I remember the study department is holding a study experience exchange meeting soon. You should come with me to help out and get to know you Song Song. After saying this, he turned to Su Muji. Muji, your task is more challenging. Check you Song Song's little X-book account and remember to look at her posting records. Oh, Su Muji seemed to have realized something. No wonder Jiang Linyuan didn't dare to approach her alone. So that was the reason. All right, leave it to me. As the three discussed, the sky outside gradually darkened with clouds, and it began to rain. I didn't bring an umbrella. Looking at the heavy rain outside, Lin Yilan's expression turned worried. I didn't bring one either. Su Muji said. Jiang Linyuan frowned and touched his bag. Neither of you brought an umbrella. That's a bit troublesome. Su Muji, hearing his tone as if he had an umbrella, deliberately teased him. Are you conflicted about whether to take me back to the dorm or Xiao Yilan? Why can't we all three go together? Jiang Linyuan asked. That feels a bit awkward. Lin Yilan said, thinking of three people huddled under one umbrella, it would definitely look ridiculous. Moreover, they would definitely be very close together. Thinking this, her face reddened a bit more. I have no objections. Su Muji said with a smile. Then, Senior, you take Su Senior back first, I'll wait here. Lin Yilan ultimately couldn't compete with Su Muji's shamelessness and said softly. Why does her tone sound a bit reluctant? Wait for what? Jiang Linyuan frowned. What's the difference between two people getting wet and three people getting wet? You didn't bring an umbrella. Su Muji's smile twitched. Why did you think I brought one? Are you randomly defining men again? Jiang Linyuan retorted, adding a classic retort. Then why did Senior touch his bag? Lin Yilan was somewhat exasperated. Touching the bag means having an umbrella. Does touching a thigh mean you have to sully me? You binary little sister, you're getting more ridiculous. I just touched it. Jiang Linyuan replied. Lin Yilan sighed, leaning on the table. Forget it, I'll get my roommate to bring it over. After saying this, she looked at Su Muji and Jiang Linyuan. Seniors, let your roommates bring you an umbrella too. They're in class. Su Muji said with a smile. You were the one who skipped class to come out. But it's alright, Xiao Yilan, he definitely wouldn't leave me behind, right? She looked at Jiang Linyuan, smiling gently. Hard to say. Jiang Linyuan smiled, but said nothing. Of course Senior wouldn't neglect Su Senior. Lin Yilan said. Jiang Linyuan continued to smile. You wouldn't, right? Lin Yilan seemed a bit suspicious. Jiang Linyuan stopped looking at her. Senior. If you do this, Su Senior will be. Lin Yilan said, puffing up angrily, then sighed helplessly. Forget it, I'll let my roommate bring an extra umbrella then. For me. Jiang Linyuan turned his head. What a sham. Senior, just call your roommate. This is for Su Senior. Lin Yilan said, ungraciously tapping on her phone as if contacting her roommate. Girls help girls, it's touching. Before long, a petite figure walked into the milk tea shop under an umbrella through the rain curtain. Thank you, Jun Tang, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's raining so heavily outside. Here's a cup of milk tea to warm you up. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Yilan went over with the cup of milk tea. Huh, isn't this the socially anxious junior? So she's roommates with that binary little sister. Jiang Linyuan recognized the girl who brought the umbrella as the one he had helped carry luggage. He was somewhat surprised. No need. It's just delivering an umbrella. Zhang Juntang seemed a bit shy, speaking softly as she didn't take the milk tea and handed over the umbrella in her hand. Then she took out another umbrella from her bag, sneaking a glance at Jiang Linyuan beside Lin Yilan, and handed it over. Huh. Lin Yilan was somewhat surprised, and Jiang Linyuan was also a bit surprised. Su Muji, however, seemed to have found something amusing and was staring at Zhang Juntang. What's wrong? Being stared at by several people, Zhang Juntang, like a frightened little animal, slowly lowered her head and asked timidly. Did you also take action against Xiao Yilan's roommate? Su Muji asked. What the hell does that have to do with me? Juntang, you delivered the wrong umbrella. Jiang already has someone bringing him an umbrella. Lin Yilan reminded quietly in Zhang Juntang's ear. Only then did Zhang Juntang notice that there was indeed another beautiful girl standing next to Jiang Linyuan, smiling. She shyly handed over the umbrella again, her voice as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito. Sorry. So weak. You're here to deliver an umbrella, why are you apologizing? Juntang, there's no need to apologize. Lin Yilan, ever the impromptu champion of justice, immediately lowered her voice to comfort Zhang Juntang. This junior sister is rather reserved. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, smoothly defusing the tension. Actually, I used to be shy too. I didn't even dare kiss a classmate in high school. Zhang Juntang flinched as if startled, glancing up at him briefly before hastily averting her gaze. Silent. That's not shyness at all. Lin Yilan retorted. Was it boys' mouths or girls' mouths you were too timid to kiss? Su Muji asked, eyes twinkling. Ignoring them entirely, Jiang Linyuan turned instead toward Zhang Juntang. Outgoing people like them could never understand the quiet agony of the introverted. Am I right? Zhang Juntang jolted like a high school student daydreaming in class who'd just been called on, and then nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Her spine must be made of jelly. Why do I suddenly feel like the villainous cad who preys upon timid maidens? Even the fabled boneless chicken claw has finally found its human incarnation. Stop teasing, Juntang. Lin Yilan stepped forward like a mother hen shielding her chick. Fierce, protective. Who are you? So this binary-coded junior sister truly possesses innate talent for breaking things. Juntang, don't be upset. This is senior brother Jiang, the one I mentioned to you. He's just like this. Lin Yilan added, truthfully he's quite decent. I know. Zhang Juntang stole another fleeting glance at Jiang Linyuan. A stealthy observer. You watch me, I'll watch you back. Jiang Linyuan met her gaze heated. Zhang Juntang instantly bowed her head. I'm Su Muji, call me whatever you like. Su Muji's eyes settled warmly on Zhang Juntang as she smiled. Junior sister, you already know senior brother Jiang. No, I don't. The words seemed drawn from every ounce of courage she possessed, soft yet piercing clearly into each listener's ears. Ungrateful little junior sister. I even carried your luggage. And now you treat me like a stranger. Heartless. Junior sister, hearing that my heart is nearly shattered, Jiang Linyuan feigned injury. No, not like that. Zhang Juntang stammered, lifting her head, her bright wide eyes brimming with panic, glistening, as if tears might spill at any moment. I didn't mean it, I. Senior brother, please stop teasing Juntang. This time the binary-coded junior sister was genuinely annoyed. Jiang Linyuan rarely found himself so awkwardly flustered. Zhang Juntang was far too timid around strangers, clearly incompatible with him. Best to keep their interactions minimal going forward. He opened his mouth to apologize, I'm sore, but halfway through Zhang Juntang caught his sleeve, her small hand tugging gently. You don't need to apologize. I only said that because I was afraid you'd be angry. I remember you. So, please don't apologize, okay? Jiang Linyuan looked down and saw pleading and worry shimmering in her eyes. Wait, does this junior sister have something off about her? Jiang Linyuan parted his lips, then I'll follow junior sister's lead. Zhang Juntang visibly exhaled, her face softening into a quiet, contented smile. Junior sister, please don't do that. I'm starting to feel uneasy. No one warned me her roommate was utterly unhinged. There's a story here, isn't there? Su Muji whispered playfully into Jiang Linyuan's ear. No joking. I've only met this junior sister a handful of times. Jiang Linyuan defended his reputation. Understood. I've seen this junior sister before too. Su Muji grinned cheekily. You've eaten too many red beans. No wonder you're seeing resemblances everywhere. Jiang Linyuan jabbed an elbow toward her, but she'd anticipated it, twisting aside with effortless grace. Then she turned to him smug and triumphant. All right, senior sister Su, enough teasing. Lin Yilan glanced outside where rain now fell steadily heavier and urged, let's go. Then, senior brother Jiang, I'll take my junior sister away for now. Humph, how the petty rejoice. What do you mean senior brother's junior sister? I'm certainly not. After some light-hearted banter, they prepared to part ways. At the doorway, Zhang Juntang hesitated, then turned back toward Jiang Linyuan and asked Lin Yilan, shouldn't we see to senior brother Jiang first? No need. He's got someone bringing him an umbrella. Zhang Juntang nodded, but kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Linyuan, lost in silent thought. Su Muji's dormitory lay in a different direction from Lin Yilan's, so they parted ways after just a few steps. Zhang Juntang and Lin Yilan continued together. Juntang's senior brother Jiang is truly kind. He simply enjoys teasing. Lin Yilan said as they walked, glancing tenderly at Zhang Juntang. I know, he's extraordinarily kind. Zhang Juntang replied softly. Her words left Lin Yilan slightly disarmed. She'd planned to list so many reasons why Jiang Linyuan was wonderful. But now with Zhang Juntang's earnest praise and memories of her actions at the bubble tea shop, Lin Yilan felt a quiet pang of discomfort. Yet she quickly steadied herself and continued, truthfully senior brother Jiang isn't that great. He's slick-tongued, shamelessly flirtatious, and absurdly overconfident. As she spoke, she recalled Jiang Linyuan's playful advances and blushed fiercely, swiftly changing the subject. Lately, he's even courting a girl. She's in the academic department of our student union. She must be truly exceptional. Zhang Juntang responded. I haven't met her yet, but I doubt senior brother Jiang chose her for that reason alone. Lin Yilan huffed. He's purely driven by lust. Thinking of Song's broad-minded charm, she glanced down, briefly, at her own figure. Then her gaze dropped to her toes. A promising future indeed. Then the girl he's pursuing must possess extraordinary allure, Zhang Juntang murmured. Oh Juntang, why do you always defend senior brother Jiang? Lin Yilan's lips curled downward as she gently squeezed Zhang Juntang's small hand. Much softer than senior brothers. I just think speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't right, Zhang Juntang murmured, eyes darting away. Lin Yilan paused, then conceded, fine. Next time I'll say it to his face. Zhang Juntang blinked, startled. By the way Juntang, you joined the Youth Volunteer Association, didn't you? When's your first volunteer activity? Lin Yilan asked again. This Saturday, Zhang Juntang replied. Then I'll come watch you. As she spoke, Lin Yilan unconsciously glanced at Zhang Juntang's chest. Even beneath her loose-fitting top, gentle contours were unmistakable. A wistful sigh escaped her. Honestly, I can't imagine what Song is going for her. She doesn't hold a candle to Juntang. Song. Zhang Juntang hesitated. That's the girl senior brother Jiang is courting. I think I've heard. Zhang Juntang whispered softly. Her name appears on the volunteer roster for this Saturday too. The experience sharing session is a distinctive event that students must partake in during their academic journey. In high school, it felt like a forced love. In university, it became more relaxed, akin to a flirtation. The senior student is offering benefits to everyone, distributing academic credits. Attending the meeting will allow juniors to earn practical credits. In Jiang Linyuan's view, that's all there is to the experience sharing session. Such events are primarily organized by the student union's academic department, while other departments send a couple of representatives to lend a hand. In the student union, while departments may not suffer together, they can certainly prosper together. If the event succeeds, the glory belongs to everyone. If it fails, brothers are like birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they step on each other. Jiang Linyuan and Lin Yilan naturally came to support the academic department. On Tuesday evening, the two walked together to the classroom where the academic department was holding the meeting. Senior, what are we supposed to do then? Lin Yilan was a bit excited as this was her first time participating in student union work. Jiang Linyuan thought for a moment, make sure to bring a power bank. Why? That way it will be more comfortable while scrolling on your phone. Senior, be serious. Lin Yilan pushed him in dissatisfaction. Little Yilan, you must address me by my title during work. Call me Minister Jiang. Jiang Linyuan said sternly. What Minister Jiang? It should be Vice Minister Jiang if anything. Lin Yilan repeated Vice Minister Jiang a few times, then shook her head. It sounds bad. Calling you senior is more pleasant. Jiang senior, are you here to help too? At that moment, a warm voice rang out. Though the person was unseen, their presence was felt. Yu Shuamei, it's good to see. Jiang Linyuan greeted with a smile. Indeed. Yu Songsong sat down beside Jiang Linyuan. Her presence. We seem to have quite a connection. What connection? It was all orchestrated by that mischievous senior. Lin Yilan felt a bit unhappy as she overheard their conversation. Noticing Lin Yilan sulking beside her, Yu Songsong looked at Jiang Linyuan. Is this Jiang Senior's girlfriend? No. Before Jiang Linyuan could respond, the binary girl shouted, as if triggered. It left him momentarily stunned. Why are you shouting so loudly? She's a junior from my department helping me out. Jiang Linyuan indicated Lin Yilan with his eyes. The binary girl in her supportive role was making a bold move. This senior. He even glared at me. What did I do wrong? Lin Yilan clearly didn't understand Jiang Linyuan's intentions, feeling wronged. Being polite while talking to Yu Songsong, but just teasing me, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Yilan huffed, turning her head, her ponytail brushing against Jiang Linyuan's face. The shampoo smells quite nice. But that's not an excuse for your sudden withdrawal. Useless little Yilan, I'll have to step in person. It seems she's not in a good mood. Yu Songsong also noticed Lin Yilan's situation and winked at Jiang Linyuan. I won't disturb you, so make sure to comfort her well. After saying that, she swayed and sat in front of Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan turned to see Lin Yilan's back of the head and felt furious. This binary girl. It's one thing to flee, but to be so oblivious, not even glancing my way. He pinched Lin Yilan. Lin Yilan quickly turned her head back, hitting Jiang Linyuan with her ponytail again. Her cheeks flushed, and her bright, why are you staring at me? Jiang Linyuan chose to play dumb, striking first. Wow. It's infuriating. This senior. She pouted, suppressing her embarrassment and indignation, saying softly, Senior, why are you pinching my hand? Good friends do this, juniors can pinch me too. Jiang Linyuan grinned, extending his hand. Seeing his mischievous demeanor, Lin Yilan felt her anger rising. He'll pinch you to death, she shouted, gripping Jiang Linyuan's hand and squeezing hard. Baby, your strength feels like weak. Have you eaten? Lin Yilan squeezed for a while before realizing something, her cheeks turning red instantly. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, lowering her head and shifting her body away. Oh, you're blushing, let me see. Jiang Linyuan also shifted a bit. Lin Yilan stopped moving, lifting her eyelids, muttering, aren't you going to pursue Yu Songsong? Why aren't you chatting with her? Fearing being caught and instantly refined into a research grant pill. So you know I want to pursue her too. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, I thought you were here to cause trouble. Earlier I was wrong. I promised to help you, but ended up doing the opposite. Lin Yilan couldn't quite articulate what she felt. It's fine if I can't catch Yu Songsong, it'll just take little Yilan as compensation. Jiang Linyuan said with a confident, not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. I don't like seniors. Lin Yilan exclaimed, her face flushed. The strange feeling in her heart vanished again. Some matters between men and women are like this. If you don't say them outright, they can develop further, but once you express them clearly, that feeling dissipates. Jiang Linyuan observed Lin Yilan's reaction and shook his head. Pure and innocent, so easy to understand. Soon the members of the academic department gathered, preparing for the experience sharing session. In fact, there wasn't much work to do. Mainly it involved coordinating with a few willing participants who would share their competition and study experiences. Then they would create some PowerPoint presentations. It's all quite easy work. The more challenging part was selecting 2 hosts, 1 male and 1 female, to oversee the entire event. So is there anyone willing to volunteer for the hosting role? Zhang Shuo looked around and asked. I can do it. Yu Songsong raised her hand first, creating a stir. The remaining girls exchanged glances, but no one else raised their hand. This was very normal, as being a host was indeed a demanding task. For those without prior hosting experience, it posed a small challenge. Seeing Yu Songsong so confident and beautiful, other girls hesitated, not daring to raise their hands for fear of losing face. As for the senior students, such events were originally meant for new members to gain experience. They were the backup, only called upon if there were truly no talents available. Seeing no one raise their hand, Zhang Shuo said, then Yu Songsong, you will be responsible for the female host, who will be the male host. After a long pause, a somewhat shy boy raised his hand. He'll do it. Senior, aren't you going to participate? Linyuan looked at Jiang Linyuan and asked. No, it's too troublesome. Jiang Linyuan shook his head. The male and female hosts would naturally need to communicate a lot regarding the script and rehearsal. However, he was still a bit apprehensive. After all, understanding one's heart is a complex matter. Everyone has their complexities, it's just that men's are less pronounced than women's, making women's hearts harder to fathom. Someone like Yu Song with such depth was especially daunting. Jiang Linyuan dared not touch her complexities because they were too immense. A single touch could turn into an explosive encounter. Therefore, he looked at that very shy junior boy. Junior, if you end up being refined into a pill, I will tell the world that you are a spirit pearl, not a devil's pill. Yu Song and the suspected junior student retreated to a corner where they began to discuss the script and rehearse it. Jiang Linyuan observed them in secret, fearing that at any moment Yu Song would suddenly strike like thunder and capture the junior student for her own gain. Lin was distracted, stealing glances at Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan turned to glance at her. In a hurry, she faced the computer, frantically typing away as if she were working diligently. This Lin, her disguise for slacking off at work is so poor. Jiang Linyuan sighed. After a while, Lin peeked out again, only to find Jiang Linyuan's gaze still fixed on her. Their eyes met, creating a small awkwardness. Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring at me, your senior brother. Jiang Linyuan stated bluntly. That's not staring. Lin initially retorted, then hesitated, and asked, Senior, is it because you want me that you're not going to be the host? Is it not? When did you become so straightforward? Has Su Muji taken over your body? Jiang Linyuan looked at her in surprise, seriously saying, Lin, what you said is a bit naive. Promise me don't become a middle-aged greasy woman, all right? What do you mean by a middle-aged greasy woman? Lin was annoyed, kicking Jiang Linyuan with her small foot, fuming. Just go chase after your Yu Song. I can handle the work myself. You might be able to become the woman who could be my mother. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? The binary little sister became flustered again, blushing as she pushed Jiang Linyuan away, shouting, Hurry up and leave. After forcibly sending him away, Lin stared blankly at the computer screen in front of her. Finally, she could enjoy a moment of peace. She slapped her face, forcing herself not to look towards Jiang Linyuan's direction. Yet her gaze still involuntarily drifted over. He really left. She shifted her focus back to the computer, slowly working on her PowerPoint presentation. Was it a bit, she thought. Xiaosu, are there any posts about Yu Song's little X-book that involve tricks and deceit? Jiang Linyuan messaged Su Muji while walking towards Yu Song. Jiang, don't use your underhanded methods to speculate on others' actions. Su Muji replied quickly. What underhand? I, Jiang Linyuan, conduct myself with integrity. Jiang Linyuan typed back with righteous indignation. Then check the browsing history. Su Muji replied. This damn underhanded girl wants to get my resources for free, huh? She can forget about it. Pay me 50 and I'll take you to watch together tomorrow. Sure. Su Muji generously sent a red envelope. Jiang Linyuan didn't dare to accept it. This is too risque. Let's talk business, stop rambling. Don't worry, Yu Song is pretty normal, not the kind of person you think. Jiang Linyuan felt a bit suspicious, with Su Muji deceiving him. Don't doubt me. I'll give you her account, you can see for yourself. Before long, Jiang Linyuan found Yu Song's account. He quickly browsed through. Good news, she's not an alchemist. Bad news, she's suffering from depression. On her profile, there was a plethora of posts lamenting the pressures of high school life. Recently, the pressure of studying has been overwhelming. The title of top student has made it hard to breathe. Is it wrong for me to cheat on exams to achieve first place, fulfilling the school's expectations? Without the halo of being the top student, I have faced cold violence from my classmates and teachers. In a Chinese-style education, you win, I'm defeated. Are you satisfied? The latest post was titled, Due to my depression, my roommate and I have developed a huge conflict. After reading through, Jiang Linyuan had an expression of disbelief akin to an elder on a subway staring at his phone. Damn, she's quite a character. According to Yu Song's posts, her grades in high school were exceptionally good, always placing first. However, after being caught cheating in an exam, her grades plummeted significantly thereafter. Interestingly, the subjects where her scores dropped drastically were all science-related. Her humanities scores showed little fluctuation, which she attributed to her depression. Has depression become powerful enough to reverse mathematical formulas and theorems? To be honest, Jiang Linyuan believed that Yu Song's previous status as the top student was entirely due to cheating. She just got caught once, causing a stir, and naturally her true colors were revealed. One instance of supervision ruined my dream of being the top student. We will meet at the peak. But I have to admit, Yu Song is quite a character. To have cheated so many times and only be caught once, she could have been a master thief in ancient times. Why are there so many extraordinary individuals at Xingnan University? Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but complain about the people he had encountered recently. The underhanded girl Su Muji, the little trickster Zhang Juntang, the socialite Zhuang Yan. There are too many to count, absolutely endless. There are no humans left here. There were many poets in ancient universities, but modern universities have simplified things and filled them with trash. Jiang Linyuan struggled to digest all the information, letting out a long sigh as he glanced at Yu Song. Let her be the depression thief, it's better than being a female alchemist and martial artist. But upon seeing her, he couldn't hold back. This should be your line to take over, right? Yu Song looked at the shy boy slightly displeased, saying, but this is your line in the script. The boy spoke in a, oh come on, we're just rehearsing. Why so serious? Yu Song's frown slowly relaxed as she smiled, saying, I can't remember this line, so you can take over when the time comes, okay? Alright, let's continue then. The boy, clearly a bit of a novice, nodded shyly with a flushed face. Okay, let's keep going. Yu Song smiled and began to read the lines. But halfway through the boy reminded her, that's not how it's written in the script. If you read it like this, I won't be able to follow the lines. Yu Song sighed. People who are this serious are really annoying. As long as you understand what I mean, it's fine. Anyway, we'll all have to improvise later. The boy hesitated but remained silent, only nodding in agreement. Oh dear, how could I be paired with someone like this? It's both dull and stifling. Yu Song felt a bit helpless as she looked up and saw Jiang Linyuan standing to the side. She smiled and ran over, exclaiming, Senior Jiang, what brings you here? Just came to see our female host in action. Oh, don't say that. I'm memorizing the script is so difficult. Yu Song shook her body in complaint, the water droplets swaying. Jiang Linyuan looked straight ahead, nodding with a smile. You two must be tired from rehearsing. Should I get you a bottle of water to soothe your throats? Yes. I'll go with Senior Jiang. It's a good chance to take a break. Yu Song nodded with a smile. The boy opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then loudly called out to Jiang Linyuan, I want to go too. Jiang Linyuan looked at him. The boy's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness and a trace of hostility. Oh, does he have feelings for Yu Song and see me as a rival? This junior really doesn't understand the situation. While they can't manage to work together during rehearsals, they have to be on edge while taking a break. It's a choice between living in the moment and seizing the day. The request made by the boy indeed embarrassed Yu Song. She had wanted to avoid further interaction with him, which was why she had initiated a conversation with Jiang Linyuan to relax. After all, Jiang Linyuan spoke charmingly, looked handsome, and was much more interesting. But she couldn't directly refuse, so she could only force a polite smile and say, well then, let's invite classmate Zhao to join us. Jiang Linyuan shook his head at that. This junior was still too naive. The three of them walked together towards the milk tea shop, chatting to catch their breath along the way. Senior, have you ever hosted an event before? On the way, Yu Song walked beside Jiang Linyuan, excitedly asking. Yes, I have. That's why I think the way you rehearsed the script just now was quite impressive. Jiang Linyuan smiled and casually fabricated. When I hosted for the first time, I was extremely nervous even during rehearsals. Oh. Yu Song's eyes sparkled as she elongated her tone, curiously asking, you get nervous too? Who doesn't get nervous? Jiang Linyuan looked at Yu Song and said, actually, I'm quite nervous right now. Yu Song asked, because I'm talking to such a beautiful girl and am afraid of saying something wrong that would upset you. Jiang Linyuan replied with a smile. Ha! Yu Song covered her mouth and chuckled, her two pendants swaying like on a swing. Then you don't need to be nervous, Senior. If I were unhappy, I wouldn't be walking with you. Seeing the two chatting and laughing, the boy trailing behind them couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. Yu Song had hardly smiled when rehearsing with him, but she was so cheerful when talking to Jiang Linyuan. This stark contrast made him feel uncomfortable inside. After holding it in for a while, he said, looks like Senior doesn't have much experience as a host. The provocation in his words was blatant, filled with a strong sense of hostility. Are you trying to start something with me? What a joke. Yu Song was submissive in front of me, but launched a full-on assault against him. How did the turtle minister from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea come out to harm people? Jiang Linyuan glanced sideways at the boy behind him and said, sorry, what should I call you, Junior? The boy flushed immediately. Jiang Linyuan's actions and tone made him feel belittled, as if he didn't even remember. He grumbled, I'm Zhao Tongyu. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Linyuan chuckled. Insecure, yet proud, sensitive, yet reckless. Having such a personality is not your fault, but if you dare to challenge me, then you have no one to blame. Do you really think I haven't paid much attention to classmate Zhao, but with such a good partner as you, your hosting skills must be quite impressive. Jiang Linyuan's bland statement made Zhao Tong's face turn crimson. This meant that if he weren't partnered with Yu Song, he wouldn't even bother to glance at him. The key was that he couldn't refute it. Refuting it would essentially deny Yu Song's hosting abilities, while not refuting it would mean admitting he was merely a decoration. Zhao Tong's expression changed several times, looking quite grim, and he could only swallow his anger, biting his teeth to hold back his frustration. His identity card bore a joker, just like a clown in a circus. You got humiliated, buddy. Yu Song smiled, seeing the two hadn't started a fight. Haha, I'm not as amazing as... At first she was worried about a conflict between Jiang Linyuan and Zhao Tongyu, but seeing him so carefree, she couldn't help but feel even more fond of him. Senior is quite interesting, unlike that dullard who is emotionally clueless and immature. Unconsciously, she compared the two and found Jiang Linyuan even more likable. Watching Yu Song's performance, Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but sigh. I had no intention of hunting, but the turtle minister assisted. This Zhao Jr. has some skills in flattery, let's have more of that. Indeed, the scheming of a scoundrel can't compare to the cleverness of a clown. Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song walked to the milk tea shop, laughing all the way while Zhao Tongyu sulked behind them. Let's go, feeling embarrassed about leaving, but if I don't go, I can only watch the two of them being lovey-dovey. Damn, this is really uncomfortable. Junior, what do you want to drink? It's on me, you've rehearsed for so long, it's only fair. Jiang Linyuan turned to the two and asked. Thank you, senior. I'd like mango sago with 3 parts sweetness at room temperature. Yu Song replied generously. Zhao Tongyu said stiffly, I don't need it, it's just a cup of milk tea. I can afford it. Jiang Linyuan twitched it. This guy really knows how to talk. There's always a fool in a group of 3, that's a fact. It's just a cup of milk tea, who can't afford that? Who really takes this seriously? It's just a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, what does your comment imply about Yu Song? By your logic, if she agrees to let me treat her, it means she can't afford it. Jiang Linyuan glanced at Yu Song, as if watching a show. Sure enough, she looked a bit angry. Senior, don't mind him. If he wants to drink, he can buy it himself. We'll have our drinks. After saying that, Yu Song took Jiang Linyuan's hand and walked aside. What the? She charged right into me. Jiang Linyuan was startled by this touch. But it still didn't compare to Xiao Yilin's jelly-like hands. Zhao Tongyu watched the two being so close, feeling a surge of anger again, but couldn't help but blame himself for being tongue-tied. I should have known better than to follow them. Why did Senior run off with that Yu Song? Lin Yilin stared at the empty corner, puffing her cheeks in a daze. She wanted to take out her phone to ask Jiang Linyuan what he was doing, but was afraid of interrupting him. Forget it. I don't want to think about that dog, Senior, anymore. What's there to think about? Ahem, classmate, are you busy? Just as Lin Yilin was lost in thought, a slightly fawning female voice rang in her ear. She turned around to see the girl who had monopolized the bathroom in the villa. Lin Yilin's eyebrows involuntarily raised. You're the girl from the villa? The girl smiled, awkwardly laughing dryly. I'm Qiao Shan from the organization department. I was wrong that day, so I came to apologize. Apologize? Lin Yilin looked at the girl, noticing her expression didn't seem fake, and frowned. You should apologize to Senior Jiang, not me. I don't really dare. Qiao Shan said timidly, as she unconsciously touched her own face. Don't dare? What did Senior do that day? Curious yet worried about Jiang Linyuan, Lin Yilin asked. Why don't you dare? Anyway, I'm really sorry about that day. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you a red envelope as an apology. Qiao Shan didn't answer directly, taking out her phone and looking at Lin Yilin with a flattering expression. But the straightforward girl wouldn't agree. She raised her little eyebrow. No way, you need to talk to Senior directly about his matter. Don't, good sister, I'm begging you. If it doesn't work, can you at least ask him? Qiao Shan pleaded. Lin Yilin initially wanted to refuse, but thought that this would allow her to contact Jiang Linyuan. Thus she hesitated and said, Okay, I'll ask Senior. I have important matters to discuss with him. It wouldn't matter if I interrupted him a bit. Thinking this, Lin Yilin sent a message to Jiang Linyuan. In the milk tea shop, Zhao Tongyu sat to one side, watching Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song's every move with a damp gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He could only comfort himself that love is about restraint and endurance. He needed to work hard in secret, then amaze Yu Song. Love is a marathon, not a firework. Someone like Jiang Linyuan, Yu Song might forget him at a moment's notice. With this thought, a hint of disdain crept into his gaze towards Jiang Linyuan, and he felt a sense of triumph. Jiang Linyuan looked at his arrogant demeanor, genuinely puzzled. I have seen many clowns, but they all called me a clown. Zhao, classmate, is this about you? Senior, have you participated in any competitions? Oh, I haven't participated much in that regard. Jiang Linyuan chose to tell the truth. Back when he had just entered university, he was also ambitious and determined to strive for success. Then 5 early classes each week shattered his academic spirit. Thus his Dao heart was shattered, and he gave up. But in reality, persisting in a lack of discipline is also a form of discipline. Just like continuing to watch NTR is not devoid of a pure love for NTR. Hearing Jiang Linyuan say he participated, little Zhao Tongji's eyes lit up, and he coughed a few times. I am currently preparing for the major innovation competition with a senior. Yu Song looked at him strangely as if she hadn't heard, and continued talking to Jiang Linyuan. Senior, am done resting, let's go back and chat while walking. Zhao Tongji's expression froze. Okay, Junior, let's walk together. Thank you for the milk tea today, I'll treat you next. As she said this, Yu Song turned to look at Zhao Tongyu again. Zhao Tongyu was momentarily stunned, feeling warmth in his heart. See, she still cares about me. After all, I can afford a cup of milk tea. Yu Song scoffed, not even glancing at him, and pulled Jiang Linyuan away. Zhao Tongyu instantly felt humiliated, filled with shame, wishing he could dig a hole to bury himself. He couldn't hold it any longer. Jiang Linyuan didn't even need to look back to guess Zhao Tongji's awkward state. This Yu thief saint indeed has a vengeful character. The two walked side by side. Yu Song looked at Jiang Linyuan and said somewhat shyly, Senior, what I said just now was to provoke him. I meant no offense. Haha, actually I wanted to say what Junior just said. That Zhao classmate speaks too harshly. Jiang Linyuan remarked casually, I was worried about the trouble you might have with him in the future, which is why I didn't scold him. Seeing him like this, Yu Song relaxed a bit and joined in the complaints. Exactly, his emotional intelligence is so low. When it comes to drafts, he is both dull and overly serious. It's incredibly annoying. Just the thought of working with him makes me feel uncomfortable. At this point, she added with some annoyance, my roommates are the same, each one of them lacks understanding and empathy. Jiang Linyuan was somewhat curious about this. What about the Yu syndrome? Need a rescue? You could go to the rooftop to catch some breeze and have a heart-to-heart with your advisor. As long as you don't perform aerial acrobatics, your advisor will solve everything for you. Is Junior not getting along well with her roommates? Jiang Linyuan asked. Yu Song let out a long sigh as if she had found an outlet for her emotions. Exactly, they all say I'm too pretentious. Usually they are polite to me, but behind my back in a small group, they criticize me daily. How does Junior know this? Oh, there are 2 people in the dorm who don't get along, so they privately sent me the chat logs where they talk. Amazing. I won't watch Jiang if your dorm isn't in it. Junior, if you have any issues, just talk to Senior. Jiang Linyuan said calmly. Seeing he didn't say anything like you should try to get along with them since you all live under the same roof, her mood improved a bit, and she joked, if there's really something, can Senior really barge into the girls' dorm? As she said this, she laughed a little. Don't worry, Senior, if there's something, I will definitely contact you. Just don't forget to show up, okay? I'm not afraid of Junior contacting me. I'm more worried about Junior not contacting me. Jiang Linyuan replied with a smile. But really, what is the situation with this you thief saint? Isn't her behavior just that of a normal girl? Oh, by the way, Yu Song seemed to remember something and looked at Jiang Linyuan, asking, Senior, you're in the outreach department, you must know a lot of people, right? Yes, why? Jiang Linyuan nodded in response. Yu Song looked at him tentatively, saying, so do you know any medical students who study well? I found that those who come to the learning department for competition sharing are all from the computer science department, electrical engineering, telecommunications, etc. I haven't seen any medical students. Jiang Linyuan paused. Junior, you study medicine? Yes, clinical medicine. Yu Song nodded. Then why are you still concerned about so many competitions? This isn't even the same field. Jiang Linyuan hesitated and said, Junior, studying medicine is very difficult and painful, so very few people spend energy on these competitions. But there are still some. Yu Song replied confidently, I believe I can do it. No wonder your roommates say you're pretentious. Without achievements, they can't see your strengths, so they must say you're just a pretty face. So does Yu Song have that capability? Jiang Linyuan thought of her posts on Xiaohongshu, his expression hard to maintain. It's really hard to say. While Yu Song's hard skills might be lacking, her soft skills excellently made up for this gap. After the academic dodgy, a new species appeared, the academic phantom thief. I might not be capable myself, but as long as those competing against me are capable, that's enough, right? After all, the monitoring of some second-tier competitions is indeed rather lax. It's really not as strict as high school exams. Is Junior planning to consult with some senior medical students about a few matters? Jiang Linyuan asked nonchalantly. Yu Song said, naturally, we have quite a few courses, and I want to ask them how they manage. Besides competitions, postgraduate recommendations also place great importance on GPA. Jiang Linyuan's gaze became sharp. Damn. No wonder they say you're a grade bad woman. Oh, it's not unjust at all. If we say that the monitoring of some competitions is lax, then college final exams can only be described as extremely lax. Of course, for someone who hasn't cheated much, there's no difference. But for this season, you thief St. Junior, it's a different story. Squeeze. Others cheat to avoid failing. If you cheat for those already scarce postgraduate recommendations, then that's excessive. Find someone to see if you plan to return to your old ways, or if you are genuinely aiming to study. Sure, I know a pretty impressive classmate. She also studies medicine. I'll give you her contact details later. Jiang Linyuan replied with a smile. Really? Thank you. Yu Song smiled happily. No need to thank me. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, took out his phone, and intended to send her that person's contact information, but unexpectedly saw a message from Linyuan. Senior, a girl named Xiao Shan said, she wants to give you money. Do you have any clues? What kind of absurd remarks about financial support is this? This binary-coded girl. Her head seems oddly pointed. She doesn't even speak clearly. Tell me, is Xiao Shan male or female? If she's female, then why did she give me money? Jiang Linyuan replied instantly, I shall return like lightning. Let's discuss everything in person. I'll find Lin Yilin shot back immediately, clearly idling away time with her phone in hand. She'll be a little rice parasite from now on. A moment later, she asked again, Senior brother, how's your progress? Little Yilin cut down on those visual novels. Real life has no affection meter or route guide. Lin Yilin fell silent and sent an angry puppy emoji. Jiang Linyuan promptly forwarded a cheerful, smug-looking yellow face emoticon from Tieba. He then opened his contacts list, located a familiar classmate majoring in clinical medicine, and forwarded her information to Yu Song. Junior sister, this is a senior sister 1 year ahead of you. She's enrolled in the 53 program and maintains an outstanding GPA. You may consult her for anything. The 53 program is an especially grueling track in clinical medicine, 5 years of undergraduate study, followed by 3 years of graduate training, all beginning immediately after the Gaokao. 8 years of relentless academic rigor forge the most elite reserve corps of diligent laborers. Jiang Linyuan knew the medical student he'd recommended extremely well, intimately so. Not that kind of intimacy, of course. After all, she was his own younger sister. The student he'd introduced to Yu Song was Jiang Zhiyao, a perpetually overburdened medical student at Xingnan University. Sis, I've lined up a prospective new sister-in-law for you, freshman clinical medicine. Go inspect the goods. Jiang Linyuan sent her a message. No reply came. She was likely too busy to notice. Otherwise, she'd have detonated on the spot. Yu Song received Jiang Zhiyao's contact details, nodded appreciatively, and said gratefully, thank you, senior brother. Once I secure postgraduate admission, I'll treat you to a proper meal. Jiang Linyuan's lips twitched. No, ma'am. This meal carries far too much risk. Please spare me. The Phantom Thieves roster needs no expansion. Junior sister, if that day ever comes, remember, it will be entirely due to your own efforts. I bear no credit whatsoever. Jiang Linyuan insisted, attempting to disentangle himself entirely. Yu Song dismissed his words as mere politeness. They soon returned to the classroom. where Jiang Linyuan was startled to spot Zhao Tongyu sitting sullenly in the corner, wearing an expression like Sima Qian's ghost. Horseface, is that you? Amoxet. Yu Song also noticed Zhao Tongyu and, growing impatient, let out a dismissive snort without addressing him. Jiang Linyuan had no time for circus acts. He went straight to find Lin Yilan. When she saw him approaching, she stiffened her expression and dragged him aside, like an interrogator hauling in a suspect senior brother. Your secret's out? This binary-coded girl dared interrogate him. What audacity! What? Our secret's out? What did Dad say? What nonsense are you spouting now? Lin Yilan flushed crimson, glaring at Jiang Linyuan in mortified indignation. You started a junior sister. I can't respond. Jiang Linyuan retorted without hesitation. Hypocrite. Lin Yilan, now thoroughly accustomed to Jiang Linyuan's temperament, blushed deeply and defiantly shot back. Yes, I'm a hypocrite. Absolutely. Tragic news. The binary-coded girl has been corrupted. Alas, junior sister, recalling our shared past, who would have imagined you'd change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Jiang Linyuan sighed wistfully. You two truly are half a pair of star-crossed lovers. Half? Why only half? Surely we're a full pair. Lin Yilan protested. Downright cringe. Who's paired with you as star-crossed lovers? You're single. That makes you precisely half a pair. Jiang Linyuan declared, crisp and unyielding. Fuming, Lin Yilan reached out again and surreptitiously pinched Jiang Linyuan several times. Perhaps little Yilan harbors latent S tendencies. Why else would she always pinch his hands? Jiang Linyuan savored the moment before asking, who is Xiao Shan, and where is she? Lin Yilan blushed, withdrew her hand, and pointed discreetly. That girl holed up in the bathroom inside the villa. Ah, the one who spent over 20 minutes in the restroom without relieving herself or consuming anything remotely edible. Then her brow furrowed with concern. Senior brother, did you do something terribly inappropriate to her that day? Oh, are you actually worried about her? Jiang Linyuan asked. No, not at all. I'm just afraid you'll get into trouble. Lin Yilan responded swiftly. Not bad. Little Yilan isn't utterly ungrateful. Though she lacks overt appreciation, she's passable, all things considered. Jiang Linyuan ceased questioning and walked directly toward Xiao Shan. Do you need something? Hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Shan whirled around and recoiled several steps in alarm. Wasn't this supposed to stay online? Why did you show up in person? She glanced helplessly at Lin Yilan, her eyes tinged with reproach. What are you staring at? Your mother? Jiang Linyuan snapped. If you have business with me, keep others out of it. He held not the slightest favorable impression of Xiao Shan. Their mutual animosity had crystallized during that villa incident, and Jiang Linyuan had no intention of softening his demeanor now. Xiao Shan, unfazed by his hostility, offered a strained smile. Senior brother, I didn't mean to cause trouble that day. You know how things escalated. I've come solely to apologize. Jiang Linyuan arched a brow. Were you the one beaten that day? Xiao Shan blinked, then nodded slowly. I was naive back then. Jiang Linyuan waved her off impatiently. Step aside. Stop causing scenes, and never let me see you again. How revolting to encounter campus bullies, even at university. Naive. Does she truly believe enrolling in college absolves her of past sins? Redemption through repentance. Repent what exactly? Did she ever ask the victims for consent? Utter fool. Xiao Shan gave a dry, hollow chuckle, uttered a perfunctory, I'm sorry, and departed without further word. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's rare flare of anger, Lin Yilan cautiously asked, Senior brother, are you all right? Jiang Linyuan turned to look at her. Ah, how refreshingly pure the freshman junior sister remains. Just seeing your face makes everything all right. This time Lin Yilan didn't blush. Instead, she asked earnestly, are you truly all right? Jiang Linyuan smiled faintly. She attended my high school and engaged in campus bullying. I beat her. Lin Yilan heard his tone. Light, almost casual, but their mutual tension betrayed a far deeper history. She pressed her lips together, stood quietly beside him, and, uncertain how to comfort him, offered only, it's all in the past, senior brother. No, junior sister, if you lack the gift of consolation, please refrain from offering it. Your words land with all the emotional resonance of a man delivering a weather report, utterly uninspiring. Little Yilan, my heart feels chilled right now. Would you warm it for me? Jiang Linyuan drawled the question out. Lin Yilan hesitated, her gaze darting away, her cheeks blooming with involuntary warmth just for a moment. As she spoke, her hands already rose and settled gently upon Jiang Linyuan's chest. Her palms radiated gentle warmth. Wait, wasn't that just playful banter? Aren't you usually the one to refuse? Jiang Linyuan froze, then quickly surrendered to delight. After all, she initiated it. The wind had chilled him slightly on the walk back. Perfect timing. Lin Yilan kept her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Her face burned scarlet, and the steady warmth and rhythmic pulse beneath her palms sent her thoughts spiraling into delightful disarray. Suddenly a thought surfaced. Juntang also attended senior brother's high school. Was she aware of the bullying? She'd never mentioned it. Lin Yilan withdrew her hand, quickly blushing, not daring to look at Jiang Linyuan for even a moment. Though she said she was covering her heart, it was merely a light touch. Compared to Su Muji's dragon claw grip, it was akin to a king encountering a commoner. Jiang Linyuan chose to give her some space, planning to go check out the circus. However, just a few steps away, he heard the sound of a quarrel between Yusong and Zhao Tongyu. If you keep this up, I won't be able to partner with you, Yusong said impatiently, throwing down the script in her hand and frowning at Zhao Tongyu. Zhao Tongyu took a deep breath, forcing a smile. If you think there's a problem with me, I can improve. We still have a long time to prepare, don't we? You either can't keep up with these words, or you remember them incorrectly. How can I partner with you? Yusong pointed at the script without courtesy. Zhao Tongyu bit his lip and said, didn't you say these lines were yours to deliver? But I couldn't remember. Shouldn't you as my partner provide timely assistance? Yusong responded. Zhao Tongyu was momentarily stunned, then revealed an awkward smile. It's my fault. I'll note it down right away. Zhao Tongyu, did you just run out of a Ninja Turtles film set? If only you showed me half the assertiveness you show Yusong, I'd even tell Batman to go easy on you when you return to Gotham. Yusong rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had intentionally sought trouble hoping Zhao Tongyu would back down and find someone else to partner with. But she didn't expect him to be this spineless. Her impression of him worsened. Yusong couldn't take it any longer and bluntly stated, I don't want to partner with you. Can you withdraw voluntarily? Zhao Tongyu paused in his breathing. Ouch. It hurt. But then he thought if he gave in to Yusong's wishes, perhaps his image in her eyes could improve a bit. So he looked at Yusong with a heartfelt expression. If that's what you want, I can do it, but... Really? Then hurry up and tell the instructor to change partners, Yusong said excitedly. Seeing her agree so quickly, so enthusiastically, Zhao Tongyu felt both sad and happy. Sad because Yusong really wanted him gone. Happy because if he left, Yusong would be very pleased. Who will stand at the peak when the clown's end is near, only to meet the empty path of Tongyu. Zhao Tongyu looked back at Yusong with reluctance, saying, then I'll go tell the instructor. Yusong nodded perfunctorily. Finally he got rid of that guy. After watching a free circus show, Jiang Linyuan joyfully approached and asked, did you get what you wanted, Junior? Oh, it's you, Senior Jiang. Seeing Jiang Linyuan approach, Yusong's eyes brightened. Then she said with concern, what if they replace him with someone worse? Haha, that won't happen. Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily. He had already confirmed she wasn't an alchemist. What was there to fear? He was thankful for the opportunity presented by Zhao. This makes you the MVP while I am the lucky dog. Little Zhao quickly gave up on being the male host, and Zhang Shua, no response. Then you can do it right. Reluctantly, Zhang Shua turned to Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan nodded, quite satisfied. The level card reward was within reach. Yusong was also very pleased, her smile rippling like water. Little Zhao was stunned, staring blankly at the scene before him. While feeling psychologically torn, an odd feeling also arose within him. TMD, how impressive. How impressive. Jiang Linyuan happily worked on the script with Yusong in a corner, causing little Zhao's heart to be filled with mixed feelings. It wasn't that I couldn't compete, I simply didn't want to. With things having come to this, he could only comfort himself, which made his heart feel a bit better. Jiang Linyuan and Yusong began to work on the script. He soon realized that partnering with Yusong was no simple. Forgetting lines and altering words were basic skills, but even more outrageous was the snatching of lines. Thankfully, Jiang Linyuan was experienced, and managing it wasn't too difficult. If it were someone else coupled with Yusong's dominant personality, they would surely be crushed under her. Senior, we have such great chemistry. Yusong exclaimed in surprise after going through the script, then revealed a sweet smile. Let's call this a meeting of minds. Meeting of minds. Did you even bother to prepare for the script? Just a meeting of minds. Even a dry well would be more invested than you. Jiang Linyuan smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at it, he saw it was a call from his sister. He'll take this call, Jiang Linyuan said to Yusong, walking out of the classroom with the phone. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Jiang Ziyu's gritted voice came through the line. You really can't sit still for even a moment. What new sister-in-law backup? You need to explain this to me. Love between a man and a woman, quite literally, Jiang Linyuan replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyue asked, are you serious about dating? What is that supposed to mean? I was not serious that time. Jiang Linyuan retorted. Was this Hajia trying to dig into the Xuanwu gate? Oh, Jiang Ziyu's voice turned dismissive. Is this another little green tea? Should I help you probe the waters? She's a treasure girl, don't slander her. What do you need me for? Jiang Ziyue asked, bluntly not believing his words. I want you to assess her professional competence and test her learning ability. What learning ability? Are we talking about the ability to be a girlfriend or a green tea? The gap in dialogue was too large. It took Jiang Ziyue a moment to react. You mean you want me to guide her in professional knowledge? Sis, you're confused. What can a thief like her learn from you? Teach her how to be flat-chested. Not teaching but testing, but mainly to see her attitude towards learning. Jiang Linyuan said earnestly. Huh. Jiang Ziyue was puzzled but still agreed. Alright, but you need to clarify this person's situation with me. It's too late today, let's talk tomorrow. Jiang Linyuan quickly hung up the phone and intended to return to the classroom. But as he turned around, he found a little thief girl with her ears perked up, eavesdropping. Little Yilin, what are you doing? Jiang Linyuan tapped Lin Yilin on the head. I just came out to use the restroom and saw you standing here alone, so I came over. Lin Yilin said hesitantly, her eyes darting. It was a false pretense. But Jiang Linyuan didn't mind looking at her and saying, Little Yilin, stop spying on your senior all day. Just have some dried plums instead. I'm not spying all day. Lin Yilin retorted weakly, her confidence wavering as she felt guilty. Don't tell me you're checking my QQ dynamics and moments every day when you have nothing else to do. After saying that, Lin Yilin awkwardly asked, Senior, who were you talking to on the phone just now? Although she couldn't hear their conversation clearly, she faintly heard a girl's voice at the beginning. In the dead of night, a lone man and woman secretly conversing. Something was amiss. "Oh, little Yilin, you're quite nosy." Jiang Linyuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilin felt an inexplicable sense of grievance in her heart. But then she thought, what right did she have to? Whether Senior tells me or not is his choice, I have no authority to ask him. As she thought this, her heart felt heavier, a sour sensation gradually rising. Forget it, we're family. Oh, just tell little Yilin. I'm talking to your little sister. Little sister? I don't have a little sister. Lin Yilin was still immersed in her own thoughts and didn't immediately catch Jiang Linyuan's meaning. After a while, a large flush spread from her ears to her neck as she stood there frozen. If it's about Senior's sister, just what family, what little sister? Nonsense. If I don't say it, someone might secretly wipe their tears. Lin Yilin still held her ground, her face slightly flushed, holding her head high. The starry sky and moonlight were cold, yet they warmed the hearts of those beneath. The study sharing session is scheduled for next week, allowing Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song ample time to prepare. Every day, Jiang Linyuan takes the opportunity to chat with Yu Song during the drafting process. It's a good thing they haven't become close friends. Upon getting to know her better, Jiang Linyuan realizes that Yu the thief saint lives up to her infamous reputation. She is like a miniature version of a dark and ruthless figure, constantly using Jiang Linyuan as an emotional trash can. One moment she's saying, "My roommate asked for help with a delivery, and they pretended not to see me, how outrageous." The next moment it's, "I missed a class, and my roommate reported me." She rambled on and on, forcing Jiang Linyuan to watch episode after episode of Zhan Huanzhuan. Before he knew it, he was at episode 99. Even a toilet has a cool-down period after doing its business. "Junior, have you ever thought about switching dorms?" Jiang Linyuan, unable to tolerate it any longer, directly suggested. "That's not acceptable. Why should I suffer in silence after being wronged? I want them to have a hard time too. Let them leave. Is your dorm raising a poisonous insect or something?" Yu Song was clearly overwhelmed with emotions and directly voiced her thoughts. After she finished, she quickly changed the subject. "Senior, do you have time this Saturday? I signed up for a volunteer activity. Do you want to join it?" Jiang Linyuan naturally didn't refuse and replied, "Sure, what activity?" "Junior, send me the details so I can sign up too. It's at the hospital to help out guiding people and teaching them how to use the registration self-service machine and such." Yu Song explained while sending an activity link. "Oh, this thief saint is quite righteous and caring. Truly a broad-minded person." Jiang Linyuan immediately signed up and also forwarded the activity link to Lin Yilin and Su Muji. "Xiao Yilin, this Saturday Senior will take you to the hospital for a date and you'll earn credits. Xiao Su, come along as my escort." The two responded quickly. "What date? It's just a volunteer activity." "Huh. Jiang, are you coming with me to do a prenatal checkup?" The difference between a normal person and the girl below is so obvious. Xiao Yilin is good, while Su Muji is bad. Jiang Linyuan first replied to Lin Yilin. After the volunteer activity, he'll take Xiao Yilin to enjoy some onion time. Then he messaged Su Muji, "He'll take you to the psychiatry department." Lin Yilin sent a crazy cat meme. Su Muji responded, "So you want me to go donate secretly by myself, right?" Damn it. Jiang Linyuan couldn't hold back upon seeing Su Muji's reply. "That girl below. Donating won't benefit you anyway. Haha, I'll go just in case Jiang finds it hard to expel that sticky stuff." Jiang Linyuan didn't want to talk to that girl below any longer. He turned his attention to Xiao Yilin. Xiao Yilin agreed to deduct 1 point disagree and reply, "Senior, I love you." 11,111. Lin Yilin quickly typed a string of ones. Seeing both agree, Jiang Linyuan felt quite satisfied. With these two talented individuals, how could he fail to earn his reward card? Saturday at the hospital. Jiang Linyuan wore a volunteer vest draped in red. "Senior, thank you for coming." Yu Song smiled and jumped over to Jiang Linyuan. Actually, she just walked over, but visually it seemed like she was jumping. Even the red vest couldn't hide her fierce aura. It was too frightening. "Senior, thank you for coming." At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang in Jiang Linyuan's ear. The voice wasn't loud, but sounded quite sour. A glance at her side profile revealed that the binary girl had a slight frown, her brows raised, looking sideways at Jiang Linyuan. "The rain has stopped, and the sky is clear. Xiao Yilin feels like she has done well." Jiang Linyuan didn't beat around the bush and directly pinched her hand. Lin Yilin immediately stiffened her face, turning red. The binary girl didn't see their little interaction, but Zhang Juntang, standing next to Lin Yilin, saw it all. She raised her eyes to glance at Lin Yilin, then at Jiang Linyuan, pretending not to see anything. "I'm not playing with Senior anymore, Juntang. Let's go, we need to leave." Lin Yilin snapped back to reality, feeling her face burning. Usually handholding was just between the two of them, but now there were so many people. What if someone saw them? Zhang Juntang didn't say much, just followed behind Lin Yilin. Jiang Linyuan planned to find Xiao Yilin to play later. He looked around and noticed that Su Muji wasn't among the volunteers. How dare she stand me up? This annoying woman. But he didn't think too much about it. Ultimately, it was her choice whether to come or not. The volunteer work had already been divided early on. Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song were assigned to one floor each with their designated areas. "Senior, my stomach hurts a bit. Could you cover for me for a while?" As soon as they reached the floor, Yu Song shyly glanced at Jiang Linyuan and spoke. Jiang Linyuan looked at her. "Do you think I'm Zhao the classmate? Can't I tell if your stomach genuinely hurts, or if you're just faking it? You just want to slack off. I thought you genuinely had a good heart. That's not acceptable, Junior. Senior is overwhelmed by work alone." Jiang Linyuan directly refused. Yu Song looked at his expression and probably guessed that her little scheme had been seen through. Feeling embarrassed, she said nothing further. The two continued in silence. Upon reaching the work area, the two split up. Jiang Linyuan started his volunteer duties. Soon a familiar voice called out, "Excuse me, where is the obstetrics and gynecology department?" "I don't know where the obstetrics and gynecology department is. Do you want to go to the ICU instead, eh?" Jiang Linyuan turned backside. The person who was also seeking directions was taken aback and seemed a bit scared. The red on the volunteer's outfit shouldn't be blood, right? Haha, Jiang, you scared someone. Su Muji covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at the stunned woman. "I know him." Oh. It turns out this couple was just bickering. The woman felt relieved. But Su Muji's next words left her stunned. "Jiang, my child, and I don't deserve this. Why be so cruel to us? Could you bear to be someone who abandons their wife and child?" "Child." The woman was taken aback. Su Muji looked to be in her early 20s. Then she glanced at Jiang Linyuan. He does not look trustworthy at all. He clearly seems like someone who flirts around. "I am like a flower, I should look a little longer." "What do you mean abandoning a wife and child?" Jiang Linyuan's lips twitched. "If you abandon me, isn't that equivalent to abandoning your future wife? And abandoning the future wife naturally means giving up on the future child as well," Su Muji said softly, still using her characteristic phrases. The woman couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. This couple is quite lively. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji and said, "There is a difference between fantasy and delusion, Xiao Su. Remember to take your medicine on time." "I don't like taking medicine. Can't you do it outside?" "Then you should use protection." "Wait, are you two treating me like a—" The bystander couldn't listen any longer, interrupting their conversation to ask for directions. "Excuse me, where is the inpatient department?" Hearing the question from the female passerby, Jiang Linyuan had not yet spoken when Su Muji, with a beaming smile, pointed in a direction. "Over there, just turn left and walk straight." The female passerby thanked her, lingeringly gazing at Jiang Linyuan's face before saying goodbye and leaving. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji with some surprise. "You seem quite familiar with this hospital." Su Muji replied with a chuckle, "Well, what can I do? After all, I am a She softly laughed, winking as she said, "Don't judge me by how I am now, though I was frail and sickly when I was young and often came here." "Then it seems you haven't grown up yet," Jiang Linyuan remarked. "After all, you don't look like someone who has recovered from an illness." Su Muji didn't respond, squinting with a smile, looking around and asking, "Where is Yu Song?" "Not by your side. She went to slack off." Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, noticing she was dressed casually, without wearing a volunteer vest, and asked, "You didn't come to the hospital just to see me, did you?" "If I say yes, would you be touched, Jiang classmate?" Su Muji suddenly leaned closer, a faint fragrance wafting towards him. The scent from the girl was actually quite pleasant. Can the sycophant have a little self-awareness? Jiang Linyuan snorted. "Be careful, Jiang classmate. If you keep talking like this, I might report you for insulting women on that little X-book." Su Muji raised her phone, jokingly retorting, "Don't just throw punches. Where have I insulted women?" Jiang Linyuan challenged her, and Su Muji, unfazed, continued to smile cheerfully. "Exactly. You haven't used a single insulting term towards women, which means you are already well acquainted with them, so you have already insulted women. This is not something a little X-book president would say." Jiang Linyuan was amused by her words. With this punch, even Tyson would be reduced to a teddy bear. "Muji, have you been to Confucius' hometown? It's beautiful there. I'll take you to see it when I have the chance," Jiang Linyuan said. "This Pokemon needs to be captured using a Chinese-style Pokeball." "Oh." Su Muji raised her eyebrows, smiling as she said, "Deal. Not that I'm really going to take you on a trip, right?" "Muji, it really is you." Just as Jiang Linyuan was about to mock her, a very enthusiastic voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged woman in a white coat. "Oh my. It's been so long since we last met. What brings you here today?" The woman looked at Su Muji for a while, then turned to Jiang Linyuan, her eyes sparkling with gossip. "Are you dating someone?" Su Muji glanced at the woman, forcing out a smile that was too fake to be true, and politely said, "Aunt Yang, this is my friend. I met him while coming to see a doctor." "Sick. Have you told your mother?" "Oh dear, what's wrong?" The woman continued to chatter, but Su Muji interrupted. "No need. Thank you, Aunt Yang, for your concern. There's nothing serious." TSK tisk, so polite. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow at Su Muji, noticing she still wore a businesslike smile. "Oh dear, it's just a minor issue. No need to be so polite with me. Just tell me what's wrong, and I'll contact some specialists right now." The woman was still very eager, starting to take out her phone. "Sigh." Su Muji sighed lightly, her smile gradually fading and turning cold. "No need. Aunt Muji is here to accompany me. She's fine." At this moment, Jiang Linyuan interrupted, first speaking to the woman. Hearing his words, the woman's actions came to a halt as she looked at his volunteer outfit and frowned. "Muji is volunteering. Do you look down on volunteers? Are you discriminating against them?" Jiang Linyuan chuckled. "Aunt, you're so warm-hearted. Do you want to lend a hand and help out?" The implication being, why ask so many questions? "What's it to you?" The woman looked at Jiang Linyuan in surprise. The young man was quite handsome and had a strong character. Not bad, not bad. "Haha, you're quite a character, young man. I work at this hospital. If you need anything, you can naturally ask me for help." After saying that, she tentatively asked, "Where are you from, young man? Still in college, I presume. What are your plans for the future?" The woman wanted to ask more, but Su Muji abruptly interrupted her. "Aunt, this is my friend. No need to interrogate him so much." Looking into Su Muji's serious eyes, the woman chuckled. "Then I won't disturb you guys any longer. Muji let me know if, after saying that she turned to leave, feeling quite astonished. This was the first time she had seen Muji defend a boy so very good, very good. Watching the woman's departing figure, Jiang Linyuan's expression turned peculiar as he asked, is she a relative of yours? Su Muji replied irritably, she's my mom's good friend, the vice president of the hospital. Is this what it means to be a Shanghai heiress? Plastic sisterhood? Jiang Linyuan asked tentatively. I don't know. Su Muji said bluntly, that's my mom's business, not mine. This tone doesn't seem right. Does little Su have family issues? Jiang Linyuan thought for a moment and hesitantly asked, is your mom your biological mother? Su Muji. She shot Jiang Linyuan a glance, a smile resurfacing. What's this? Jiang classmate is so concerned about my family. I treat my subjects like my own children. Little Su, although you are a traitor, we are still bound as ruler and subject. Isn't it too cold-hearted not to inquire? Jiang Linyuan revealed a benevolent smile. Little Su, if you lack maternal love, I don't mind having another daughter. This truly made him feel less troubled. Su Muji covered her mouth with a laugh, looking at Jiang Linyuan with narrowed eyes full of mirth. Then Jiang classmate, you'd better prepare for my mom. That would be inappropriate. Jiang Linyuan showed a shy expression. Does the vice president have no objections? Su Muji laughed heartily. You're really interesting. I don't know if my dad has objections, but I don't. Everyone burst into laughter. It seems little Su has quite a deep rift with her mom. But Su Muji laughed for a while, turned her head, her big watery eyes blinking. Why not consider me a bit more than? Don't repay kindness with enmity. Su Muji didn't mind saying to herself, Aunt Yang is a very gossipy person. Can you guess when my mom will find out that there is a boy beside me? You're already this old, and your mom still wants to manage your social circle. Can you guess why my relationship with my mom is poor? Strange. At this point, Jiang Linyuan had already figured out Su Muji's family background. A controlling mother, a weak father, and her own average self. This life is complete. On the other side, Yu Song was lazily sitting on a chair, her volunteer vest tossed aside. She opened her phone, intending to contact the senior recommended by Jiang Linyuan. This senior had quite a unique personality with the online name of Green Tea Lick Dog Deserves to Die. It sounded like she was a bit of a bitter woman. Oh, could it be that her boyfriend was stolen away by some little green tea? Better be careful while chatting. With that thought, Yu Song sent a message. Hello, senior. I was introduced by Jiang Xuezhang, and I wanted to ask how you usually study. What's your name? How should I address you? Yu Song, just call me Yu Song. Let me see you. Yu Song was a bit confused. Could this be a male senior? Why was he asking to see her right away? It's hard to communicate online. Let's set a time to meet in person. Oh, so that's what you meant. Yu Song thought for a moment and tentatively suggested, is Sunday at the school library okay? Sure, if you're not at ease, bring Jiang Linyuan along. Huh, why bring Jiang Xuezhang? If he goes, there are some things I can't ask. Yu Song quickly replied, this doesn't need to trouble Jiang Xuezhang. Ew, I don't want to bother him. What I meant was I'm not at ease, so you should bring Jiang Linyuan. Yu Song. This senior was quite abstract. Is the mental state of medical students really this good? Fine, if I have to bring him, I can slowly extract equipment from this senior, over time, taking it easy, no rush. However, it seemed like this senior had a good relationship with Jiang Xuezhang. I should ask. You and Jiang Xuezhang seem to have a good relationship. Yu Song continued to probe, have you known Jiang Xuezhang for a long time? Haha, it seems like you're not very interested in Jiang Xuezhang. Seeing a string of MMS, Yu Song couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Don't you have any other words? Forget it, I might as well ask Jiang Xuezhang directly. She clicked on Jiang Linyuan's WeChat and started typing. Xuezhang, how did you meet that senior you recommended to me? I've known her since we were in our mother's womb. Yu Song couldn't hold back anymore. This was quite a heavy weight. Why not say you met when you were born? Haha, Xuezhang, you're quite humorous. Looking at the question mark on the screen, Yu Song was a bit confused. Did I say something wrong? Forget it, I'll wait until tomorrow to meet this senior and ask. Just as she was secretly planning, a dissatisfied voice rang out, where are the volunteers here? Yu Song lifted her eyes to see a haughty middle-aged woman. From her outfit, she seemed to be a cleaner. These college students. A bunch of useless people, how can they do anything? I can't even find anyone when I need help. The woman was furious, pulling out her phone as if contacting someone. Dried up old woman, must be going through menopause. Yu Song rolled her eyes. She had originally planned to put on her vest and respond, but seeing the woman's attitude, only a fool would go. After a while, Yu Song saw a petite girl run up to the woman. I'm not saying you college students all do things like this. The woman immediately started to scold, if you're going to be a volunteer, then do it properly. Otherwise go back to your school. I'm sorry. The girl kept apologizing. Yu Song frowned, is she really that incompetent? This girl looked a bit familiar, as she seemed to be a friend of Jiang Zhuzhang's Jr. One of the leaders of the youth association. I think her name is Zhang Juntang. Forget it, come with me, I need you to handle something. The woman said disdainfully, you know how to clean, right? Come with me. Zhang Juntang remained silent, pursing her lips, and quietly said, we're not responsible for this. Her voice was too soft, the woman didn't hear. Seeing Zhang Juntang standing still, feeling her words weren't effective, and a bit embarrassed, she said sarcastically, what? You need me to invite you? Zhang Juntang didn't respond, just stood there, and said then, but let my friend know. The woman grew impatient, and waved her hand, just come with me, why so many questions? She noticed Zhang Juntang's soft temperament, and was ready to pull her. However, when she pulled, not only was she unable to move her, but she almost fell herself. This little girl was surprisingly strong. Zhang Juntang weakly asked, "Are you okay?" The woman already losing face grew even angrier upon hearing this, deliberately shouting, "Today's college students have no heart at all. They don't know how to help others, yet they call themselves volunteers. Oh, this is what a volunteer is." The woman clearly missed the country's development and hadn't adapted to the version update. Passers-by glanced over and then walked away. No one cared and 0 people took notice. Although others didn't care, Zhang Juntang was still a bit embarrassed. She couldn't stand the woman shouting so loudly and simply said, "Where to clean?" "They'll go with you." The woman felt delighted, and now someone was going to do her work and she could get off work early. Yu Song couldn't take it anymore. She wasn't someone with a strong sense of justice, but she couldn't stand Zhang Juntang's cowardice. Her annoyance was rising. Moreover, if it weren't for Zhang Juntang, this cleaner would have probably come to find her. But she was just being lazy. She has no obligation to do these things for you. Yu Song walked straight up to the woman. Seeing Yu Song, the woman knew she was not someone to be trifled with, and also realized her fault, quickly smiling, "I'm sorry, I'll look for someone else to help. You bully the weak and fear the strong." Yu Song watched her walk away, then looked at Zhang Juntang, her tone even more disdainful. "Is your mouth only used for eating? Can't you even refuse?" Zhang Juntang's face turned red. She bit her lip and said, "Thank you." Yu Song gave her a disdainful glance and walked away. Currently, the hospital wasn't crowded and there weren't many people asking for directions. Jiang Linyuan was just sitting there sipping water and resting. Su Muji, this junior girl, wasn't leaving either, clinging to him, asking questions here and there. "What do you think of Shin Wanyu?" At first it was love at first sight, then it became lust. "How did you meet Shin Wanyu?" "We met in college." Su Muji asked for a long time, but didn't manage to get any useful information, so she could only say, "I can see you have feelings for Shan Wanyu. Tell me more about her, and it'll help you win her over." Haha. Jiang Linyuan chuckled. "Little Su, actually Im Qin Shi Huang. If you give me 100, it'll give you a terracotta warrior." If the dowry is 100, isn't it a bit anticlimactic to only get a terracotta warrior as a bride price? Su Muji said with a smile. "This junior girl." Jiang Linyuan said irritably, "Then I'll send you 2 quilts." Just as the two were talking, a cleaning lady angrily approached Jiang Linyuan. "You're a volunteer, right? I need you to help me with something. Come with me." Jiang Linyuan looked the woman up and down and smiled. "I thought it wasn't even dark yet. How did someone become so blind? Can't you tell the difference between a volunteer and a slave? Do you need something?" Jiang Linyuan remained seated, his tone indifferent and uninflected. The cleaning attendant, observing his demeanor, instantly recognized he was no pushover. Yet she understood human nature well. Arguing with a woman like Yu Song, a resolute, uncompromising type, would surely leave her at a disadvantage. But clashing with a firm, assertive young man, that would almost certainly backfire on the other party. After all, she was a woman, and middle-aged at that. She held an innate advantage. "Young man, could you do any a favor? I've got a little matter to attend to. Would you mind sweeping the floor for me?" Her tone softened ever so slightly. "Auntie, then how about you do me a favor? I'm short on cash. Could you transfer some money my way?" Jiang Linyuan replied, without hesitation or courtesy. Flustered and embarrassed, the attendant's voice turned sharp. "What's wrong with volunteers helping out Auntie for a bit? So precious are you? Can't even be bothered to lift a finger? Is this how your mother raised you? No upbringing whatsoever." Gazing at the woman who leaned on her age to dominate, Jiang Linyuan gave a dry chuckle and said coolly, "My mother is very much alive, though judging by your conduct, yours clearly is not." Enraged, the attendant exploded, shoving forward as she shouted, "You little beast." Before she could finish, a crisp, stinging slap echoed sharply, followed immediately by a disdainful, razor-sharp Shanghainese retort. "So na nong gc lao, can't you just scram?" Su Muji smiled coldly and struck the attendant squarely across the face, leaving her dazed and speechless. After delivering the blow, she turned to Jiang Linyuan with a grin. "People like her are truly nauseating. I couldn't bear to hear another word from her." Jiang Linyuan stood momentarily stunned. "Whoa, Muji, you're bold. Brothers in spirit, always." She hit me. "Look, come see. Someone's hitting people here." Snapping back to awareness after the slap, the attendant twisted sideways and collapsed onto the floor, shrieking at the top of her lungs. Su Muji remained perfectly composed, a faint smile playing on her lips. Jiang Linyuan paused thoughtfully, then wore a look of reluctant concern. "Auntie, please don't try to frame someone. Your cheek hit the floor all on its own. Don't blame others." Su Muji burst into quiet laughter and murmured, "You've got a black heart," turning the tables before they're even set. Jiang Linyuan straightened up, adopting an air of solemn righteousness. "Do we even know each other? I'm simply a volunteer, nothing more." Witnessing this attempted extortion, my sense of justice compelled me to speak up on your behalf. "Don't pretend familiarity with me." The attendant sprawled on the ground, nearly choked with fury. "Justice? Huh. You two are clearly in cahoots." Jiang Linyuan glanced down at her and sighed. "Auntie, rest assured, I'll stand firmly on the side of fairness. Though there are no surveillance cameras here, my eyes themselves are justice. Upholding public virtue is our sacred duty." This young man, masterful at twisting truth and falsehood. The attendant on the floor twisted her mouth in outrage, desperate to leap up and tear Jiang Linyuan's lips off. Yet mindful of her role, she stayed down, wailing instead. "The world's gone mad. No one intervenes anymore. Someone's hitting people. Hitting people." Su Muji's smile deepened as she looked toward Jiang Linyuan. You go ahead, I'll handle this. It was my hand that struck her. Jiang Linyuan didn't move. He simply looked at her. So, this Su Muji doesn't consider me a friend. When he still stood rooted, she merely smiled and pulled out her phone. Auntie Yang, I've got a small situation here. How could he have forgotten? Su Muji was a Shanghai heiress. Moments later, Deputy Dean Yang, who had only just left, returned flanked by several security personnel in uniform. Spotting the newcomers, the attendant brightened inwardly and cried out eagerly. Oh, they hit me, look. These youngsters nowadays. Deputy Dean Yang ignored her entirely, approaching Su Muji instead with warm concern. Are you alright? Perfectly fine, Auntie Yang, though I'm sorry to trouble you. Su Muji remained unfailingly polite. What? They're in league. A sinister syndicate of staggering influence. Lying on the floor, the attendant froze, stunned that she'd just kicked a steel plate. Yet she quickly reassured herself, I was struck. I hold the moral high ground. So what did she have to fear? She cried out again. You hit me, what now? Oh, it hurts so badly. Deputy Dean Yang glanced at her and spoke calmly. By your uniform. Your hospital staff, correct? Cleaning services. Attempting fraud inside the hospital. Do you wish to lose your position? The attendant's heart lurched. She couldn't gauge the woman's standing, but that tone suggested formidable authority. She mumbled evasively. She hit me. I didn't stage anything. Did anyone witness this? Deputy Dean Yang turned to Su Muji and asked. I did. Jiang Linyuan stepped forward, posture upright, and voice earnest. I saw this attendant trip and fall, then falsely accuse someone else of striking her. Indeed, that's precisely what happened, Su Muji affirmed with a light, knowing smile. Deputy Dean Yang needed no further clarification. She simply shook her head amused. These two played off each other flawlessly. Their temperaments were evidently well matched. As they've stated, would you accept 10,000 yuan to drop the matter? She addressed the attendant on the floor, voice serene. The attendant gasped, then beamed. 10,000 yuan for lying flat on the floor. Of course she'd take it. Refusing would be sheer folly. Yes, yes, no backing out now. She nodded vigorously. Without delay, Deputy Dean Yang scanned and transferred the sum. The attendant, overjoyed at seeing the money land in her account, prepared to leave, only to hear Deputy Dean Yang say, tone unchanged. Now let us discuss your case of attempted extortion. What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? Clearly ignorant of the law, the attendant faltered. Deputy Dean Yang regarded her briefly, then offered no further explanation. You'll find out soon enough. Assuming it was mere intimidation, the attendant scoffed and turned to leave, only to be blocked by the security guards. Your Auntie Yang's methods run rather dirty, Jiang Linyuan murmured to Su Muji, nudging her lightly. Can't stomach it? Su Muji asked. No. Jiang Linyuan shook his head. Deputy Dean Yang was clearly laying a trap, but why should he care? He'd cheerfully toast the attendant's departure. If her village held a banquet the moment she crossed the threshold. Auntie Yang's comparatively mild. My mother's methods are far more ruthless, Su Muji said softly, a wry smile touching her lips. So Jiang, classmate, you'd best tread carefully. Will your mother march up to me and say, here's 1 million yuan, leave my daughter? Jiang Linyuan asked, meeting her. She pondered a moment, then replied. No, her tactics are never so direct. She'll never raise her voice at you, yet you'll feel bone deep her quiet contempt. Every second you'll sense her eroding your self-worth, leaving you humbled, diminished. Understood. A true old Shanghai matriarch, control-obsessed, pressure-wielding. No wonder Muji clashed with her mother. Then perhaps Auntie should drink more loofah soup. It's wonderfully grounding. Jiang Linyuan remained utterly unruffled. Humiliation. Even Shui Wang, the mascot of Mishuai City, fears no Shanghai Auntie. Why should he? The elderly lady looked at the tall security guards, feeling a bit intimidated, yet her arrogant demeanor showed no signs of retreat. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Deputy Director Yang exchanged a glance, and the leading security guard smiled gently. Are you leaving on your own, or shall we escort you? This was outrageous. Such evil forces still existed in modern society. The elderly lady felt a twinge of fear, as she might not have many skills, but she could still gauge a person's intentions. If she continued to make a fuss here, she would truly be carried away by these people. I tell you, this is a society. The elderly lady said to herself, as if to muster courage, pulling out her phone. I can go with you, but I need to call the police first. That's up to you. The security guards exchanged smiles and escorted the trembling elderly lady away. The light of justice shone upon the earth. Watching the elderly lattice retreating figure, Deputy Director Yang sneered. What kind of people does the hospital employ? After saying that, she turned to look at Su Muji with a smile. Muji, Aunt will give you an explanation, don't take it to heart. Su Muji smiled lightly. Not at all in the one troubling Aunt Yang. Deputy Director Yang laughed heartily, looking at Jiang Linyuan, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by Su Muji. Aunt Yang, my classmates, and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. We won't disturb you further. Deputy Director Yang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, Go ahead, you young people should enjoy your time together, I won't intrude. After saying that, Su Muji took Jiang Linyuan's hand and ran off. Her fair little hand was incredibly soft, like warm sunlight pouring into her palm. So the girls below could be this beautiful. Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment. The feeling was nice, momentarily ranking alongside Xiao Yilin's jelly-like hand. Aren't you going to ask where I'm taking you? Su Muji noticed Jiang Linyuan's silence and looked at him curiously. You wouldn't really be taking me to the obstetrics and gynecology department, would you? Jiang Linyuan glanced sideways at Su Muji. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to avoid that deputy director? Su Muji chuckled softly, slowly loosening her grip. Don't you think it's strange for me to act this way? They helped me, yet here I am avoiding them. When have you ever acted normally? Jiang Linyuan looked at her in surprise. Su Muji raised an eyebrow and poked Jiang Linyuan in the chest. When my mom comes looking for you, I hope you'll maintain this attitude. Jiang Linyuan was left speechless. Is your mom really that dramatic? Su Muji replied with a smile, perhaps even more dramatic than you can imagine. In high school there was a girl in my class who was interested in me. After she found out, it wasn't long before she transferred schools. Did you study chemistry in high school? And aluminum copper? Jiang Linyuan listened to this and didn't know how to respond. Are you really a girl who likes girls? My sexual orientation is normal. Su Muji emphasized seriously, then added, I actually only spoke a few words with her, but one day she suddenly confessed to me, and I was completely taken aback. So how did your mom find out about this? Jiang Linyuan asked again. She found out by sneaking a peek at my diary. Who writes a diary seriously? And your mom is something else, sneaking a look at your diary. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan's expression and chuckled softly. I already knew she was sneaking a peek at my diary, so I deliberately let her see it. After all, that girl who confessed to me was quite annoying, so I just let her handle it. The level of cunning here could rival that of Zhong Li's faked death. You and your mom are truly 180 degrees smarter. But thinking about it, with a mom like Su Muji since childhood, if she didn't engage in wits and courage, she'd have probably performed a free fall long ago. What about your dad? Doesn't he do anything? Jiang Linyuan asked again. Su Muji smiled. Me being here is the result of my dad's efforts. That woman intended for me to study abroad, so she left this matter to my dad to handle. After all, he has been in the education field for many years. But she didn't expect that my usually obedient father would actually stand firm for once. At this point she laughed happily. I still can't forget the look of shock on her face when I told her I enrolled in Xingnan University. It was just too funny. That must have been a highlight for my dad. Deputy Director, you're quite a character. Did your mom have any objections? Jiang Linyuan asked. How could she not? Su Muji scoffed. She argued with my dad for months, saying that his actions would harm me. I ignored her and took this opportunity to cut off contact with her. You've really been through a lot. The sorrow from a Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji's slightly gloomy face and sighed. Your mom is truly something else. Su Muji didn't respond, but turned to Jiang Linyuan, smiling as she asked, so next Jiang classmate you'll have to deal with her, right? Muji, we're just clear and above board, just ordinary friends. What can your mom say? Jiang Linyuan said. Clear and above board. Su Muji repeated those 4 words, then looked up, her forehead resting against Jiang Linyuan's. Their proximity was so close that they could feel each other's breath. She blinked her sparkling big eyes, her gaze solely on the boy in front of her. Aren't we accomplices? We deceived Lu Ting Ting together, slandered the beaten ant, and planned to deceive you Song Song together. This can't really be called clear and above board, can it? Jiang Linyuan was somewhat dazed, gazing at the girl, so close to him, not quite understanding her. Baby, this is getting a bit ambiguous. He pushed Su Muji away and hesitantly asked, do you mean you want to be my girlfriend? Suddenly the atmosphere fell flat. Su Muji froze, then laughed in anger. What a pervert. With that she turned and walked away, leaving no chance for Jiang Linyuan to respond. Jiang Linyuan watched her departing figure. No explosion of reward cards, and she claims we're not clear and above board. This little Su seems to be using me as a shield to avoid her mom. Am I still a little virgin? Just saying something ambiguous can make me serve you. If every family has its own struggles, then Su Muji's family issues are like a collection of scriptures. I can deal with her family matters as a friend, but I can't go beyond that boundary, or else it'll be a huge mess. If her mom comes looking for me, that's her business. If I deal with it, that's mine. No conflict. The volunteer activity soon came to an end. Jiang Linyuan felt somewhat tired after shedding his disguise. Refreshing. I'm ready to fight another 300 rounds. Now I can get down to some serious business tonight. A sound of footsteps approached. What are you thinking about, senior? Lin Yilin, who had also finished her work, brought Zhang Huntao to Jiang Linyuan's side and asked. Thinking about what to eat tonight, Jiang Linyuan replied directly. It was a good opportunity to invite you Song Song and earn some goodwill. Oh. Lin Yilin tilted her head slightly and asked Jiang Linyuan, are you going alone? Does little Yilin want to come with me, eh? Jiang Linyuan asked with a smile. Lin Yilin felt a little embarrassed, as she naturally wouldn't admit she wanted to go. Girls tend to be a bit reserved, so she instinctively replied stubbornly, it's just okay. Haha, a platypus stubbornly clinging on. Oh, I see. Jiang Linyuan elongated his tone and said deliberately, I was actually planning to take little Yilin with me. Lin Yilin could tell he was teasing her. With a snarl and bared teeth, she exclaimed, dog senior. This little Yilin, has she become increasingly outrageous? What happened to that innocent and lovely junior from before? Who spoiled her? Just come if you want. I was just about to invite you Song Song so you can help me out. Jiang Linyuan. Lin Yilin felt a bit unhappy. Why was the senior flirting with you Song Song? What was she supposed to do? Thinking this, she asked again, can Huntao come along? Zhang Huntao, who was beside them, was a bit surprised, but said nothing, secretly glancing at Jiang Linyuan, seemingly waiting for his reply. The relationship between the two was quite good, much stronger than that of Yu Song and her roommate. Jiang Linyuan also understood that Lin Yilan was simply worried about feeling awkward as a third wheel. Besides, Zhang Huntao was a soft-spoken person who didn't like to talk. It wouldn't hurt to bring her along. All right, 4 of us. How about Haida Leo? Whatever the senior says goes, Lin Yilan obediently nodded. Zhang Huntao had no objections either. As Jiang Linyuan spoke, he began contacting Yu Song. Junior, are you coming out tonight for Haida Leo? It's a group of 4, 1 guy and 3 girls. Sure. Senior, you haven't gone far, right? They'll come find you right away, Yu Song replied quickly. Soon she arrived, her chest bouncing. Senior, today, I encountered something super disgusting. As soon as they met, she began unloading her emotional baggage. A cleaning lady wanted to slack off and was going around recruiting volunteers as laborers. Some people actually listened to her and almost want to work for her. That sounds a bit familiar. Did you encounter this too, Junior? Jiang Linyuan asked in surprise. How did she come looking for you as well? Yu Song was also surprised. This lady really understood the principle of casting a wide net. Jiang Linyuan turned to Lin Yilan and Zhang Huntao. Did you guys encounter her too? Nope, Lin Yilan quickly answered, then indignantly added, people like that are too bad. It's one thing to be lazy themselves, but they want others to do their work. Yu Song's gaze wandered, feeling a bit awkward, pretending she hadn't heard. In truth, she was also slacking off by being a volunteer and initially thought about having Jiang Linyuan do her work. Then she noticed Zhang Huntao beside Lin Yilan, her face red and puffed up. Ah, that little coward. Jiang Linyuan also noticed Zhang Huntao's unusual behavior and asked, the person you Junior mentioned, who almost got pulled into working, it wouldn't be you, right? Zhang Huntao didn't speak, her face flushed and head lowered, nodding like a pretender. Where was the courage you had when you tugged at my clothes? Is that little pest just going to act crazy in front of me? Huh. Lin Yilan was also surprised, her brows furrowing. Huntao, why didn't you tell me? Zhang Huntao stammered, unable to say anything, giving off a vibe that she'd rather die than answer. Yu Song couldn't stand seeing her like this and sarcastically remarked, you didn't even shout when you got hit. I don't even know what to say to you. That's a bit too much to say. Lin Yilan defended Zhang Huntao, but Yu Song ignored her and asked with a smile, is what I said wrong? You didn't even have the will to resist. Are you just going to wait for someone else to come to your rescue next time you encounter something like this? Yu Song's words weren't meant to belittle Zhang Huntao, but rather expressed a frustration of not being able to make her stronger. But the tone was a bit harsh. Lin Yilan knew Yu Song was right, so she didn't say much and leaned close to Zhang Huntao's ear, whispering, Huntao, if you encounter something like this in the future, you must tell me. Zhang Huntao pursed her lips and nodded. The 4 of them walked together with Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song walking side by side, while Lin Yilan dragged Zhang Huntao behind. The sky outside had already turned completely dark, and the streetlights on both sides lit up with various neon signs flashing. Along the way, Lin Yilan watched Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song chatting and laughing in front of her, feeling extremely gloomy. The senior didn't even glance at me. He said he'd take me to enjoy a world for 2 after the volunteer activity ended. Lin Yilan felt troubled and unwilling to speak, while the quiet Zhang Huntao was even less likely to say anything. The 2 of them hardly exchanged words. Along the way, the atmosphere was very low. Jiang Linyuan felt a chill on his back and turned around to see. Where did this vengeful spirit come from? Lin Yilan was looking down at the ground, mentally dismembering Jiang Linyuan, and didn't notice he suddenly stopped bumping. Hey! Lin Yilan covered her forehead, a bit dazed as she looked up. Little Yilan, you hurt me when you bumped into me, Jiang Linyuan said, pointing to his chest, looking pitiful. Seeing him take the initiative to talk to her, Lin Yilan felt a bit happy, but she pouted, ready to say something. Just then Yu Song leaned over with a smile and looked at Jiang Linyuan. Where did you get hurt, senior? Why don't you just die? Lin Yilan was even more furious, turned her head and pulled Zhang Huntao to stomp ahead. Is she alright? Does this person have a problem with me? Yu Song raised an eyebrow at Jiang Linyuan, observing Lin Yilan's actions. Girls can have a few days when they feel down. Jiang Linyuan leisurely followed behind. Lin Yilan walked in front, puffed up with anger, while also feeling a bit worried. Would the senior think I was just throwing a tantrum and causing trouble on purpose? Thinking this, her pace slowed down again as she secretly glanced back to see if Jiang Linyuan was following. Finding him still smiling, she let out a sigh of relief. I need to go to the restroom. You all go ahead first, Jiang Linyuan suddenly said halfway through. Lin Yilan pretended not to care, but she was actually observing him secretly. She noticed Jiang Linyuan didn't go to the restroom, but instead turned into a boutique. Is he planning to buy a gift for Yu Song? Her heart felt a bit sour, emotions surging up from her chest. I won't look anymore. Lin Yilan pursed her lips, forcing herself to look away. Before long, Jiang Linyuan returned. The group quickly arrived at the Haida Leo store, heading to the 2nd floor, ascending the stairs one by one. At that moment, Lin Yilan suddenly felt a soft touch on her hand, furry. She looked down and saw it was Jiang Linyuan's hand, seemingly holding something. This is for little Yilan, Jiang Linyuan said softly with a smile, releasing his hand. It was a small Harry Potter figurine. In that instant, all the sourness in her heart dissipated and her lips unconsciously curved into a smile. But Lin Yilan still felt a bit reserved, thinking that the senior indeed thought I was throwing a fit, so he gave me a toy. Thank you, senior. He'll treat you to dinner next time. Afraid of being seen by Yu Sung, she quickly took the figurine, speaking softly. After a moment, she mustered up the courage to ask, aren't you going to give Yu Sung one too? Haha. Jiang Linyuan smiled, looking at Lin Yilin. Does little Yilin want me to give her one? No. Lin Yilin blushed, quickly waving her hands, mumbling. It's just that aren't you pursuing her? You should give her a little gift. That's true. Jiang Linyuan nodded, extending his hand. Then little Yilin, give me the figurine, and he'll give it to Yu Sung. Oh no. This senior. Lin Yilin quickly put the figurine into her bag, puffing out her cheeks. He'll help you buy another one, as she might not like this type. No need, she doesn't care about such things. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand. That may not be true, as senior, you're not a girl, so you don't understand girls. Lin Yilin retorted with a pout. Jiang Linyuan stopped in his tracks and glanced at her. I may not understand girls, but some are quite easy to understand. Lin Yilin met his gaze, her face immediately turning red, as if the blush could never fade. Is that so? Yes. Lin Yilin looked up against the light, her small face raised, her eyes crescent-shaped. Actually, sometimes the easy-to-understand ones are just doing it on purpose. It's just that, senior, you haven't noticed. The Haidaleo restaurant glowed with warm, bright lights, bustling with patrons. The four of them found a table and sat down. Jiang Linyuan and Yu Sung side by side, Lin Yilin and Zhang Juntang facing them. Do you like spicy food? What kind of broth would you prefer? Jiang Linyuan asked the three young women. I can't handle spice, Yu Sung replied promptly, then turned to Lin Yilin and Zhang Juntang. Neither can you, right? Lin Yilin seemed lost in thought, murmuring absent-mindedly, either is fine. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, exasperated. Then let's order a little Yilin broth. Lin Yilin snapped back to reality, eyes widening as she kicked him lightly under the table, and declared, I don't eat spicy food. Zhang Juntang spoke softly, neither do I. No one preferred spice. Perfect. They placed their order online, and as they waited, boredom settled in. Jiang Linyuan suggested, shall we play a little game? Sounds fun. Yu Sung's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. What shall we play? Lin Yilin asked. Truth or dare? Jiang Linyuan paused thoughtfully, then proposed. Let's create a group chat and roll dice digitally. Highest number asks the question. What do you think? He pulled out his phone and held it toward the three women. No one objected. A group chat was swiftly formed. Binary and the Philosopher's Stone rolled a 4. Juntang rolled a 5. Young Master Jiang rolled a 2. Songbai rolled a 3. An inauspicious start. Jiang Linyuan stared at his low roll and accepted his fate with grace. I choose truth. Zhang Juntang had rolled the highest. She would ask the question. She looked startled, glancing around furtively as if caught red-handed. Madame. Yes, you may ask anything you like. Jiang Linyuan said magnanimously, observing her flustered demeanor. Zhang Juntang gazed at Jiang Linyuan for a moment, then whispered, do you dislike me? What kind of question was that? Even her timidity sounded timid. Not at all. Jiang Linyuan answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhang Juntang's eyes crinkled into crescents, her expression softening like a drowsy orange cat basking in afternoon sunlight. Adorable. She made one want to stroke her head. Yu Song and Lin Yilin both found the question deeply unsatisfying. Who asks that in truth or dare? All right, next round. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand, propelling the game forward. The second round began immediately. Young Master Jiang rolled a 6. Songbai rolled a 2. Binary and the Philosopher's Stone rolled a 2. Juntang rolled a 3. Fortune smiled, a double win. Jiang Linyuan chuckled, truth or dare? Truth, Yu Song replied, smiling. Lin Yilin flushed, faintly stealing a glance at Jiang Linyuan. Truth. Wait, what was that reaction, binary sister? Was she already imagining something improper? Does one glance from me induce pregnancy? Fine, I'll start with you. Little Yilin, what kind of ideal boyfriend do you envision? Jiang Linyuan asked, grinning. Lin Yilin dared not meet his gaze, stammering. I'm not sure. I've never been in a relationship, nor have I given such matters much thought. Poor innocent girl, denied even the luxury of romantic daydreams. Jiang Linyuan regarded Lin Yilin with gentle pity. Little Yilin, remaining single past 30, transforms a woman into a golden leftover warrior. You must strive harder. That'll never happen. Don't curse me, senior. If I am still single at 30, I'll definitely come find you for retribution. What exactly does that mean, little Yilin? Are you implying I should take responsibility for you? I'm sorry, Junior. Though our bond is close, such rapid progression feels premature. And truly, you're a wonderful person. Jiang Linyuan delivered the classic, nice person card, with lightning speed. Yu Song burst into laughter beside him. All right, senior. Aren't you going to ask me next? Hearing her speak, Lin Yilin stopped bantering with Jiang Linyuan and pricked up her ears, eager to hear his question. Jiang Linyuan turned toward Yu Song. My question remains the same. What kind of ideal boyfriend do you envision, Junior? She pondered briefly, then answered earnestly. He must be fascinating. Above all, fascinating. His temperament shouldn't be too yielding. Firmness is preferable. And finally, I hope he isn't excessively righteous. Lin Yilin's heart leapt with alarm. Is senior fascinating? His teasing words may seem irreverent, but he knows precisely how to make girls laugh. As for being soft-spoken, Jiang Linyuan's assertiveness has never lacked bite. Yet only at the final point did she relax slightly. After all, Senior Jiang is fundamentally upright. She stole another glance at his cheerful face, then recalled how he occasionally squeezed her hand. Her cheeks warmed again. Surely he is not excessively righteous. Jiang Linyuan asked curiously. Could you elaborate? Of course. You needn't answer if you'd rather not. Yu Song didn't hesitate, simply put. I want someone who stands by me, not by principle. Even if I err, I wish he'd still choose my side. Jiang Linyuan reflected. This likely stemmed from her high school incident when she'd been caught cheating. Senior years, crushing pressure, adolescent sensitivity, impulsive decisions. Word spread across campus, there's that girl. With anyone else, the fallout might have been catastrophic, perhaps even a legendary leap from the school rooftop immortalized in campus lore. Truly, Yu Song possessed remarkable psychological resilience. Huh, that kind of person. I'd want one too, Jiang Linyuan mused aloud, only to recoil inwardly as Su Muji's smiling face floated unbidden into his mind. Good heavens. Indeed, Xiao Su is fiercely loyal. If you claimed you'd evacuate the Louvre alone, she'd slap her chest and vow to fetch you Unit 01. But dating her, life hasn't sunk that low, not yet. When things go awry, you simply crouch by the highway pretending to be roadside foliage, then leap out to startle Dayun. Now that's exhilarating. Yu Song watched Jiang Linyuan's startled expression with mild bewilderment, unsure what had spooked him, and urged gently, let's continue. A new round commenced. Young Master Jiang rolled a 1. The highest roll belonged to Yu Song. Senior, your luck seems rather poor today. Yu Song asked, smiling. Truth, or dare? Truth, Jiang Linyuan replied. Leaning won't distort. I, Jiang Linyuan, walk my path with unwavering self-integrity, rejecting self-reproach, advocating strategic interpersonal friction. So, senior, how many relationships have you had? Yu Song drew out the question playfully. Lin Yilan's eyes widened as she turned sharply toward Jiang Linyuan. Zhang Juntang stole a quiet sidelong glance. Half a relationship? Jiang Linyuan offered reluctantly. What on earth does half a relationship mean? Lin Yilan protested, dissatisfied. Because in that romance I consented, but she did not. Hence an imperfect union. Jiang Linyuan sighed wistful. That's just unrequited love. Or perhaps you were outright rejected. Lin Yilan huffed indignantly. This, fine. Enjoy your triumph while it lasts. Wait until we're alone. I'll deal with you properly. Senior, do you still harbor feelings for someone? May we know who? Yu Song seized the pivotal point. Jiang Linyuan met her gaze steadily, a faint smile playing on his lips as he leaned in slightly. Junior, why don't you guess? Yu Song instinctively averted her eyes, unsettled by his seemingly tender gaze. How could I possibly guess? You know so many people. I barely know any of them. Someone you know well, Jiang Linyuan lied smoothly, unfazed. After all, this no longer fell within the bound, but Yu Song didn't realize that, and assumed the truth rule still applied. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be me? Lin Yilan's pulse quickened too. Could it be me? She bowed her head only to catch Zhang Juntang doing the same, blushing furiously. Another contender. Observing their reactions, Jiang Linyuan couldn't hold back his amusement. Disaster, surrounded by flustered girls. Family who understands. I encountered a woman from the lower ranks. The top behavior she dislikes the most is first and foremost being female. It's one thing for Yu Song and Xiao Yilan, but what is Zhang Juntang doing here? How many times have we even met? What's the matter? Have you done something too? Jiang Linyuan stared intently at Zhang Juntang, and seeing no one talking, she secretly raised her eyes. As soon as she met Jiang Linyuan's gaze, she panicked and instantly buried her head down. If one is to cosplay as Xing Tian, they should at least have some dignity. Haha, senior, shall we continue? Yu Song was the first to calm down, casually brushing over the topic. Yes, let's continue. Lin Yilan quickly added, not daring to glance at Jiang Linyuan. Such a little virgin. Jiang Linyuan naturally did not dwell on the topic any longer. Such ambiguous discussions should just be touched upon lightly. The group played a few more rounds without delving deeper into emotional matters, keeping it all superficial. Not long after dishes were served, and they stopped playing games to start eating. However, before long, a heavily made-up girl walked over, smiling at Jiang Linyuan. Handsome, I have a friend who wants to get to know you. She's a bit shy, can you add her on WeChat? While she spoke, she pointed towards another table of chattering girls. Where does this arrogance come from? To be honest, Jiang Linyuan had encountered enough clowns recently. He had no interest in watching a female clown's act. Please take her away. Sorry, beauty, my phone is dead. Let my friend add you, and then she can introduce me to you later. Jiang Linyuan said with a smile. Lin Yilan, who had been secretly watching, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled out her phone. I'll add you. The girl looked Lin Yilan up and down. Her youthful face radiated charm, and even without makeup she was quite pretty. Alright then. The girl sighed, added Lin Yilan on WeChat, and went back. Senior, you really have a great charm, but feels like everyone loves you. Yu Song, who had witnessed the whole thing, chuckled softly. No wonder Lin Yilan has an opinion about me. It turns out she has feelings for Senior Jiang. What about you, Junior? Jiang Linyuan turned to Yu Song. She covered her mouth and laughed. Senior, you can Lin Yilan, who had just blacklisted that woman, felt frustrated listening to their conversation. Yes, didn't the senior say he wanted to pursue Yu Song long ago? I've known this for a while. But, she bit her lip watching the two laugh and talk, feeling a different kind of discomfort. Song, you're amazing. You found a boyfriend so soon after starting college. Suddenly, another woman walked over with a smile. Jiang Linyuan looked over, recognizing her as the one who had come earlier to ask for WeChat. I saw you from afar and didn't dare to recognize you, but as I got closer I realized it was really you. The woman unceremoniously sat down next to Jiang Linyuan. Handsome, can you make some space? Or should I squeeze in with you? What an idiot. Who allowed you to join our table for a meal? Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, and with a firm push sent the woman flying. The woman fell to the ground a little dazed, her expression first one of shock, and then of anger as she got back up. You. Zhou Yulan, have you turned into a beggar now? Yu Songsong saw this, and stepped past Jiang Linyuan, standing in front of him coldly staring at the woman. Zhou Yulan controlled her expression with difficulty, forcing a smile. Songsong, your boyfriend, is really rude to people. Are you even human? Shouldn't I be polite to you? Jiang Linyuan tilted his head to look at her puzzled. We're just here to enjoy our food and drink. Why are you barging in on it? Do you think I'm Mona Lisa with all my emotions displayed on the wall instead of my face? Zhou Yulan had never been treated like this by a guy, or it felt strange, and while she was angry, she actually found this man somewhat handsome. Is this what they call the bridge effect online? What do you want? You aren't here just to watch us make fools of ourselves, right? Yu Songsong said, looking at her with dissatisfaction. Zhou Yulan quickly regained her composure and said, a friend came earlier to ask for WeChat, but it seems she's been blacklisted. Jiang Linyuan looked at Lin Yilan, who shyly looked up at the sky, pretending to know nothing, internally justifying herself. That woman was so frivolous, she must not be a good person. I'm protecting the senior here. I saw you with Songsong, and thought maybe you could introduce me to this handsome guy. Zhou Yulan said with a smile. Yu Songsong laughed, retorting, are you saying you want me to introduce my boyfriend? Hearing the term boyfriend, Lin Yilan was stunned, and Jiang Linyuan glanced over slightly. It's just to make friends, nothing else. Zhou Yulan felt a bit awkward. We were roommates in high school, could you do me a favor? Roommates? Hearing this, Yu Songsong burst into laughter. When you and your little friends bullied me with silent treatment, why didn't you say you were roommates? Especially you. Do you want me to list all the disgusting things you did? A juicy scandal. Jiang Linyuan's eyes lit up watching the two. Zhou Yulan's face turned a bit sour upon hearing this, and she indignantly replied, do you think you're a good person? You cheated on your exams to get good grades, and now you act all high and mighty. Yu Songsong didn't care, not bothering to defend herself in front of Jiang Linyuan and the others, as she directly replied, yes, I cheated, but that's still better than you, a bitch who slanders others into dropping out. Jiang Linyuan was shocked to hear this. Wait, a true alchemist is here. No wonder they're both from the same dorm. They're both supreme in their own ways. Let's check the level. Target, Zhou Yulan, bad woman, level CC. Not good, you're a bit lacking, sis. Upon hearing Yu Songsong say this, Zhou Yulan clearly felt guilty and couldn't speak. Changing the subject, she looked at Jiang Linyuan. Handsome, you don't know, do you? She was someone who relied on cheating to get good grades in high school. What can I say about her character? I acknowledge what I did. I don't need to put on a facade, unlike you, a bitch who plays both sides. Yu Songsong said fiercely. Their argument drew a lot of onlookers, and Zhou Yulan felt a bit embarrassed. Shall we talk in the bathroom? Let's go then. Yu Songsong readily agreed, looking quite disdainful. Watching the two figures depart, Lin Yilan and Zhang Juntang exchanged glances. Senior, do you think Yu Songsong will be okay? Lin Yilan asked with concern. Although Zhang Juntang did not speak, the worry on his face was evident. A single word caused two women to argue over me, and now they were both worried. Such is the allure of a high-quality man. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand. It's fine, let's continue eating our meal. With Yu Songsong's temperament, she wouldn't suffer losses. In ancient times, Guan Yu defeated Hua Xiong with warm wine, and today we can witness Song Song defeat Yulan with warm soup. Let the music play, let the dance continue. Jiang Linyuan silently turned up the heat and began to cook beef. Senior, should we go take a look? Lin Yilan, noticing his carefree demeanor, suggested. Why should we? To see the ugly side of Yu Songsong. Jiang Linyuan said leisurely. While they were busy tearing each other apart, standing on the sidelines would only give off the impression of being overwhelmed and helpless. It would be better to wait until they finish arguing before swooping in to harvest some goodwill. Seeing his confidence, Lin Yilan gradually eased her worries. However, Zhang Juntang appeared restless. I think I should go take a look. Jiang Linyuan sighed, feeling somewhat, you little coward, why aren't you cowardly now? Zhang Shui, may do you know what is most important between friends? What? What is it? Zhang Juntang asked. It's trust. Jiang Linyuan spoke earnestly. Trusting your friends is crucial. For example, if I offer to scrub your back while you shower, you should just say thank you, instead of yelling, how did you get in here? She was frightened by the guy below. Zhang Juntang gasped, shrinking her head, and started cosplaying as Louis XVI. I mean, I'm just trying to have some fun. This little lunatic can't really think I'm an idiot, right? Jiang Linyuan observed her stiff demeanor and felt somewhat awkward, but then thought to himself, those who try to change themselves are divine beings, while those who try to change others are neurotic. Think whatever you want. Girls' dormitory. You can't enter, but my home is fine. Suddenly, Jiang Linyuan heard some strange noises. He focused his gaze and saw Zhang Juntang hiding in her long hair, whispering like a mosquito. You really are a lunatic. She was frightened to tears by the little mad woman. Juntang, what are you talking about? Lin Yilan's face turned red, clearly having thought of something inappropriate. Little Yilan, you should learn from Comrade Juntang in this regard. Your awareness isn't high enough. Jiang Linyuan said. High enough for what? Perverted senior. Bad senior. Go eat your beef. Shut your mouth. Lin Yilan, blushing frantically, picked up meat from her bowl and stuffed it into Jiang Linyuan's mouth. Oh no, is this imported beef? Although little Yilan is a beautiful girl, Jiang Linyuan still found it somewhat distasteful. Eating is fine, he didn't mind that. After swallowing the meat, he looked at Lin Yilin and asked, "Little Yilin, you've never had this beef before, right?" Lin Yilin immediately reacted, her face flushed, and she put down her chopsticks, holding her head and starting to cosplay a headless monster with Zhang Juntang. So cute yet headless. Seeing their performance, Jiang Linyuan decided not to tease them any further, pondering that it was about time Yu Song-song's argument ended. It was time for me to make my entrance. He originally intended to expose the cheating incident from high school while discussing teaching experiences with Jiang Zhio, but encountering this situation was quite serendipitous. "He'll go take a look, just be careful not to let the pot lid ambush you from below." Jiang Linyuan tossed out this remark, grabbed a bottle of water, and headed to the bathroom door. He saw Yu Song-song with a calm expression, somewhat disheveled clothing, but her hair was neat, indicating they probably. "Would you like some water?" Jiang Linyuan stood beside her and handed her the water. Yu Song-song glanced at him and took the water, then gulped it down in one go. "Senior, I'm sorry for bothering you today. Isn't this all Zhou Yulan's fault? Didn't she provoke it for no reason?" Jiang Linyuan directly placed the blame on Zhou Yulan. Hearing this, Yu Song-song raised the corner of her mouth. "Does the senior have anything to ask me? About my high school cheating incident? Or the conflict between Zhou Yulan and me?" Jiang Linyuan shook his head and simply said, "I just want to know, did you feel satisfied after scolding her?" Yu Song-song was taken aback and burst into laughter. Jiang Linyuan felt like he had stumbled into a den of tigers. This Yu Song-song truly had ulterior motives. "Of course I wasn't satisfied. That bitch Zhou Yulan cried after just a few words. What the hell?" Yu Song-song tossed her hair disdainfully. "I thought she would change after going to college, but she turned out to be the same old Blevel truly lives up to its name, completely crushing Clevel. How unlucky. How unlucky. Why did I have to run into her? I specifically chose a city far from home, yet I still bumped into her," Yu Song-song said in frustration. Jiang Linyuan had a strange expression. From their conversation, he learned that Zhou Yulan seemed to have falsely accused others, leading to their expulsion in high school. Perhaps she wanted to find a city far from home, just like you. And honestly, two people sleeping in the same bed won't produce two different outcomes. Once again pouring out emotional garbage, Yu Song-song looked at Jiang Linyuan, staring into his eyes. "Senior, what do you think about my cheating incident in high school? What do you want me to think? Should I praise you?" Jiang Linyuan retorted, then continued, "I met you in high school, so I would condemn and despise your actions. But unfortunately I met you in college, so all I see is the straightforward, bold Yu Shui Mei who dares to love." And hearing this, Yu Song-song chuckled heartily. "Senior, what if I cheat on my college exams too?" Jiang Linyuan's mouth twitched at her blunt question. "Are you really that oblivious? What do you think, Shui Mei? Some things are better left unsaid." Seeing Jiang Linyuan's response, Yu Song-song pouted in dissatisfaction. "Do you think cheating is simple? Do you think the more you cheat, the easier the exam becomes? Let me ask you this, will the proctor be watching me? Do I need to study which parts of the knowledge are key? Answer me." Yu Song-song squinted her eyes, staring at Jiang Linyuan. "Senior, you won't report me, will you?" "Shui Mei, you have no idea about the consequences of being caught cheating, do you? Your degree will be revoked," Jiang Linyuan reminded her. "I know, but isn't that thrilling?" Yu Song-song smiled. "Divine being. If you seek excitement, go play in the adult world. What are you doing in the academic circle?" Jiang Linyuan sighed and asked, "I don't believe you're just seeking excitement." Yu Song-song huffed and said, "Girls, they all love vanity, and so do I. Thus I want to elevate myself through this means and become a prominent figure in school." What kind of twisted logic is that? Cheating without getting caught makes you a prominent figure, and getting caught also makes you a prominent figure. So in essence, you win both times. Is this Yu Song-song really mentally ill? Shui Mei wanting to become a prominent figure in school can't just rely on this method, Jiang Linyuan said. "Then what suggestion do you have, senior?" Yu Song-song asked. "For instance?" Jiang Linyuan looked at her and smiled. "You could try starting by becoming a prominent figure in one person's eyes first." At this moment, the lights flickered and the girl chuckled softly. At the most inappropriate time, she shed her shell, revealing her soft underbelly like a hedgehog. "I'm really going crazy. Senior, choose your words carefully before you speak." Yu Song-song leaned in close to Jiang Linyuan, her eyes crinkling with a mischievous smile. "You're making it terribly easy for people to misinterpret things. Oh, how utterly cringe-worthy, sister. And may I ask then what exactly my junior sister has misinterpreted?" Jiang Linyuan deliberately brushed his lips near Yu Song-song's ear and asked, voice laced with quiet amusement. Yu Song-song didn't flinch. Instead, she whispered softly into his ear, "A misunderstanding ceases to be one the moment it's clarified, senior." Then in one fluid motion, she stepped back, gently pushed him away, winked, and turned on her heel to leave. "I'm off, senior. Time to head back for dinner." With her hands clasped behind her back and a water bottle swinging lightly at her side, Yu Song-song strolled ahead, then suddenly glanced over her shoulder and grinned. Good news, the thief saint's favor had risen. Bad news, he'd apparently taken a wrong turn. Jiang Linyuan studied her expression and sensed something deeply off. Yu Song-song and Lu Tingting were both ranked Class B cards, but their brands of malice were entirely distinct. Lu Tingting practiced refined self-interest like an angler casting bait. Yu Song-song, by contrast, ruled through blunt, unapologetic self-centeredness. She was fiercely competitive and rarely considered others' feelings. Whether or not you felt good meant nothing, only her own satisfaction mattered. Her daily dumping of emotional debris onto Jiang Linyuan, utterly indifferent to his state, was the clearest testament. She bore unmistakable traits of a landmine girl. But if Yu Song were to sharpen her blade, she'd never hone it on herself. She'd wield it on others. This was the landmine girl upgraded. Call her the thunderclap girl. After drawing her reward card, which she practiced, sword forms on his neck. They walked in silence. Yu Song relaxed, and carefree. Jiang Linyuan lost deep in thought. After the incident with Zhou Yulan, the group finished their hot pot meal without enthusiasm, and soon returned to campus, abandoning further plans. See you tomorrow, senior. Yu Song stood beneath her dormitory entrance and waved cheerfully at Jiang Linyuan. Yes, see you tomorrow. Jiang Linyuan smiled warmly as he waved back, then turning sharply met a pair of sullen, downcast eyes. Senior, you're going out with Yu Song again tomorrow. Lin Yilan lowered her gaze, her voice soft and heavy with disappointment. Yes, I've been invited. Jiang Linyuan replied, smiling brightly. You go just because she invites you? Pouting, Lin Yilan asked acidly, where are you going? Not decided yet. I may have other important matters to attend to. Hearing this, Lin Yilan felt certain he was brushing her off, deliberately withholding his plans. Her eyes stung. Then I won't disturb you any longer, senior. Lin Yilan pressed her lips together, took a few steps, and paused. You don't need to walk me back. My dorm is quite far from yours. Are you certain you don't want me to? Jiang Linyuan bent slightly, bringing his face close to hers, eyes alight with playful warmth. Lin Yilan, meeting his cheerful gaze, turned her head aside and quickened her pace, muttering, No, please go rest early, senior. You have important matters tomorrow after all. Where did this little Inyang master come from? And little Yilan, won't you ask me what those important matters are? Jiang Linyuan, of course, made no move to leave. He simply fell into step beside her and asked, Aren't you going out with Yu Song tomorrow? Lin Yilan murmured glumly. Did little Yilan not listen carefully? I said my plans might be interrupted by something truly important. Jiang Linyuan watched her expression closely, then added gently, Why don't you guess what it could be, little Yilan? I don't want to guess. Just tell me, senior. Exhausted and emotionally drained, Lin Yilan spoke with uncharacteristic bluntness. I'm waiting for someone even more important to invite me. And Lin Yilan lifted her head and met Jiang Linyuan's clear, guileless eyes. If someone closer to me extends an invitation, I'll certainly cancel my plans with Yu Song tomorrow. His voice softened, crystalline and warm, as if carried on the evening breeze straight into her ears. Little Yilan, don't you agree? And did this mean? Lin Yilan stared dazed at Jiang Linyuan, her cheeks burning, her pulse racing. Summoning courage, she whispered, Who is this person closer to you? I don't know yet. That's why I'm waiting. Jiang Linyuan answered, crisp and decisive. Lin Yilan fell silent, her face flushed crimson as she hurried forward. But after a few steps, she realized Jiang Linyuan hadn't followed. He stood rooted in place. She pivoted sharply and walked back, murmuring shyly, Senior, walk me to my dorm. You really don't need to walk me back. My dorm is quite far from yours. Jiang Linyuan teased, mimicking her earlier words with exaggerated deliberation and a grin. Lin Yilan's face burned scarlet. Without hesitation, she seized Jiang Linyuan's hand and tugged him forward. Wait, what are you doing? Jiang Linyuan blinked in genuine surprise. He'd only meant to lift her spirits, but she'd gone straight for physical. Though startled, he offered no resistance, instead matching her pace so effortlessly that to any outsider they appeared less like acquaintances and more like a couple holding hands. At the foot of Lin Yilan's dormitory, they happened upon a young couple locked in an intimate kiss. Flustered, Lin Yilan abruptly remembered she'd held Jiang Linyuan's hand all the way and instantly let go. Little Yilan, is your senior really so unworthy of being seen? Jiang Linyuan asked, grinning. Lin Yilan remained mute, until after a long, breathless pause, she summoned every ounce of courage and blurted, Senior, are you free tomorrow? Jiang Linyuan froze. When had his little binary girl grown so bold? No, she'd always fled in shyness before. Little Yilan, are you confessing your feelings? Jiang Linyuan asked directly. No, no such thing. Senior must have misheard. Go rest well tonight. Face blazing, Lin Yilan spun away and dashed into the dormitory, vanishing up the stairs. Jiang Linyuan watched her retreat and let out a soft, thoughtful whistle. This little Yilan. Her intentions were decidedly impure. Back in her room, Lin Yilan clutched her chest, heart hammering, as she stumbled to her desk and collapsed, skin feverishly warm. How could I have said that? She slammed her forehead against the wooden desk, again and again, until her eyes blurred with tears. It hurt. Why had she struck so hard? Her roommate stared stunned. What on earth had happened during that short outing? Jun Tang. What's wrong with Lin? She whispered, nudging Zhang Jun Tang, who'd returned earlier. I don't know. Zhang Jun Tang lowered her lashes, speaking softly. Seeing her reticence, the roommate hesitated, then tiptoed closer to Lin Yilan. Lin, what's going on today? Lin Yilan covered her forehead, suddenly remembering every word exchanged on the walk home, and flushed deeply. Nothing. Relieved, she didn't seem heartbroken. Her roommate teased, fell in love. No, not at all. Lin Yilan shot upright, voice ringing loud and sharp. Her roommate smirked. Fine. If not, then tell me. Who is he? I said no, absolutely not. Lin Yilan protested, face crimson, but her voice faltered. I'm not dating anyone. He already likes another girl. Her roommate raised an eyebrow. Are they a couple? No. Then there's nothing to worry about, Elan. You're stunning, kind-hearted, and radiant. Anyone who overlooks you is simply blind. It's not about being overlooked. I'm not dating anyone. Linyuan insisted, stubborn to the end. After a quiet pause, she ventured timidly, shouting, I have a friend, and she has a senior she's very close to, and he told her he likes another girl. Even asked her to help him get closer to her. Somehow I don't think he truly likes that girl. Linyuan, shouting, listened, and declared without hesitation, he likes you. He's using that girl as an excuse to draw nearer to you. No, it doesn't feel that way. And then he's a cad. And he's never even had a relationship. Linyuan countered swiftly. Yuan, shouting, narrowed her eyes. Did he say that himself, during truth or dare? As Linyuan recalled something else, her cheeks bloomed anew. Seeing her expression, Yuan, shouting, knew further words were futile, and simply said, Elin, if you like him, chase him boldly. Linyuan pressed her lips together, silent, her gaze drifting downward, resting on the Harry Potter plushie nestled in the university library, a magical place filled with knowledge. Here everyone has their own tasks to attend to. The mage engages in alchemy, paper figures reserve seats. Each demonstrates their unique talents. Of course, the majority are diligently preparing for exams. Yet there are also those planning for the future. In any case, everyone has a bright future ahead. Jiang Linyuan and Jiang Jiao had made plans early, arriving at the library right on time. From a distance, Jiang Jiao was seen hugging a book, deeply engrossed in reading, with sunlight streaming in through the window, creating a tranquil scene of peaceful times. A serene image of a literary beauty, no less than my sister, almost more beautiful than me. Jiang Linyuan naturally sat down beside her, inadvertently catching sight of the title of the book, causing his expression to falter. Divorce, then transform into a magical girl's dog. Sister, what on earth are you reading? Let me take a look, I also want to critique it. Jiang Linyuan leaned over, and Jiang Jiao shot him a glance, saying nothing. After all, they were in a library, a place where even breathing too loudly could get you exposed online. The two said nothing, each absorbed in their book. After a while, Yu Song arrived late, and upon seeing the two sitting so close together, her good mood from the morning was instantly soured. Senior, what are you two reading? She whispered, sitting across from them. Jiang Jiao looked at her, noticing the weapon she lacked, squinting her eyes, and kicking Jiang Linyuan under the table. Jiang Linyuan understood her gaze. Sister, don't be too confident. While you may not have the upper body, you do have an older brother, so there is still hope for you. Jiang Jiao looked at him with a confident expression, unsure of what was influencing her, and turned to Yu Song, writing a note. Are you a freshman? How did you get to know Jiang Linyuan? Yu Song, seeing her ask this right away, scoffed with a smile. Senior, guess. Very well, a green tea, just pass. I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Jiao was satisfied with Yu Song's response, stood up, and pulled Jiang Linyuan away. Yu Song was dumbfounded. Is it now popular for boys and girls to share bathrooms? What kind of excuse is that? If they have something to say, just say it. Do you think I'm an idiot? The two arrived in the hallway, and Jiang Jiao immediately issued her verdict. You can block that, Yu Song now. At a glance, Jiang Jiao was clearly one of those single dogs who turn green with envy when they see couples flaunting their love online. We're all in the student council. It's not good to block someone you see every day. Naturally, Jiang Linyuan would not heed Jiang Zio's words. His older brother was currently grinding through a game, and a reward was about to drop. No need to stir things up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiao recalled Yu Song's open-mindedness, looking at him with a cold smile, not seeing someone often. Which head are you raising? Are you raising which head? Jiang Linyuan retracted the words he intended to spit out. Allies and enemies share the same origin, unable to be selected. Sister, what kind of person do you think I am? Am I that superficial? Jiang Linyuan retorted, I know you're insecure, but your insecurity. Shut up. Jiang Jiao pinched Jiang Linyuan's arm and said, I really don't understand, at your age, why are you thinking about dating all the time? At this stage, focusing on self-improvement should be the priority. Those who have never dated shouldn't speak. Jiang Linyuan directly interrupted her with a face full of disdain. Are you going to lecture me? Jiang Jiao looked at him, laughing with anger. Let's talk about reality. When dating, you have to spend money. Normal girls are fine, but those who see you as an ATM, aren't you worried your wallet will be drained dry? Finally, since Jiang Linyuan started trading stocks, he has longed for someone to give him a chance to show off. Unfortunately, no one has come looking for trouble. Sister, do you know what a stock god is? Jiang Jiao was taken aback and asked, have you gotten into trading stocks? Stock trading, brother gold buying, mother gambling, father, and me studying medicine. My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? Jiang Zio's expression turned serious. Speak, how much did you lose? I still have enough living expenses here, and I also have my part-time money. Lose. Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily, his breath no longer concealed, pulling out his phone, a glowing red screen. Stable profits. Jiang Jiao glanced at his phone and asked, is that a photo edit? You'd rather believe this is edited than believe in your brother's abilities. Jiang Linyuan opened his stock account in front of her, letting her widen her eyes and see clearly. Jiang Jiao fell silent for a moment, reluctantly accepting this fact, and slowly said, your luck is quite good. It's skill. Who's the skill to be someone's ATM? Jiang Jiao retorted. Oh dear, this Jiang Jiao, how can she be so stubborn? Jiang Linyuan said discontentedly, what ATM? I have fought many battles, and I only ever explode others' gold coins, never my own. Jiang Jiao, upon hearing this, could only reluctantly nod, and said you should find a girl with a more normal personality. If you ask me, that girl who brought you water last time is much better than this Song. Sister, if you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to me. Maybe I can open a kaleidoscope. What kind of vision is that? Sister, I usually haven't offended you. There's no need to harm me like this. Jiang Linyuan said. Jiang Jiao sneered, wanting to say something, but Jiang Linyuan suddenly received a VX call. Jiang Linyuan looked at it. Binary girl. She took the initiative to call me, quite rare. Jiang Linyuan asked Jiang Jiao to be quiet and answered the call. Senior, are you busy today? She asked directly. The binary girl is quite straightforward. Jiang Linyuan replied, is there something up with Linyuan? She's been hesitating on the other end, feeling a bit embarrassed. I saw a highly rated horror movie online, and I'm a bit scared to go alone. Oh, would you like to go with me? This doesn't sound like something Linyuan would say. Who suggested this? What a schemer. Just the two of us. Jiang Linyuan asked. There was a pause of 1 or 2 seconds on Linyuan's end before a determined voice came through. Yes. Got it. Linyuan has her eyes on him. Jiang Linyuan grinned. Sure. Okay, I'll give you the time tonight. I'll hang up first. Linyuan's voice radiated excitement even through the screen. After hanging up, Jiang Jiao stared at him. Linyuan. You're juggling multiple lines. Yeah, they're all friends. Jiang Linyuan showed a shy expression. Who would reject a girl who looks at you with such admiration and awkwardly asks you to go see a movie? Song is work, Linyuan is life. What is their relationship? Don't ask, the answer is just friends. Seeing Jiang Linyuan respond so directly, Jiang Zio's gaze gradually turned cold. After spending every day immersed in green tea, has this person finally rotted away and begun to play both sides? Sister, what kind of look is that? Is trash talking. A very good remark sent my copper belt spinning wildly. You little Haji Yao. Do you want to be beaten into a top for elevation? Is there anyone who speaks like that to their older brother? I wasted my kindness on you. Jiang Linyuan wore a pained expression. Good to me. Jiang Jiao seemed to recall something, her expression growing colder. Are you referring to when you took me out of school in high school, causing us to be chased by mom and dad, and hid in Sam's Club alone, leaving me outside without a membership? Jiang Linyuan felt a bit guilty. Back then you said the study pressure was high, so I took you out to relax. It's all Sam's fault, a pure android supermarket. Jiang Jiao let out a cold laugh. And during the summer vacation you said you had no money and took me out to eat instant noodles, yet you secretly ordered takeout while I was asleep at night. What do you say to that? That's because you slept too lightly at night. Go die. Jiang Jiao reacted happily, throwing herself onto All that has passed is merely a prologue, sister, no need to dwell on it. Jiang Linyuan recited Shakespeare's words in an attempt to soothe Jiang Jiao. But Jiang Jiao only felt he was being ridiculous, gritting her teeth in anger. Alright, we will settle the past later. Let me ask you, what are your true thoughts? Do you really want to be a scumbag? Look, you're anxious again. This is all a matter between friends. Why do you insist on pulling it into a romantic relationship? Jiang Linyuan said without averting his gaze. Hearing his words, Jiang Jiao also realized she might have been a bit overly sensitive. It's all this dog's fault. He didn't clarify. Is this Xiao Yilan just a normal friend? In the end, she asked uncertainly. Is she a normal friend? I think so. Hee. I think in reality the inequality is instant. Jiang Linyuan nodded. Jiang Jiao remained somewhat skeptical and asked, if I fell into the water with her, who would you save first? Is there a revised version of this question? Jiang Linyuan showed a troubled expression. Sister, you might as well ask me which I would help if my hand and foot were to fight. You? Jiang Jiao scoffed. I bet you would fight the foot to win for the hand. Sister, do you know you are a girl? Where did that? I love my brother the most. You from before go. Sister, spend less time online and be careful not to get attacked by netizens, Jiang Linyuan advised earnestly. It's fine, the account I use to post outrageous statements online is your imitation account. Jiang Jiao smiled sweetly. Damn, I was wondering why people kept messaging me on my account's backend. Jiang Linyuan's expression stiffened. Sister, let's head back. Song is still waiting. Seeing him change the subject, Jiang Jiao suddenly asked, what are you doing tonight? Watching a movie. Jiang Jiao pinched him. This old brother is useless. I should put him up on the secondhand market soon. New and in used 9 with free shipping. The two of them didn't chat for long before returning to the library. Jiang Jiao said little more, exchanging only a brief exchange of study experiences, strictly business. However, Song's state seemed off, appearing somewhat distracted and not really listening. It wasn't until noon that Jiang Jiao left that Song slightly perked up. She and Jiang Linyuan walked out of the library. Senior, you seem to have a very good relationship with that senior sister. What is your relationship? Song asked directly without probing. Jiang Linyuan looked at her strangely. Didn't I say before? We've known each other since we were in the womb. Song was taken aback, and after a moment she finally reacted. Is she your senior sister? Jiang Linyuan nodded. Not that I thought you were joking with me the other day. Song's face turned a bit awkward and she chuckled. So senior isn't an only child. What is the junior sister an only child? Jiang Linyuan countered. Song fell silent for a moment and replied, no, I have a younger brother at home. Younger brother. Jiang Linyuan noticed something was off with her expression. He suddenly remembered that there was no mention of family in the post Song had shared. If cheating were discovered, the school would definitely contact the other party's parents, yet there was no mention of them in the posts. There was no talk of biological parents or calls to escape from the original family. It was as if it were completely ignored. Then you junior sister must be a very good sister, right? Jiang Linyuan asked tentatively, observing her expression. Yu Song suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had heard a joke. After laughing, she said, yes, I am a very confirmed another one with family issues. Is it because of vanity that she hopes to achieve good grades through cheating on exams? You said it, so I should believe you. If I put 6 terracotta warriors on my homepage, should I also believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? How old is your younger brother, junior sister? Jiang Linyuan decided to probe further. I don't remember. Yu Song replied very curtly, clearly not wanting to discuss this topic further. Seeing this, Jiang Linyuan didn't continue to ask. I need to find out, if this were a gal game, this would be the final choice. Last time I met that person named Zhou at Haidaleo, let's see if I can contact him. Yu Song returned to the dorm and lay down on her bed. Yo, the study tyrant is back. Someone who went to the library early is indeed different. A sarcastic voice from her roommate rang in her ears. She stood up, directly staring at her, looking for trouble. Don't push me to hit you. Her roommate was somewhat stunned. Usually they would just exchange a few sarcastic remarks, but today Yu Song seemed extra aggressive. She didn't want to escalate the situation, so she said no more. At that moment, Yu Song's phone rang as she glanced at it and answered the call expressionlessly. Song, you've been in college for so many days and haven't bothered to call home. A lamenting voice of a middle-aged woman came through the phone. Yu Song replied calmly. I have nothing to say, so naturally, I don't need to call. Oh, how could you be like this? I save every penny to send you to college, and this is how you speak to your mother. Do you know? The woman began to complain endlessly, and Yu Song felt her anger rising, but she coldly interrupted her. What do you want me to do? Song, your younger brother is dating. The family expenses are a bit high, and now that you're in college, you need to learn to be considerate of the family. So your living expenses won't be provided by the family next month. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? Yu Song was not surprised at all and spoke very calmly. And if you're going to date in college, make sure to find someone wealthy, the family. The piercing voice continued, but at that moment Yu Song had nothing more to say. In a moment when she usually would never suppress her emotions, she appeared incredibly silent and incredibly aggrieved. So I absolutely despise weak people. As a master of time management, Jiang Linyuan would not forget his date with Lin Yilin, and soon he arrived at the cinema that Lin Yilin had sent him. What do you mean by me being ambiguous with many people? It's just like in a gal game. She is single, and I am single, so of course I can chat with them. But if I fail to connect with every person in the end, wouldn't that be even more pathetic? What if I get stabbed by girls? That's when you unlock a hidden ending. You just hold on and prepare for the second round. I achieved first place in my friend's gathering during a pinduoduo cutting activity. You should join in too. Upon arriving at the cinema, Jiang Linyuan spotted Lin Yilin. She was wearing a cream-colored sweatshirt with her hair tied in a high ponytail, soft hair, and fair skin that looked delicate. There was a hint of nervousness on her pure and clean face. Did you wait long? Jiang Linyuan asked, his eyes surveying her face. Oh, Lin Yilin even had on light makeup. You look even better than yesterday, little Yilin. Hearing this, Lin Yilin's originally tense heart eased a bit, and she shyly replied. I put on a bit of makeup. To watch the film, it's perfectly understandable to be a bit formal. What do you mean by watching? Don't use such ambiguous wording for watching a movie. Lin Yilin immediately broke character, her face flushed as she retorted. Jiang Linyuan grinned. I prefer this little Yilin, and the shy look just doesn't suit you at all. Lin Yilin, realizing that Jiang Linyuan was intentionally saying this to help her relax, couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling both happy and a bit frustrated. I took the initiative to invite a senior, and why is he so calm? Doesn't he think of anything else? With this thought, she felt her face flush. A light-hearted conversation about self-strategizing. The two went to collect their tickets, also grabbing drinks and popcorn. The theater was fairly packed with an actual occupancy of about 50 to 60%, and they didn't encounter any shady figures. Jiang Linyuan turned to look at Lin Yilin beside him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as she clearly noticed his gaze, but pretended not to see. Not looking at me, huh? Then I'll look at you. After a while, Lin Yilin couldn't stand Jiang Linyuan's gaze any longer. Her face felt hot, and she glared at him. Senior, we're watching a movie, it's about to start. Oh what? Just turn your face away. Seeing that Jiang Linyuan didn't move after agreeing, Lin Yilin reached out, placing her hands on either side of his face, turning his head towards the front with a serious expression. Watch the movie. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, still smiling, and then focused on the movie. Lin Yilin stole glances at him, noticing that he was engrossed in the big screen and not looking at her anymore, feeling a bit awkward inside. It's really strange. While she was peeking at Jiang Linyuan, she noticed him about to turn his head and immediately withdrew her gaze, pretending to watch the movie seriously. Her heart raced incessantly. Why did she feel like she was doing something wrong? To cover her embarrassment, Lin Yilin grabbed the nearby cola and sipped it through the straw. Little Yilin. Jiang Linyuan leaned closer and took her hand. Oh my gosh, what is he trying to do? In the cinema, a man and a woman stealing a kiss. Senior, what are you doing? Lin Yilin's mind raced with thoughts, but she could only stammer, her eyes wide with panic. This is my cola. Jiang Linyuan retrieved the cola from her hand and pointed to her right. Your cola is over there. So shy, today's cinema is full of shyness. Lin Yilin's face turned bright red, puffing out her cheeks, unable to say anything, slowly releasing her hand to let Jiang Linyuan take the cola. Thank you for the imported cola, little Yilin. Jiang Linyuan said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilin suddenly remembered that she had already drunk from this cola. Her face flushed as she reached out to grab it back, starting to mumble. This is my cola. Is this still your Yida? Then what will you drink, senior? Jiang Linyuan asked. Lin Yilin handed him a cola that she hadn't drunk from, glaring fiercely. Senior, drink this, no objections. Jiang Linyuan accepted it. Throughout the process, Lin Yilin's heart raced as if it were about to explode. The two didn't continue talking and watched the big screen. After the movie ended, Jiang Linyuan felt it was average not remember. As the credits rolled and the movie ended, they checked the time. It was past 8, and they walked back to school together. On the roadside, the dim light filtered through sparse leaves, casting mottled shadows. The two walked against the evening breeze and stopped at a traffic light. Senior, did you have fun today? Lin Yilin asked, standing beside Jiang Linyuan, not turning her head. Happy. Jiang Linyuan replied immediately, and then asked back. What about you, little Yilin? Are you happy? Lin Yilin felt a bit flustered and lowered her head. Why are you asking this, senior? Then why is little Yilin asking this? Jiang Linyuan mimicked Lin Yilin's tone. I picked the movie, of course I have to ask the senior. Lin Yilin retorted, then raised her small fist. Senior, you're not allowed to copy me. Junior, you're not allowed to copy me. Next time I won't invite you out to play. Lin Yilin threatened loudly, her momentum slightly weakened. Then next time will the senior invite little Yilin out to play? Jiang Linyuan asked with a smile. Lin Yilin's confidence waned, but she raised her small head, mumbling. Let's see how the senior performs. The road was exceptionally quiet with hardly anyone around. As they approached the school gate, Lin Yilin suddenly asked, Senior, do you still like you song? Junior, aren't you supposed to be observing how the senior performs now? She punched Jiang Linyuan lightly. You answer the question first. I still like her for now. Oh. Lin Yilin was silent for a moment, seeming unwilling, and asked again. Senior, do all boys like? As she spoke, her face turned red, and it was a bit hard to say, but she continued. Like girls in that area, you know, bigger chests. Jiang Linyuan was somewhat taken aback. Why bring this up at this time? Does she think I like you song because of her? If I say yes, will little Yilin really think I like you song and cry in her dorm? But if I say no, little Yilin will definitely ask why I like you song. That's even harder to answer. I must come up with a reply. Think, brain, think. Come up with an answer. Considering little Yilin's feelings, would saying that small ones are cute work? Is this question difficult? Lin Yilin noticed Jiang Linyuan's prolonged silence and urged him with dissatisfaction. It seemed she definitely wanted an answer. No matter how he answered, it would worsen their relationship. Think fast, Jiang Linyuan, you can do it. After a brief moment of intense thought, a lightning bolt struck Jiang Linyuan's brain. I understand. The best answer to this question is, actually, Jiang Linyuan said with a serious expression. I like men. After Jiang Linyuan uttered those words, Lin Yilin stood frozen in place, her worldview crumbling uneasily, whispering, Are you a fake person posing as a senior? This little Yilin has become so abstract. I racked my brain for an answer and was met with such a lighthearted response. Let me show you whether I'm a fake person. Jiang Linyuan was enraged, squeezing Lin Yilin's hand. Brother, your hand is so small and fragrant. Lin Yilin felt the warmth from his palm, her face turning red, yet she did not struggle, her eyebrows raising as her lips involuntarily curled up, lying senior. Sometimes a girl's questions do not necessarily require verbal answers, though a direct approach works much better. What would you do if the defendant was molested? I love you, child of the virgin, see you in court. Looking at Lin Yilin beside him, Jiang Linyuan added, Little Yilin, the girl you added the other day on WeChat is still there. I need to use it, you know. Life is full of ups and downs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilin felt all her happiness evaporate, glaring at Jiang Linyuan like a fierce tigress. What does the lecherous senior want to do? I want her to help me cut a deal on Pinduoduo. I can too. What can you do? Cut me a deal. Lin Yilin immediately took out her phone, tapping a few times, pouting, Senior, send me the link now. Little Yilin, one person can't gather enough. Jiang Linyuan said awkwardly. A deal on Pinduoduo, cutting into the heart. If I die and go to God, even he would say to invite one more person to heaven. It's okay, I'll help you forward it. Oh, some things I want to buy are a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, Lin Yilin's gaze turned evasive, her face flushing. You little flirt. I can choose not to look. She stammered. Little Yilin, can you leave some privacy for your scene? Then, how can you just casually find that girl? Lin Yilin raised her eyebrows, muttering in dissatisfaction. It's fine, once I send it I'll block her. Please, good junior sister. Jiang Linyuan smiled, leaning closer to Lin Yilin. Little Yilin is the best, help your senior out. The little girl couldn't withstand such a test. Jiang Linyuan was so close, she felt a bit warm and somewhat addicted. She felt dizzy, her face burning, too shy to look at him, turning her head and waving her hand anxiously. Here, hurry up and get away. Thank you, little Yilin. Jiang Linyuan replied, happily stepping back. Yet Lin Yilin did not continue responding, too shy to look at him, burying her head and rushing forward. Wow. Why get so close? Are you trying to kill me? This dog senior. Bad senior. She was so angry she could bite her silver teeth, glaring at Jiang Linyuan from time to time while stamping her feet. However, Lin Yilin glanced back at Jiang Linyuan, finding him grinning at her, shot him a glare, then turned her head again, her heart racing, her eyes crescent-shaped. Yet he was hard to dislike. So cunning, isn't this making it impossible to escape? She covered her heart, struggling to calm her restless feelings. At this time it wasn't too late. People came and went, traffic flowed, and the evening breeze was cool against her shoulders. Senior. Lin Yilin suddenly stopped, turning to look at Jiang Linyuan. If you don't like Yu Song Song, tell me earlier. Well, I didn't say I still like her. You can't trust the lying senior. Lin Yilin stepped on Jiang Linyuan. She was clear that the web of friendship between her and the senior had begun to weave other threads, quietly consuming and expanding bit by bit. Still escorting little Yilin to the dormitory's entrance, she reluctantly pushed the WeChat of the girl from that day at Haidaleo to Jiang Linyuan. Remember to delete it, okay? Welcome little Yilin to check anytime. Go die. Lin Yilin punched Jiang Linyuan on the chest, and the two parted ways. Back in the dorm, Jiang Linyuan looked at the newly acquired WeChat and directly asked, "Are you a friend of Zhou Yulan?" And the guy from that day at Haidaleo, I want to ask her something. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory. Hey, that handsome guy from the other day added me. One girl exclaimed, looking at, which handsome guy? Is he not a salesman? Other roommates looked at her curiously and asked. Zhou Yulan thought for a moment, went over to the girl, and asked, Yu Song Song's boyfriend. That's the handsome guy. But it seems he's looking for you, Yulan. Hearing this, Zhou Yulan recalled Jiang Linyuan's handsome face, suppressing her fluttering heart. Is he looking for me? That's a bit interesting. Seeing your expression, I'm not pleased. A best friend should guard her honey path. He was the one I noticed first. What if the honey path opens up a bit? The other roommates chuckled. The few of them joked and chatted, turning red in the face. In the conversation, Zhou Yulan recalled the scene from that day when Jiang Linyuan pushed her to the ground, feeling a bit shy. When he pushed me, my heart was racing. It felt like I was in love. Do you think this is the bridge effect? A roommate smiled, slightly patting Zhou Yulan's shoulder. Yulan, you're just a masochist. Oh, stop talking. Reply. Yulan will give you his WeChat. The girl sent Jiang Linyuan's WeChat to Zhou Yulan, and the four of them stared at a phone screen, chattering away. Is it Zhou Yulan? I want to ask you something about Yu Song Song's family situation. Do you know anything? Seeing Jiang Linyuan's question, the group lost interest. I thought it was some lonely married man trying to act cute. Boring, let's disperse. Zhou Yulan felt a bit embarrassed as her friends left. What if he just wants to find common ground? We both know Yu Song Song. Starting a conversation like this is perfectly normal. The roommates exchanged glances, wanting to see a show, and began to cheer. If he's being subtle, you should be direct, confess, and see how he responds. Exactly. Be bold, who knows, he might just agree. Alright, you guys watch closely. Zhou Yulan's nature was already fiery. Hearing their teasing, she impulsively sent a message to Jiang Linyuan. Are you willing to make your love life more colorful, handsome? Strong JPG. The group watched the phone, and after 5 minutes there was not a single reply. The roommates suppressed their laughter. Zhou Yulan couldn't hold back any longer, shouting, It's all your fault for stirring things up. She quickly tried to remedy the situation, sending another message. Haha, it's fine. Just joking. My roommate grabbed my phone and sent that randomly. You're not sleeping, right? Haha, resting quite early, huh? Good night, I'm going to sleep now. Jiang Linyuan looked at the message Zhou Yulan had sent and simply couldn't hold back anymore. The fortune teller had told him that he would have many riches, but his mother didn't say they'd be nerve-wracking. Zhou Yulan was so dedicated, still remembering the role of the clown at such a late hour. Jiang Linyuan was too busy to press a clown nose onto Zhou Yulan and asked, What do you know about Yu Song Song's family situation? Zhou Yulan quickly replied, Didn't she tell you? It's normal that she didn't mention it, probably afraid of losing face. Zhou Yulan and Yu Song Song were also roommates in high school for 3 years, coming from the same place, so they knew each other well. She quickly informed Jiang Linyuan about Yu Song Song's family background. A single-parent family with a bias toward males. The implications in her words were advising Jiang Linyuan to break up with Yu Song Song soon. I've met her mother, sharp-tongued and snobbish, treating that boy who dropped out of high school like a treasure. Handsome, I'm not saying this to discourage you, but staying with Yu Song Song will bring you a lot of trouble. Just on the bride price alone, her mother will definitely expect you to pay a hefty sum. Tisk, you might even have to buy a house for her brother later on. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan was not worried at all. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. It was akin to telling a gay man that he was straight. Such a statement wouldn't deter him, but would instead make him realize it was his first time, heightening his excitement. Isn't it just the pain of a dysfunctional family? As the backbone of the nation, the elite of society, and the driving force of the people, one should strike hard against such feudal families. Thank you for chatting with me so much, Jiang Linyuan replied. Oh, is that just a verbal thank you? How about this? I saw a piece of clothing online that I liked. I wonder if you would like to take a look. Zhou Yulan's heart fluttered at the message. Look at my charm, Yu Song Song. This is your boyfriend, isn't it? You little fish with a big chest. Sure, she replied cheerfully. Jiang Linyuan sent a link. Zhou Yulan clicked on it. I wonder what kind of clothing it is. Oh dear, we barely chatted, and he already sent me a gift. How embarrassing. As she fantasized happily, the webpage on her phone redirected. Zhou Yulan focused her gaze, and her world darkened. The words new user activities from Pinduoduo were glaringly red. Damn, Pinduoduo has cut me. She was so infuriated that she took a screenshot to confront Jiang Linyuan, only to see a glaring red exclamation mark. She had been blacklisted. This series of actions made her feel utterly frustrated. Is the person chatting with me really human? A house can collapse, but it can be rebuilt. This person, however, cannot be rebuilt. Under the decree of the great master, Jiang Linyuan also sent a Pinduoduo link to Zhou Yulan's roommate on a whim, then quickly blacklisted her. Pinduoduo pay up. Learning about the family background of the thief, Saint Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but sigh. This is the true pain of a dysfunctional family. I suspect her cheating to achieve good grades is not a mere vanity, but a misguided rebellion during her teenage years. This thief saint confronts others with aggression, yet runs away when faced with her own family matters. Others may act tough in their nests, but she has reversed the roles. I feel she doesn't compare to Xiao Su, who confronts everyone equally. She even battles wits with her mother. The bond between them is something to admire. I should ask Xiao Su for advice on how she handles it. Jiang Linyuan took out his phone and sent a message. Xiao Su, how do you usually get along with your mom? Huh, have you met my mom? Su Muji replied quickly. No, just encountered a lower version of you. I was wondering if you have any solutions. Su Muji sent a question mark then replied. Oh, Yu Song-song's family has issues. From what you said, the problem lies. Xiao Su is quite perceptive. Oh, what do we call this? A past ailment becoming a cure. Divine Doctor, do you have any ideas? I have 3 strategies. Which one would you like to hear? Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. Are you bringing out military tactics now? Why not mention there are 3 types of mothers too? Proceed. Su Muji did not engage further and replied, the last resort is to ignore Yu Song-song and focus more on my relationship with my mom. What a lousy strategy. Give me a lower horse for a race. Read continue. Su Muji still showed no signs of getting entangled. The middle strategy is to become the man behind Yu Song-song, shielding her from the storm. However, I think you definitely won't accept this, haha. That's obvious. Would I ruin my entire life for a reward card? Only a fool would do that. What kind of schemes are you presenting, Xiao Su? Xiao Su, it's only been a short while since we last met. Why has your intelligence decreased so much? This time Su Muji did not reply with text, but directly initiated a video call. Oh dear, it's like meeting the saint. Jiang Linyuan answered the call, and a smiling face appeared on his phone. Jiang, are you planning to become a woman killer and forget how to communicate with your peers? Su Muji wore a pink t-shirt with a silver jacket over it. The background looked less like a dormitory and more like the room had a very girly style, and there was even a large doll next to the bed, which didn't seem like Xiao Su's style at all. Xiao Su, are you saying you're a woman disguised as my peer? Jiang Linyuan retorted without courtesy. Su Muji squinted her eyes and said slowly, hee, if Jiang insists on making me an elder, I could reluctantly accept that. What elder? I see you want to eat a slap. No more chit-chat, let's get down to business. Sure, after we finish the serious matters we can discuss the not-so-serious ones. Su Muji covered her mouth and chuckled. What a tease. Alright, back to the matter of Yu Song-song. Su Muji shifted the topic back and said with a smile, actually the best way to escape a dysfunctional family is to cut ties, though it's quite difficult. Cutting ties with a dysfunctional family is indeed the most effective and direct method. But the core issue is 1, money, and secondly, the moral implications. Upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan shook his head. It seems it's better to con Yu Song-song into severing ties with her family. Su Muji chuckled, I support that. Support my foot. If you really do that, you'll undoubtedly ruin her life entirely. There's no need to go that far. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan and suddenly said, I want to remind you, Jiang, once you touch the deepest parts of a girl's heart, don't think you can just walk away. Especially with someone like Yu Song-song. Listening to you is like listening to a profound truth. Let's discuss something that everyone is unaware of. A girl with issues from her original family can plunge deep into the abyss, yet Jiang Linyuan has no intention of living with her. Whether it is sacrificing the small self for the greater good or sacrificing small gains for greater aspirations, he has no plans to do so. I am merely a heartless tool for swiping cards. Do you think feelings will develop over time? Don't be ridiculous. Those cattle and horses working overtime with their bosses, do you think they're secretly in love? Xiao Su, stop talking nonsense. I have my own rhythm, and you don't need to interfere with such matters. Jiang Linyuan said bluntly, you have your own rhythm. Just wait to be stabbed. Su Muji chuckled softly, elongating her tone. Then I wonder what insights Jiang classmate has. Do you understand the principle of teaching a man to fish rather than giving him fish, Xiao Su? Jiang Linyuan glanced at her and spoke eloquently. The situation you described fails to address the true issues in a girl's heart, leading them to view love as their only lifeline, clinging to it tightly. But once I resolve Yu Song-song's issues permanently, wouldn't that suffice? What would that mean? Becoming fragments. Can you not distinguish between a girl with psychological trauma who sees you as her emotional support and a girl you rescue? Seeing Jiang Linyuan's confident demeanor, Su Muji chose to smile. You truly are impressive, Jiang classmate. If you need help, be sure to call on me. Jiang Linyuan frowned at her tone. Why does it feel like Xiao Su is harboring ulterior motives? He nudged her. First, take care of your mother before worrying about anything else. If you don't take care of her, will she suddenly disappear? A motherly love, filial piety. Jiang Linyuan chatted with Su Muji a bit longer, inquiring about her mother's situation, and listened to her voice. The next day, Yu Song-song approached Jiang Linyuan proactively. Jiang Senior, I wanted to ask you if there are any good part-time. She asked directly. A part-time job. Is the thief planning to break free from her past shackles? I haven't done anything yet. Jiang Linyuan looked at her and asked, what prompted you to suddenly look for a part-time job, Junior? Oh dear. Yu Song-song laughed a bit shyly. I recently set my sights on a new handbag. Is that bad? If you're really short on money, can't you just sell your phone to me? This is a personal loan I applied for on your behalf. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow. Is this handbag very expensive, Junior? Will your future living expenses not cover it? Yu Song laughed heartily. Well, girls have their expenses, Senior. Please help me out. Do you have any part-time jobs to recommend? So you're just brushing off the topic. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, recalling Yu Song's original family. It seems her biological mother has been strict. The living expenses she provided might be at a survival level. Part-time job. On campus or off campus? Jiang Linyuan casually inquired. As the saying goes, a young woman can't cook without rice, and to put it bluntly, it's hard to cook without rice. Cutting ties with your original family and achieving economic independence is also the most important step. Song the thief, you must be self-reliant. Off-campus jobs are better, on campus is also fine. Seeing Jiang Linyuan respond, Yu Song knew there was a chance. She perked up. Jiang Linyuan nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye out and get back to you in a few days, Junior. Yu Song smiled and nodded. Thank you, Senior. I'll treat you to a meal today. Aren't you afraid I'll eat? Senior, it's limited to the campus cafeteria, okay? Well, looks like she's quite the little penny pincher. It seems Yu Song's financial situation isn't too good. You, Junior, I must remind you that taking a part-time job will definitely impact your studies, and you'll drift further away from your dreams of further studies. Jiang Linyuan said. Yu Song chuckled. Senior, do you still think I'm the type to study seriously? You're still stubborn, huh? Don't make me investigate your cheating. Jiang Linyuan's gaze sharpened just as he wanted to speak. Yu Song waved her hand, laughing lightly, and planning to seek employment soon. When we first met, you didn't say that to me. Jiang Linyuan remarked. When we first met, Jiang Senior wouldn't have said that. Yu Song turned her face, a smirk on her lips, looking into Jiang Linyuan's eyes. After all, back then you probably didn't know I was the bad girl who cheated on exams in high school. She playfully blinked and quickly turned her head away to hide her face from him. How long has it been since she felt this lighthearted without needing to hide much? She could express her unhappiness freely, saying everything that weighed on her heart. It was not an attack with a domineering attitude, but rather a conversation between friends. Even just peeling back a corner of the mask brought her a refreshing feeling and enjoyment, even tinged with a hint of dependency. So are you planning to turn over a new leaf? Jiang Linyuan asked while walking beside Yu Song. Yu Song paused for a moment and replied, I don't know. The most honest answer. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan sighed. Then take your time finding the answer, just don't regret it. Am I the only one looking for the answer? Yu Song turned her head again, revealing half her face, staring at Jiang Linyuan. What, do you still want someone else to help? Jiang Linyuan said, such matters can only be accomplished by oneself. I don't think so. Yu Song shook her head, narrowing her eyes. I don't have that kind of ability, especially after meeting you, Senior. I've become even more certain of this idea. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback, and then replied, Junior, you need to learn to charm. I'm not as impressive as you think, nor as good. Whatever Senior says goes. Yu Song casually replied, anyway. She suddenly paused and laughed. That's just how I feel. A divine being who doesn't understand human language, huh? I've already given you a warning shot, yet you still act this way. Don't cry too hard when you receive your reward card later. Seeing her act this way, Jiang Linyuan chose not to say much more. Next, it's time for a strong remedy. Yu Song's mother, it's time to strike. Yu Song launch your glamorous rebellion against your mother. Jiang Linyuan quickly found a suitable part-time job for Yu Song, then immediately started to contact her mother. I got it from the Joker Zhou Yulan. Yu Song has always avoided talking about her family. It's her inner turmoil, and also the core issue of the strategy. Jiang Linyuan dialed the phone directly. It was connected in no time. Which one are you? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. How can you casually answer a stranger's call without proper fraud awareness? Oh, I'm here to scam you, then it's nothing. Are you Yu Song's guardian? Jiang Linyuan asked in a serious tone. Upon hearing Yu Song's name, the woman's attitude suddenly changed. What trouble has this troublesome child caused again? Seriously, how did I end up with such a thing? The middle-aged woman's voice was sharp and piercing, incessantly berating Yu Song. This old hag. I had only heard from Zhou Yulan about her preference for sons over daughters, but I didn't expect Yu Song's mother to be this exaggerated. I haven't even mentioned the issue, and you're already scolding your own daughter. Some things can't be explained over the phone. Can you conveniently come to Jinling? Jiang Linyuan began to set the trap. What he wanted was for Yu Song and her mother to explode. Yu Mom from Xingnan University is coming, and today, I learned it's really me. Yu Song, your opportunity has arrived. We still have to go to Jinling. The woman's tone was somewhat conflicted. That's not feasible. Oh, I still have to take care of my son. Can't you not go? She's already an adult. There's no need to drag her parents into everything, right? Let's see if you still say that when Yu Song is pulling your oxygen tube. Oh dear, this old hag is too bad. It's okay, you can bring him along too, Jiang Linyuan said. Well, let's skip that. 2 people means a lot of travel expenses. Yu Mom hesitated again. Jiang Linyuan was truly amused by her. Is this person really a mother? Since she picked up the phone, she hadn't asked about Yu Song even once. How has Yu Song endured her temper in this house for so long? We can reimburse travel expenses on our side, Jiang Linyuan said. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman felt delighted. That's good, that's good. She hesitated again and asked, can we add one more person? Can my son's girlfriend come along too? Then a cheerful boy's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sure, I'm going to Jinling to play with Jingjing anyway. Ew, I don't need a ticket. Haha, a big item with a small item is fine, but why is there also an unmarked item? That's fine, Jiang Linyuan nodded. As long as you come, just call me when you arrive. Great. Yu Mom answered cheerfully. Then we'll take the high-speed train and should arrive by afternoon. Jingjing, how about we sit in business class? I've never been in one before. The boy's voice sounded again as if he were talking to someone. You just keep acting who can outdo. Wait, what kind of celestial family does Song have? Are there any normal people? This mother is outrageous. She didn't even call Song to verify. But thinking it through, in this family of Song, it seems normal. Song's brother is also acting like a fool, not suspicious at all. Once he enters society, won't he get scammed into selling hooks? Why not sell our hooks to exchange for 800 euros? I still have a kind heart, I'll just scam them for their travel expenses. Jiang Linyuan hung up Yu Mom's number and immediately blocked her. Reimbursement? Hehe. If you find me, I'll reimburse you. Just kidding, even if you find me, I won't reimburse you. In the afternoon, Yu Mom and her party exited the high-speed train station. Jingjing, didn't you say last time you wanted to come to Jinling to play? I brought you here today. Yu brother looked at his girlfriend Jingjing beside him, trying to please her. Jingjing glanced at him disdainfully. Can you give me the ticket money first? You stupid mother and son, saying you brought me out to play, but it turns out your mom wants me to pay for the ticket. Mom, didn't you say someone would reimburse us? Hurry up and call him. Yu brother looked at Yu Mom angrily, saying. Yu Mom felt a bit awkward and hurriedly reassured, Mom will call now, don't rush. But in reality, she felt very uneasy. Because while on the train, she had already called that person countless times, but none were answered. Yu Mom pressed the dial key again, still no one answered. Mom. Yu brother saw this and became somewhat irritated. Yu Mom looked at the unreachable phone, her pupils constricting, and had to admit she had been scammed. Damn it, they scammed. The young man who called is the scammer. It turns out it's not that bad people have decreased, but rather that bad people have become smaller. She couldn't hold her face, her anger had nowhere to go, and shouted, this definitely has something to do with that troublesome child. I'll go to her university to find her. I save every bit to support her in college, and she does this kind of thing. Yin, you take Jingjing around, I'll call to ask her what's going on. Saying this, she had already called Song. What's going on? Song's calm voice came through. Hearing her half-dead tone, Yu Mom got angry. Your mother has been scammed, and you don't care at all. I came to Jinling with your brother. Someone said you got into trouble. Tell me what you've been doing at university. He used your name to scam me and your brother. Song was taken aback by this, and then coldly asked, do you still have money to be scammed? Yu Mom's face turned red. The money for 3 tickets. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly transfer the money to me. I'll send you the bill. Alright, I'll transfer the money to you. Song spoke very calmly, but the calmer she was, the angrier Yu Mom became. What kind of tone is that? Aren't you going to ask a few more questions? I'm at the station with your brother. Hurry up and come pick us up. I'm working now, I don't have time to go, Song said. Oh my, I let you go to university, and you go work. What can you even do? Yu Mom said sarcastically. Surely you're not going to be a mistress like you. Song finally exploded on that side, shouting loudly. Yu Mom heard this and became so angry that she started crying and shouting. I raised you alone, and this is how you speak to your mother. You are not my daughter, you are clearly my ancestor. Enough. I'm coming to pick you up now. Song shouted and hung up the phone. On the other side, Song weakly put down her phone, staring blankly ahead, a layer of mist covering her eyes. How could it be at this moment? I finally left that home, my university life started to get on track, I had senior brothers taking care of me, and I could live independently. Tears fell drop by drop under the cover of her jet black hair. Am I really unable to escape? She wiped her tears and typed a few words on her phone, sending them to Jiang Linyuan. Senior, I can't do the part-time job anymore. I'm sorry for wasting your good intentions. Are you still buying the bag? Not buying it anymore. Then if you're not doing the part-time job, where will your university living expenses come from? Edge. Looking at the message Jiang Linyuan sent, Song was stunned. Song is a very strong-willed girl. She likes what she likes and dislikes what she dislikes. When faced with someone who makes her uncomfortable, she retaliates mercilessly. However, even she has things she wishes to avoid mentioning. She has poured many emotions into Jiang Linyuan, but she has never revealed even a hint about her family. She does not want, nor is she willing to let Jiang Linyuan know about this. What is Senior talking about? What living expenses? Song typed and asked. Jiang Linyuan's reply was very brief. I was the one who called your mother, it was I who brought her to Jinling. In that instant, Song's mind raced with many thoughts, but the emotions that surged were quicker than her reflections. She had no time to distinguish whether her feelings were anger or shame, and directly dialed Jiang Linyuan's number. As soon as the call connected, she shouted, Jiang Linyuan, what have you done? She suppressed her voice, sounding as if she were both yelling and crying. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Linyuan's voice finally came through. Does this question matter? Rather than think about this, I suggest you consider how to deal with your mother. I hate you, Jiang Linyuan. After a pause, Song replied. Very well, remember this feeling at this moment, and let it all out when facing your mother, but I guess you might not be able to do that. Whether in the past or the future, Jiang Linyuan said nonchalantly. Song fell silent for a moment before sneering. What could someone as self-righteous as you possibly understand? You understand nothing. I genuinely hate you, a person like you. After saying this, she hung up the phone abruptly. Weakly putting down her phone, Yu Song Song lowered her eyelids, her heart echoing with sorrow. Yu Song Song, you are indeed a wicked woman. The senior is clearly trying to help you. You should communicate with him properly, but instead you are filled with anger and pain. You are thinking that your most shameful wound has been seen by someone, that you have embarrassed yourself in front of the senior. You are also thinking that you have every reason to complain and blame Jiang Linyuan, who allowed him to interfere in my affairs. Thinking of this, she was jolted, realizing something absurd and sad. Yu Song Song, you are just like your mother. This is a despairing yet unavoidable truth. Yu Song Song thought, wiping her face, a trace of sorrowful laughter surfacing. Her mother was still waiting for her at the station. This thief saint is really good at escaping, huh? Always running. Why not bring that fierceness to deal with your mother? But it doesn't matter if this time I won't let you run away. Jiang Linyuan put down his phone, watching the bustling scene at the station, pulling Yes Mother's phone number from his contacts. Before long, the call came in. Jiang Linyuan answered the phone, and the other party immediately began yelling. How dare you answer my call? Boldly accusing me. Not even admitting your mistake. You say she was right. Her mistake was that she was right. Jiang Linyuan ignored this, looking at the middle-aged woman who was cursing over the phone, and hung up. Excuse me, are you Yu Song Song's mother from Xingnan University? He stepped forward and asked Yes Mother. After being hung up on, Yes Mother was furious, and hearing the familiar voice couldn't help but curse, you scammer. You dare come looking for me? Well, those who offend me deserve severe punishment. Haha, auntie, you are so amusing. Well, what did I scam you of? Jiang Linyuan asked with a smile. Yes Mother couldn't find her words. Did she say she was scammed out of 3 train tickets? When the police arrive, will she claim this young man is in cahoots with the high-speed rail station, specifically scamming tickets? Isn't that ridiculous? You young man, how can you lack integrity? Didn't you say you would reimburse the ticket money? Yes Mother could only curse angrily. Did I say I would buy you a house? Do you believe that? Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. Is this beggar trying to take it? Yes Mother could tell from his sarcasm, and was furious, taking a step forward, wanting to argue with Jiang Linyuan. But unexpectedly, he leaned forward and collided with her. Then Jiang Linyuan was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground, looking as if he couldn't get up again. Yes Mother. What is happening? I didn't put any force into it. Seeing the crowd at the station, looking over, she felt is this how people in big cities are? I've never seen it before. Yes Mother suddenly felt a bit guilty, pretending not to see and turning to leave. But at that moment, Jiang Linyuan grabbed her foot. Hey Annie, I'm having trouble breathing, you can't leave. Damn it, is this fraud? Yes Mother suddenly realized. This young man looks refined, but he is up to no good. Seeing security personnel approaching, Yes Mother felt she couldn't explain herself and decided to fall to the ground. Oh, at this moment Jiang Linyuan had already stood up with a beaming smile. He looked at Yes Mother lying on the ground, raised his hands, smiling widely, and turned to the security personnel. Uncle, this person is committing fraud. Damn, I can't breathe. This really infuriated Yes Mother. What a thief, calling out a thief, turning the tables. She pointed shakily at Jiang Linyuan. You. Yes Mother, in good health, clutched her chest, feeling for the first time what it was like to be short of breath, realizing for the first time the malice of people in big cities. The world is going downhill. Unexpectedly, it's not that bad people have decreased, but that bad people have aged. Jiang Linyuan sighed as he looked at Yes Mother, who was gasping for breath on the ground. At this point, Yes Mother was so angry her vision turned dark. You must be a wicked old person reincarnated. The security personnel saw this and chuckled. This aunt's acting in this fraud was quite convincing, as if she were really out of breath. He pointed to a corner and said, just a reminder, there are surveillance cameras here. After saying this, he couldn't help but advise, Auntie, you're from outside, right? Who comes to the station to commit fraud? Next time, find a place without surveillance cameras. Let me add, this fraud is already a sunset industry. You're not yet at sunset age, don't disturb the market. Hearing the security personnel's incessant chatter, Yes Mother was even more unable to breathe. Clearly, I am the victim. These people in big cities are all bad. Senior. When Yu Song Song arrived at the station with a heavy heart, she saw her mother lying at the entrance, and the smiling Jiang Linyuan, her mind went blank. Did you bring my mother here just to have her cause as a barrier? You know him? Upon hearing Yu Song's words, Yu Ma was furious, quickly getting up as if she had found a target to vent her anger, pointing at her daughter's brows and eyes. She angrily scolded. I supported you to go to college just so you could meet people like him. Do you even deserve me, eh? Facing her mother's scolding in front of Jiang Linyuan, Yu Song felt her skin burning, as if a flame incredibly hot. She lowered her head, not wanting anyone to see her expression. Let's talk somewhere else. What? Are you feeling ashamed? Yu Ma seemed to enjoy seeing Yu Song in this state, arrogantly pointing at Jiang Linyuan. You tell me, what is your relationship? Suddenly the corner of Jiang Linyuan's clothing was tugged at, and when he turned around, he saw Yu Song's usually delicate face, filled with pleading. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on this extremely strong-willed girl. Senior, could you please leave first? I beg you. She said this while Jiang Linyuan slowly pried her hand open, whispering, do you think I would leave? Why? Why do this? Is it so amusing to see me humiliated? I had hidden it so well. As long as you don't expose it, I could forget, I could numb myself. Why did you have to do this? I hate you. I hate you. Jiang Linyuan. Yu Song was filled with rage, wanting to blame Jiang Linyuan, but then she sadly realized. How similar this is to my mother. Looking at Yusong's extremely complicated expression, Jiang Linyuan sighed and looked at Yuma. I am her boyfriend. Yusong and Yuma were both stunned upon hearing this. Yuma did not ask Jiang Linyuan, but instead turned her ire towards Yusong, scolding, Did you come to college just to date? What did I tell you? When dating, find someone wealthy. Men like this will only deceive you. Have you wasted all those years of studying? You shouldn't have been allowed to go to college in the first place. Come back with me and prepare to find someone to marry. Why can't I go to college? Why can't I have my own life? Under the high pressure, Yusong finally exploded. She shouted loudly regardless of others' gazes, pouring out all her grievances in anger. When I was young, you made me cooperate to pursue your happiness. Well, I listened to you, behaved very well, didn't cry or make a fuss, and portrayed you as a virtuous wife in front of that man. You succeeded. That man divorced because of you and was with you, but you never looked at me again, focusing all your attention on what you called my younger brother. Upon hearing this, Yuma trembled, the previous anger gone, suddenly crying out sadly, My daughter, I know you hate me and think I am not a qualified mother, but what can I do? When I just gave birth to you, your father said he would give me happiness, and I hoped for it so much. But he died. How can a single woman with a baby survive? Yuma cried. I could only remarry. I just wanted to pursue my own happiness. Is that wrong? You know your new father only loves your brother since he is his son, so I have to care for him a little more. But Song, you are the only one who is my flesh and blood. I actually love you. Should I kneel down and apologize to you as a mother? My daughter Song. Yusong listened to the words she had heard countless times before, feeling immense pain, and she had fought back before, but every time her mother would adopt a sorrowful expression, bringing out this set of arguments, even kneeling in front of her, crazily hitting herself and apologizing to torment and humiliate her. So what can I do? I can only remain silent. I can only be silent. Yusong could not speak anymore, her expression tragic. Seeing her like this, Yuma felt a surge of joy in her heart. As long as I am still your mother, you will never think of resisting me, escaping from me. She grasped Yusong's hand, pleading, Song, listen to mom. I won't harm you. I'm not a stranger. How could I harm you? Yusong was in pain and sorrow. Upon learning that her mother had come to Jinling, she refused part-time work, prepared to give up her college life. Rather, since she entered college, she had anticipated this day. It was just too soon. A mother knows her daughter well, and the daughter knows her mother just as well. Yusong's face showed an unusually rare shyness as she looked at Jiang Linyuan. I'm really sorry for letting senior see such a mess. I'm really sorry. The more she said, the more she couldn't hold back, slightly raising her head. Hot tears streamed. Jiang Linyuan sighed. Junior, you are indulging in evil. I know, but what can I do? Yusong cried out. What to do? Jiang Linyuan sneered. It'll only demonstrate once, but remember, this isn't to stand up for you. I'm just annoyed and want a vent. Next time you do it yourself. Damn it, the anger from a jammed film card was nothing compared to this. A divine mother can only bully her own daughter. After saying this, under Yusong's confused gaze, Jiang Linyuan walked towards Yuma. You foolish thing, you want to kneel. Come kneel for your father first. Yuma saw Jiang Linyuan's imposing demeanor, looking at Yusong, wanting her to speak, but the next second Jiang Linyuan blocked her view. What? You don't dare to look at your father, right? When you break down, you blame your daughter for your resentment, and when life isn't going well, you look for a bad day to jump off a building. That's about all you can contribute. When you die, pay attention. When you reincarnate, find a mother just like you. Let's see if you still dare to call. Yuma could not match Jiang Linyuan's words, her face turning red. You foul-mouthed, indecent thing. I've already insulted you. Do you expect me to praise you? If your mind isn't sharp, go find a brick to smash your head against. You might just die. Jiang Linyuan said bluntly. Yuma was furious, crying out, Song, are you just going to watch your mother be humiliated? Yusong was taken aback, then saw Jiang Linyuan turn to her, his eyes very serious. You still want to speak up for her at this time? You just consider me a fool. Yusong exhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and said, I won't. That's good, not brain dead. Jiang Linyuan turned to Yuma again. I'm taking your daughter away. If she dies, send a message to me. On the 7th day after your death, come to me, so I can scold you again. After saying this, without looking back, he firmly held Yusong's hand and left swiftly. Senior. Yusong held Jiang Linyuan's hand and spoke softly. At the bus station, people came and went, making it noisy, and with Yuma behind her continuously wailing, the multiple sounds overlapped, drowning out Yusong's small voice. What is it? Jiang Linyuan felt that Yusong seemed to say something and asked. Yusong was dazed for 2 or 3 breaths, took a deep breath, and hugged Jiang Linyuan, shouting in his ear, Senior. Why did you say you were my boyfriend? Jiang Linyuan said. Last time at Haidaleo, Zhou Yulan said you were my girlfriend, and you didn't refute it, did you? Yusong was taken aback, then laughed. That's right. So I didn't refute it this time either. That's nonsense. You just want to hide behind me and let me take the hits. Next time you deal with your mom yourself. Jiang Linyuan said sharply. Yusong didn't mind saying nothing, wrapping her arms around Jiang Linyuan's neck and laughing freely. Laughter drifted with the wind, seeming to mock the still wailing Yuma behind her. Thus Yusong's past life was ruined. Ultimate sarcasm leads to ultimate enjoyment. Cursing out loud cleanses the heart. Thus to insult is not a sign of low quality, but rather a defense of one's innocent heart. It is a noble cause. After berating Yuma, Jiang Linyuan felt as if his thoughts had become clear. However, clarity did him no good. It was Yusong who needed it. He glanced at Yu Song beside him, her face brimming with joy, bouncing along like an elementary school student. It seemed like it was time to swipe the reward card, but the key question was what to do with it after swiping. Should he do as Lu Tingting did, swipe the card, and then ghost her, blocking her at lightning speed, never to contact her again? Haha, I'll stab you, meow. Jiang Linyuan wasn't an athlete. If his head was detached, it was detached. Even a super, you give me the reward card, and I'll solve your problems for you. That's a pretty good deal, honest top service. What? You say you, that comes with a different price. He initially brought Yu Ma to Jinling with the idea that teaching someone to fish is better than just giving them fish. What he wanted was for Yu Song to be completely independent, not relying on herself, to angrily berate Yu Ma like now. Instead, she should take matters into her own hands. In summary, as the saint of thieves for the sake of oneself, let's use Frostmourne on your mother. But first, let's get the reward card in hand. Moving forward, she wouldn't likely refuse. Junior. Jiang Linyuan suddenly stopped, looking at Yu Song beside him. Is there something you need, senior? Yu Song stood next to Jiang Linyuan, lifting her eyes curiously. Could you be my girlfriend? Thump. Yu Song felt her heart skip a beat. She tilted her head slowly, gazing at Jiang Linyuan, her mind a complete mess. In that instant, she felt her pulse as if it had its own breath, but she recalled her pitiful and hateful mother. So she could only desperately suppress her emotions, casually saying, Senior, I'm currently overwhelmed with issues regarding my mother. Please don't joke around like that. The host has been toyed with by a bad woman. Target Yu Song. Bad woman quality B. Level reward pool exchange card has been issued. Another reward card in hand, but Jiang Linyuan did not feel the same joy as when he swiped the card for Lu Tingting. Because Yu Song was ultimately different from someone like Lu Tingting. Waste system. What kind of bad women are you identifying? Jiang Linyuan scolded. If you don't give me a good reward this time, I'll have to communicate with you every day. Level reward extraction in progress. Acquired passive skill Superhuman Physique. Superhuman Physique possesses an extremely robust physical constitution, greatly immune to diseases. You really want to mess with me, system? What kind of garbage skill is this? And why are your reward names so weird? Is it superhuman or robust? Can't you change it? My body is just fine. Why would I need a superhuman physique? Jiang Linyuan felt his body, sensing no change, just that he was a bit more vigorous. Something feels awful. Why is this vigor down there? Looking down. Oh no. Don't do this. I'm not trying to be superhuman. I've passed puberty. Why does the second brother still lift up at the slightest provocation? Senior. Yu Song walked beside Jiang Linyuan, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Jiang Linyuan's face was heavy. Jiang Linyuan. Now is the time to challenge yourself. If discovered, his life would be ruined. Suppress your desires, little Jiang Linyuan. Submit to me. Junior, let's talk about your mother. Jiang Linyuan said with a serious expression. Yu Song didn't notice his abnormality, reminiscing as she spoke softly. When I was 4, my biological father had an accident and passed away. During that time, my mother had a very difficult life, and her personality became irritable, perhaps because my father's death left her in despair. She smiled slightly. During that period, my mother poured all her unhappiness onto me, but I was still young back then, thinking it was my fault. Jiang Linyuan held back, continuing to probe. What about your brother? I overheard your conversation at the station. He's not your mother's biological child. Yu Song nodded. Yes, he's my mother's remarried partner's son. At this point, she suddenly smiled. I'm not afraid of you finding it ridiculous. My mother is a woman who destroyed someone else's family to rise up. Yu Song looked into Jiang Linyuan's eyes and said, my mother got involved with that man while he was still married. Later he divorced because of it, and my mother ended up with him. This is what is known as a homewrecker rising to power. Yu Song said, as if recalling some sorrowful event. My mother knew she had done something despicable, so within the family, she kept her status very low. As the unwanted child, I became an optional existence. Little Jiang Linyuan gradually calmed down and asked, so the reason you cheated in high school to get good grades was to seek attention? Attention? Yu Song smiled and shook her head. No, I didn't need her attention. Ew, I was seeking revenge. She articulated each word, her face adorned with a faint smile. I made sure the entire school knew about her. My mother had a daughter who obtained grades through cheating that weren't rightfully hers. What kind of jade-faced hand grenade king is this? Jiang Linyuan's mouth twitched. Yet he thought again, in the oppressive environment of senior year, anything could happen. He too had done some foolish things. He asked again, what about your mother's remarried partner? Didn't he ever check on you? Haha, he has a typical preference for sons over daughters. Yu Song said. Wait a minute, the clown told me that Yu Song came from a single-parent family and didn't mention her mother's remarriage. This clown is feeding me false information. Doesn't he care about you at all? Jiang Linyuan's anger gradually dissipated. He went in years ago, lost a lot in business, and later seemed to have done something illegal and got caught serving time. I'm not sure how many years. Yu Song said, as if recalling something, and added, all the debts are paid off, the family owes nothing. Lower your head. Jiang Linyuan heard the hint in Yu Song's words and sneered. The second brother is soft-spoken yet assertive. Your mother has it rough, huh? Neither of her marriages ended well. Jiang Linyuan casually remarked, but his words were nothing more than lip service. In reality, he didn't care how miserable Yu Ma was. One phrase, who the hell are you? He was a selfish person, only caring about those around him. And to him, Yu Ma was not even human. Yu Song spoke subtly, not directly mentioning Yu Ma's excessive behavior. But from her performance at the station, it was clear she had done such things often. Before remarriage, she blamed her marital misfortunes on her young daughter, and after remarriage, she constantly suppressed her daughter to please the new family. In summary, as a mother, she used Yu Song as her only emotional outlet. Upon hearing Jiang Linyuan's words, Yu Song merely nodded in silence. Seeing this, Jiang Linyuan said without looking back, "If you think negatively, your mother's life is so unfortunate that maybe one day heaven will strike her down with a lightning bolt, making her half a pair, achieving her fate." As he spoke, he felt it was impolite to say such things in front of her daughter. It was too pessimistic. He needed to be more positive. So he added, "Thinking positively, cremation is trending now. If your mother dies, she can at least look forward to a century-old coffin. That would mean she could find a happiness that is unwavering until death." Yu Song, "Is there a possibility that my mom could actually still be alive?" Jiang Linyuan and Yu Song returned to school, and before parting, Jiang Linyuan asked casually, "I estimate your mother will come to school to cause trouble next. What are your plans?" Yu Song bit her lip and tentatively asked, "Want you help me, senior?" "I'll help, everything help. Why don't you say let me help you give birth to a child?" Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes and encouraged her, "Big girl, you must be self-reliant. I have a part-time job reserved for you, just go for it. And regarding the scholarship, if there are any troubles, you can also reach out to me." Although Yu Song did not hear the answer, she wanted his response still warmed her heart. She smiled and nodded, then returned to the dormitory. As expected, in the past few days, an evil aunt appeared at the entrance of Xingnan University. She claimed to be the mother of one of the students and loudly cursed that her daughter was an ungrateful wolf who did not understand filial piety. However, unfortunately, although Xingnan University has many talented individuals, the security guards at least still acted normally and did not let Yes Mother, an outsider, enter. "What is your daughter's name?" he asked. "Yu Song," Yes Mother replied. "You can call her. The line is busy. Then you can contact her. What is an instructor?" The security guard was taken aback, sizing up Yes Mother with a sharper gaze. "What major is your daughter studying?" "In which class?" Yes Mother stammered, "I don't know." After speaking, she impatiently muttered, "Are you going to let me?" The security guard laughed heartily, thinking to himself, "I've been stationed at Xingnan University for so many years, I've even stopped those in yellow robes. What are you? Not knowing your daughter's major or her instructor, yet you still dare to slander. All right, is this a new tactic from the university's admissions office to tarnish Xingnan University?" he declared loudly. "Even if the Heavenly King comes, you can't get in." "Ah." Yes Mother tugged at her hair, feeling on the verge of going crazy. Ever since she came to Jinling, she hadn't felt at ease. People in big cities are really too bad. Jiang Linyuan had recently heard rumors that a new NPC had appeared at the south gate of Xingnan University and planned to check it out. Yes Mother was still wandering at the school gate today when she spotted Jiang Linyuan, and her eyes brightened. "He knows me. He knows me. He can vouch for me." The security guard frowned and looked at Jiang Linyuan. "How could there be internal collusion? Has the rival faction of some university infiltrated our school?" Jiang Linyuan felt something was off about the security guard's gaze. Could he be a superhero from Chengdu? "Student, do you know her?" the security guard asked. "Haha, I don't know her." Jiang Linyuan grinned. Yes Mother was furious. Watching Yes Mother jump up and down excitedly, Jiang Linyuan raised his phone and took a selfie with her in the background. He then sent it to Yu Song, "Your mother." Yu Song quickly replied. Then a call came in. "Senior, why did you go to see her on your own?" Yu Song said helplessly. "Just passing by to check in." Jiang Linyuan said, then asked, "Do you want to take a picture too?" "At the south gate here." Yu Song. It feels like ever since that day the senior has become much more carefree. Is it because of the closer relationship? Although not unpleasant, rather she liked him more, but... "Senior, I'm busy." Yu Song said. "Being busy is good, being busy is good." Jiang Linyuan asked, "Junior, can you be busy for a lifetime?" No wonder he is the thief saint. First he ran, now he hides, right? Yu Song, having her thoughts exposed, spoke more softly. I haven't made up my mind yet." "Then just hide when your mother enters the school and causes a scene known to all. Will you still be that turtle hiding its head, eh?" Jiang Linyuan said irritably. "Little turtle girl, thief saint." Yu Song fell silent, gritted her teeth. "I will do it, senior." Jiang Linyuan didn't believe her, hung up the phone, and left, ignoring the shouting Yes Mother behind him. This thief saint still has no confidence in her heart. For someone like Yu Song from a broken family, if she wants to cut ties, she must do it cleanly. If not, her mother will cling to her like a water ghost. Yu Song is a very conflicted girl. You could say she is strong, but deep down she is afraid to sever these ties. Because if she completely cuts off with her mother, what will she have left? In simple terms, she lacks love and fears love, yet still clings to the so-called family like a little hedgehog. She needs a push. Xiaosu, do you understand what I'm saying? In the cafe, Jiang Linyuan and Su Muji sat across from each other, discussing Yu Song's current situation. "You've made it so clear, you should know best what to do now," Su Muji said with a look of enjoyment. "As long as you unhesitatingly help her confront her mother again, then force her to choose between you and her mother. Under such pressure, she will definitely make a choice. You really wish for my downfall. This way Yu Song will only become more dependent on you. One day you might just say I'm only playing with you, hey. He'll show you how to take separate actions." Jiang Linyuan patted the table. "Xiaosu, we need to stand behind Yu Song, giving her the confidence. Remove the S." Su Muji raised her finger, pointing at Jiang Linyuan. "I haven't been too involved with Yu Song. Ha, so you want to serve me in this way?" Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily. All right then, I'll reluctantly give you a chance, Xiao. This man is still so contemptuous. Su Muji raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, if you care so much about Yu Song, will you treat me the same way? Xiao Su, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. I regard you as a brother, you can rest assured about your matters. Jiang Linyuan said. From Su Muji's description, Su's mother is a typical control freak, possibly a subordinate of the controlling demon Miss Kiki, let's just call her Aunt Shikima. You can't hide from it, you might as well get a taste of it. Su Muji listened to Jiang Linyuan's words, was taken aback for a moment, then smiled brightly. But you see, if you have no brothers, people will care for you as a disabled person, but if you don't wear clothes, everyone will just say you're a pervert. So does that mean you really like Yu Song? What can I say? Chao Pi's father-in-law doesn't want to talk. Zhang Ji's dad is speechless. Jiang Linyuan didn't want to argue, tilting his body and nodding repeatedly. Yes. Under the bridge, a small blanket is covered. Inside the blanket for a while, touching the style is irrelevant, just say yes. It's over, love it, so just say whatever. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's posture, Su Muji also felt it was no longer interesting, only saying, what do you want me to do? Help me find out if there are any cost-effective houses near the school. You are the young lady of Shanghai, you need to rely on your connections for this. Jiang Linyuan said. After hearing this, Su Muji seemed to think of something interesting and asked, are you going to buy a house? More or less. Jiang Linyuan said vaguely, not revealing too much. But Su Muji seemed to have guessed something, smiling happily. All right. Although Xiao Su was a minor character, she was indeed a young lady from the Shanghai circle, and she possessed genuine strength. Soon she found a suitable apartment near the school and took Jiang Linyuan to have a look. The 40-square-meter studio apartment was movie and ready and seemed quite suitable for a girl. Standing next to Jiang Linyuan, Su Muji smiled slightly and added, however, it might feel a bit cramped for two people. This Xiao Su. She was recklessly interpreting the will of the heavens. What was even more infuriating was that she guessed it right. Jiang Linyuan shot her a glare, but Su Muji remained unbothered, maintaining her elegant smile. He withdrew his gaze and examined the apartment. It was a small yet exquisitely decorated space with a warm style, a semi-open kitchen, one bedroom, one bathroom, and a south-facing balcony. It was the dream home of a true artistic young woman. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji and asked, this place must not be cheap, right? Given that housing prices in Jinling were already high with such decoration, and being near a university, it probably wasn't cheaper than some larger apartments. During this time, he had earned quite a bit, relying on the Wall Street Wolf, estimating that he could secure it for within 7 figures. It's fine. As long as you nod, Jiang classmate, consider this place a gift from me. Su Muji winked at Jiang Linyuan. Too generous, Xiao Su. Is this truly your life and my dream? Just giving away an apartment like that? Jiang Linyuan showed a troubled expression. Xiao Su, such a valuable gift, I can't accept it without giving something in return. Then he gritted his teeth, striking a brave pose. I permit you to pursue me. As the saying goes, when meeting a good person, one should first settle down. Oh, when encountering a benefactor, one should first establish a career. Establishing a family and a career with a wealthy woman. Xiao Su, you have my acknowledgement. Su Muji chuckled. This can't be considered a pursuit. It's merely a precautionary measure. If Jiang classmate is so concerned about such matters, then I believe you will soon be thoroughly humiliated by my mother. She maintained her elegant smile, but spoke rapidly. If a mere apartment can make the macho Jiang classmate feel his pride wounded, I suggest you find a holy fruit to crash into instead. My little underling, why provoke me like this? Are you afraid I'll succumb to insecurities? Do you know the worth of the number 1 underling in Xingnan? Since Su Muji had said this, Jiang Linyuan naturally wouldn't bring up any brotherly calculations with her. At worst, he would just treat her better in the future. He nodded and patted his chest. Brotherhood is in the heart. Seeing that he didn't look forced, Su Muji's eyes curved into a smile as she took out a set of keys and handed them over. Then congratulations, Jiang classmate, on your hidden beauty. Brother, I want to be with a wealthy person. Jiang Linyuan took the keys and said, Xiao Su, you can't just talk like that. What do you mean by hidden beauty? Su Muji looked at him and chuckled lightly. Aren't you planning to let Yu Song live here? She can live here, but I never said she wouldn't pay, right? Jiang Linyuan replied. Su Muji raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him up and down, and asked with a smile, are we playing the script of a male landlord pressuring a female tenant? If you keep talking nonsense, I will act out a noble young lady AV with you. Jiang Linyuan said irritably. Su Muji chuckled. I'm looking forward to it. The rebellious young lady against the world. Eventually, Yu's mom managed to enter Xingnan University, just like some men who failed to guard the back door were intruded upon. Because Yes Mom had long been causing a scene at the school gate, she finally caught the attention of the authorities. That day, Yu Song, who had just finished her part-time job, saw her mother again. In an office. Yu Song, notified by the counselor to pick up her mother, wore a blank expression as she looked at Yes Mom. Seeing her attitude, the pent-up anger within Yes Mom erupted. You don't have anything to say when you see your mother. Yu Song exhaled, slowly, speaking without emotion. What's wrong? Do you still want to flaunt your authority as my mother in front of me? How can you talk to your mother like this? Yes Mom shouted angrily, her face contorted. I provide for your food, clothing, and raised you to this age. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Oh, without me you would have been dead long ago. In the past, Yu Song would have chosen silence at this moment, but today was different as she said, That's because you wanted to treat me like a commodity to exchange for your own happiness. Yes, Mom was taken aback, suddenly grabbing Yu Song's arm, gritting her teeth. If it weren't for you, how would I be? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to bear the identity of a single mother. I wouldn't have to live cautiously after remarrying. You have ruined my life. She cursed, angrily shaking Yu Song's arm frantically. She was unwilling to give up her authority as a mother because her daughter Yu Song was the only person she could control. That's just you talking to yourself? Your sufferings have nothing to do with me, Yu Song said, feeling an immense sense of relief. Yes, Mom stared blankly at her daughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Trembling, she shouted, do you think having a boyfriend will allow you to escape from me? Song, I am your mother, and that's something you can never deny. I will cling to you. Always cling to you. If you don't go back with me, then I will always stay by your side. If you go to class, I will stay beside you. If you return to the dormitory, I will walk with you. Saying this, she actually laughed a bit maniacally. Yu Song could no longer bear it, breaking free from Yes Mom's grip and exiting the room. Yes Mom didn't chase after her, as she just kept laughing. As Yu Song stepped out of the room, the sunlight felt blinding. Ignoring the counselor who was constantly persuading her, she bluntly said, Teacher, can I have a moment alone? Seeing this, the counselor said nothing further and entered the room, intending to talk to Yes Mom. Walking alone under the sunlight, Yu Song felt an overwhelming chill. Her mother's words felt like a noose tightening around her neck, making it hard for her to breathe. She said she would cling to her for a lifetime. What a heavy and cruel thing. Suddenly a shadow passed over her head, and when she realized that a lady's sun hat was already placed on her head. Junior, aren't you worried about getting tanned under this blazing sun? Jiang Linyuan stood in front of her, smiling in the sun. Yu Song felt a sudden sting in her nose, but didn't know why. She had many things to say, but in the end only managed to utter, my mom came to school to look for me. Actually, she had half a sentence left unsaid, but she lacked the courage to voice it. Senior, help me. Jiang Linyuan, upon hearing this, chuckled. Junior, have you ever thought about going through a long overdue rebellious phase? Yu Song didn't understand what he meant, just nodding vigorously. Don't regret it, okay? Jiang Linyuan asked. I won't regret it. Jiang Linyuan hadn't said anything, but Yu Song still firmly declared, then come with me, Junior. Okay. Yu Song followed Jiang Linyuan, strolling through the campus. Wearing the sun hat which blocked the sunlight, she felt particularly warm. She thought about it, secretly glancing at Jiang Linyuan, deliberately moving closer to him. The sunlight didn't fall on her, but it landed beside her. Jiang Linyuan walked towards the house, sent by Su Muji, accompanied by Yu Song. When Jiang Linyuan opened the door, Yu Song stared dumbfounded at the scene in the room, then glanced at the boy beside her a little cautiously. Senior, what do you mean by this? I found you a place to stay. During this time you can live here. I won't let your mother disturb you, Jiang Linyuan said. Yu Song immediately let out a sigh of relief, but there was still a hint of regret in her heart regarding his answer. Then thank you, Senior. She took off her sun hat and curiously examined everything in the room. Thank what? I'm just acting as a middleman. I get paid for this, so remember to pay the rent and sign the contract later. Jiang Linyuan's words made Yu Song feel dispirited. Why is this person so unromantic? She bumped Jiang Linyuan lightly and said, Senior, the rent can't be too expensive, right? I see this place is nicely decorated. It's 1K a month, Jiang Linyuan replied. Yu Song thought for a moment and hesitated, saying, Senior, why not take me to a hotel instead? What do you mean no? Jiang Linyuan said, don't mess around, Junior sister. I'm trying to abstain from certain temptations. Yu Song realized the ambiguity in her words and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly explaining. That's not what I meant, Senior. I just meant that my mother might not stay in Jinling for long, so I just want to find a hotel to get by. What about later? Jiang Linyuan asked. Yu Song thought for a moment and said, I guess I won't bother with her anymore. Anyway, I have a part-time job now plus the scholarship, so I can get by. After graduation, I can find a job to support myself. She then chuckled foolishly, saying, and then I might meet someone I like. Stop there, save your dreams for the night. Jiang Linyuan looked at Yu Song feeling exasperated. Do you really think your mother will let you off? Once there's a first time, there will definitely be a second. Do you really have the energy to keep this up? Yu Song casually replied, aren't you my senior? Your mother clings to you, and you cling to me, right? Jiang Linyuan was left speechless. Yu Song grew anxious and said angrily, I'm not the same as her. Then prove it to me. Jiang Linyuan said bluntly, I'll find you a job. From now on you need to stand on your own 2 feet. Can you handle the pressure of 1K rent a month? Yu Song's strong-willed nature kicked in, and she pouted, what can I do? Alright, it's a deal. I brought the rent contract, sign it. Jiang Linyuan had been prepared and took out the contract. Without saying a word, Yu Song signed it without even looking. Jiang Linyuan shook his head, feeling that the thief saint had been acting foolishly lately. In the days that followed, Yu Song transformed from the thief saint into a hardworking person, taking on several tutoring jobs through Jiang Linyuan's introductions. Though it was more tiring than going to school, Yu Song felt a genuine sense of joy. It was an experience she had never had. About a week passed in this manner, and Jiang Linyuan would observe Yu Song's condition every night. One evening he asked, Junior sister, how have you been feeling lately? Jiang Linyuan looked at Yu Song, whose youthful complexion was gradually fading, and asked, much better. But senior, can you not come here every night to mooch off my food? Yu Sung wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen said irritably while watching Jiang Linyuan munching on seeds. Oh, I'm just tired of the school cafeteria, so I came here to try some good food from my junior sister. Jiang Linyuan smiled. I have to say the thief saint's cooking skills are quite good. It feels like he used to cook often at home. Senior, you need to pay for your meals. Yu Song said this, but deep down she was very happy that Jiang Linyuan came to see her every night. Did you really earn money off of me? Jiang Linyuan replied yes. Yu Song placed a plate of braised pork in front of Jiang Linyuan saying, my expenses are quite high now with water, electricity, rent, and the money I need to buy groceries every day. Senior, you can't shortchange me. To be honest, even with Jiang Linyuan's help, it is still commendable for an 18-year-old girl to live independently in a big city like Jinling. Yu Song was full of energy. She didn't let me lose face. Jiang Linyuan shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. So delicious. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the senior? Jiang Linyuan chuckled. Yes, I will kill the senior. Yu Song said seriously, only to break into a smile again, saying, just kidding. Senior has helped me so much I wouldn't kill you casually. Saying this, she also sat down, and they began to eat. Suddenly Yu Song asked, Senior, how is everything? Jiang Linyuan understood what she meant, and said, I talked to your advisor and told them you are out for an internship. Your mother is still clinging to the school and won't leave. Oh, Yu Song replied dryly. Then, not knowing what got into her, she stood up, put on a sun hat in the room, and posed at Jiang Linyuan. Senior, do I look good like this? What are you doing? Oh, just answer me, Senior, do I look good? Since the hat was a gift from me, you get full marks. So that's a full mark, huh? Yu Song laughed, plopping down next to Jiang Linyuan, took out her phone, and aimed the front camera at them. Senior, smile. Yu Song playfully tapped his hand. Don't act up. Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes, but revealed a smile. Yu Song pulled down the brim of her hat, leaning against Jiang Linyuan as the evening sun spilled onto the balcony, casting a rosy glow on the girl's face. 1, 2, 3. Click. Senior, don't shout randomly. What did I shout? The two of them began to wrestle again. Moments later, they finished cleaning the dishes, and Jiang Linyuan sat on the couch scrolling through his phone while Yu Song didn't suggest he leave. She just stared at him blankly. This seems pretty good too. Yu Song rested her chin on her hand, put the sun hat back on, and smiled at Jiang Linyuan. During the time between sunset and moonrise, the girl's eyes still sparkled with light. Yu Song had been missing from school for nearly a month. She gradually began to forget about her mother. On this day, Saturday, she happily put on her sun hat, planning to go out with Jiang Linyuan to watch a movie. But just as she stepped out, she saw a familiar figure. Her mother. How did she end up here? How did she know? Before Yu Song had time to think, her mother had already recognized her. Haha, my good daughter, so you were hiding here. Her mother strode over, angrily grabbing Yu Song and throwing her sun hat to the ground. Furiously, she yelled, You've been hiding from me these days, thinking you could hide, well, just by wearing a hat. Saying this, she looked at the beautiful lattice sun hat on the ground. Feeling even more enraged, she stepped on it. What is this? Crack. In a daze, Yu Song, who had been filled with anticipation, seemed to hear something shatter. The sound of something exploding into pieces. Then there was an overwhelming fury. Yu Song sincerely hoped that this period of life could last forever. The cozy little house, fulfilling work, the afterglow of the sunset, the evening kitchen, and the person she liked. It turned out that I could also be this happy, just like a normal person. But until my mother appeared before me stepping on that sun hat, only then did Yu Song realize. It turned out that my happiness could be so easily destroyed by someone. As long as I did not sever ties with my mother, then all happiness was false. She didn't need to do anything. You just appearing before me and shouting, I am your mother, would bring everything back to square. I will not allow it. I will not allow anyone to destroy my happiness again. For this I can give up everything. Happiness is not given by others, but snatched by oneself. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu Song, you are so much like your mother. Yu Song finally lifted her head, looking at her mother, who wore a face full of disdain. She gritted her teeth angrily and resolutely swinging her fists at her mother. When her fist struck her mother's panicked face, Yu Song felt an indescribable sense of relief. So you can show this expression too. It turns out that rebellion is such a simple thing. Yuma was knocked to the ground by a punch, dazed, instinctively touching her face, feeling a burning pain. Oh, oh. She covered her face and jumped, shouting, ah. You, what are you doing? You hit me. Yes. Yu Song grabbed her collar, her eyes seriously fixed on her mom. I am hitting you, and this won't be the first. Yuma listened to this, and for the first time felt that she was so unfamiliar, her skin trembling uncontrollably. You are my daughter. Oh. Another punch. Yu Song retracted her hand, her eyes reddening, looking at her, and shouting, I am just myself. Yu Song is not anyone's daughter, and she certainly does not need a mother like you. Yuma, after taking 2 punches, began to cry out loud. I know you have found your own happiness, so you no longer need your mother, right? You just throw away my nurturing grace like this. You are too selfish. You are too selfish. If it were in the past, Yu Song would definitely have been crushed by such heavy words, but at this moment, she quietly looked at her mother and said, I learned all this from you, Mom. You are someone who can suppress your daughter for your own happiness, and I am someone who can give up my mother for my own happiness. The more Yu Song spoke, the more resolute. She became devoid of any emotion. If you insist on bringing up the grace of childbirth, then I will pay you the corresponding support fees. and you cannot appear before me any more otherwise. She raised her fist and smiled just like today. Yuma trembled with anger, not understanding how Yu Song had become this way, and fearing another punch, she could only scream, someone is hitting me. My daughter is hitting me. Is there no justice in this world? Someone peeked out, curiously observing. A very disdainful laugh sounded, and Yu Song looked over in the direction of the voice. It was a finely dressed, short-haired girl smiling, but her tone was filled with contempt. Getting hit is getting hit, don't shout so loudly, it's annoying. If this continues, I will have the property management kick you out. Yuma, already furious, turned to look at the girl and shouted, who are you? Slap. A crisp and sharp slap. The short-haired girl retracted her hand, looking at Yu Song with a grin, sizing her up and saying, I slapped her, is that okay? Yu Song did not know her and reminded, be careful, she causes you trouble. The girl laughed, covering her mouth, I hope she does cause me trouble. Saying this, she turned to the shocked and angry Yuma, smiling and saying, country folk should go back to the countryside early. The temptations of big cities are too many. You are a bit older, maybe you can withstand the test, but some people cannot. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Yuma was about to say something, but then realized someone was calling her. She answered the phone. After listening to a few words from the other side, she suddenly became flustered, her face pale, and without caring to say much to Yu Song, she ran away. Looking at Yuma's hasty retreat, the girl disdainfully smiled and commented, a foolish and useless woman. After saying this, she turned to Yu Song, her mocking expression even more pronounced, a low-quality version of me. Was her remark meant to insult me? Yu Song heard this and felt a bit puzzled, asking, do you know me? Hee. The girl smiled and said, you could say I was forced to know you. After saying this, she turned without looking back and walked away, giving Yu Song no chance to respond. Yu Song did not chase after her, picked up the sun hat from the ground, took out her phone, and found that she had already missed the movie's start time. She pursed her lips and sent a message to Jiang Linyuan Sr., are you angry? Angry about what? Oh, it's fine, I haven't set off yet. Yu Song was stunned. What does not set off mean? She was about to call to ask, but was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Turning around, it was Jiang Linyuan. The girl's eyes suddenly sparkled. Senior, why are you here? I'm just taking a look. Jiang Linyuan looked at Yu Song's energetic appearance and seemed relieved. Thief Saint, congratulations on your growth. Look at what? Yu Song asked curiously. I told your mother about the house's location. Jiang Linyuan said calmly. Yu Song was first taken aback, then pouted a bit frustrated, poking Jiang Linyuan from behind. Senior, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I told you, it wouldn't have any effect. Jiang Linyuan said naturally. I'm really angry. Yu Song suddenly hugged Jiang Linyuan's neck, getting very close. What are you doing? A punishment for the senior. Jiang Linyuan could feel the soft sensation coming from behind. Yu Song tightened her arms, pressing her body closer, and whispered in Jiang Linyuan's ear, is it comfortable? Jiang Linyuan pushed her away and said, let's go watch the movie. At this moment, her back was poked again. It was very light, neither painful nor itchy. Jiang Linyuan wanted to turn around, but was embraced from behind by Yu Song tighter than the first time, as if she was afraid of something. Her flushed face pressed against Jiang Linyuan's back. She said, Senior, can you ask that question again? Jiang Linyuan felt the softness behind him, pushed her away without answering, and said, it's getting cold, let's go watch the movie. After Yu Song steadied herself, the redness on her face gradually faded. She shrank her neck, followed behind Jiang Linyuan, nodded, and smiled at him. The evening show is likely to be even colder. Are you still planning to rent a place outside? Jiang Linyuan asked. No, I want to go back to school. Yu Song said with a smile. Tears were about to overflow. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and her face seemed to twist. I must look very ugly now. At this moment, the sky had turned dark, and the originally magnificent clouds under the sunset now looked like storm clouds. As the evening wind blew, she took 2 steps, and suddenly said, I'll go back to get some clothes, it's too cold. Senior, the sun hat you gave me is dirty. Yu Song felt a tightness in her nose, and choked out, I like you, Jiang Linyuan. As November approached, the temperature in Jinling dropped significantly. Autumn leaves fell, and the once brilliant thighs gradually withered, becoming a rare sight. Jiang Linyuan, who possessed a renewed vigor and superhuman strength, felt himself beginning to evolve into something beyond a mere human. With a few more skills, he believed he could perhaps conjure a method to ascend like a helicopter. Great Lord, grant me strength. Though Jiang Linyuan felt light and carefree, the thief saint had rarely shown such despondence. After being politely rejected by Jiang Linyuan that day, Yu Song fell into a slight melancholy, rarely reaching out to him, even avoiding encounters. Why do you think Jiang Linyuan rejected me? I merely helped you during your time of loneliness, and now you say you want to take advantage of me. Is that fair? You should be independent and strong for your own good, as well as mine. Thief saint, I owe you nothing. Speaking of Yu Song, one cannot overlook Yu, who brought his girlfriend to Jinling for a trip. The two argued during their journey and parted ways unhappily. Yu, filled with frustration, checked into a hotel and inadvertently picked up a card, leading him down a path of no return, calling forth a paper figure. This opened his eyes, though what he saw was not in front of him. Tragic news: Yu encountered a male crossdresser and was overwhelmed. In this era of intense competition, even the cunning ones began to feel the heat. How touching. Next, Yu's story is quite straightforward. I love you, Mom. See you at the police station. Yes, mother hastily went to handle. Naturally, she had no time to seek out Yu Song-sun for a punch. When Jiang Linyuan learned of this from Su Muzi, it felt like he was hearing an apocryphal tale of the three kingdoms. Only the wild remains of history. On Saturday, Su Mu asked to meet, and Jiang Linyuan was delighted to agree. At the milk tea shop, he said, Su Mu, am in a great mood today. I'll allow you to treat me to milk tea. Jiang Linyuan no longer needed to worry about Yu Song-sun's matters, feeling entirely at ease. Seeing his demeanor, Su Muzi raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you and Yu Song-sun together? Spreading rumors, are we? Jiang Linyuan tapped the table in dissatisfaction. Don't joke about a boy's purity. Purity, huh? Su Muzi smiled and said, Is Jiang not pure with every girl including Shen Wanyu? Beg me, and I might tell you, little Su. Jiang Linyuan displayed a confident demeanor as he spoke calmly. Naturally, Su Muzi had no intention of complying. She smiled slightly. No need, Jiang. I already know the answer from what you said. What do you know? Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. Little Su, we have no chemistry at all. I was just teasing you, yet you interpret it so seriously. Su Muzi's smile was sweet. I was just teasing you too, Jiang. Someone was getting anxious, but I won't say who. Oh, so annoying. How can this girl be so much like me? Jiang Linyuan rarely felt troubled thinking about how his various thoughts were strangely similar to Su Muzi's. Little Su, has anyone ever told you that you can be quite annoying, always deriving amusement at others' expense? Su Muzi laughed. I return the compliment to you, Jiang. Always deriving amusement at others' expense, aren't you a typical male? Aren't you just describing yourself? Jiang Linyuan couldn't stand this joker and felt the urge to report her. As for whether Su Muzi would report him, with my back against the sun, I will not lose. Wait, no, who let the Chengdu people in? Don't mess with me, bro. I am not like someone with a narrow mind. This time I forgive you, little Su, for insulting me. Indeed, Jiang still prefers those with a broad mind like Songsun, perhaps. Su Muzi laughed. Are you just leaving her hanging? What do you mean, leaving her hanging? I already rejected her, Jiang Linyuan replied. Rejected? Upon hearing this, Su Muzi merely chuckled. With someone like Jiang Linyuan, one must let him stumble. Did you think the girl was in despair? In fact, she might be plotting something in secret. Is Yu Song-sun really the type to give up easily after a rejection? Previously, due to her family background, she had some insecurities, and you resolved that for her. If she can strike back at her mother, why wouldn't she at you? Jiang Linyuan, I look forward to that day. How will you react then? Su Muzi thought to herself, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Seeing her like this, Jiang Linyuan pointed at her and said, You're fantasizing about me, little Su. Why not take? Su Muzi asked with a radiant smile. Jiang Linyuan sighed deeply. Little Su, take care of yourself. Though girls are carefree as a non-chanted water, mage, you still need to be cautious. Su Muzi had begun to build immunity to Jiang Linyuan's crude remarks. My mom is coming to Jinling, she suddenly said. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. Aunt Shikima was coming. The thought of Aunt Shikima visiting him made him involuntarily snort. Those who dare to offend the Jiang family will surely be defeated. What do you mean? Jiang Linyuan asked direct. Little Su had sent gifts and helped so much, handling her mother was not a difficult task. While she's arguing with my dad, more accurately my dad is getting scolded alone. Vice Principal, aren't you the son-in-law Dragon King? Smile a little. Thanks for your hard work, Vice Principal. Jiang Linyuan sighed. Su Muzi said he might actually. Not so, Vice Principal, you're quite the character. Seeing his reaction, Su Muzi chuckled. Though my dad is a son-in-law, he actually has a great relationship with my mom. They are childhood sweethearts, you know, the kind who grew up together. I see, is it a nurturing type of masochism? Aunt Shikima, you're too scary. But what Su said was even stranger. Since they are childhood sweethearts, why is their attitude toward little Su so different? Little Su. Jiang Linyuan's expression grew serious. Do you think it's possible that your mom is not your biological mother? Su Muzi. I am indeed her biological child, that's beyond doubt. Su Muzi smiled brightly, but then recalled something, saying, Jiang, rather than thinking about me, shouldn't you consider whether you are your mom's biological son? Little Su, are you this aggressive? Do you dare to ruin my family and say I don't have a mom? Jiang Linyuan fumed, just about to speak, but Su Muzi interrupted him. While investigating your background, my mom discovered something very interesting. You and your sister, at least one of you, is adopted. What kind of outrageous plot twist is this? Is my mom not my mom? P.S. Finally, I can write something cheerful, Xiao Su, what did your mother find out to be so certain of? Jiang Linyuan asked. Xiao Su loved to tease, yet she could always tell what was weighty and what was trivial. This is probably true. Jiang, your family once got an adoption certificate. You didn't know? Su Muji covered her mouth. How intriguing. I thought he was in the know. Jiang Linyuan fell silent for a moment. Xiao Su, I'm going to contact my family. Don't run off. Hey Jiang, don't run off. Su Muji smiled with elegant amusement. Jiang Linyuan stepped out of the tea shop. He was not especially tormented by whether he was biologically theirs. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang had raised him and Jiang Jiao since childhood. Whether he was born of their blood or not, they were his parents. And his biological parents. Never met them, I'll let them be. Even if they had 1,000 excuses for not raising him, they must not come to disturb his life now. But Father and Mother Jiang hiding this from him was another matter. He was grown. Why not be honest? Jiang Linyuan took out his phone and messaged his father. Dad, are you my father? His father replied almost immediately. What idiotic thing has my child done now that I have to Do you talk about your child like that? No trust at all. What a sorrowful natal family. Dad, someone says I'm not your son. Send me their contact, and I'll deal with them. The irritable old man was as fiery as ever. It seemed no delicate inquiry would turn up any clear answers. Jiang Linyuan then messaged his mother. Mom, are you my mother? She answered quickly, who are you? Jiang Linyuan. He felt oddly unfamiliar with his own mother, as if they only knew each other by phone. He typed back quickly, Mom, I'm your son. His mother did not respond at once. After a while she texted, son, your father had a car accident and needs surgery. The hospital urgently needs 1 million yuan. Transfer it to this card immediately. What a scam line. Jiang Linyuan wanted to call, but a moment later discovered he had been blocked. His mother had suddenly turned rebellious. He took a screenshot of the chat and sent it to his father. Dad, Mom says you're about to die. Your mother is right here with me. She just told me some imposter was pretending to be you, and she blocked them, his father replied. After a moment he typed, you aren't really a scammer, are you? Crying. A chill of desolation swept through Jiang Linyuan. The first glass, a toast to his natal family. To prove himself, he made a video call. The faces of father and mother Jiang appeared on his screen staring at him. Is this some kind of AI? Mother Jiang squinted at his face, still hesitant. My mother confronted with the age-old question, how does one prove one's own identity? Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Linyuan said, I'm not calling for pocket money. That settled his mother. She broke into a smile, whether AI or not, you're my son. Such a suffocating family left no trace of warmth. What image must I present in my mother's eyes? Even my natal family proved pitiable. A caged bird, when will it fly? I vowed these parents would no longer blind me. All right, your mother was teasing you. What did you mean by that message? Father steadied himself and cut to the chase. His expression turned grave. Who said I'm not your father? A gossipy thing. Probably looks like a QR code. You wouldn't know what you look like without scanning. I'm a bit steady but not. He felt a pang for poor Xiao Su for 2 seconds. Jiang Linyuan's barbed remarks betrayed the cultural imprint of his father. Such as a scholarly household. Dad, they have evidence. Our family filed an adoption certificate, Jiang Linyuan said. Who is investigating our family? Mother's brow twitched as she looked at him. Have you managed to offend some powerful family by getting involved with a young lady? Indignant. Others hope their children will soar, but you treat your child like an earthworm to be used as bait when displeased. Jiang Linyuan sighed. So I really am not your biological child. At that his father snapped awake. You just found out. I'm really not. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's bewildered face, his father asked, didn't your sister tell you? Wait, Dad, what are you? Wasn't it you just now who cursed that I wasn't your son? The flood of information was too much. Jiang could not keep up. Father assumed an air of certainty. You are my son does not equal you are my biological child. But whatever the case, I am your father. I will not allow anyone to deny that. Then what about Jiang Xiao not telling you? When you finished the college exams, your mother told her and asked her to mention it during your summer trip? She didn't. Father asked in puzzlement. Jiang Linyuan inwardly raged. She didn't tell a thing. Jiang Xiao will question you thoroughly later. He sighed helplessly. Maybe she told me. Perhaps I simply forgot. Fine. Not being biological is what it is. It meant little to Jiang Linyuan. After years of living together, they were closer than mere blood relations. This would not bring some great change in their relationship. Did you forget, or did she not say it? Be clear. Mother asked abruptly, her expression suddenly serious. I forgot, Jiang Linyuan said. He sensed his mother was a little annoyed. Jiang Xiao, I saved your skin, remember that. Unsure whether she believed him, mother steered the conversation back. Who looked into our family background? A friend's parent. Where's the girl from? Mother asked directly. Jiang Linyuan was speechless. Why assume what if my friend were a combat helicopter? Mother was too traditional. What if it's a boy? Jiang Linyuan couldn't help. Father gave a dismissive snort. Do you even believe that yourself? Mother went pale. A boy. No, that's impossible. My child. You should stick to tormenting young girls, mother urged. Father snapped back to his senses, glowering at Jiang Linyuan, teeth clenched. If you date a man, he'll break your legs. What lunatics? I'm not dating anyone, Jiang Linyuan said flatly. Oh, so it's a girl then. How far along? Mother was fascinated by such matters, her face bright with curiosity as she asked. I'm going to hang up. Jiang Linyuan, unwilling to endure more questioning, moved to end the call, but a merry voice rang out. Jiang, have you been on the phone that long? Hearing a girl's voice, his mother cried out, don't hang up. You mustn't. Jiang Linyuan cut the call and turned on do not. Farewell, mother. Tonight I set sail, do not worry for me. On the other end he dared hang up on me. I'm furious. He never calls, and today he has the nerve to hang up first. Outrageous. Mother glared at the disconnected phone, fuming. Should we call him back? Father asked. He's certainly on do not disturb, mother's side. Father recalled the female voice at the end of the call and nodded. If he's out with a girl, that's understandable. Mother pinched him. Don't you know our son? If he were really out with a girl, would he call us? I think it's plainly the girl's parents checking on our family. She probably stepped out to call when they talked about it. Father fell silent for a moment, then relieved. It's a good thing. Young people falling in love is normal. Normal, my foot. When did dating start with a background check? One might think it's a civil service exam, mother snapped. That girl's family is probably not ordinary. Each generation has its own fortunes, father said. I'm not explaining this well. Never mind, you won't understand. Mother was at a loss for words. Why was their household full of such messes? One after another, nothing left her at ease. Why is Jiang so eager to hang up the phone? I was hoping to greet your uncle and aunt. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan, who had put away his phone, with a beaming smile. It's nothing, Xiao Su. Just treat me with the respect you would show to your elders, and I'll convey your greetings, Jiang Linyuan said bluntly. Oh, does this imply that we are like family, Jiang? Su Muji smiled sweetly. Xiao Su, if you want me to be your father, the vice principal, would be very heartbroken. As so, Jiang has this side to him, huh? Su Muji said without any reservations, beaming with laughter. Sai Xiao Su, don't try to guess my preferences to win my favor, it's never going to happen. You won't even have the chance to be a devoted— Understood. With Jiang's charm, it's natural that you wouldn't need to. Xiao Lin Zhang Juntang, and you Song Song. Who do you think is your devoted admirer? Su Muji clapped her hands and laughed. How annoying. That girl is just unbearable. Forget about Xiao Lin and you Song Song. Why drag Zhang Juntang into this? You are my only devoted admirer. Is that answer satisfactory? Jiang Linyuan stated. But didn't you just say, I don't even have a chance? This is a test. If you waver, it means you are unworthy of being my admirer. It's a necessary emotional trial. Jiang Linyuan shamelessly declared. Heh. Su Muji smiled politely and said, next Sunday my mom wants to invite Jiang Linyuan to dinner. I'll come to pick you up, so don't run away like a coward. All right. Jiang Linyuan nodded, feeling quite exhausted after every interaction with this annoying girl. A pure and innocent girl would be much easier to deal with. Sigh, thinking of Xiao Lin from the first day. After settling matters with Aunt Sha Chi-ma, Su Muji got up to leave, not even willing to order a cup of milk tea for Jiang Linyuan. Penny pincher. Jiang Linyuan walked along the roadside looking at the girls' dormitory, not far away, his expression turning sinister. So next up, Ha Ji Yao, I'll take your life. Jiang Linyuan made his way to Jiang Ji Yao's dormitory, calling her up. Come out, I'm downstairs at your dormitory. There's something very important to discuss. What is it? Jiang Ji Yao's tone was somewhat displeased, but one could hear the sound of her putting on shoes. What can't be said over the phone that you have to come downstairs? I want to take you out to have some fun. Huh? Jiang Ji Yao was taken aback for a moment, suspiciously asking, you're not trying to expose my secrets, are you? Very well, Ha Ji Yao, you even slander me, adding another crime to yourself. Just wait for your demise. I'll treat you, or just come out. Oh. Jiang Ji Yao didn't ask any further. After a while, she came out dressed neatly, wearing a brown plaid long skirt, paired with white shoes. On top, she wore a snow-white beige shirt and a gray sweater jacket, giving off a clever and gentle impression. But the moment she spoke, she broke that impression. Did you Song Song dump you? Did you come to me to cry? Jiang Ji Yao stood beside Jiang Linyuan, frowning as she looked at him. Crying. Jiang Linyuan couldn't tell if she was joking or speaking seriously, so he simply changed the subject. I made a fortune in the stock market, let's go eat. Jiang, did you find out you have a terminal illness and don't have long to live? Suddenly being so nice to me. Jiang Ji Yao looked him up and down. You have such a flat chest, those two little things on top definitely can't be bigger than what's below, yet you speak so shamelessly. This Ha Ji Yao really can't tell the difference between size. Heck, come or don't come. Jiang Linyuan snorted coldly and walked straight ahead. Jiang Ji Yao pouted and followed him. The autumn air was slightly cool, and the evening breeze brought a chill. The two walked out of the school gate. Jiang Ji Yao looked at Jiang Linyuan's thin sweatshirt and asked, aren't you cold? I'm not like you, so fragile. Jiang Linyuan glanced at Jiang Ji Yao, who was wrapped up tightly, and scoffed. Given his current condition, with the super healthy body, he had no fear of getting sick. Seeing that her concern was met with such a retort, Jiang Ji Yao gritted her teeth in anger and replied sarcastically, who knows, you mingling with those green tea girls every day, don't catch any strange diseases. Tisk, you're just hoping that I'm doing well, huh? Jiang Linyuan replied. Jiang Ji Yao nudged him playfully. If I really didn't care about you, I wouldn't keep advising you to stay away from those green tea girls. Rest assured, I've told you many times it's just a game, just for fun. Jiang Linyuan, looking at Jiang Ji Yao's sullen face, said casually. Then how long do you plan to play? Jiang Ji Yao suddenly asked. The night breeze blew, and under the dim streetlight, Jiang Linyuan fell silent for a moment. Not for a while now. After dealing with you Song Song, I'm too tired. I also want to take a break. Will there be a chance in the future? Jiang Ji Yao clearly wasn't satisfied with his reply and nudged him again. Don't worry, sis. After being around so many green tea girls, I'll definitely find you a good sister-in-law. Jiang Linyuan changed the topic, avoiding the heavy subject. To speak about such matters so refreshingly, you really are shameless. Jiang Ji Yao looked at him with disdain. Soon they reached a restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. Jiang Ji Yao sat across from Jiang Linyuan and suddenly said, what's with the sudden kindness? What do you want? My mom said we aren't biologically related. What? Jiang Linyuan said. Jiang Ji Yao fumbled and dropped her chopsticks on the floor. What are you surprised about? Didn't mom already tell you this? To you, isn't it as simple as helping grandma cross the street? A pinch, and it's clear. Jiang Linyuan was utterly confused. Jiang Ji Yao nonchalantly pulled out another pair of chopsticks and said, oh, when did you find out? Today my mom said you knew all along and just didn't tell me. You didn't ask. Jiang Ji Yao appeared quite This Ha Ji Yao is insufferable. Jiang Linyuan picked up his chopsticks and tapped her on the head. Who would ask about something like this if it's not mentioned? Then how did you know? Jiang Ji Yao covered her head after being tapped and retorted. Never mind, I have my sources. Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Linyuan said impatiently. On purpose. You're so selfish, only thinking about yourself. Alright. Jiang Linyuan had no intention of continuing the argument, he just wanted to clarify. After a while Jiang Zhiyao asked again, what do you think about this? It is what it is. Jiang Linyuan said indifferent. Jiang Zhiyao snorted, burying her head in her food. Suddenly she called out, bro. What is it? You will always be my brother, remember that. What else would it be? Humph. Jiang Zhiyao raised her little head, not knowing what she was proud of. The two siblings sat at the dining table, the atmosphere somewhat cold. It was mainly because Jiang Jiang felt a bit guilty after all she had concealed matters from Jiang Linyuan. Although he didn't care, she still felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang Jiang gently kicked him under the table, turned her face away, and whispered, brother, I shouldn't have kept this from you. It's fine, I've also kept many things from you. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand dismissively. What's the big deal, silly sister, feeling guilty over this? With this attitude of yours, I should tell you that the rabbit you raised for 3 months when you were little didn't just go missing by accident, but was secretly given to mom to cook. Are you going to make me kneel down and apologize? What have you hidden from me? Jiang Jiang turned her head, her bright eyes staring at him. Last time you didn't let me see your WeChat, I sensed something was off. What are you hiding? Have you done something bad behind my back? Jiang Linyuan sighed and said, some things I just didn't want you to worry, that's why I didn't tell you. Saying this, he picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Jiang Jiang's bowl. Your favorite braised pork, eat more. Jiang Jiang initially felt guilty, and seeing Jiang Linyuan like this, she began to reflect on whether her questioning tone had been too aggressive. Next time I press him, I should be gentler. Okay, I understand, but you still have to show me your WeChat list today, no objections allowed. Jiang Jiang said softly. This Jiang Linyuan, how can he be so unyielding? If that's the case, if you're not benevolent, don't blame me for being unkind. Jiang Linyuan smiled slightly. I need to go to the restroom. After saying that, he got up and left. Jiang Jiang watched him walk towards the shopkeeper, presumably to settle the bill. This older brother isn't too bad, she thought with a smile. After 10 minutes, Jiang Linyuan still hadn't returned. Jiang Jiang set down her phone, which had received no answer after several calls, her expression blank, confirming one thing. Jiang Linyuan had indeed run away. She glared at the smiling shopkeeper. Beautiful lady, you're with that handsome guy, right? The shopkeeper chuckled, tapping the calculator as she said. When he left, he packed some skewers to go, saying the bill should be on your tab, totaling 160. He. Jiang Jiang laughed coldly, looking somewhat eerie. Go die, Jiang Linyuan. After paying, Jiang Jiang began to think about how to trick Jiang Linyuan into believing that jumping from the 7th floor wouldn't kill him. Was 7 floors too conservative? Maybe I should take him to climb Purple Gold Mountain someday. Hee. Just as Jiang Jiang was lost in her fantasies, Jiang Linyuan called her on a video call. She almost answered, instantly smiling as she asked, brother, where are you? I'm back at school already. Jiang Linyuan showed a simple smile, clean and pure, reminiscent of a charming boy, making one want to hit him, but unable to. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jiang chuckled lowly at first, then her face flushed with anger as she shouted, I'm going to eat you alive, Jiang Linyuan. How can this person be such a dog? I'm really foolish, truly. How could I still feel a tinge of emotion? The blush on a girl's face surpasses all the sweet nothings in the world, it's not deceiving me. Jiang Linyuan grinned. Is there dirt written on my face? Jiang Linyuan, are you even human? Saying you treat me and leaving me to pay the bill. Jiang Jiang, furious, pressed her phone tightly, cursing. The early rising sun, the late meaning of blue sky, the rosy mist of the evening. As mentioned before, the Jiang family was of scholarly descent, and Jiang Jiang had inherited some of it. Only she was of the gentle school, while Jiang Linyuan was of the bold school. Foolish sister, you are still so weak and lack assertiveness. Jiang Linyuan appeared disappointed, which made Jiang Jiang furious. You're done for. I'm going to. Beep. The call was hung up. Oh, what a dog. This person. Jiang Jiang was interrupted midway through her huffing, feeling uncomfortable all over, stomping her feet, in anger, having made several calls back with no answer. She was so angry. How could such a person be my brother? She thought, angrily returning to her dorm, and upon opening the door found a large bag of snacks on her desk. Who bought these? She looked at her roommate and asked. We didn't buy any. Her roommate shook the milk tea in her hand and smiled. Your brother sent these. I saw him downstairs when I went upstairs. He asked to have these brought to you, and he even treated us to milk tea. Jiang Jiang paused, pouting as she rummaged through the snacks in the plastic bag. All of them were her favorites. While digging, she suddenly discovered a gift box among the snacks. It opened in a few moves, revealing a sky blue scarf inside. It felt fluffy and quite warm. There was also a greeting card on the scarf. Jiang Jiang looked over, and it read, take care to keep warm if you're feeling weak. Don't worry only about me, it's getting cold. Remember to collect the red envelope at night. I mean it when I say I'll treat you. Under the light, Jiang Jiang gently rubbed the scarf in her hands, pouting her lips, but there was an uncontainable smile. Forget it, I'll forgive you this time. Entering November, Xingnan University began preparing for the annual sports event. Naturally, the student council started getting busy. As student servants, we strive for the glory of the school. Just kidding, actually taking the blame for the school shining in front of the leaders. On Monday, the student council gathered for a meeting. Senior, what do we usually do in the external relations department during the sports event? Lin Yilan leaned close to Jiang Linyuan, full of energy, and curiously asked. After all, this was a school-level activity, so it was normal to be concerned. Jiang Linyuan looked at Lin Yilan's face, feeling immensely relaxed. First dealing with the thief was exhausting, then having to handle the little Sue's needs was truly tiring. Now seeing Lin Yilan's innocent and adorable face, it felt like the world brightened up, even his spirit was soothed. Lin Yilan, though a bit excessive, might be a good woman who could take over from me. Jiang Linyuan looked at Lin Yilan's face and explained carefully. Actually, we have a lot to do, like seeking sponsorships, preparing water and drinks, and so on. Lin Yilan listened intently, nodding vigorously. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Of course, if you don't want to work, just go and be an athlete instead. Jiang Linyuan turned to see it was Shen Wanyu. She naturally sat on Jiang Linyuan's right side, not looking sideways. Lin Yilan waved her hands repeatedly, putting on a face of, I will work hard. Minister, I would never slack off. Isn't that behavior just the same as being a deserter? Cough cough, little Yilan, being an athlete can't be called slacking off. Jiang Linyuan said. But if you're a member of the student council, deliberately being an athlete means pushing the work onto others, right? Lin Yilan said with righteousness. Some people think that way. Shen Wanyu calmly nodded, then looked at Jiang Linyuan. This time you're not planning to be an athlete again. Jiang Linyuan looked up at the sky, pretending he hadn't heard anything. When Lin Yilan heard this, she came to her senses, wide-eyed at Jiang Linyuan. Senior, you didn't simply want to avoid work by being an athlete at the last sports event, did you? This binary little sister. Cancel your chance of taking over. Keep sinking deeper. Jiang Linyuan said earnestly. Little Yilan, do you know what it means that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? Back then I became an athlete not because I wanted to, but to prevent Minister Shin's talent from being wasted, and to give her a chance to shine, not to slack off. Senior, you're just talking nonsense. Clearly you wanted to slack off. Lin Yilan raised her eyebrows and retorted. This system must be malfunctioning. This little Yilan might actually be a bad woman, right? Jiang Linyuan retorted earnestly. The organizing student council only needs to consider how to organize the sports event, while the participating athletes have to consider many things. Besides, what's wrong with being an athlete? Being an athlete isn't easy either. It's exhausting. Little Yilan, you little pest, don't look down on others. Oh, you're infuriating. Who's looking down on athletes? Who's calling who a pest? I'm looking down on you, you big pest. Lin Yilan glared at Jiang Linyuan, and while he wasn't paying attention, she secretly stepped on him, then pretended that nothing had happened. A new era of burying one's head in the sand. Jiang Linyuan pinched her hand back as retaliation. Little Yilan might have been pinched too much and developed resistance, not immediately cosplaying as Louis XVI, but instead blushing and glaring at him, then secretly stepping on him again. Pinch again. Pinch again. Little Yilan was pushed back, her face as red as a steamed crab, hurriedly standing up and escaping to sit beside Shen Wanyu. Trying to escape. Do you think Shen Wanyu won't dare to move? Two of me are just the same. I heard that recently a student's parent came to school to make a scene. That student is called Yu Songsong. Do you know him? Shen Wanyu lifted her eyelids and suddenly asked. How does the minister know about the thief's business? Did little Sue do this? Just as Jiang Linyuan was about to answer, he saw Shen Wanyu looking towards the door and saying, Is that her? Turning his head, he saw another group of people enter the meeting room, and the thief was among them. Yu Songsong just walked and met Jiang Linyuan's gaze, stared for a while, then lowered her head and casually found a seat to sit down. Is everything handled? Shen Wanyu asked. What's going on? Why does this minister seem to know everything? Why does little Sue tell everything outside? Eating inside while climbing outside. It's not that Su Muji said Yu Songsong's parents made a scene, I just paid a little attention. Shen Wanyu continued. WC. Mind reading. Jiang Linyuan was shocked he hadn't said anything. Minister, do you also have a system, or are you a superpower user? It's not mind reading. She said it wasn't. Minister, I like you. Minister, I like you. Jiang Linyuan recited, Minister, I like you 100 times in his heart. Realizing that Shen Wanyu was unperturbed, he finally felt relieved. Minister, you truly are still immortal. Shen Wanyu sighed helplessly. After almost a year of interaction, sometimes I still can't understand you. Minister, are you pursuing me? I can give you a chance to walk into my heart, who made me like you. Jiang Linyuan said with a smile. But at this moment you are still quite understandable. Shen Wanyu looked into Jiang Linyuan's eyes and said calmly, No, what does it mean that I'm easy to understand when I confess? Is this playing with my feelings? System, speak up? Jiang Linyuan has always held a perplexed attitude towards the system's cards-wiping mechanism. What does it mean to have one's feelings toyed with? Purely subjective, purely malicious. Do I really have to humble myself and become a sycophant, then tearfully receive rewards? I'm not that desperate yet. If it weren't for the fact that I received a reward card after jokingly confessing and being rejected, Jiang Linyuan would have left the system to gather dust. You say, come on, isn't it foolish not to use a golden finger? If one day the golden finger says it will take away your looks unless you comply, would you obediently stick your backside up? Only a system that listens to its master is a good system. I am the master. How to use it, how to wield it, I shall decide. Little system, it was you who chose me, not I who chose you. Thus you should actively serve me. Yet it dares to ask me to win over the heart of a girl. What a useless thing. Jiang Linyuan shamelessly gave his system a bad review, then feeling exhausted from the insults, he initiated a refreshing process. While Jiang Linyuan was amusing himself, Lin Yilan, who had overheard their conversation, felt as though the sky was about to fall. What does it mean that the senior likes the minister? And the minister didn't seem to refute it at all. What is this? Is it an assumption? Lin Yilan suddenly felt despondent, her expression turning sorrowful. Indeed, the minister is so beautiful, and they have known each other for so long, it isn't impossible for them to have mutual feelings. Binary little sister emotional value declining. Jiang Linyuan immediately felt a chill around him, turning to see how Lin Yilan had transformed into a sorrowful maiden. What is this woeful expression? Little Yilan, what expression is that? Why do you look like you're uncomfortable with the thought that someone might die? Jiang Linyuan. The sorrowful Lin Yilan glanced at him, wanting to clarify the relationship between the minister and him, but looking at Shen Wanyu sitting calmly in the middle, she ultimately remained silent. Oh, I see. Jiang Linyuan observed her behavior and roughly guessed what the single-minded binary little sister was. A typical naive mentality: if a boy and girl are slightly closer, they must be developing a romantic relationship, black and white. Although the probability of pure friendship between boys and girls is low, this is just too simplistic. I haven't even thought of being a couple with Shen Wanyu yet you've already imagined such a beautiful scenario. As I said, don't pay too much attention to what he says. At that moment, Shen Wanyu suddenly spoke. Lin Yilan was taken aback, realizing she was addressing her, and cautiously asked, "Minister, what do you mean by that?" 9 out of 10 things Jiang said are false. You can directly disregard them. After saying that, she frowned slightly. As for your words, perhaps only 5 of them are false. You must learn to discern. Oh. Lin Yilan, bewildered, didn't quite understand what Shen Wanyu meant. But it seemed like the two weren't a couple. Binary little sister emotional value rising. Little Yilan the senior is an honest person who never lies. You must trust the senior. Jiang Linyuan put on a sincere expression. Lin Yilan pouted, glanced at Shen Wanyu, then sat back down, next to Jiang Linyuan, poking his arm. Then let me ask you something, senior, you mustn't lie. Ask away, ask away. Jiang Linyuan sighed. Alas, to comfort little Yilan, I am putting in a lot of effort. It's like coaxing a child. I find that children who have lost both parents are lovely and independent. If in the future all children born are parentless, society will surely become stronger. Senior, do you still like Yusong Song? Lin Yilan observed his expression and asked. I don't like her. I am a heartless cards-wiping machine. Yusong, our bond is severed. Alas, all the past has ultimately faded away. Really not at all. Not even a moment of infatuation. Little Yilan's voice changed. Jiang Linyuan followed the sound, and saw Yusong Song behind him, biting her lip, her eyes red. Oh, when did you sneak up? Not a sound at all. Truly a master of stealth. The originally cheerful Lin Yilan also glanced over, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you here to interrupt me and the senior? Though thinking this in her heart, she didn't say anything upon seeing Yusong Song's unusual expression. Just taking a peek. Oh, hi, little sister, feels like it's been a while. Jiang Linyuan greeted with a smile. Yusong Song forced herself to maintain a neutral expression and asked, Senior, can you tell me? Tap. Shen Wanyu suddenly stood up, looking at Yusong Song, calmly said, If you still insist on pursuing an answer, then I think you will never get the response you seek. Yusong Song looked at Shen Wanyu, stunned for a moment, then ultimately said nothing and changed her seat. Hey, is the minister treating me this well? And even helping me out? How delightful. Jiang Linyuan looked at Shen Wanyu, just about to speak, but was directly interrupted. I'm helping you because I heard you were going to see Su Muji's mother. Shen Wanyu sat back down, her expression extremely calm. I owe her something. You are going to repay her on my behalf. Oh, minister, are you transferring a favor or a romantic interest? Jiang Linyuan found it somewhat incomprehensible. The past between Xiao Su and the minister was strange. He should ask Xiao Su sometime. But will she tell him? At this moment, Lin Yilan tugged at Jiang Linyuan's sleeve. Senior, what happened between you and Yusong Song? Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment. She confessed, but I rejected her. Lin Yilan was taken aback and asked, Why, senior, didn't you say you liked her? That was then, this is now. I am a fickle man, and by the time she confessed, I no longer liked Yusong Song. Jiang Linyuan stated. Lin Yilan, hearing this, pouted, feeling disheartened. It was obvious he was just brushing her off, but knowing the senior's stance was good enough. The student council members gathered, and soon a leader began reading from a PowerPoint, distributing tasks. Jiang Linyuan drifted off, contemplating whether he should change his approach to future strategies. Feeling that if he encountered another like Yusong Song, he would be exhausted. In the future, grade cards should be vetted, or grade cards will be experiments with the minister. Grade cards are truly looked down on and great. Do those even exist? In any case, identifying targets is crucial. He felt that his system was designed based on a search, strike, or retreat model. First search for the target, then strike, and finally grab the treasure and retreat. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized. No wonder the names of the rewards given by his system were so strange, so lewd. It turns out his system originated from the same source as apps like JM and Baika. All are search, strike, or retreat. All are Tachango games. Jiang Linyuan sat below the stage, listening to the lengthy discourse of the school leaders, utterly bored. He glanced at Xiao Yilan, whose delicate face was focused and attentive, deciding not to disturb her. He looked at the minister again, surprised to see him listening so intently. Aren't you an old man who should be familiar with the process? Why are you paying such close attention? Shen Wanyu seemed to notice his gaze, slightly turning her face, removing a Bluetooth earphone hidden beneath her long hair, her expression cold. Is there something you need? Minister, my apologies, I misjudged you, thinking you were a diligent person. Your earphones are really nice, can I try them on? Jiang Linyuan pointed again at the earphones in her hand, smiling as he asked. Shen Wanyu quickly turned her head, taking back the earphones and ignoring him. Sighed the minister, must be listening to something inappropriate, otherwise why wouldn't she let me hear? Never mind, let the kids. Feeling stifled, Jiang Linyuan left the meeting room to relieve himself. Upon entering the restroom, he found a middle-aged man inside. Without paying much attention, he chose a spot further away to take out his little brother. Standing together was still quite awkward. This isn't a bullfighting competition. Just as he finished, a male voice suddenly rang out beside him. Jiang Linyuan. WC. Dear friends who understands the horror of being called out by a middle-aged man while using the restroom. Little Jiang Linyuan was so frightened, he almost couldn't cry. He quickly pulled up his pants and looked at the man who spoke. Oh, it turned out to be the vice principal. He greeted him with a smile. Haha, vice principal, what a coincidence. You're also in the men's restroom. This left the vice principal at a loss for words for a moment. What else would I be doing in the restroom if not using it? After thinking for a long time, he could only nod. So vice principal, if you're not leaving after you're done, have you been secretly watching me pee? Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked. The vice principal. Have young people's focus points already become this strange? He cleared his throat, casting a cold glance at Jiang Linyuan to change the subject. I've heard from Mu Ji that you're pursuing her. He was bewildered by the girls below. Nonsense. What do you mean I'm pursuing her? It's clearly Xiao Su who's pursuing me. Jiang Linyuan instantly felt a sense of helplessness akin to that of Qin Shi Huang being surnamed Qin. Isn't anyone going to stand up for him? I really don't know what Xiao Su says about me in front of the vice principal. Uncle Xiao Su and I are just ordinary friends. In front of an elder, Jiang Linyuan was slightly more polite. What do you mean, uncle? The vice principal said with dissatisfaction. Call me principal. Oh, you old guy acting all high and mighty while trying to be polite. Vice principal, I suddenly remembered something for next Sunday. I might not be able to go. Upon hearing this, the vice principal sighed and waved his hand. All right, call me whatever you want. Okay, uncle. Jiang Linyuan replied. Actually, he had intended to call him father-in-law to irritate the vice principal, but felt that would give Xiao Su an advantage. In the end, he still changed it to uncle. The vice principal looked at Jiang Linyuan and scrutinized him. I must admit this young man really is handsome, but he looks like someone who can't be trusted. Thinking this, he sighed inwardly. If he were honest, he probably wouldn't be able to get along with his own daughter. The vice principal assessed him and sighed. Let's exchange contact information. Oh, this is the first time a man has asked for my contact information in the restroom. It feels a bit strange. However, Jiang Linyuan didn't refuse. Having the contact information of Vice Principal Long will make it easier to handle Xiao Su in the future. Got the vice principal's contact information. After exchanging details, the vice principal checked the time on his phone and said, the school is about to hold a sports meeting. Have you signed up? Uncle, I'm a member of the student council. Oh, I have a lot of things to take care of. Jiang Linyuan said. The vice principal thought for a moment, nodded, and added, that's true. By the way, you're from the computer science department, right? Last year, there was a guy from your department who left quite an impression on me. He ran the 3 kilometers and caused a sports student to have a stitch. Do you know him? I don't know him. Jiang Linyuan replied, feeling guilty. Could it be you? Did you cause that athlete to get a stitch? The vice principal asked with a strange expression. Haha, Vice Dean, he got a stitch on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Linyuan did not continue to deny it and admitted it straightforwardly. During my freshman year, I often encountered some fiery lambs while trying to find cha-cha to play. I also participated in the sports meeting just to get a clever card. At that time, I met a dark-skinned athlete who wanted to practice with me. But his temperament was lacking halfway through. He got so furious from my trash talk that he directly got a stitch and abandoned the competition. It's probably for the best that you don't participate. Don't go ruining others. The vice principal said with great satisfaction. He even sees me as a demon pill. Oh, vice principal, I see your family is short a motorcycle. Maybe I should dye my hair yellow when I meet Aunt Shakima on Sunday. Uncle, I'm off now. I'm going to go ruin things for student Sue. Jiang Linyuan waved his hand, smiling cheerfully. Wait a moment. The vice principal, anxious, called him back and said, when we meet on Sunday, dress a bit brighter. Muji's mother cares a lot about details, and also, what does that have to do with me? Vice principal, you are the son-in-law. I am not. Why bother being so polite to Aunt Shakima? Soft rice should be eaten hard. Jiang Linyuan pretended not to hear and quickly walked out of the restroom. Looking at Jiang Linyuan's retreating figure, the vice principal sighed again. This kid is quite straightforward. He will surely give me a headache on Sunday. Thinking this, he took out his phone. Daughter, have you talked to Jiang Linyuan about anything regarding your mother? After a while, Su Muji replied. I didn't go into detail. Oh, I just hinted a little. You didn't clarify? What if he ends up arguing with your mom? Dad, are you implying that you are on mom's side? Looking at the reply on his phone, the vice principal truly didn't know what to say. This child has the same temper as her mother. Never mind, you two figure it out yourselves. In the end, the vice principal could only reply like this. Jiang Linyuan returned to the meeting room, feeling completely relaxed. As soon as he sat down, Xin Wanyu looked over. You're really not participating in the sports meeting. Is the minister testing my loyalty? If I say yes, Xiao Yilan will be sent to chop me down. Haha, minister, I will prioritize the work of the department. Jiang Linyuan laughed heartily. Xin Wanyu leaned slightly back, her eyes fixed on Jiang Linyuan. I hope you can participate this time. Director, what do you mean by this? Jiang Linyuan was hearing such a response from Shan Wanyu for the very first time, and found himself utterly bewildered. Could she actually have feelings for me? Literally what it says. Without turning around, Shin Wanyu replied coolly, I'll handle external liaison department duties myself. Then, what's your reason? I'd rather not say. Her reply was crisp and unyielding, shutting down Jiang Linyuan's attempt to press further before it even began. This director certainly had an iron grip. Oh, I won't go then, Jiang Linyuan said lightly. Suddenly Shen Wanyu pivoted sharply toward him. After a moment of silence, she asked, have you fallen for Su Muji? Wait, director, how much did Xiao Su offer you? I'll double it. If money isn't enough, I'll even offer myself. Jiang Linyuan looked straight at Shen Wanyu and couldn't help but ask, how on earth did you reach that conclusion? A guess. She turned away again, then added flatly, I expect you to participate in this sports festival. Truly such a director was rare indeed. Was there something unusual about this sports festival? If I agree to your request, director, what will you offer in return, eh? Jiang Linyuan asked. Though Shen Wanyu remained enigmatic in many ways, one thing he knew with absolute certainty. She abhorred owing others anything, be it favors or debts, and kept every obligation meticulously accounted for. Over the past year, she treated him as little more than a tool, but never shortchanged him on benefits. Each time a thick, red envelope would land squarely on his face, followed by her icy command, get to work. Now, having volunteered his participation in the sports festival, what compensation could she possibly offer? Jiang Linyuan gazed at Shen Wanyu's serene frost-touched profile, awaiting her answer. After a pause, she spoke evenly. I'll tell you a small secret about Su Muji, a hidden chapter from Xiao Su's past. Intriguing. Jiang Linyuan nodded. Director, please tell me. Shen Wanyu cast him a fleeting glance. Su Muji didn't choose to attend Xingnan University. It wasn't her decision. Wait, my head is pounding. Something's growing inside it. Xiao Su claimed Annie Shikima had arranged her overseas studies, only for the deputy principal, the Dragon Kings-in-law, to override it and enroll her at Xingnan University instead. Now the director says it wasn't Xiao Su's choice either. Does Annie Shikima have a twin? Deputy principal, you're also an incarnation of Mikima, Your Majesty. Director, are you deceiving me? Jiang Linyuan couldn't resist asking. Shen Wanyu answered bluntly, no. The deputy principal, so you're a villainous old fox after all. Jiang Linyuan's gaze sharpened instantly. Noticing his expression, Shen Wanyu said, I don't know what Su Muji told you, but 9 out of 10 things she says are lies. She paused briefly, then added, of what she tells you, perhaps half are false. You'll need to learn discernment. That sounded familiar. That's exactly what you told Xiao Yilan. Director, your insight is unmatched. Who would have thought in your eyes I'm so innocent? How wonderful. No, you don't need to discern. Shen Wanyu frowned slightly. Because true or false you rarely cared deeply, the director's vision has dimmed with age. Feeling insulted, Jiang Linyuan let out a cold snort and turned toward Xiao Yilan, who was listening intently, eyes wide. I've just been humiliated by the director, and you sit there unmoved, eh? He pinched her hand. What are you doing? Senior. Xiao Yilan, you no longer love me. What on earth are you saying now, eh? Lin Yilan flushed crimson, flustered, and swatting wildly at Jiang Linyuan. Xiao Yilan was simply easier to tease. Meanwhile, preparations for the University Sports Festival surged forward. Another week passed swiftly. Sunday, the banquet hosted by Annie Shikima. Dressed in an elegant dress, Su Muji smiled sweetly at Jiang Linyuan. You're quite punctual, Jiang classmate. You're hardly worth my waiting for. Jiang Linyuan studied her. Wasn't it autumn? Wouldn't she freeze to death dressed like that? Then his gaze shifted to the luxury car parked at the school gate. Expensive, unmistakably. He held no particular fascination for cars, unless one could transform into Optimus Prime, in which case, he might spare it a second glance. Let's get in the car. Su Muji guided Jiang Linyuan to the rear seat as the vehicle glided toward a hotel. Inside the car, she turned to him and asked, Jiang classmate, aren't you feeling a bit nervous? Huh. Xiao Su, you truly have a sense of humor, Jiang Linyuan laughed. Don't you know squirrels were called tense squirrels before they met me? Su Muji seemed thoroughly pleased by his response and nodded, then suddenly asked, Jiang classmate, do you know how expensive this car is? No idea, Jiang Linyuan admitted frankly. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. When idle, play with nonsense. Ignorance is ignorance. No need to pretend otherwise. Su Muji chuckled warmly. By price alone, it's worth 10 times the house I gifted you last time, enough to hide 10 songs inside. What bizarre analogy was that? Fine, let me rephrase. Does this car secrete engine oil when it runs? Jiang Linyuan asked. Su Muji pondered a moment, then replied, it's a gasoline-powered vehicle. No, I'll try again. Can it eject engine oil like Optimus Prime does? Jiang Linyuan said. Su Muji, heh. By your logic, this car must be a newlywed young wife. It's only been in our possession for a few days. She laughed. Ah, I see. A mighty horse pulling a tiny cart. Jiang Linyuan sighed wistfully. Never imagined I'd qualify merely as the cart. Uffed. The car jolted to a sudden stop. My apologies, miss, the female driver said contritely from the front seat. Wait, this era still uses miss. Really? Is this the golden age of women-centric chaos? It's fine, Auntie Yun, Su Muji said without concern, and turned to Jiang Linyuan. Jiang classmate, does that title strike you as unusual? Not especially. Jiang Linyuan clicked his tongue, then turned to the driver. Auntie, do you address Su classmate's mother as madam? The driver hesitated, silent. Su Muji stepped in smoothly. Heh. No need for such extravagance. We're not living in feudal times anymore. Mother dislikes overly archaic titles. Yet it feels like your household leans precisely that way. Seeing her deliberately sidestep the topic, Jiang Linyuan chose not to pursue it further. They arrived at the hotel shortly, and Jiang Linyuan scanned the lobby. Utterly empty. We've reserved the entire— Su Muji smiled as she led him toward a private dining room. Mother values refinement. Even the chefs here are drawn from our family's personal culinary team. So Jiang, classmate, you're essentially enjoying a home-cooked meal today. No need to feel nervous. Though he'd long suspected Xiao Su's background, this still felt astonishingly grand. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Linyuan spotted a dignified woman appearing quite young with short hair similar to that of Xiao Su, showcasing a fashionable and avant-garde style. Next to her sat a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow. He was the vice principal whom she chose to ignore. Jiang Linyuan, is it? Please sit beside me. The woman noticed someone entering at the door, turned to Jiang Linyuan, and said calmly with a hint of authority in her tone. This wasn't a deliberate act, it felt more like a habit. Pressure mounted. Mom, don't you want your daughter to sit next to you? At that moment, Su Muji smiled and asked her mother. Su's mother nodded and turned to the vice principal beside her. You move aside and let Muji have a seat. Why should I move? Can't that brat sit next to me instead? The vice principal fumed, but dared not defy Su's mother, glaring at Jiang Linyuan. He then begrudgingly stood up. The vice principal hasn't the 3-year term expired yet. I actually preferred the one in the restroom who said, call me principal. Jiang Linyuan chuckled and boldly sat to the right of Su's mother, while Xiao Su took the seat on her left. It resembled the composition of 2 guardian deities with a protective beast in the corner. Shall we introduce ourselves? Su's mother turned to Jiang Linyuan and asked, Oh dear Aunt Shikima, you've already conducted a thorough investigation on me, yet you still pretend to act coy. I'd rather not cooperate with you. What should I call you, Aunt? Jiang Linyuan countered with a question. Su's mother instinctively frowned, but then relaxed and said, just call me Aunt Su for now. All right, Aunt Su. Jiang Linyuan replied with a smile, yet showed no intention of introducing himself. The atmosphere cooled momentarily before Su's mother suddenly laughed. At first I was worried that you might be too soft-hearted and would be bullied by Muji, but it seems I needn't have concerned myself. After saying this, she shouted toward the door, bring in the dishes. Jiang Linyuan observed her demeanor and felt that Aunt Shikima wasn't so bad after all, though perhaps a bit proud. What stage are you and Muji at? Su's mother looked at Jiang Linyuan, her tone softening slightly. No way, Xiao Su must have said something strange to her parents. Why does everyone think I'm dating her? Aunt Su Ian. Mom, since we rarely gather for a meal, why bring this up? Su Muji pushed her mother's hand, playfully smiling. Su's mother observed her daughter's demeanor, chuckling, and turned to Jiang Linyuan. It seems you've been wronged. Oh, Aunt Shikima is quite perceptive. She sees that Xiao Su and I are innocent. I originally heard from a friend that Muji was getting close to a boy, so I asked my daughter about it. Su's mother gazed at Su Muji, scrutinizing her. But this child was evasive, unwilling to say anything, which is why I came to check it out. Xiao Su, all this was your own doing. What a wicked woman. This is indeed a wicked woman. Jiang Linyuan initially felt furious, but then began to ponder. What is Xiao Su trying to achieve with this? Am I just a pawn for her amusement? Su Muji heard her mother's words and maintained her smile. I'm 20 now, Mom. Do you really need to intervene in such matters? Su's mother raised an eyebrow. Why shouldn't I? This is your lifelong affair, and I must be concerned. It's just dating, but hasn't reached the point of discussing marriage, has it? Su Muji retorted without holding back. Isn't dating just a step toward marriage? Su's mother spoke earnestly. Muji, I can't stand to see you suffer, not even a little bit. You say you want to date freely, but if it ends in heartbreak, it's you who will be hurt. I don't oppose you finding your own partner, but I hope you meet someone who can accompany you to the end, which is why I must be concerned. After hearing this, Su Muji smiled at Jiang Linyuan. Classmate Jiang, will you be the one who walks with me to the end? Upon hearing this, Su's mother's brow furrowed again as she began to scrutinize Jiang Linyuan. Did I misjudge? Initially, I thought Muji was just trying to annoy me by bringing someone along, but now it seems. I object. At that moment, the vice principal stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Jiang Linyuan. This kid actually wants to take my daughter away. He must not be allowed to remain. Don't cause trouble. Su's mother frowned and shot the vice principal a glance. The vice principal fell silent, ceasing to speak, but continued to glare at Jiang Linyuan. Look at how wicked Xiao Su is. Not wanting to argue with Aunt Shikima, she redirected the focus onto me. If you want to act, don't blame me for being unjust. Kik. Jiang Linyuan wore a pained expression. Aunt Su, actually it's Su who has been pursuing me all along. She harasses me daily, touches my hand and chest, threatens me with her family's background, forcing me to avoid dating. If I refuse her, she claims she'll throw me into the Huangpu River. Nonsense. Hearing this, the vice principal stood up again, unable to hold back his loud shout. Quiet down. Su's mother interrupted him with a frown. Although Jiang Linyuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, it was indeed possible that his daughter could do such things. If it piqued her interest, she would pursue it relentlessly. Moreover, while his daughter appeared approachable on the surface, she was fundamentally proud and indifferent to those she found uninteresting, to the point of not bothering to remember their names. Yet she deliberately found a boy like this. Pondering this, Su's mother again turned to Su Muji. Are you not going to refute this? Does Mom want me to refute it? Or should I just stay silent? Su Muji responded with a smile. This child. Never mind Jiang Linyuan, I should pay more attention to him in the future. We won't interfere in your youthful affairs, just be mindful of your limits, Su's mother said politely. This Aunt Shikima is indeed quite wicked. When my daughter is pursued, I can't stand to see her suffer. But when she pursues someone else, we just let it be. Jiang Linyuan was utterly speechless, rolling his eyes at Su Muji. Su Muji, however, was smiling brightly, seemingly unconcerned, saying to Su's mother, I hope Mom will keep her word. Su's mother sighed again. Muji, you don't have to be so dissatisfied with me. Not at all, Mom, I love you just as much. Su Muji smiled sweetly. Upon seeing this, Su's mother chose not to say much more. Watching the interaction between this mother and daughter, Jiang Linyuan felt that Xiao Su likely lied that day. Aunt Shikima's controlling nature wasn't as stifling as she described. On the contrary, she seemed to be a mother who adored her daughter immensely. So why did Xiao Su deceive me? What was her intention in introducing me to her mother? It can't be that she's genuinely interested in me, can it? During the meal, Jiang Linyuan's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it to see. It was a message from the vice principal. Come out, I need to talk to you. Looking up, he noticed the vice principal making a face at him. Fine, let's see what the Dragon King has to say. And Su, I need to step out for a call. Jiang Linyuan stood up and exited. After a while, the vice principal chuckled. I need to take a call as well. Only the mother and daughter remained in the private room. Your dad has been meddling again, Su's mother said blandly. It's all right, that's better than him not caring at all, Su Muji replied. Su's mother lowered her gaze, sighing again. Exiting the private room, the vice principal wore a troubled expression. He looked at Jiang Linyuan and asked, You really don't like my daughter? Not at all, Jiang Linyuan replied. If I said I liked her, what about my diploma? The vice principal nodded, unsure if he believed him, and said, Regardless of how things are between you and Muji, her bringing you to meet her mother today likely means she considers you a friend. I feel like she's just using me to divert her mother's attention, causing her more trouble, Jiang Linyuan said. Perhaps that's true, the vice principal sighed and said, Muji and her mother weren't like this before. Can you please stop being cryptic? Can't you just say what you mean? Jiang Linyuan directly asked, What were they like before? The vice principal paused for a moment before saying, Though their relationship wasn't great, it wasn't as confrontational as it is now. This was just pointless of vice principal. Can you be a bit more useful? Jiang Linyuan was speechless. Vice principal, stop with the riddles. Can't you just say it plainly? The vice principal sneered, looking at Jiang Linyuan. You care so much about my daughter, yet say you don't like her. Damn it. I shouldn't have asked. Jiang Linyuan ignored the vice principal and turned to leave. Returning to the private room, Xiao Su and Su Mu quietly dined in silence, as if they were strangers. Jiang Linyuan also ignored the two as long as they didn't sit at the table with clenched fists and remain silent. Time to eat. Although Su Mu didn't say much, she occasionally served dishes to Su Muji. However, Su Muji appeared to have little appetite, barely touching her chopsticks. After a short while, Su Muji suddenly exclaimed, I have something to discuss with Jiang classmate. Su Mu, who was serving food, paused and frowned, asking, Muji, how did your grandfather teach you? Once you pick up your chopsticks, you cannot put them down midway. This is a fundamental principle of being a person. Dining is like living. One must be diligent to the end. This principle applies to all aspects of life. Jiang Linyuan was stunned listening to this while eating. Is dining this particular? People from the Magic City are quite refined. Less talking, the child may truly have urgent matters. The vice principal suddenly interjected. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, about to retort, but seeing Su Muji's indifferent expression, she held back and turned to Jiang Linyuan, asking, Is it really something important? Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muji, who turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. This little Su. Auntie, it really is important, Jiang Linyuan said. Su Muji turned her head back, smiling. Su Mu sighed. All right, I'll have Xiao Yin take you. No need, Jiang classmate, and I can walk back together. Su Muji stood up, ran to Jiang Linyuan's side, and wrapped her arm around his. The vice principal's eyelids twitched. Su Mu wanted to say something more, but eventually just nodded helplessly. As they stepped out, it was dusk, and the clouds under the setting sun looked like an oil painting. Jiang classmate, would you like to take a stroll with me? Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan with a smile and asked. Jiang Linyuan hesitated, contemplating for a moment. I actually didn't eat enough earlier. How about we find a place to resolve that first? Hee Jiang classmate, are you a country bumpkin with a bottomless stomach? Su Muji scoffed lightly, then walked ahead. After a couple of steps, she turned around, noticing Jiang Linyuan standing still, saying, What's wrong, Jiang classmate? Do you need me to put a leash on you? Hee little Su, usually the dog walks in front when being taken out for a walk. Jiang Linyuan retorted without reservation, yet he followed her. Forget it, let's see what this little Su has to say. Su Muji observed his demeanor, the corners of her mouth lifting as she stood beside him, saying, Jiang classmate, are you hinting that you want to raise a pet together in the future? Don't get ahead of yourself. You've clearly met my parents already. Su Muji halted, turning to face Jiang Linyuan. Under the setting sun, her squinted eyes sparkled with sweetness in the afterglow. Wasn't that your plan all along? Jiang Linyuan scoffed. He even suspected that their chance encounter at the hospital with Aunt Yang was all orchestrated by little Su just to arrange for him to meet Su Mu. Su Muji, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed and smiled as she retorted, But Jiang classmate, you didn't refuse, did you? As long as you wish, you could have turned around the moment you saw my mother. She said softly, then suddenly laughed. I have advised Jiang classmate many times whether it was offering a house or during the car ride I gave you a choice, didn't I? But, Su Muji pressed her hand against her windblown bangs, winking at Jiang Lin. You still chose to meet. Jiang Linyuan crossed his arms. I see you as a brother, little Su. You don't think I have a crush on you, do you? Su Muji smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, I'm not concerned about that. Because no matter who Jiang classmate likes currently, you are still bound to me, aren't you? How am I bound? Please don't be so naive, alright? Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but retort. I don't believe Jiang classmate doesn't know what it means to meet my mother today. Su Muji continued to smile. It's just to serve as a shield to attract your mother's attention. Jiang Linyuan scoffed. Little Su orchestrating her meeting with her mother was merely to draw fire. Originally Aunt Shikima only needed to deal with her daughter, it would likely be easier to manage. Now that he was thrown into the mix, it became less stable. Jiang Linyuan understood all this, yet he didn't care. It was just being scrutinized. Su Muji, hearing Jiang Linyuan's response, nodded in satisfaction, saying, a Jiang classmate who understands me adds a lot of points in my heart. No need, thank you. Jiang Linyuan said with a look of disdain, glancing at Su Muji's face and suddenly asking, why did you come to Xingnan University after finishing your college entrance examination? Was it for Shen Wanyu? Su Muji was taken aback, then her face lit up with a radiant smile. That's for Jiang classmate to guess. If you can guess it, then I naturally have no need to say anything. If you can't guess, I feel Jiang classmate isn't worthy to know. Such divine logic. Jiang Linyuan did not get an answer and asked another question. Shen Wanyu mentioned, she owes you something. Ooh, I'm helping you because of her. What does she owe you? Tap. Su Muji suddenly grabbed Jiang Linyuan's hand, her expression turning cold as she whispered, no, Jiang classmate, your help has nothing to do with her. You must remember this clearly, do you understand? His such a dark expression. He didn't expect little Su's sunny demeanor to be a facade. Was she perhaps impotent? No, wait, should we call it cold or menstruation for women? If it's called menstruation, then women get it once a month. Should men also experience impotence once a month? According to linguistics, the antonym of yang is een. Yang aligns with een. In geography, latitude and longitude map to impotence and menstruation. I understand now. Female impotence should be termed een menstruation. Jiang Linyuan felt as if he had opened a door to a new world, looking at Su Muji beside him, feeling like he understood everything. No wonder this lower-class girl was so wild. It turns out she has een menstruation. Su Muji. She felt something was amiss, perhaps he was thinking of something strange again. Su Muji realized her lapse in composure, slowly releasing her hand, smiling as she reiterated, the matter between Jiang classmate and me is just between the two of us, please don't drag others into it. Jiang Linyuan pondered for a moment. Are you confessing to me? Not at all, Su Muji cheerfully replied. So you cannot refuse. Xiao Su, you don't even have the right to be rejected by me. Jiang Linyuan shook his head and said, I may help you deal with your mother out of friendship or perhaps just out of boredom, but it is definitely not because I like you. Su Muji burst into laughter upon hearing this, laughing for a long time before finally raising her face, suppressing her laughter, and said lightly, do you think I am you, Song Song? I've said it before, Jiang Linyuan, I don't care who you like. As she spoke, a smile reappeared on her face. I'm the kind of person who, when encountering something interesting, must understand it, and when meeting someone interesting will definitely not let go. Unfortunately, Jiang classmate, I am very interested in you. Of course, Jiang classmate, if you want to run away, haha, you can Su Muji's words were truly outrageously arrogant. But upon reflection, she seemed to be just that kind of person. A person who seeks fun. At the beginning, she took the initiative to approach me during the orientation, probably wanting to see the fun between me and Shen Wanyu. Now she sets up situations for me to meet with Su's mother just to see the fun with her mother. Ah, how could this Su Muji be so wicked? All the class cards look at the minister, how adorable. Xiao Su girls should have self-respect and not be overly proactive. Jiang Linyuan earnestly advised her again. Su Muji ignored him, changing the subject. You still have feelings for Huh? What is this about? Are you trying to harm me? Sort of, Jiang Linyuan replied ambiguously. The minister for this sports meeting asked me to participate actively. It feels like a rare breakthrough opportunity. Opportunity knocks, but once. Seeing his expression, Su Muji asked again, is it as interesting as with you, Song Song? Tisk, so perceptive. Jiang Linyuan fell silent. Su Muji laughed happily. Jiang classmate, this is the point that makes you the most interesting. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her sideways and asked, do you have something to say? Su Muji smiled and said, do you still remember what I told you before? I can help you pursue Shen Wanyu. Don't kid yourself. Helping me. You're just looking for fun, but Xiao Su, you're too Be careful, I might pursue you too. Xiao Su, this act of pretending to help others chase girls while secretly having a crush is already quite cliché. Jiang Linyuan gently reminded her. Upon hearing this, Su Muji paused for a moment, but quickly smiled again. Isn't that even more interesting? What if Jiang classmate wins Shen Wanyu's heart and then turns to be with me? Haha, that would be incredibly interesting. As she spoke, she seemed to imagine such a scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, your level of seeking fun is too high. Are you okay with becoming the fun yourself? Jiang Linyuan silently distanced himself from Su Muji. This Xiao Su is too strange. It gives one the absurd feeling of wanting to pet a cat, but finding out there is no cat at home, so one has to strip down and meow while pretending to be a cat. No fun. You are the fun. Xiao Su, has anyone ever told you that you are not a normal person? Jiang Linyuan. Su Muji snickered and looked at him. Jiang classmate, do you really think you are a normal person? How can you say I am not? What makes me abnormal? Jiang Linyuan retorted angrily. Am I not a good young man? How can you say I'm not? Normal people wouldn't disregard their reputation and actively seek out green tea. Normal people would try every means to win a girl's heart, helping her through tough times, and expect nothing in return, just to leave. As she spoke, a hint of sympathy appeared on her face. What's even scarier is that until now you still think your actions are seen as normal by others. Well said. Is it really that amazing to be seen from others' perspectives? But I only acted this way because of the system. You don't have a system. Xiao Su, I'm too lazy to argue with you, you don't deserve to hear it. Jiang Linyuan chose to give up the debate. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. In a debate between men and women, the man is already at a disadvantage. It's like how there will always be someone who touches a pregnant woman's belly and says congratulations, but no one has ever touched a man's gun and said good job. Seeing him like this, Su Muji just smiled and then said, the school is about to hold a sports meeting. Aren't you planning to display your talents on the field, Jiang classmate? Jiang Linyuan filtered out some unimportant words recalling Shen Wanya's hopes for him to participate. He asked, is there anything special about this sports meeting? Su Muji thought for a moment, not really. Related to Shen Wanyu, Jiang Linyuan added. Su Muji frowned. No, I really don't know. Useless Xiao Su, you still claim you want to help me. You're of no use at all. But give me some time, maybe I can find out. Talented Xiao Su, thanks to my discerning eye for talent, I can see you are a thoroughbred. Jiang Linyuan was very pleased, waving his hand. Very good, Xiao Su, your moment of contribution has come. Hurry and investigate. Are you planning to focus entirely on Shen Wanyu? Su Muji asked. Sigh, a wanderer with no settled heart, just looking for a place to rest. Jiang Linyuan sighed. Very good, I hope Jiang classmate can maintain this determination. Su Muji replied with a smile. 3 days have passed since meeting Su's mother, and the school sports meeting is about to commence. Jiang Linyuan signed up for the 3,000-meter long run. No other reason, just for ease. With super strong body and renewed appearance, he is sure to leave everyone behind on the track. As for the work in the external liaison department, haha, what does the deputy minister Jiang's work have to do with me, the athlete Jiang Linyuan? Another lazy day? I was enjoying myself, but someone didn't think so. Senior, you weren't at the student council meeting today. Jiang Linyuan opened his phone and saw it was from Daosheng. This was the first time she had contacted me since that evening. The last message we exchanged was, Senior, don't be late for the move. Is Senior busy? Just poking you. In just a few breaths, Yu Song sent 2 more messages. No wonder. When she used to confide in Jiang Linyuan, she often received the desired reply in an instant. Sigh. Looking at the chat box on the phone, Jiang Linyuan decided to reply. I signed up for the sports meeting. Looking at the reply on her phone, the previously uneasy Yu Song immediately breathed a sigh of relief and typed back. I just haven't seen Senior these days, and am a bit worried about whether you're sick. Instead of worrying about me, Junior, you should take better care of your health. You looked a lot thinner the last time we met at the meeting. Yu Song was taken aback, lowering her head, and replied, Senior, it's a good thing for girls to lose weight. Unwilling weight loss is not a good thing. Actually, I just changed my hairstyle. Oh, I look a bit thinner. Sigh, don't force your... Seeing this message, Yu Song felt a tingling sensation all over her body, feeling very uncomfortable. She could only type back, I don't understand, Senior. Really, why do you have to torture yourself? This version of Yu Song is not the result he wants to see. She can confront her mother fiercely, but why does she regress with him? Jiang Linyuan initially wanted to make a video call to comfort her. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that comforting her might only make her feel worse, so he simply sent a dismissive Yu Song saw Jiang Linyuan's reply, typed a lot of words, but deleted them all and finally sent a message. Will the senior come to the student union gathering tomorrow night? After sending the message, she looked at Jiang Linyuan's WeChat profile picture, resolutely blocked him, and then placed her phone. She did not want to see Jiang Linyuan's response. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, Yu Song curled up in her blanket like an injured hedgehog. Why did he reject me when he treated me so well? If he doesn't like me, why is he so nice to me? In the darkness, she thought this, but did not continue to ponder. She just wanted to sleep. Perhaps when she woke up the next day, she wouldn't think about anything anymore. The next day, Yu Song woke up later than usual. There were no morning classes, so it didn't matter. She got out of bed and went to the mirror. Her eyes were filled with tears and her hair was dry and messy. She looked so ugly, she thought. After a simple wash without any makeup, she made a cup of cold medicine and finally felt a bit of... In the morning, she dealt with some matters related to the sports meet, feeling a bit dizzy. Yu Song glanced at the WeChat profile picture of Jiang Linyuan that she had not dared to click on and turned off her phone. Returning to her dorm, she lay directly on the bed. When she woke up again, she felt her throat was dry and a bit uncomfortable. She glanced at the time. It was 5:30 and there was still an hour until dinner. She crawled out of bed, tidied herself up a bit, grabbed her bag, and went out. The cold wind on the way made her feel icy all over. Oh no, it felt like her cold was getting worse. She needed to go back and get a good sleep. Thinking this, Yu Song walked into the restaurant's private room, and the warmth inside made her feel a little better. She glanced around and casually found a place to sit. No one has come. Sniffling, Yu Song buried her head down. Are you okay? A familiar voice sounded beside her, and she looked up. It was the lively junior beside the senior, Lin. You look a bit flushed. Do you have a cold? Lenny Lin asked, "Why do you care?" Yu Song Song shrank back, unwilling to look at her, and muttered, "I'm fine." After a while, most of the student union members had arrived. Yu Song Song felt groggy, wondering if the air conditioning in the private room was too high. Oh, it was warm, and she was almost falling asleep. Her mind was hazy as she listened to the chatter around her. Is someone slacking off in the athlete registration again? Haha, if it weren't full I would want to go too. So athletes can slack off, I should have known earlier. What a pity that the better events have been taken. I heard someone signed up for the 3 kilometers. That's not exactly easy. Why? Haha, what a fool to run 3 kilometers, just to slack off. How ridiculous. I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. Just lay down for a bit. Yu Song Song lay there not knowing how long had passed, when suddenly she felt a gust of cold wind. I'm late, is everything okay? It was Jiang Linyuan's voice. Yu Song Song raised her head and saw a boy in a black sweater smiling at everyone, his handsome face adding to his charm. He chatted and joked with a few people, completely warming up the atmosphere in the private room. After a while he sat down in front of her, seemingly wanting to say something. "Senior." She took the initiative to speak in a voice only the two could hear. "Don't talk to me right now. I haven't cried in almost a month. If you talk to me now, I'll just cry loudly in front of everyone without giving you any face." She sniffed. Jiang Linyuan said nothing, nodded at her, and then turned to leave the private room. It was quite sad. Yu Song Song watched his back and felt as if opening the sauna door. A wave of mist enveloped her, making it hard to breathe. She wanted to bury her head deeper, but was afraid her tears would fall suddenly, so she could only look up at the dazzling lights above. Yet she felt the light was too glaring, and her eyes ached. After a while he sat down beside her again, a shadow blocking the light above her head. It was a brand new sun hat. Yu Song Song lowered her head, and soon tears flowed from her eyes, soaking her sleeves, the damp sensation spreading. "Senior, I like you. I know. I want change this thought." "That's good, keep your own thoughts." Yu Song Song smiled, her face covered in tears, but she smiled happily. "This is who I am, this is you. I will not easily let go of my happiness. This is the lesson you taught me, senior." Jiang Linyuan didn't know what to say, he could only sigh. "I'm not as good as you think. I already told you this before, senior." Yu Song Song raised her eyes, wiped her tears, and looked at his face with a hint of disdain. "Anyway, this is what I think." After saying that, she pressed the sun hat on her head, her burning face pressed against Jiang Linyuan's chest. "I caught a cold today, or I really can't hold on anymore. Senior, take me back. I can't enter the girls' dormitory," Jiang Linyuan said as he began to help Yu Song Song walk out of the private room. "Then let's not go there. Wherever you take me, senior, I'll go there," she said stubbornly. "Then let's go to the hospital first," Jiang Linyuan said. Yu Song Song kicked him lightly. It neither hurt nor tickled. "Senior, do you remember the day I introduced myself?" she asked. Jiang Linyuan replied. "I only remember you saying you like traveling and music." Yu Song Song nodded. "Do you still like them now, eh?" Jiang Linyuan asked. "I like them, but there are many things I like." Yu Song Song winked at Jiang Linyuan. She really did not like the feeling of having a cold, but on this evening, she hoped this time could go a little slower. "Hello, senior, I am Yu Song Song. Just call me Song Song, I like you." She buried her head in Jiang Linyuan's chest, just like when she introduced herself back then. Carrying the burning hot Yu Song Song on his back, Jiang Linyuan cursed himself for being such a fool. Why did he? If he hadn't come, this girl might have forgotten him entirely, only to hold a grudge for the rest of her life, starting anew in her. He slightly tilted his head to look at the mumbling Yu Song Song, and asked, "Junior sister, what would you do if I hadn't come today?" Yu Song Song buried her head in Jiang Linyuan's back, speaking in a dazed manner, but with a fierce tone. "Then I would cling to senior brother for the rest of my life. I would tell everyone I am senior brother's girlfriend, and when senior brother starts dating I would cause a ruckus, and when senior brother gets married, I would disrupt the wedding. When senior brother gets old, I will take your cane. You make senior brother suffer, so I will make you suffer too." This was such a hilarious thing to say that Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but laugh, and asked, "Why are you acting like a child?" "I am a child. I am a child." Yu Song Song was clearly delirious, mumbling as she patted Jiang Linyuan's back incessantly. After a while she quieted down, seeming to regain her composure, and said, "But you still came." After that she broke into a silly smile, leaning over to peck Jiang Linyuan's face randomly. Damn. Jiang Linyuan actually didn't mind being kissed forcefully by a girl, but at this moment Yu Song Song was already incoherent. Rather than a kiss, it felt more like she was spitting on his face. She even occasionally bit him a few times, which was quite torturous. Jiang Linyuan wanted to dodge, but the more he dodged, the more enthusiastic Yu Song Song became. This girl? He really couldn't take it anymore, and quickly called a taxi to take Yu Song Song to the hospital. In the restaurant's private room, Lin Yilin sat there feeling quite uneasy. She saw Jiang Linyuan carrying Yu Song Song as they walked out together very close to each other. Didn't he say he didn't like her anymore? What a liar. She looked at the cola on the table, drinking it like it was alcohol. She had wanted to ask senior brother, "What is your relationship with Yu Song Song?" when she saw the two talking. But after thinking it over, she felt like she had no solid ground to stand on. With that thought, Lin Yilin felt that the cola in her mouth had turned much more bitter. Tears fell like pearls dripping down. The greatest sadness in the world is not betrayal, but that everything is on paper. At that moment a female voice rang in her ear. She looked up and saw Shin Wenyu. Lin Yilin took the paper, biting her lip. "Thank you, minister." "Are you sad?" Shin Wenyu asked calmly as she sat next to her. "No, not at all." Lin Yilin hurriedly wiped her tears and said, It's just that the dish is too spicy, and it made my eyes water. Shen Wanyu glanced at her and said blandly, Jiang Linyuan doesn't like you Song Song. Lin was taken aback, not knowing why Shen Wanyu suddenly said that. Shen Wanyu did not observe her expression but continued on. Yu Song Song seems to be feeling unwell. Jiang Linyuan is most likely taking her to the hospital. Why is it specifically senior brother who takes her? Lin thought gloomily. Jiang Linyuan is doing it out of guilt, and it has nothing to do with love. Jiang Linyuan doesn't like Yu Song Song, but Yu Song Song likes him. That's all I wanted to say. Shen Wanyu then looked at the bewildered Lin and said, if you're sad about this, I suggest you keep a safe distance from Jiang Linyuan. Lin felt angry upon hearing this. Although she was the minister, her tone was too condescending. I'm not. I will call senior brother right away to ask what he's doing. You have a good temperament, quick to feel emotions, but also quick to let go, Shen Wanyu commented. After saying that, she turned and left. Lin blinked. It seemed she hadn't said anything at all. The minister is so strange, a bit scary. But soon she threw this matter aside and hurriedly called Jiang Linyuan. In the hospital, Jiang Linyuan was busy and finally settled Yu Song Song down. Looking at her sleeping peacefully while receiving and for Jiang Linyuan felt somewhat numb. It's over. I've been entangled by a gravity ghost. He had brushed off those who had pursued him after rejecting them before, but those were mostly just fleeting interests. Jiang Linyuan had managed to send them away with a slightly aloof demeanor. But this thief saint seems difficult to dismiss. While Jiang Linyuan was contemplating, his phone rang again. It was Lin. Lin is great, such a cute girl, sunny and bright, not so heavy. Jiang Linyuan smiled as he answered the phone, only to hear a very serious voice. Senior brother, what exactly is your relationship with Yu Song Song? After carrying a girl out, you're too close. You need to be mindful of the girl's reputation. Hey, who's being possessive here? Where did this little sister with ownership issues come from? Jiang Linyuan replied. Lin Yu Song Song has a fever. I just helped her to the hospital out of kindness. If you don't believe me, Lin, you can do a video call. The next second the call ended and Lin immediately called Jiang Linyuan. This Lin is getting worse. She doesn't believe me at all. Jiang Linyuan answered the call, pointing the camera at the sleeping Yu Song Song. Lin, look, senior brother didn't lie to you. How can you not believe me? If you truly believed me, you wouldn't have immediately called for a video chat. Lin couldn't find the words, starting to babble. I was actually worried about you, senior brother. You see, with cars coming and going on the road, what if you accidentally got hit? This Lin is getting increasingly audacious. With what you just said, if something were to happen to me, you would have to take responsibility for my life. Jiang Linyuan said coldly. Lin's face immediately turned red, and she turned her head away. I'm not an insurance company. Why should I be responsible for senior brother? You heartless girl. Jiang Linyuan shouted. Wow. Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Lin angrily shouted, waving her arms. I'm hanging up. Then she hurriedly hung up the phone, staring blankly at her phone. In the end, she still hadn't clarified what their relationship was, but at least senior brother wouldn't lie to her in some aspects. With that thought, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Jiang Linyuan, seeing Lin hang up, just curled his lips. You can't win an argument, so you run away. Useless Lin, next time I'll squeeze your hand hard. Thinking this, he glanced at Yu Song Song beside him. Yu Song Song groggily woke up and looked around her surroundings. They really brought her to the hospital. What kind of expression is this? Am I looking ugly right now? Yu Song Song instinctively wanted to raise her hand to wipe her face, but was stopped by Jiang Linyuan. You're on in 4, don't move around. Jiang Linyuan said. Oh. Yu Song Song slowly lowered her hand and replied weakly. No, how could getting sick lead to leveling up? Jiang Linyuan stared at Yu Song Song, scrutinizing her, making her feel Senior, can you stop looking at me like that? Junior, you need to answer me a very important question. Jiang Linyuan asked with a serious expression. How could this be? Thump. Yu Song Song suddenly felt her heart racing, and at the moment Jiang Linyuan blurted out, she shouted, I do. Do you feel like there's something wrong with your heart? The two voices overlapped, and both fell silent. Is this bad woman level considered a lower tier? The lower the tier, the higher the rank. Jiang Linyuan looked at the proud Yu Song Song, not knowing what to make of it. Yu Song Song didn't feel embarrassed, as she had always liked Jiang Linyuan, so it was just expressing her true feelings. It seems the fever hasn't gone down. You should rest a bit more. The fever is down. If you don't believe me, senior, take a look for yourself. Yu Song Song said, desperately pressing her forehead against Jiang Linyuan's. This reminded Jiang Linyuan of the shadow of being spat on by her, and he covered her head with one hand. I feel like the fever has affected your brain, or I'll go find a female bodhisattva to exorcise your demons. Why a female bodhisattva? Yu Song Song instinctively asked. Because don't you think some female bodhisattvas online are really over the top? They specialize in this kind of thing, Jiang Linyuan replied. Yu Song Song was stunned for a moment and asked, Senior, are you hinting at something? Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. One bad woman is enough with Xiao Su, why add another? Junior, I dislike bad women, don't be so common. Oh, Yu Song Song replied, feeling a bit down. She thought being too proactive might scare the senior away. She needed to, but is senior really the type to be scared away? Alright, are you hungry? There's a place selling wontons downstairs in the hospital. Shall I buy you some? Jiang Linyuan asked. Yu Song Song nodded a little. Then I'll go get you some wontons. Jiang Linyuan stood up. Damn, I'm starving. Ooh, I haven't eaten much all night. Senior really does care about me. Yu Song watched him leave feeling After a while a nurse came over to change the 4 bottle. She looked at Yu Song and smiled saying, your boyfriend is really nice, he has been keeping watch over you. Thank you. Yu Song nodded, her face lighting up with joy. After a moment she asked again, how many more? This is the last bottle. The nurse replied. Yu Song glanced at her phone. Could you please slow down the flow rate a bit? The nurse paused for a moment, and then smiled and nodded sure. Jiang Linyuan walked out of the hospital, his mind filled with thoughts about how Yu Song managed to evolve into an grade card. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. It could actually evolve. Why didn't the system mention this? And why did it evolve in the first place? Does a fever really have such effects? Then how come Haji Yao has had so many colds and illnesses throughout her life, yet she's still a grade waste? After pondering for a long time, Jiang Linyuan concluded that perhaps the thief saint realized something which led to the evolution. But what was wrong with her? Grade cards are truly hard to understand. After thinking about this matter, Jiang Linyuan started to ponder again. Should he try refreshing it again? Maybe not. It feels like it won't be successful, and if it does succeed, it would either cost Yu Song her life or save. Sigh. Success is like being pregnant. Others only see the result of your pregnancy, but don't know how much you've endured. Only I know that being rejected when confessing was actually a win, but no one understands my way of winning. The minister is great. I will specialize in the minister. What about Yu Song? She rejected me, but still clings to me. I have a plan that can make Jiang sure you bright again. Jiang Linyuan revealed a confident smile. There are also differences among grade cards. Close the door, release Xiao Su. Use the tiger to swallow the wolf, easily manageable. Jiang Linyuan revealed a contented smile. After a while he returned to the hospital carrying a portion of wontons to Yu Song. Eat while it's hot. Yu Song took it and asked, aren't you going to eat, senior? I packed this for you after I was full. These wontons are leftovers. Jiang Linyuan said without any politeness. Lowering my favorability, thief saint. Yu Song looked at the well-packaged wontons and smiled. Senior, are you a bit tsundere? According to what the junior said, don't you think high school teachers are also tsundere? Jiang Linyuan said. They complain that we are the worst class they have ever taught, while hypocritically teaching us. Isn't that just like that tsundere childhood friend in anime, who says they don't like you while blushing and stuffing a bento to them? He said, revealing an incredulous expression. I often think, how did I meet so many teachers without them confessing? I was obviously very proactive. Yu Song. Sometimes I really think the senior is a bit strange. But then she asked, senior, you didn't have a crush on any female teachers in high school, right? Jiang Linyuan revealed a sorrowful face. Junior, all my high school teachers were male. Male teachers are good, no female teachers is great. Yu Song sighed with relief, and then asked, senior, why did you reject me? Is it because you have someone you like? Jiang Linyuan nodded. Yu Song felt sour at first upon hearing this, but then she calmed down. Then can you tell me who it is? Jiang Linyuan pronounced each word carefully. Su Muji. He Xiao Su love you. Su Muji, haven't heard. Does senior have someone like that in his social circle? I thought it would be Linny Lan. Yu Song frowned, but soon relaxed. Perhaps during their time together she had indeed been too gentle with the senior. He actually told me the name of his rival. No, someone who isn't even a girlfriend doesn't count as a rival. Senior, I've never been a good woman. I will make you like. Thinking this, she glanced at her phone. It was 1030. After this bottle of 4 finishes, the dormitory should be closing soon. P.S. A friend said AI can provide creative inspiration, but I feel like it can't keep up with my thoughts. Is it the AI's problem or mine? Yu Song felt more spirited after finishing the 4 drip. At least, she wouldn't be spitting like a llama anymore. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her, noticing the improvement in her complexion, and checked his phone. Oh no, it's almost 11 o'clock. I probably won't be able to return to the dorm. At this moment Yu Song seemed to have just noticed the time as well. She looked at Jiang Linyuan and asked, senior, it seems like I might not be able to go back to the dorm tonight. That's true. He chuckled. Don't think I can't see that your pace has changed a bit, little thief saint. Your tricks are outdated. Jiang Linyuan shot a glance at Yu Song and said the place you rented isn't far from the school. Why not go there and sleep for the night? Yu Song was taken aback. She had planned to suggest sharing a room with him. But I already canceled the lease on that place, she asked. Oh, and the landlord? Jiang Linyuan replied. Huh. Yu Song turned to him and asked, you're the landlord? Jiang Linyuan confirmed yes. For a moment she thought of many things, but in the end she just smiled and said, I won't have to pay rent this time, right? Jiang Linyuan looked at her strangely and replied, of course not, junior. You can't freeload. Yu Song was momentarily stunned, then pointed at her phone. Senior, I'm transferring the money to you now. The little thief saint was quite straightforward. Jiang Linyuan didn't think much of it and accepted the transfer. However, when he looked at the amount, it was incorrect. The transfer amount was 4,646.78. He looked up in astonishment, meeting Yu Song's cheerful eyes. Senior, I've given you all my savings. The autumn evening breeze was a bit chilly, but Yu Song's eyes shone brightly. This silly little thief saint, how could she so willingly give everything of herself to others? A love-struck girl with a naive heart, an unbeatable combination. How can you do this and still face your parents who raised you? Wait, she might actually be doing right by them. He'll return the money to you. Stop messing with me, Jiang Linyuan sighed. Yu Song smiled sweetly and said, I'll listen to you. Indeed, senior wasn't the type who could truly harden his heart. Hell with that said, don't blame me, senior. She raised her phone and walked ahead. Senior, will you squeeze in with me tonight? No. Jiang Linyuan shook his head and going home. Yusong Song quickly reacted. Are you from Jiangling senior? Yes, and my home isn't far from the school. Jiang Linyuan nodded and looked at her, expressing his disappointment. Junior, look at you. You claim to like me, but you don't even know my family background. So let's not even talk about preferences for now. Hey, girls like you who only know how to talk without putting in effort are too straightforward. Minus 10 points. Yusong Song. And they'll get to know you slowly, senior. She could only say this. As a girl, she really knew nothing about pursuing boys. In the future, someone who truly likes me would understand me now. Jiang Linyuan raised his head and proclaimed emphatically, Junior, I really want to give you some advice as someone who has never been in a relationship. I know you long for a pure love, but reality is cruel. Boys like me have high standards for partners. Looks, money, talent. There must be several excellent qualities to inspire love from me. No matter how good your qualities are, the premise is that I must like you. Right now you should focus more on your studies and work so that you have the capital to pursue me in the future. Yusong Song. These lines sounded somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, she realized that this is generally what girls say to boys. Senior, are you secretly looking down on my family background? Yusong Song pouted and said, Junior, don't you look down on it. Jiang Linyuan retorted. Yusong Song wanted to argue, but could only weakly nod her head, saying, I have nothing to do with them anymore. Next time my mom looks for me, you'll hit her once. As long as they pay some maintenance fees to my card every month, that would be enough. Jiang Linyuan thought for a moment and said with a flourish, actually, you could just put all the maintenance fees into her phone bill. That way your mom won't be dying for beauty and will never have to worry about her phone being cut off. Yusong Song suddenly understood and nodded. I'll listen to you, senior. This little thief saint, what a filial child I give you. Jiang Linyuan took Yusong Song back to her previous place, turned around to say goodbye, and went home. The Jiang family was a scholarly household. Jiang's mother was a high school teacher. Jiang's father was also a high school teacher. Jiang Linyuan was known for causing trouble in high school, while Jiang Ziyuan was known for being quiet. The siblings both attended the high school where their parents worked. Jiang Linyuan was lively and caused quite a bit of trouble for the two of them. But it was fine. Although the older brother was rowdy, the younger sister was easy to manage, which balanced things out. When he fought with bullies in high school, Jiang's parents were somewhat affected in their work. So they also sacrificed a lot for him. Love you, mom and dad. Next time I go home, I'll bring some gifts for the two elders. Jiang Linyuan opened the door and found the living room lights still on. It's so late, why aren't they sleeping? He found it a bit strange. Jiang's father and mother lying on the sofa looked at Jiang Linyuan in astonishment, their faces in a daze. Do delivery people not knock anymore? Jiang's mother frowned. Am I a delivery person? You should just ask. Why don't you say I'm delivering something? Jiang Linyuan ignored his mother, who was being silly, and sat beside them after changing his shoes. Jiang's father looked at him and asked curiously, why did you suddenly come back? I was out having fun, but the school dorms are closed, so I came back to sleep for the night, Jiang Linyuan said. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother's expression turned strange as she asked, you were out so late by yourself? I was with some friends, Jiang Linyuan said vaguely. It's better not to let the two elders know about some things. They are getting older and can't handle the shock. Then why didn't you go stay in a hotel with them? Jiang's father asked. To save money, Jiang Linyuan replied. Once these words were out, both Jiang's father and mother realized their son did not want to talk about it, so they began looking for excuses to brush it off. But they weren't particularly concerned. The child had grown up, and they couldn't chase after everything. All right, it's so late, you should rest early. Jiang's father waved his hand. After saying that, he mentioned, since you're back, I need to tell you something. Your mom found a pink diary while cleaning your room last time. It doesn't look like it's yours, so take a look. Mom, you could have just flipped through it at the time, Jiang Linyuan said, getting up. I value the privacy of my children more. What if I saw something I shouldn't have? Jiang's mother said. Jiang Linyuan asked again, did you ask Jiang Ziyuan? It could be her thing, is she always likes rummaging through my room. I asked her, and she said it wasn't hers, Jiang's mother replied. What the heck? How did a pink diary suddenly appear in my... Jiang Linyuan was puzzled and quickly washed up before returning to his room. He immediately spotted the pink diary. Upon opening it, he found the pages were blank, but the dates on each page were clearly marked. September 11th, 2021, September 12th, 2021. Jiang Linyuan furrowed his brows as he flipped through and discovered the dates continued from September 11th, 2021, all the way to May 7th, 2022. 2022, when he graduated from high school. He thought about it, but as he flipped further there was nothing left, not even. What an eerie incident. Jiang Linyuan found it strange, but he actually had some impression of this diary. During the graduation banquet after the college entrance examination, many classmates had given him some gifts. This notebook was among them, pink and quite eye-catching. At the time he hadn't looked closely, thinking it was just a simple notebook. Who on earth gave this? Jiang Linyuan wondered as he flipped to the last page. Oh, there were words. May you enjoy life and wait quietly for the flowers to bloom. The handwriting was delicate, small, and cute. It seemed to be written by a girl, but that could be uncertain. Oh, it's ridiculous to determine someone's gender just by handwriting. Some can't even tell the difference between genders by looks or even touch, let alone by handwriting. Jiang Linyuan found this line of text somewhat odd. Could it be that someone had a crush on me back in high school? No, the ones who had crushes on me were all told to the homeroom teacher by Haji Yao. Furthermore, this kind of message should be at the beginning, right? Who places it at the end? Jiang Linyuan pondered. Wait, if it's at the end it might mean the opposite. What is the antonym of waiting for the flowers to bloom? He thought for a while, his expression becoming strange, and mumbled 4 words: Naotsut Saobi. Old Naotsut Saobi. Upon mentioning grass closure, Jiang Linyuan instantly perked up. If that's the case, could it be that the counterpart of flourishing flowers lacks money for grass closure? Damn. Although I might be thinking awry, what if? So the question arises, who exactly gifted me this pink diary? It should be a high school classmate. Jiang Linyuan pondered over the girls from high school who had shown interest in him, most of whom had their budding romances abruptly ended by Haji Yao's reports. Let's not even mention gifts, he hadn't seen them at any graduation parties either. So who could have sent this? It couldn't possibly be a boy, right? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Linyuan still couldn't reach a conclusion. Forget it, who cares? Sleep. I even rejected open affection, let alone this one-sided crush. Jiang Linyuan took another glance at the pink notebook and put it in the drawer. After all, it is someone else's heartfelt gesture. The next day, when he got up, Jiang Linyuan felt unwell, a bit dizzy. It must be the contagion from Yusong's song. Time for a boost. Revitalized. Instantly, both Jiang Linyuan and little Jiang Linyuan became invigorated. Awesome. Jiang Linyuan quickly freshened up and prepared to return to school. Today was the first day of the sports festival, and his 3,000 meters race would begin tomorrow. He planned to contact Xiao Su as soon as he returned to school to find out what was so special about this sports festival that made the minister pay such attention. On his way out, he noticed Jiang's father had not yet gone to work, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Do you have class in the morning? He asked, raising his eyes when he saw Jiang Linyuan putting on his shoes to leave. It's the school sports festival. I'm going to join the excitement, Jiang Linyuan replied while tying his shoelaces. Jiang's father shook the newspaper and casually said, how do you view your origins? This old man. Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. Dad, don't make me laugh. I've been observing our family for so many years. What else is there to see? Jiang's father smiled slightly, shifting his gaze back to the newspaper. Be careful on the road. Okay, I'm off. The first day of the sports festival was rather lively, and the opening ceremony along with the cheerleading performances were quite splendid. A large crowd sat in the audience, though it was uncertain how many were genuinely interested in being there. Jiang Linyuan had arranged to meet Su Muji in the stands. Upon arriving at the stands, he immediately spotted Xiao Su. She was draped in a red woolen coat with a white light wool sweater underneath and pale blue jeans that revealed a segment of her fair ankle, paired with white sneakers. A rather eye-catching outfit, one could only say she was indeed the young lady of Shanghai. You arrived a bit late, Jiang classmate, she remarked with a smile as she turned to face Jiang Linyuan. Xiao Su, this is your chance to impress me. The longer you wait, the more you can win my heart, Jiang Linyuan said, always thick-skinned. He knew that if Xiao Su stepped back even slightly, she would seize the opportunity and press him relentlessly. Su Muji was already accustomed to Jiang Linyuan's nature and didn't mind much. She turned to discuss the main issue. I've got some bad news for Jiang classmate. This sports festival doesn't really have anything special to it. Hearing her tone, Jiang Linyuan guessed there was more to come and urged, information, Xiao Su, spill it. Spill it. Su Muji raised an eyebrow, a sign of her displeasure. Hey, it seems Jiang classmate wasn't at school last night, and coincidentally Yu Song was also absent. What was Jiang classmate up to? Guess. If you guess correctly, I won't have to say it. If you guess wrong, it means you're not worthy of knowing. Jiang Linyuan smiled mischievously, turning the tables on her. Su Muji scoffed lightly, then changed her tone. I don't mind, but don't forget that Jiang classmate's current target is Shen Wanyu. She definitely cares. Does the minister really care? When I was pursuing her, I also casually dealt with several little green teas. I didn't see her reacting at all. You still want to lecture me? Useless, Xiao Su. Those who approach me can avoid punishment, while those who reject me cannot be tolerated. Xiao Su, stop the nonsense. Just focus on your intel work. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her sideways, exuding a sense of pride. Su Muji couldn't stand his demeanor and gave him a light kick, smiling slightly. The reason Shen Wanyu wants Jiang classmate to participate in the sports festival is not because of its uniqueness, but because she doesn't want you to get involved in this external affairs department's work. So it was because of the external affairs department's work. Jiang Linyuan realized that he had limited his thinking. He had been focusing on the sports festival and overlooked this matter. What's wrong with the external affairs department work? Jiang Linyuan asked. Probably because she doesn't want Jiang classmate to see her more unpleasant side. Su Muji covered her mouth and laughed. I did a bit of digging, and it turns out one of the sponsors of this sports festival is an old acquaintance of hers. Are they acquaintances 7 parts cooked or fully cooked? Xiao Su, could you please not be so cryptic? Jiang Linyuan said, pushing her in dissatisfaction. Sorry, but I don't know more than this, she replied. Su Muji waved her hand, looking amused. It would be better if Jiang classmate took the initiative to ask Shen Wanyu about this matter. After all, I had a brief interaction with her acquaintance, and she got quite upset. The minister gets upset too. Jiang Linyuan was quite surprised. It's worth noting that saying Shen Wanyu was like an icy block was not an exaggeration. Like a proud cat, she avoids human contact. Sometimes Jiang Linyuan felt he resembled the minister quite a bit, as he too was like a cat. When a cat raises its tail, it wants to make friends, so does he. When his tail is raised, he wants to be friends too. I'm so much like the minister asking about her acquaintances, she definitely won't be angry, right? Having obtained the information he wanted from Su Muji, Jiang Linyuan happily turned to leave. Should I ask Xiao Yilan? Forget it, let's not drag her into this, she's a bit silly, and I don't want my teammates to get hurt first. With that thought, he took out his phone. Minister, I've thought long and hard. Even though I participated in the sports festival, the external affairs department's responsibilities are still on my shoulders. Shen Wanyu immediately initiated a video call. Oh dear, how embarrassing, my tail is about to rise. Jiang Linyuan answered the call and saw Shen Wanyu's extremely delicate and cool face. Where are you? I'm at the audience seats in the playground. After pondering for a moment, Shen Wanyu asked, can you comfort little girls? Oh, Minister, isn't this a bit too soon? Why are you already thinking about your future daughter? It was close to noon when Jiang Linyuan followed the location sent by Shen Wanyu. During the phone call, she had said, I have a little girl that needs your care, and then she hurriedly hung up after sending an address. You see this, Minister, she has already trained me to be a full-time nanny, preparing me to be her backup boyfriend. Jiang Linyuan arrived quickly and spotted Shen Wanyu at a glance. Today she wore a rather fitting black coat paired with a high-neck gray sweater, and her hair was tied back in a neat high ponytail. Under the autumn sun, her fair skin resembled translucent pink amber, exuding a clean and intellectual autumn limited edition minister's fashion. I love it. She obviously noticed Jiang Linyuan too. She initially wanted to walk over, but then seemed to remember something and halted. Jiang Linyuan approached and said, you look really beautiful today, Minister. Shen Wanyu glanced at him, then averted her gaze, pulling out a timid little girl from behind her. The girl looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Please take care of this child for me. She pointed to the little girl beside her and said, I have some matters to attend to. Sometimes it feels like the minister is an NPC, always giving out tasks and then rewarding me. Why not just give me the rewards directly? Thinking of this, Jiang Linyuan shyly said, Minister, do you still need to pay me this time? I've been saving the money you gave me before, it's all your dowry fragments. Once I collect enough, we can be together. The little girl beside him was taken aback by this, sneaking a glance at Shen Wanyu. She found Shen Wanyu staring at Jiang Linyuan with a blank expression and said, then you'll never gather enough in this lifetime. Jiang Linyuan was startled. Minister, does that mean you want to tie me down for a lifetime? Huh. Shen Wanyu let out a long breath before saying, you should be thinking about how to resolve the issues with Yu Song and Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan was truly frightened by this. The situation with Yu Song was understandable. She was so obvious that the minister could figure it out with just a little. But how did she know about Lin Yuan? We were just holding hands a lot. We are good friends. The minister has also learned to be mischievous, spreading rumors. Stop deceiving yourself. Don't you know Lin Yuan's attitude? Shen Wanyu looked at him and said lightly, and yet you claim you don't have mind-reading capabilities. Jiang Linyuan hurriedly calmed himself and changed the topic. Minister, what are you busy with? Should I go in your place? No, if you go, it will just cause chaos. Shen Wanyu replied succinctly. Indeed, the minister still feared me. Jiang Linyuan revealed a proud smile. Minister, fearing the divine is quite normal, but the divine does not fear itself. You are ultimately not as good as I am. Shen Wanyu frowned. Is he thinking of something strange again? Minister, this time I won't refuse you, so you can't refuse my invitation for a date. Jiang Linyuan said with a smile, once the sports meet is over, how about you and I climb Purple Mountain together? The little girl looked from Jiang Linyuan to Shen Wanyu, revealing a disdainful smile. So he's a pursuer of Sister Wanyu. She's definitely not going to agree. This man is asking so directly, just wait to be rejected. Shen Wanyu remained silent for a moment, seemingly in thought, and then said, all right. Huh. The little girl was dumbfounded. Why did she agree? Sister Wanyu. Shen Wanyu glanced at the little girl and said, you will follow him today, and remember, don't speak out of turn. Guogua, do you know what the minister is up to? Jiang Linyuan asked his companion Shen Guogua. Shen Guogua made a face and replied, I know, but I won't tell you. This kid is really annoying. I just want to sell her off. Let's tease her and see if we can extract some useful information. The minister didn't take you along, so she must be afraid you would embarrass her. After all, a child who creates such a ruckus like you is surely unlikable. Jiang Linyuan said coldly, glancing sideways. Upon hearing this, Shen Guogua reacted strongly, repeatedly hitting him. You're the one nobody likes. You're the one nobody likes. I'm not a nuisance. Sister Wanyu likes me the most. Oh no. I hope I didn't step up. Seeing Shen Guoguo's reaction, Jiang Linyuan realized he had touched a sore spot and quickly changed the subject, putting on a pitiful face. Yes, indeed, no one likes me. I've been pursuing the minister for nearly a year with no progress, and instead I've made a mess of my relationships. My classmates mock me as a clown, and I have no good friends. Shen Guogua noticed he looked genuinely sad and felt she had hurt him with her bluntness, but didn't know how to comfort him, so she stammered, if you be my loyal dog, I might like you. I can't hold back anymore. Is this really the minister's sister? She's too amusing. Huh. Jiang Linyuan controlled his expression and pressed on, choking on his words, each one laced with a broken heart. But I want the minister to like me. Even knowing a bit more about her would be great. Guogua, can you please tell me where the minister went? If I know this, I could be happy all day. Shen Guogua, a middle school girl, had never seen such sincere acting from Jiang. A series of romantic stories flashed through her mind, making her feel a bit sorry for him. But then she recalled Shen Wanyu's admonition before leaving and pursed her lips. Do you really like Sister Wanyu that much? Of course. She is the very meaning of my life. You may not understand what love is being so young, but you surely understand the feeling of wanting to be liked. This sentiment far surpasses 10 or even 100 times that. Jiang Linyuan cried out in anguish. Hearing this, Shen Guoguo thought of her own experiences and realized this man was somewhat like her, quite pitiful. Let me help him. Thinking this, she tugged at Jiang Linyuan's sleeve. Sister Wanyu went to meet Dad. So the familiar person Xiaosu mentioned was the big father-in-law. Oh, then why didn't she take Guoguo with her? Jiang Linyuan shifted his focus back to Shen Guoguo. First he would evoke empathy, touch her hard at her most emotional point, and then he could swipe the card. Oh no. His professional habit kicked in. I don't want to eat peanuts. Jiang Linyuan quickly slapped his face to regain his composure. Shen Guoguo didn't notice his odd behavior and only heard the question, her expression dimming. Dad doesn't like me. Oh, I feel a bit sorry for my sister-in-law. Jiang Linyuan gently patted Shen Guoguo's head and said, would you like to secretly check on your dad and the minister to see what they are discussing? Shen Guoguo seemed somewhat tempted but still protested they would be unhappy if I did that. It's fine, just say I made you do it. Jiang Linyuan said grandiosely. Shen Guoguo felt a bit pleased but didn't want to show it, huffing, you this loyal dog, you're really quite likable. For a moment it was hard to tell whether she was scolding or praising me. But looking at it this way, my sister-in-law also has her scars. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but sigh. He is always helping others with their troubles. Oh, when will someone come to help him? In fact, he also bears a scar hidden deep within, unrelated to obscure pasts or the sorrows of his family of origin. It is a wound caused by loneliness, a scar on the inner thigh. It's a pity that no one wants to see it. Those who want to see it only wish to hurt his scar again. Like the thief saint. Hurry up, I know where Sister Wanyu and Dad are meeting. Seeing Jiang Linyuan silent, Shen Guoguo thought he was having second thoughts and hurriedly urged him. All right, Guoguo. Saying this, the two of them set off. Coffee shop. Sitting across from Shen Wanyu was a man who somewhat resembled her, sporting a deadpan expression. Where's Guoguo? You didn't bring her. The man asked calmly. Why do you care? Shen Wanyu replied coldly. The man seemed to remember something and rubbed his temples. If she gets lost, her mother will cause a scene. Is that all you're worried about? After all, she is still your daughter. Shen Wanyu turned her face away, not wanting to look at the man. The man sighed deeply. Her mother and I are just using each other. We hardly have any feelings, let alone for that child. Hearing this, Shen Wanyu's cold face remained unchanged as she said, neither warm nor cold, but even so you are still her husband, Guoguo's father. The man frowned. Wanyu, you have to understand me. I was forced into this marriage by your grandfather. I only love your mother. That's disgusting. Shen Wanyu said without any reservation. I am not my mother. I want just obey you like she did. You don't need to cover your hypocrisy with another layer of shame. I don't use your workplace rhetoric on me. The man fell silent for a moment and sighed. Wanyu, if only you were a boy. Shen Wanyu shot him a glance and replied bluntly, I don't need your help with the sports meeting sponsorship. I don't want to communicate with you. Go back where you came from. The man suddenly said, I've heard a boy has been pursuing you for over a year. Do you like him? For the first time, Shen Wanyu turned her gaze towards the man before her, each word deliberate. Don't meddle in my affairs. The man, noticing her attitude, was not angry, but instead reminded her he is quite close to the Su family. I remember, there's also a girl in that generation. Their family must be looking for a son-in-law. If you have any thoughts, I can. Wow. Shen Wanyu stood up and splashed coffee all over the man's face. I said don't meddle in my affairs, or his. The man silently wiped the coffee off his face, looking at Shen Wanyu with a hint of regret. Wanyu, if you were a boy, it wouldn't have led to my separation from your mother. After saying this, he walked out of the coffee shop calmly, ignoring the surprised gazes of those around him. If I were a boy, I would probably have been raised to be just like you. Cold-blooded and hypocritical. Shen Wanyu watched his back, withdrew her gaze, and glanced at her phone. It was almost time to head back. I wonder how Guoguo is doing with Jiang Linyuan. P.S. I feel like I'm out of ideas. I hope readers leave comments to inspire me. If you don't, that's fine. Oh, I can still draw inspiration from you. Is the person who got coffee spilled on him your dad? Jiang Linyuan nudged Shen Guoguo beside him and asked. The two of them had come to the cafe to find a spot to sneak a peek at Shen Wanyu. However, they were too far away to hear what the two were saying, only seeing Shen Wanyu halfway through pouring coffee over her desk. The minister is also a filial person, it seems, even using coffee as a substitute for shampoo. Shen Guoguo seemed not to have heard Jiang Linyuan's question, looking at Shen Wanyu with envy. Sister Wanyu is so cool, even Dad isn't angry. I want to learn this. If you learn it, you might not even need to finish middle school and jump straight to senior year. Jiang Linyuan patted her head, saying, silly girl, do you even understand what you're trying to learn? Hey. Shen Guoguo felt her authority was being questioned, kicking her little feet in protest. No talking, you sycophant. I've told you don't just use a word without understanding it. Jiang Linyuan pinched Shen Guoguo's face, kneading it like dough. Shen Guoguo's little face turned red as she struggled with all her might. Sigh. A familiar sigh echoed. Looking up, it was Shen Wanyu. Her face remained expressionless, but her eyes showed a hint of helplessness. What are you two doing here? He forced me to come. Shen Guoguo pointed at Jiang Linyuan, turning around to stab him in the back. Snap. Shen Wanyu flicked her fingers at her. Ouch. Shen Guoguo immediately became obedient, covering her forehead and looking pitiful. Don't act unruly, this isn't your home. Not everyone will indulge you here. Shen Wanyu calmly withdrew her hand and glanced at Shen Guoguo. Feeling so fierce, Shen Guoguo felt a bit wronged. Although she wanted to come, she hadn't lied. She brought Jiang Linyuan because she saw he wanted to come, but Sister Wanyu was still being fierce with her. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, with tears welling up in her eyes. The minister indeed had a strict motherly side, She felt a bit envious of the little girl, as she had never seen this side of her before. Seeing the awkwardness between the two, Jiang Linyuan quickly stepped in. Minister, it was I who asked Guogua to come with me. What did she do wrong? He stood in front of Shen Guogua grinning. Shen Wanyu stared at him. You should be punished too. Jiang Linyuan with his thick skin leaned forward mischievously saying, Minister, be gentle. Shen Wanyu closed her eyes wanting to reach out, but fearing it might feel too good, so she took a deep breath and sat down. Guogua, I was a bit angry just now. Oh, it was my fault. Shen Guogua was quite surprised to hear this, wiping her tears and hurriedly saying, Sister Wanyu was not wrong. The one who was wrong is Guogua. I shouldn't have come and made Sister Wanyu angry. How humble. Little girl, you are the real sycophant. Shen Wanyu sighed again. At that moment, Jiang Linyuan suddenly stared wide-eyed coldly saying, Guogua, you are too despicable, actually attributing all my affection for the minister to you alone. Clearly I like the minister and care about the minister, which is why I came. Shen Guogua quickly ran to Shen Wanyu's side, noticing she had not moved, and inched closer, baring her teeth at Jiang Lin. Sister Wanyu is mine. Shen Wanyu glanced at Jiang Linyuan and then voluntarily placed her hand on Shen Guogua's. Shen Guogua was very happy, raising her head proudly and lifting the hand she held with Shen Wanyu. So, just give up. What an adorably cute little girl. Just a bit starved for love. Seeing the relationship between the two sisters soften a bit, Jiang Linyuan decided to get back to business. Minister, was that man who just left your uncle, eh? Yes. Shen Wanyu nodded. Guogua should have told you. It's different. Hearing the answer from the minister is all Jiang Linyuan said with a smile. Shen Wanyu stared at him suddenly saying, Jiang Linyuan, it's fine if you want to inquire about that man, but if you think this will bring us closer, you will be disappointed. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. His strategy hadn't even begun when she had seen through him entirely. I am not Yu Song. You can learn about my past, but that has nothing to do with our future, Shen Wanyu said calmly. The minister is indeed an extraordinary woman. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan felt a wave of emotion within. The sadness of one's original family can indeed make a person's heart vulnerable. But if a person has endured this phase and can face it squarely, then that girl's heart has become immensely strong. And Shen Wanyu is just such a person. The minister must have had a painful past, strong yet independent, but you won't need to be strong anymore as your strength has come. Jiang Linyuan said these words without changing his expression. Shen Guogua beside him felt embarrassed, burying her head and pretending not to know Jiang Linyuan. Shen Wanyu appeared unfazed, simply saying, if you want to inquire about him, be careful not to get burned yourself. What? Listening to the minister's words, it seems her father-in-law's background isn't simple either. Minister, can you give me a hint? Jiang Linyuan asked discreetly. Shen Wanyu replied. He is from Yinjing 3 generations back and has several courtyard houses near the Forbidden City connected to the system. Jiang Linyuan didn't know what to say. Shen Wanyu didn't say much, but it was already enough. The father-in-law is indeed a person of great stature. Thinking about it, he glanced over at Shen Guogua. It seems this little girl might have also been a little princess in ancient times. He just didn't know how she compared to the little Su family. A few years back, the Su family was in business. Their ancestors built their power through donations and hold considerable influence in Modu. Shen Wanyu said, sometimes I truly doubt if the minister is even human. Before I even opened my mouth to ask, Jiang Linyuan, seeing Shen Wanyu say so much, couldn't help but want to ask her about her relationship with the little Su. Minister, do you have any grudges with little Su? Little Su. Shen Wanyu froze for a moment upon hearing that name, and then said, it's just her one-sided hatred towards me. I don't think I've done anything excessive. Lying minister. Last time she said she owed little Su something. Quickly read her mind. Minister, then tell me your— Jiang Linyuan stared at Shen Wanyu, frozen in place. Shen Wanyu shot him a glance. I said I owed her because she inexplicably held a grudge against me and often caused me trouble. I slightly retaliated, and looking back, I suppose I was a bit excessive at that time. Unbeatable, you really can read minds. Jiang Linyuan was at a loss for words. When they communicated before, he only felt that he and the minister were in sync. Now it seems the minister is my heart. Sister Wanyu, do you usually communicate like this? He doesn't speak at all. Generally, isn't it those who are not sycophants who talk more? At this moment, Shen Guogua curiously asked. Shen Wanyu's face still showed little expression, but it gave off a sense of displeasure. Jiang Linyuan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, feeling delighted in his heart. Good Guogua, when you grow up you will definitely be someone remarkable. Don't just learn a word and use it carelessly. Shen Wanyu tapped Shen Guoguo's head saying, if you continue to do this when you go back, your mom will be angry. Shen Guoguo's expression fell upon hearing this, tugging at Shen Wanyu's sleeve. Sister Wanyu, I don't want to go back. Let me stay here a few more days. I don't have time. Jiang licking. Brother Jiang. He has time. Shen Guogua hurriedly interrupted Shen Wanyu, making eyes at Jiang Linyuan with a pitiful expression. Shen Wanyu suddenly frowned, standing up and sizing Jiang Linyuan up and down. Guogua just started middle school. This is no longer a matter of character. What? What did I do that is not a matter of character? Damn it, and minister, are you discriminating based on education? What's wrong with being in middle school? Why do you have to look at me with such strange eyes? Minister, don't you know that some animals can become mothers when they are 7 or 8 years old? Jiang Linyuan said. Shen Wanyu took out her phone. Deputy Minister Jiang, I'm afraid this may be our last unreserved conversation. When we meet next time, I hope you can repent properly. As she spoke, she began dialing. No way. Are you serious? Minister, don't do it. What I mean is actually even though kids are young, they can also take care of themselves. I mean no other offense. Jiang Linyuan quickly defended himself, or he would be invited to drink seaweed egg drop soup. The kind without cauliflower or soup. Sister Wanyu, I will take good care of myself. Please let me stay here and play a little longer. Shen Guogua began. Shen Wanyu sighed, pointing at Jiang Linyuan, saying to Shen Guogua, all right, but stay away from him. I will find an older sister to take care of you. You must listen. Shen Guogua felt a bit shy. Can't you not change? Sister Wanyu. Shen Wanyu looked at Jiang Linyuan, her expression calm enough to kill. What do you say, change or not? Change. Change. Let Xia Yilin come. She has what it takes to be a mom. Jiang Linyuan began to save himself. This Shen Guogua, how could she be putting me in danger? The capital is impressive. I was like this before I was born too. Golden leaves. To avoid being misunderstood by the minister as a pedophile, Jiang Linyuan hurriedly called Xiao Yilin for help. Lin Yilin was not very busy either. After answering Jiang Linyuan's call, she rushed over. Upon meeting Jiang Linyuan, Lin Yilin curiously asked, Xiao Yilin, do you want to get a taste of life after marriage in what does this mean? Lin Yilin's face instantly turned red, and she stammered, what do you mean, senior? Working hard to protect the kingdom brings merit, while the foolish Xiao Yilin must be daydreaming again. Jiang Linyuan snorted coldly and pulled the unwilling Shen Guogua in front of her. Xiao Yilin, you take care of the child. Lin Yilin was stunned for a few seconds, her eyebrows furrowing as she puffed her cheeks. Senior. Next time just say it clearly. If you do this again, I won't talk to you. It's okay if Xiao Yilin ignores her senior, then the senior will spend every day making Xiao Yilin happy until you're willing to talk to him. Jiang Linyuan said with a grin. Lin Yilin pursed her lips and asked softly, really? As long as the junior doesn't chase me away, I won't leave. Jiang Linyuan said. Lin Yilin's lively eyes blinked, looking quite adorable, and she revealed a satisfied expression. Then you must remember that, senior. Then you must remember that, senior. A sarcastic voice echoed in her ears, and Lin Yilin looked down to see Shen Guoguo's figure. She pouted her lips, looking mischievous. Senior, you're already grown up, yet you still call like that, aren't you ashamed? Hearing this, Lin Yilin's face turned red as she stammered at Jiang Linyuan. Is she your junior sister? Am not. Am Sister Wanyu's younger sister. The minister's sister. Lin Yilin was a bit surprised and scrutinized Shen Guogua carefully, feeling that she looked nothing like the minister. Shen Guogua saw her disbelief, feeling a bit angry, and waved her hands. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? Such a mischievous child. Lin Yilin frowned and tapped Shen Guoguo's head. Little friend, you need to be polite. Speaking like this shows poor up. Upon hearing the words upbringing, Shen Guogua huffed a couple of times, stopped talking, and pouted, pulling Jiang Linyuan's sleeve. I don't like this person to take me to play, okay? Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes. If he stayed with her a bit longer, the minister would think he's a pedophile. He could be a narcissist and a pedophile, or even a homosexual. But unfortunately, he had grown up. Society is the same. Everyone was once a pedophile, but they just grew up. Guogua be good. Xiao Yilin is very nice. Jiang Linyuan pushed Shen Guogua. This child is just a paper tiger. Her mischief is only to avoid being ignored by others. Deep down, she actually wishes for others to pay more attention to her. Shen Guogua lifted her eyes to glance at Jiang Linyuan. Then I trust you. No, this is quite cute. Jiang Linyuan returned to Lin Yilin's side. Xiao Yilin, she has a prickly personality. If she misbehaves, just mention the minister, and it will definitely work. Lin Yilin nodded thoughtfully, and then instinctively asked, what are you going to do later, senior? Jiang Linyuan paused for a moment, looking for pretty younger sisters to play with, then taking a nap. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilin felt a lump in her heart. She regretted asking him. The dog senior always spouted nonsense. If he didn't want to say it, then just don't, and yet he used this excuse to deceive. Oh, then Xiao Yilin, I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Linyuan was an honest person, basically never lied. Actually, since this morning, Yu Song had been bombarding him with messages. If he didn't go find her, she would probably post her missing person notice at school. Oh, Lin Yilin pouted. Jiang Linyuan hurried back to the playground and found Yu Song sitting in the audience section of the study department, anxiously tapping on her phone. Junior, stop bombarding me with messages. He walked over and sat beside her. Yu Song turned to look, her eyes lighting up with joy. Senior, you're here. I came late because I was going to chase Su Muji. Jiang Linyuan immediately hit her with a wave of disappointment. Let the goodwill drop, let it drop. Yu Song felt unhappy and bit her thin red lips. Is Su Muji really that great? Yes, perfect as she is, just perfect. Her appearance and personality are both perfect. She is simply a dream. Vomit. Love her. Jiang Linyuan said, feeling somewhat nauseated. This was the first time lying felt so uncomfortable. Is deceiving the brain really this painful? Yu Song pouted. Maybe it's all just her disguise intentionally shown to you, senior. A woman who is inconsistent must be a bad woman. Exactly right. A thief saint. She is a bad woman. But Jiang Linyuan did not expose her. Instead, he looked excited. Junior, you can't say that about her. No one is more perfect than her. Yu Song did not care, seeing her senior describe her so exaggeratedly. It was obvious he had not interacted with her much, and was just fantasizing based on a single impression. That mere Su Muji, how could she compare to me? Has senior ever compared? She edged closer to Jiang Linyuan, her face slightly red. Why not try treating me as your girlfriend for a while, compare notes, and then decide? Is your world defined by life and death? Jiang Linyuan saw through her little scheme and said, no way for Su Muji, I must keep myself pure. Yu Song got angry, her cheeks flushed, and she shouted indignantly. Keep yourself pure. I'll make you keep yourself pure. Saying this, she pouted and leaned towards Jiang Linyuan's face, while Jiang Linyuan just dodged. After a while of playfulness, Yu Song stopped causing trouble and looked at Jiang Linyuan sideways. Senior, do you have a picture of her? A picture? Jiang Linyuan indeed did not have one, but it was fine, he could just ask directly. He took out his phone. Xiaosu, this is your chance to showcase your charm. Send a few of your life photos. Xiaosu did not reply, and he did not know what she was doing. Jiang Linyuan had to say to Yu Song, photos can't cap. Yu Song glared at him. I think she looks ugly. Jiang Linyuan sighed. Junior, can't you just give up on me? Give up, eh? Yu Song lifted her head, showing her white teeth. Why should I give up? It's you, Senior, who brought me back to the colorful world. Why should I give you up to someone else? Thank you for the invitation. What does it feel like to be liked by a Yandere girl? It feels a bit like a phantom pain in my neck. Pain? That must mean I am starting to build muscle. That's a good thing. Jiang Linyuan, unfazed by Yu Song's words, said, Yandere types aren't scary at all. Look, even Cheng was stabbed and didn't say anything right. Moreover, Yu Song doesn't even qualify as a true Yandere, as she could live without him. She simply wants to grasp her own happiness and will not let him go. As long as he doesn't sever ties with her unilaterally, everything should be fine. After all, there's plenty of time, and Jiang Linyuan will gradually make Yu Song feel disillusioned. Junior, I don't like overly domineering girls. Jiang Linyuan put on a cool expression. Yu Song didn't take it seriously and leaned closer to him, saying, that's okay. As long as I cling to you long enough, there will be a chance to change your preferences. Changing my preferences is quite a long-term endeavor, Jiang Linyuan replied. It doesn't matter if you can't change them as long as you can be by my side. Yu Song smiled softly, her voice echoing gently, I want to make you like me, because I want you to be happy, not to feel annoyed. But actually, she smiled, tilting her head against Jiang Linyuan's shoulder. Isn't this good for us? Jiang Linyuan didn't push her away and reminded her, Junior, falling for me will be painful. I'm quite a flirt, the type that loves everyone he meets. Then let it be that I'm the only one in your eyes, Yu Song said, tilting her head back, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Linyuan's profile, smiling. You're the son that belongs only to me. Wow, that's incredibly possessive. It's suffocating. They haven't even started dating yet, and her possessiveness is already so strong. Once they actually start dating, not only will rewards from the system be out of the question, but even talking to other girls will become a problem. After dating, being a son would mean getting shot down by Hoi. Jiang Linyuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Forget it, he thought. He would leave it to Xiaosu to handle. He should find a time to deliberately arrange for the thief saint to meet. As he rubbed, he felt something was off. Did no one find the action of rubbing one's temple inappropriate? The son might not speak up, but does it really have no objections? Moreover, if I am Yu Song's little son, then if she rubs my temple, doesn't that imply? Oh no. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyuan broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Song, you are truly terrifying. Yu Song looked at him curiously and asked, what are you thinking about, Senior? Nothing. Jiang Linyuan ultimately didn't voice his true thoughts. The two sat there watching the sports meet. Meanwhile, in a private room. Haha, it's rare for you to invite me privately, Su Muzi said, smiling as she twirled her hair, gazing at the serious-looking Shen Wanyu, as she set her bag down and slowly sat down. I actually don't particularly want to see you, Shen Wanyu said calmly. Shall I leave then? Su Muzi said, pretending to stand up. Shen Wanyu glanced at her and stated bluntly, I know what you're thinking. To put it simply, I don't like Jiang Linyuan. Su Muzi was momentarily taken aback, then her smile grew brighter. I haven't asked anything. What do you mean by that? Shen Wanyu replied, coolly, your character remains as bad as ever. Huh? Su Muzi laughed again. Isn't that? Shen Wanyu furrowed her brow. That's puzzling. I don't recall having offended you before you actively sought trouble with me. Upon hearing this, Su Muzi simply smiled. If you could realize that, then I wouldn't trouble you. Shen Wanyu didn't bother to ask further. It seemed Su Muzi didn't need a reason to find someone to bother. A simple I find it interesting might suffice as a reason. So she directly said, don't meddle in my affairs with Jiang Linyuan. Su Muzi raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with provocation. Why not? Shen Wanyu stared at her quietly and asked, can I understand this as you wanting to cause me trouble? What's wrong? Are you anxious? Su Muzi seemed unbothered, twirling her hair while smiling. Shen Wanyu suddenly smiled. It was one of her rare smiles. It seems the lesson I gave you in high school wasn't deep enough. Su Muzi let her hair go, her smile fading as she maintained a calm demeanor. Haha, so you admit that the girl who confessed to me was incited by you? Shen Wanyu said flatly, I've never denied it, and besides, she liked you anyway, didn't she? Su Muzi's expression darkened. You're just like your father, disgusting. You're just like your mother, annoying. Shen Wanyu replied calmly. After a while, Su Muzi's expression returned to normal, and she smiled. Shen Wanyu, I can't wait to see you being abandoned. Shen Wanyu leisurely replied, he can't do that. You can't either. Su Muzi interrupted, smiling, well, remember. With that, she picked up her bag and left. Being with this woman was truly uncomfortable. Oh, it felt like everything she thought was completely seen through. I really hate it. Shen Wanyu didn't stop her, calmly watching her retreating figure. I really do hate her. After leaving the private room, Su Muzi took some time to sort out her emotions and put on a smile. Good, Shen Wanyu, no matter what your relationship with Jiang Linyuan is, you won't have it easy from now on. She thought, pulling out her phone to browse her WeChat. She discovered Jiang Linyuan had sent a message asking her to send him some life photos. What is this man thinking? Unhappy Su Muzi immediately sent a video call. It was quickly answered. A cacophony of sounds came from the phone. He was likely at the sports meet. Junior, look, this is Su Muzi, the one I told you about. Jiang Linyuan first made a series of exaggerated facial expressions, then shouted at the people beside him. Soon a serious-looking woman peeked out beside him. Yusong. Seeing this scene, Su Muzi could almost guess what Jiang Linyuan was thinking. Using me as a distraction. Haha, this is really interesting. There's never a dull moment by his side. Looking at Yusong, Su Muzi revealed a sweet smile and said, Jiang, I only agreed to be with you because you said you had no entanglements with Yusong. Now what do you mean by this? On the other end of the line, Yusong seemed to recognize Su Muzi and was somewhat surprised, turning to Jiang Linyuan and asking, is she Su Muzi? Senior, what does it mean when she says you are together? Jiang Linyuan replied, I'm single right now, Junior. Upon hearing this, Yusong turned to look at Su Muzi on the video, frowning. Are you deliberately provoking me? Is it being perceptive or too trusting of that man? Su Muzi laughed, covering her mouth. You don't deserve him in every possible way. Yusong was stunned for a few seconds, then became very angry. How could Senior be interested in someone like you? Haha, that's just how love works. You can't understand why he likes me, just as I can't understand what you have that makes him like you. Su Muzi said with a smile. After saying that, she disregarded Yusong's frowning expression and directly hung up the call. Haha, this is really interesting. Her mood had improved a little. Senior, is she the Su Muzi you mentioned? Jiang Linyuan hung up the phone, and Yusong looked at him with disbelief. Could Senior really be hypnotized? That Su Muzi is clearly a person with a very bad character, right? Yes, Jiang Linyuan nodded. This little Su understands me quite well to voluntarily draw fire. But her tone seems a bit off. Is her anger a bit excessive? Who offended her? Aunt Shikima. That shouldn't be the case. It couldn't be the vice principal, right? Senior, do you really like Su Muzi, or are you just making it up? At this moment, Yusong squinted her eyes and suddenly said, no, I really like Xiao Su. Jiang Linyuan quickly followed up. Really? Really? Yusong pouted and murmured, I don't believe it unless you kiss me. Another day of being scared by the girl below. Why does she always think about kisses? Do you have nothing else in your head? All you know is to be lewd. A bug like you only raises the cost of rice in this world. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Jiang Linyuan said bluntly. Yusong suddenly said, I've seen her. She was there when my mom came to my rental place to find me. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. Xiao Su never mentioned it. Oh, why did she act on her own? What kind of bad idea is she secretly concocting? What did she do? She slapped my mom and then said some strange things to me. Yusong eyed his expression and asked, Senior, you didn't. Now I know. Jiang Linyuan said. It seems their relationship isn't that good after all. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's clueless expression, Yusong felt a bit pleased. Su Muzi's behavior is less about liking Senior and more about intentionally wanting to provoke me. It seems she isn't sincere towards Senior either. What a bad woman. But does Senior really like that Su Muzi? Yusong furrowed her brows. Su Muzi's attitude isn't important. What's important is Senior's attitude. Does Senior really like her? No, this question doesn't matter anymore. Yusong's gaze sharpened. Just this phone call can prove their relationship is quite good. This is already very dangerous. I must drive this Su Muzi away from Senior. By the way, that Lin also needs to be driven away later. Senior, that Su Muzi is a bad woman. What she said just now was deliberately meant to provoke me, wanting to see me embarrass myself in front of you. Yusong immediately began to speak ill of Su Muzi. Am I unaware of whether she is a bad woman? And you a thief? What right do you have to say that? You also have an A on your head. Jiang Linyuan scoffed and said, I like bad women are great. Seeing Jiang Linyuan unyielding, Yusong decided not to say more. Senior is so outstanding, who knows how many people will have their eyes on him in the future. This Su Muzi will just be a practice target. Let me see what skills you have. The first day's sports meet soon came to an end. Jiang Linyuan was pestered by Yusong all day, feeling mentally exhausted. He returned to the dormitory and collapsed onto the bed to rest, preparing for the 3 kilometers event the next day. The next day, the weather was clear and the autumn breeze was gentle. Jiang Linyuan put on an athlete's vest and entered the field. The previous events were not over yet, so he waited in the preparation area while scrolling through his phone. Before long, a timid voice rang in his ear. Do you want some water? Looking up, it was Zhang Juntang, wearing a volunteer vest. She seemed to have gathered all her courage and placed a can of Red Bull in front of Jiang Linyuan. Volunteers are taking the initiative to offer this now. Jiang Linyuan put away his phone and took the Red Bull, saying, thank you. Zhang Juntang saw him accept the Red Bull, looking as if she had accomplished something great, her face filled with joy. Senior Jiang, good luck. Then she whispered something with a red face. What did she say? It was too quiet to hear. What did the junior say? I didn't hear clearly. Zhang Juntang's face turned even redder as she leaned in a bit closer and said softly, good luck, Senior Jiang. Oh, your encouragement is so lacking in spirit, might as well not be said. But she came to encourage him, so he couldn't discourage her good intentions. Jiang Linyuan made a gesture of encouragement, smiling. With your words, I feel like I can definitely take first place this time. Zhang Juntang buried her head deeply, returned a gesture of encouragement, and then slowly walked away. Jiang Linyuan sipping the Red Bull sighed that the treatment for athletes is quite good. One of his buddies, seeing him drinking Red Bull and feeling a bit thirsty, ran to the volunteer's stand. Bro, I'm an athlete, give me a can of Red Bull. The volunteer looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Want Red Bull? Why not ask for gasoline? We only have mineral water here. No bro, I just saw a volunteer give him a can of Red Bull. Are you treating people differently? The male athlete was very displeased and pointed at Jiang Linyuan, who was happily drinking Red Bull. The volunteer frowned. Take a closer look. What's there to look at? The athlete turned around and saw that two more people had unexpectedly appeared next to Jiang Linyuan. One was a delicate girl with a ponytail, and the other was a cute little loli. Senior, do you want some water? Lin Yilin approached Jiang Linyuan and presented another can of Red Bull. Her face flushed. Jiang Todi, I have chocolate here. I heard that pairing it like this will boost your energy. Shen Guoguo pulled out a piece of chocolate and proudly handed it over. Jiang Linyuan looked at the half-drunk Red Bull in his hand. I mean, how much did Red Bull give you too? Looks like Senior doesn't need it anymore. Lin Yilin also saw the Red Bull in Jiang Linyuan's hand and awkwardly retracted her hand. Of course I wanted a, why wouldn't I? Jiang Linyuan took it with a smile. I'm just feeling thirsty today, I'll drink a bit more. Thank you, Xiaoyi Lin. And me? Shen Guoguo was anxious, stamping her feet in fear of being overlooked. Thank you, Guoguo. This chocolate is delicious, eat it, and you'll take first place. Just focus on doing well, Senior. Lin Yilin and Shen Guoguo also cheered for Jiang Linyuan before walking away. The athlete watched this scene with a blank expression. Bro, it's not that the volunteers gave Red Bull, it's that the person who likes him just happens to be a volunteer. The volunteer patted his shoulder, comforting him. The athlete looked at Jiang Linyuan's handsome face, feeling incredibly twisted inside. Damn, it just ate well. Why come to a sports meet? Damn, the spirit of sportsmanship is being ruined by people like you. I want to blow you up. Oh, why is there another one? The volunteer said in surprise. The athlete looked over, his vision darkening. Another beautiful girl came over to cheer him on. This is driving me crazy. I want to rap you 100 times. 100 times. After downing 2 cans of Red Bull, Jiang Linyuan felt invigorated. He suddenly recalled a rather bizarre saying. If you feel the urge to urinate before a running race, you must hold it in, and only then will you have more motivation and urgency. Pretending to exert all his effort to win the race, in reality his bladder was already filled with urine. As he ran, he felt the pressure, and under the gaze of numerous spectators his thighs repeatedly rubbed against each other. Yet the more he moved, the more urine would escape into the urethra. In panic, he could only engage in this secret struggle alone, praying for the race to end soon. Thinking of this made him feel a bit uneasy. Jiang Linyuan wasn't particularly in need of a bathroom at the moment unless another can of Red Bull came along. Senior, I'm here to cheer for you. Are you really here to cheer me on and not to harm me? Yu Song bounced over to his side, fortunately empty-handed. Jiang Linyuan let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yu Song squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. I just saw that volunteer and Lin Yilin giving you water, so I won't bring you any. Oh, when did the master thief arrive? I'll bring you what they didn't give you, so you'll definitely have more motivation. As Yu Song spoke, her face flushed, and suddenly she raised her head and pecked Jiang Linyuan on the cheek. Her soft lips left a warm sensation that faded quickly. Jiang Linyuan didn't expect her to be so bold. He stared at Yu Song in silence. A cool autumn breeze brushed past, causing a few strands of hair to tickle his cheek, bringing a slight itch. Instinctively, Yu Song raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, but ended up making a gesture of encouragement, instead laughing, as she shouted, Senior, go for it. After saying that, she turned and skipped away towards the stands like a child. Her heart raced quickly. Yu Song clutched her pounding chest, feeling flushed all over. But she secretly turned her face to glance back at Jiang Linyuan, who stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with laughter. She truly liked him a lot. What a daring move. Jiang Linyuan watched Yu Song's departing figure without saying anything. If he got kissed, then so be it. After all, he wouldn't lose anything. Sigh, if only the genders were reversed, the master thief would have been refined into a research recommendation pill by now. You should be grateful that I am a broad-minded person. Click, click, click. What's that gnashing sound of a rodent? Turning his head, he saw a black-skinned athlete gnashing his teeth at him while holding a bottle of mineral water. What are you looking at, buddy? Jiang Linyuan asked. Bro, you're running 3 kilometers, alright. I'll be in your group later. The athlete forced a smile. The race course is not a dating scene. Rankings are ruthless. Standing on the track, everyone relies on their strength to compete. Jiang Linyuan looked at him oddly. Oh, it's fine. I'm just here for fun at the sports meet, not concerned about rankings. I see. You're just here to show off your love, huh? Not concerned about rankings. I'll make you understand what true sports. The athlete said, your mindset is pretty good. I see your mindset isn't doing so well. A child prodigy athlete. Jiang Linyuan shot him a glance and stopped talking. It was almost their turn to compete. 3 kilometers runners, come sign in. The referee shouted. Contestants came over and ticked their names off the list. The referee looked at the list in his hand and muttered, Computer Science Institute, Jiang Linyuan. That name sounds familiar. Athletes entered the field. Get ready. The referee called out. A few minutes later, all the male competitors in the 3,000-meter race took their positions, waiting for the starting gun. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp whistle sounded and the referee shouted, on your marks. Get set. The starting gun sound was deafening and it released a puff of white smoke. Go, go. As soon as the gun went off, cheers erupted from the stands with everyone shouting the names of their athletes. Jiang Linyuan. Go. Only at this moment did the referee realize Jiang Linyuan. Isn't he the one who disrupted that athlete's rhythm last time? With that thought, he quickly looked towards the track. Jiang Linyuan sprinted ahead, leading the pack and breaking the wind. Here we go again, disrupting the rhythm. This is a 3 kilometers run, not a 300. Know who told him to run like that? Looking closer, he noticed a gritting toothed athlete following closely behind. What a familiar scene. Some students would lose years off their lives just by encountering this. I've encountered it twice. The referee felt dizzy. Call the school doctor and get ready, hurry up. He kept his eyes fixed on the track, afraid something would go wrong. Suddenly, Jiang Linyuan accelerated again. The audience. Is he deliberately causing chaos? Several people's rhythms have been disrupted by him. Who is this? Can he even run? What does it matter to you? Did you run? A bunch of softies. In the stands, Shen Guoguo was furious and retorted loudly. How is his running bothering you? Jiang Linyuan could only let others speak ill of him. He couldn't. People nearby saw that the speaker was a child and didn't say much, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Linyuan was still leading, having completed nearly 3 laps, constantly speeding up and slowing down, causing those behind to feel nauseous. Some who were tricked into running for credits simply gave up and began to stroll leisurely. But the second-place athlete was different. He kept gritting his teeth and stayed right behind Jiang Linyuan. Damn, is this guy deliberately messing with my mindset? Crap. Just keep up, it's so uncomfortable. If I don't, I'm going to suffer and let the others enjoy the benefits. I bet you'll run out of steam. Jiang Linyuan glanced back at the athlete following him. This guy has some strength, he's not even gasping for air. Sigh, but I'm feeling a bit tired. What should I do? Hee. Jiang Linyuan gradually slowed down, and the athlete behind him brightened up. Ha ha ha, running out of steam are you? Renewed. Woohoo. Jiang Linyuan suddenly accelerated again, leaving the athlete behind almost dumbfounded. You can still run. In an instant, he couldn't take it anymore, struggling to breathe, slowing down to adjust. Before long, he couldn't see Jiang Linyuan anymore. But after a while, he saw him again. Jiang Linyuan was smiling cheerfully, running behind him, taking the lead. Crap. Did I just get lapped? What kind of stamina does this guy have? Let him win first in the sports meet. The athlete felt like his lungs were about to explode, and just as he managed to adjust his breathing, it got all messed up again. Damn. His legs suddenly lost strength, his left foot tripped over his right, and he stumbled and fell. What the heck? There's even a speed bump. Are props allowed in this race? Jiang Linyuan, who was closely following him, was startled and nearly fell himself, but his quick reflexes saved him from stepping on it. Hey buddy, don't mess with me. Jiang Linyuan stopped and squatted down, pulling the athlete to the side of the track, asking, Are you okay? The athlete was taken aback, feeling a bit touched. Normally during a race, opponents would just keep running and aren't you going back to the track? Jiang Linyuan waved his hand. A second in the race, friendship first, health is most. The athlete was moved to tears. Remembering his earlier dark thoughts, he felt extremely ashamed. Sorry buddy, I was a bit jealous of you at first, but I didn't expect you to take the race so lightly. Jiang Linyuan was quite casual, who said, I don't care about the race. Anyway, whether I rest or not, I'm still first, just chatting with you. Damn, I'm gasping again. Soon someone rushed over to take the athlete for a rest. Jiang Linyuan returned to the track for the final lap, sprinting. He effortlessly secured first place. Why is the track so smooth? Because there are no pebbles. After finishing the run, Jiang Linyuan was still full of energy. Feeling invincible was exhilarating. He casually found a place to sit and prepare to rest, but Zhang Huntao suddenly approached him, a camera hanging around her neck. He didn't know when she had put it on. Junior, is there something you need? Jiang Linyuan twisted open the cap of the mineral water bottle and took a sip to rinse his mouth. Just looking. Zhang Huntao said softly, barely audible. Looking at what? Zhang Huntao's face turned red, her pink lips parted as she said, looking at your legs. Uffed. Jiang Linyuan turned into a water cannon, spraying water everywhere. What are you talking about? Are we that familiar? Are you really going to look at my legs? Even when Xiao Su arrives, I won't show her. Zhang Juntang's face turned crimson as she tugged at his shirt, feeling uneasy, and whispered, Right here, you little brat. Jiang Linyuan rolled his eyes, deciding to ignore her. Zhang Juntang also realized her words could be misinterpreted and quickly grabbed him. Wait. Just a moment. What a strong girl. Jiang Linyuan turned his head, feeling a bit annoyed. Why wasn't? What do you want? Hurry up and say it. Hearing his tone, Zhang Juntang froze for a second or two, her head drooping, as if she was about to cry. I was worried you might get hurt. Just now, when you were running, that person in front of you suddenly fell. Her voice became softer and softer until it was barely audible. Seeing this, Jiang Linyuan didn't know what to say. This little brat had such a soft yet tough personality. She had the courage to care for me, but a single word from me made her cry. It's nothing. He slightly softened his tone and rolled up his pant leg to show her. See, Junior, there's nothing wrong at all. Zhang Juntang blinked, and seeing that there were indeed no injuries on his leg, she quietly apologized. I'm sorry I made you unhappy. It's truly difficult to communicate with her. Why does this little brat keep apologizing? Why lower herself so much? Junior Juntang, why do you apologize every day? With a personality like yours, you'll easily be bullied in the future. Jiang Linyuan reminded her, though he felt it wouldn't make much. No, I won't be bullied. Zhang Juntang suddenly lifted her head, her tone very firm. I won't let anyone. Still stubborn. You're secretly learning from Xiao Yilan, aren't you? What about that incident at the hospital? If Yu Song hadn't come to your rescue, wouldn't you have suffered? Jiang Linyuan said. She doesn't have more strength than me. There were too many people at that time. Zhang Juntang said quietly. I was thinking that if she pulled me away with fewer people. She secretly glanced at Jiang Linyuan, her voice dropping even lower. I would just fight back. Huh, did I hear that wrong? Did she say fight back? You don't think I'm fierce, do you? Zhang Juntang appeared somewhat uneasy again, looking nervous. What a contrast. She seemed submissive on the surface, but could pack a punch. Good job, Junior. I misjudged you when you were a freshman. Jiang Linyuan gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Juntang felt a bit shy, laughing with her head down. As long as you don't dislike me, that's fine. This little brat's attitude is really off. I only helped her carry her luggage during orientation. Does she have such a big filter? Thinking this, Jiang Linyuan asked, Junior, did you know me before? Zhang Juntang kept her head down, her hair covering her face, making her expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, her voice came, No, I don't know you. Really don't know? Jiang Linyuan pressed further. Don't know. Zhang Juntang said firmly. Surely it couldn't be love at first sight, right? Jiang Linyuan thought this little brat gives off a strange vibe. Does she have a crush on me? If so, so be it. Having a crush is like peeing in your pocket. It's warm, but only the person knows. And it cools down quickly. If you don't let others touch it, they can never know. Alright then, Junior, I want to rest for a bit. Do you have anything else to say? Jiang Linyuan said. Zhang Juntang bit her lip and said softly, Volunteers need to take good care of the athletes and serve them. They'll take care of Senior Jiang. She smiled. No wonder she and Xiao Yilin are in the same dorm. She has a knack for learning how to chat nonsense. But wait, Xiao Yilin didn't actually like to chat nonsense before. Who led her astray? So despicable. Alright then, Junior, serve me and give my legs a massage. Jiang Linyuan was still thinking about teasing the head of the department, so he made a request, hoping Zhang Juntang would back off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juntang secretly glanced at the audience area. What was she looking at? Was there something over there? Jiang Linyuan turned his head to look and saw Xiao Yilin still sitting there. Just as he returned his gaze, a small hand grabbed his. Zhang Juntang placed his hand on her thigh, her face turning bright red. You just do it. Jiang Linyuan instinctively squeezed once. Ugh. Zhang Juntang let out a strange sound, turning her head away, her face flushed. What the hell? Jiang Linyuan quickly withdrew his hand, staring at Zhang Juntang in disbelief. The sensation was quite nice, but this wasn't the time for that. Junior Juntang, what are you doing? Jiang Linyuan asked. Didn't you say squeeze? Squeeze my legs. Zhang Juntang stammered, not daring to look at him. I meant for you to massage my legs. Not for me to massage yours. What do you take me for? Junior, I have some matters to attend to. I need to go. It's urgent. Jiang Linyuan casually found an excuse to leave. This little brat was too rough-handed. Can I take a picture of you? Zhang Juntang also realized how bold her previous action was. Her face turned bright red, fidgeting restlessly. If Jiang Linyuan didn't leave, she would have to. Sure, go ahead and take it. Jiang Linyuan stood up and made a peace sign. MHM. Zhang Juntang didn't dare to look at him. She only picked up the camera and carefully examined Jiang Linyuan. She enjoyed this feeling, like a mouse in the dark could occasionally lift its head and greedily savor the sunlight. Junior, hurry up and shoot. Oh. She came back to her senses and pressed the shutter. Click. The sports field was bustling, the cheers echoing all around while her gaze was fixed on this moment. Under the sunlight, the boy in her heart smiled at her, radiant as an oil painting. I'm leaving now, Junior. MHM, goodbye, Senior Jiang. Zhang Juntang watched Jiang Linyuan's departing figure, gazing for a while before lowering her head, flipping through the photos on her camera. Photos of Jiang Linyuan's starting position, his sprinting form, and finally crossing the finish line. One by one, they flashed by like slides in her eyes, overlapping with her own gaze, twinkling slightly, even beautiful and delightful. Just looking at them made her smile. Yet she didn't realize that if she only looked at the photos, she would only receive the illusion. After being harassed by Zhang Juntang, Jiang Linyuan contemplated going to annoy Shen Wanyu. Where are you going, Senior? Why aren't you replying to me? I just saw a volunteer girl taking pictures of you. Who is she? The other party has cancelled. The other party has cancelled. The other party has cancelled. Within a mere 10 minutes, she had already made 5 or 6 calls. Faced with such a bad woman trying to monopolize him, Jiang Linyuan swiftly added her to the blacklist. No replies. If he did, she'd only become more eager, leaving the thief saint alone for a while to test her patience. I want to learn about love techniques. Don't bother me. First, let me ask where the minister is. Minister, I just ran 3 kilometers, but unfortunately I reached the finish line and don't know if I've reached your heart. Jiang Linyuan opened with a cheesy pickup line. I saw it. Shen Wanyu took a while to reply. Minister, where? I'm coming to find you. Jiang Linyuan asked again. Shen Wanyu seemed not to favor lengthy text exchanges. Aren't you going to rest a bit? A cool voice came from the phone. Look, the minister cares about me. She must have me in her heart. Minister, are you so concerned about me because you like me? I could be your boyfriend. Jiang Linyuan continued to maintain his composure. Rather than guessing, he directly asked back. You say he's too much. Laughable. If you can compliment, then do it more. I'm already tired of hearing your words. Shen Wanyu sighed, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Tired of hearing. Also, it's lost its novelty. They say there's a 7-year itch in marriages, but I and the minister have only been together for a little over a year, and we've already reached this point. Qin Shi Huang eating Sichuan pepper. What a win. Don't think too much. Shen Wenyu said suddenly. Damn, can she read minds over the phone? You're being too ominous. When will my A-class card give me a mind-reading skill to play with? Minister, where are you? Jiang Linyuan asked again. Turn around. Huh? Is my phone broken? Why is there an echo? He held the phone a bit farther away. I said turn around. What the hell? Jiang Linyuan turned around, and Shen Wenyu's calm face came into view. Their eyes met as she put down her phone and approached, asking lightly, Are you scared? Almost scared me to death. Good thing it's daytime. If it were night, how is this different from a female ghost? Wait, female ghosts can't appear during the day, so if one appears in the daytime, does that mean? Don't think too much. Shen Wenyu repeated. Minister, tell me in secret you can read minds, right? Jiang Linyuan asked. Shen Wenyu glanced at him. It's not mind reading, but it's just that my observation skills are better, that's all. It's a talent. As she spoke, she paused. Just like you running 3 kilometers without a rhythm and still full of energy, that's also a talent. I have a system. Do you have one? It's just a talent. Jiang Linyuan decided not to dwell on this issue anymore, and instead asked, Minister, have you had dinner? This time it's your treat. Shen Wenyu said as she walked ahead. Huh, is the minister about to explode my coins? Maybe she's learning from me stealing pieces of my betrothal gift, and one day she'll suddenly say she wants to marry me. Jiang Linyuan followed up and asked, Sure, what are we eating, a food stall? Sure. Such a perfunctory response. She doesn't care about me at all. How about hot pot? I want to eat hot pot. Sure. What about spicy hot pot? I want that. Sure. How about McDonald's? I remember there's a new set meal today. Food stall. Actually, Sha County snacks. Food stall. Shen Wenyu stopped, her calm eyes fixed on Jiang Linyuan. Oh, if the minister wants to eat at a food stall, just say so. So pretentious, am not refusing to treat you. Jiang Linyuan pouted, clearly displeased. This person. Shen Wenyu loosened her clenched fist, calming her emotions. The two walked out of the campus and casually found a food stall to sit down, eating and chatting. How has Su Muji been treating you lately? Shen Wenyu looked at Jiang Linyuan and asked. Every day, without fail, the minister has me in her heart. Xiao Su is okay with me, but she can't compare to how good the minister is to me. Jiang Linyuan said with a grin. Shen Wenyu added, She hates me, and I hate her. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. Although he already knew the two were at odds, hearing it from the minister's lips, Minister, don't worry. If Xiao Su fights with you, I will always stand by your side. He said earnestly. Using Xiao Su as a tool to boost my favorability. Shen Wenyu quietly looked at him and said, I think if you two get into a fight, it's mostly because of you stoking the flames from behind. Slander. I, Jiang Linyuan, am righteous. Am I someone who would do things that put others in a difficult position? Look at Lu Ting, if she has to thank me. Minister, Jiang Linyuan wanted to speak further, but Shen Wenyu directly interrupted him. Just keep your distance, I don't want to pry into your matters with her. Minister, are you jealous? Jiang Linyuan asked. Shen Wenyu sighed. Oh, she had lost count of how many times she had sighed at this thick-skinned person in front of her. I don't want to deal with you anymore. It's okay, I'll always be by the minister's side. When you want to talk to me, just call my name. Jiang Linyuan said. Then let it be that way. Shen Wenyu spoke in a very bland tone, giving off a flavor like lukewarm water. Their subsequent conversation was mostly Jiang Linyuan speaking with Shen Wenyu responding. Halfway through, Shen Wenyu suddenly said, Jiang Linyuan, are you thinking of making Su Muji like you? Huh? Jiang Linyuan was stunned. What's up with that? Are you two thinking on the same wavelength? No, I only like the minister. Shen Wenyu looked at him meaningfully and said, In Su Muji's world, there are generally only 2 types of people, the toys she likes and the toys she doesn't like. Jiang Linyuan, which type do you think you are? Jiang Linyuan thought for a moment. Which type is the minister? Shen Wenyu replied in a bland tone. The latter, and the kind that makes her grit her teeth in anger. Then it's your turn to answer. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Linyuan and paused. Be honest. This question isn't that important, is it? The former. Jiang Linyuan replied. Shen Wenyu withdrew her gaze and said calmly, Jiang, classmate, Su Muji had a wild cat when she was young. A wild cat. Did her mom raise it for her? Jiang Linyuan asked directly. Of course not, but she is Su Muji, she always finds a way, doesn't she? Shen Wenyu seemed to recall something and suddenly smiled. At that time her world only had herself and that cat, but not long after getting used to the cat's habits, she found it boring and casually found a place to put it, occasionally going to check on it. But she forgot it was a wild cat. After a while the cat actively abandoned her and ran away. This was something she couldn't tolerate. Even if she was the one who neglected the cat first, she couldn't accept it leaving her on its own. So to this day she still holds a grudge against that cat. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan, take her with you when you go climbing. Even if you don't say anything, I look forward to when she finds you boring and you abandon her again. So Xiao Su has such a dark history, huh? It's hilarious. She holds a grudge for a lifetime just because she was dumped by a cat. I should try some cold violence on her for a while and see how she reacts. Jiang Linyuan pondered and suddenly realized something extremely strange. How could someone as prideful as Xiao Su casually tell such a thing to the minister? Aren't you two on particularly bad terms? Shen Wenyu closed her eyes and said, Aren't you supposed to read minds? Lazy you speak. The performance is over now. Minister, how did you know about this? Her cat is raised at my place. Shen Wenyu said lightly. Jiang Linyuan sensed something was off and tentatively asked, Did you know when Shen Wenyu nodded. I just watched it run out. After all, it's not my cat. Minister, have you ever considered that this might be the reason Xiao Su holds a grudge against you? Jiang Linyuan inquired. Is that so? Shen Wanyu thought for a moment, seeming unconcerned, and casually replied, I initially thought the minister genuinely didn't know why she was disliked, and now it seems she completely doesn't care. But can the minister really raise a cat? Jiang Linyuan. Shen Wanyu called his name again, her calm eyes fixed on him. I want raise someone else's cat. The cat I raise must belong to me. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback and asked, what kind of cat does the minister think belongs to you? Shen Wanyu withdrew her gaze and said coolly, first it has to like me as its owner, of course, whether I like it or not, that's my business. The night was slightly chilly as she tucked her hair blown by the autumn wind behind her ear, a faint smile gracing her face. Jiang Linyuan smiled back, saying, Minister, I think the same. First I need to make the cat like me. Is that so? Shen Wanyu nodded, repeating her words for the third time that night. Then that's it. After dinner, it was almost dark as they returned to their respective schools. Jiang Linyuan took out his phone and unlocked the thief saint. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw a girl squatting at the door, hugging her knees. Have you eaten? He walked over and asked. The girl looked up suddenly at the sound, her dull face instantly lighting up. Senior, you're back. How long have you been waiting? Jiang Linyuan casually sat beside her and asked. Not long, just a few minutes, Yu Song said with a mischievous smile, winking at him. Is that so? Is there something you want to discuss? Just wanted to see you, Senior. It's not like I'm going to suddenly disappear. But you blocked me for so long. Yu Song's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Do you even know why I blocked you? Seeing her cheeks red from the cold, Jiang Linyuan softened his tone a bit. Junior, your possessiveness is too strong. I know. You replied softly, her hands hanging down, then suddenly smiled. Senior, I waited for you for a few minutes. Can you spare me a few minutes? Before Jiang Linyuan could respond, she lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his chest. Just a few minutes will do. Jiang Linyuan pushed her away slightly, but she stubbornly leaned in again, bumping into him playfully, while muttering, not even a few minutes. That's quite stingy. If I give you a few minutes today, next time you'll want more. Junior, I'm not your boyfriend, just your senior. I have my own life, and so do you. Jiang Linyuan pushed her again, applying a bit more force. Yu Song was pushed back, glaring at Jiang Linyuan. You're single. I'm single too. Can't I pursue my senior? How can you hug and cuddle before you even start pursuing someone? How can I pursue you without hugging and cuddling? Another day being confused by this girl. Jiang Linyuan ignored her, turned around, and walked upstairs. Yu Song stomped her feet in anger, shouting, Jiang Linyuan, I won't give up. As he swiped his card to enter the dormitory, Aunt hesitated for a moment and reminded him, child, that girl is waiting for you. I saw her standing there for almost an hour. She really likes you. Jiang Linyuan merely nodded. Waiting for more than an hour sounds romantic and touching, right? For those who like each other, yes, but if it's unrequited love apart from feeling moved, one gains nothing. No, it might even lead to catching a cold. Foolish thief saying, at least bring me something. Who would be moved just standing there? If that were enough to make me feel something, I would have already fallen for the school streetlights. Action and thoughtful gifts are the most touching gestures. One must give their most important things to the person they cherish. Girls are like this, and so are boys. What's most important to boys? Of course it's style. When getting circumcised, keep the cut piece and turn it into a unique engagement ring for the girl you love the most. This way, in both your life and your body, she occupies a part of it. Isn't she beautiful? Doesn't anyone think this is? Yu Song stared at Jiang Linyuan's departing figure, pouting. I just knew he would block me. Ooh, I only asked a few more questions, didn't I? After waiting so long, he wouldn't even give a hug. I should bring breakfast to my senior tomorrow morning. Ooh, I heard that doing this will make boys feel touched. As she was leaving, she felt someone staring at her, frowned, and looked back. A girl with a camera was taking night shots of the sky. It was too dark to see her face clearly. Why is she taking night shots in the boys' dormitory? Just a fleeting thought, but she didn't think much of it, and turned to leave. Once Yu Song walked far away, the girl with the camera put it down and stared in the direction she left, pursing her lips. Another one. She lowered her head and looked at the photo taken with the camera. Yu Song and Jiang Linyuan were embracing. There was a heaviness in her chest, though she intended to observe him from afar. But it still felt so painful. The girl silently put down her camera and stood in the spot where Yu Song had just embraced Jiang Linyuan. Under the light, her solitary shadow stretched long. Click. She took a picture of her shadow, thinking to herself, be content, Zhang Juntang. Someone like you will never be. On Saturday, it was the day Jiang Linyuan had arranged to climb the mountain with the minister. He woke up early to go for a morning run, but his phone was bombarded with messages from Yu Song. Senior, I brought you breakfast. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Send a photo. Jiang Linyuan replied with a photo of the playground. Junior, if you're bringing me breakfast, remember to come earlier next time. Have you ever seen the sunrise at Xingnan University at 5 in the morning? Chasing after boys requires effort. Oh, then I will wake up early for you every day, Senior. How greasy. What for me? You're clearly doing it for yourself. Got it, Junior. I'm off to a date with Su Muji Bai. After sending the message, Jiang Linyuan directly blacklisted her. Yu Song looked at the red exclamation mark on her phone, infuriated, stomping her feet. I knew you would block me. Unable to contact Jiang Linyuan, she turned her attention to the contact in her WeChat list named Green Tea Licking Dog Deserves to Die. In fact, she had wanted to reach out for a long time, but thinking back to the first impression she left on him, she felt it wasn't great, and couldn't bring herself to speak. It seems she must take the initiative now. Senior, is there a girl named Su Muji around you? Do you know her? Jiang Linyuan and Shen Wanyu had arranged to climb Zijing Mountain at night. If the weather was good, they might even see the sunrise. At that time, he would deliver a touching confession paired with a small gift, creating the perfect atmosphere to make the minister fall head over heels. But what should he give the minister? Let's ask the wonderful little Su. Young Jiang. Little Su, does the minister have any favorite things? Shen Wanyu maybe. She loves spiders, the fluffy kind, preferably the poisonous ones. Got it, the minister hates spiders the most. Young Jiang, thanks little Su. Next time he'll bring you a big spider that spits sticky stuff. Hee. Haha, I don't want Jiang classmate to cosplay as a spider. Are you going to night climb Zijing Mountain with Shen Wanyu? I haven't even spoken yet. Has the minister been secretly in touch with little Su? Young Jiang. Yes, little Su, don't be jealous. If you ask nicely, I might take you along. Hee. It seems I need to share this news with you, Song. I should tell Xiao Yilin too. Young Jiang. Little Su, our relationship is so good. How can you let others intrude? We are best friends. Hee. See you at the school gate after dinner. In the end, he didn't even ask what the minister liked to wait. Bringing little Su along would be the best gift, right? The question itself is the answer. Young Jiang. Little Su, I will treat you well from now on. Time passed quickly to the evening. On the way out of the school, there were few people. Jiang Linyuan took out his phone, snapped a picture, and sent a message to Shen Wanyu. Minister, are you on your way? Shen Wanyu replied with a photo. I have arrived. The minister is as efficient as ever. She actually didn't wait for me. Minister, why didn't you wait for me? Shen Wanyu didn't reply, but Jiang Linyuan knew the answer. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he saw Su Muji, her face full of smiles. Jiang classmate, did you bring your ID? After climbing the mountain at night, we might have to climb another one afterwards. She opened with a suggestive remark. This little Su was getting bolder. Jiang Linyuan glanced at her chest and said, is that even a mountain? Su Muji smiled and stepped on him. Where are your eyes looking? I don't understand. If there's nothing there, why can't I look? She stepped on him again. The two boarded the subway, and as they were approaching their stop, Su Muji suddenly took Jiang Linyuan's hand. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback and turned to look at her. What are you doing? Little Su, don't be so touchy. I was wondering if Shen Wanyu would get angry when she sees you and me holding hands when we come out. Su Muji raised Jiang Linyuan's hand, beaming. Are you very concerned about this? Jiang Linyuan hesitated for a moment. No. It's just a bizarre feeling, like a pet suddenly walking upright. His hand was caught in little Su's unyielding grip. Jiang Linyuan, have you been increasingly outrageous with how you refer to me? Su Muji squinted her eyes, gripping Jiang Linyuan's hand tightly. That means our relationship is getting better, little Su. The grip tightened further. Although not strong, he could clearly feel her displeasure. Let's go. I can't wait to see Shen Wanyu. Su Muji tugged at Jiang Linyuan hand in hand, walking side by side, as if they were a real couple, chatting and laughing as they exited the subway. Little Su, loosen your grip a bit. Jiang classmate, wouldn't be shy, would you? No, your hands are sweaty, sticky. If you keep talking nonsense, I will toss you into the Huangpu River. Oh. But you really. Su Muji smiled and stepped on him, signaling him to stop talking. Still at Sundara. Let me teach you a lesson. Jiang Linyuan chuckled coldly, changing the way he held her hand, weaving his fingers through Su Muji's, their hands intertwined. Shy are you? Little Su. Su Muji turned her head to look at him for a moment, then suddenly let out a nonsensical laugh. Really tough. She looked down at their hands, allowing him to hold hers. Wait, why does it feel like I've been played? Jiang Linyuan slowly loosened his grip, but another small hand immediately grabbed onto him. Looking down, Su Muji wore a playful smile. You want to leave after touching my hand? Be careful, I might accuse you of harassment, Jiang classmate. It was clearly you who wouldn't let go. You just want to take advantage of me, don't you? Shameless girl. Furious, what a sly accusation, you shameless girl. Forget it, a life is like being strong, and if you can't resist, just enjoy it. Not to mention little Su's hand is quite nice to hold, soft and warm. Squeeze a little. Don't move around anymore. The smile on Su Muji's face finally disappeared as she shot Jiang Linyuan a glare. Jiang Linyuan decided not to continue. After all, little Su was still a girl. The two, originally playful, held hands in silence with neither saying a word. Before long, Jiang Linyuan caught sight of Shen Wanyu. She wore a black windbreaker on top and matching wide-leg pants, carrying a black backpack. The all-black outfit combined with her cool demeanor gave her a sharp, assassin-like vibe. Shen Wanyu first stared at Jiang Linyuan, then shifted her gaze to Su Muji, who was smiling brightly beside her. You're quite punctual. Su Muji deliberately shook Jiang Linyuan's hand and smiled, saying, Yes, both Jiang and I are very. Shen Wanyu's gaze dropped to their hands, pausing briefly before saying flatly, Truly as low quality as ever. Su Muji didn't see the response she had anticipated, feeling somewhat bored, and slowly released Jiang Linyuan's hand. You asked me to come, yet you say such things. Ignoring her, Shen Wanyu looked at Jiang Linyuan and frowned. Is this what you're wearing? Jiang Linyuan looked down at himself, wearing a gray sweater. Was it really that ugly? Did the minister think I would embarrass her? It will be quite cold tonight. Shen Wanyu said calmly. Deputy Jiang, only uncivilized apes rely on their body heat for warmth, while humans typically choose to wear more layers. Minister, you may understand apes and humans, but you do not understand me. I possess the existence of a superhuman. Jiang Linyuan paid no mind, smiling. Minister, do not underestimate the physique of an adult male. Shen Wanya's expression was extremely indifferent. If you get cold, I won't lend you my coat. Oh, so there are such benefits. Minister, sometimes you can underestimate me. Jiang Linyuan said with a grin. Shen Wanyu pointed at Su Muzi beside them. If it gets cold, you can take her clothes. Among the three, Su Muzi was dressed the warmest, already wearing a padded jacket. Hehe, she's such a thief, Jiang Linyuan. Su Muzi laughed casually, then leaned closer to Jiang Linyuan's ear and whispered, haven't you planned anything for this mountain climb? For example, making Shen Wanyu sprain her ankle so you can carry her up the mountain. Jiang Linyuan looked at her as if she were silly. If her ankle is sprained, what mountain climbing? Are you out of your mind? Su Muzi's smile twitched. Then you can carry her down the mountain. Jiang Linyuan thought for a moment and agreed with her. All right. Later you can crouch in the bushes pretending to be a wild boar and see if you can scare the minister. Wild boars are a specialty of Zijin Mountain, especially active at night, with signs warning beware of wild boars along the way. Having Su Muzi acted out shouldn't be a problem. He let Jiang Linyuan take care of pretending to be a wild boar himself. Su Muzi sneered. Su Muzi, aren't we accomplices? Su Muzi just smiled. The two continued talking as they began their ascent. Many people were climbing at night, over the weekend their flashlights illuminating the path, mostly young people, making the night feel lively rather than desolate. Shen Wanyu watched the interaction between the two, without speaking, making it seem like she was truly just here to hike. Jiang Linyuan noticed her silence, and walked a few steps to catch up. Minister, are you lonely alone? Shen Wanyu glanced at him. I suggest you pay more attention to Su Muzi. Huh, what does that mean? Is she starting to speak in riddles? I mean it literally. Shen Wanyu turned her head, and said, Su Muzi's stamina is quite poor as she'll probably be exhausted halfway through. Huh, Su Muzi has poor stamina. Jiang Linyuan turned back to look at Su Muzi. Remembering her fierce play during badminton, she was an active person. How could she lack stamina? Has she been mining too much? Her body seems weak. You'll know when the time comes. Shen Wanyu as usual read his mind, and Jiang Linyuan was already desensitized to it. Even if one day she suddenly mentioned the color of her underwear, he might not be surprised. After walking for a while, Su Muzi indeed began to tire. She was breathing heavily, yet her face still bore a smile, fixating on Shen Wanyu walking ahead. How? Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muzi and asked. Su Muzi indeed felt she could hardly hold on. A short break should be fine. I won't wait for you, but if you want to rest, go ahead. Shen Wanyu glanced at Su Muzi and said indifferently. You really look down on people. Su Muzi wore a sweet smile, completely dismissing the idea of resting, and stepped forward. Shen Wanyu had surprisingly good stamina walking this far, without stopping, instead quickening her pace. Su Muzi naturally refused to be surpassed, desperately following her. Speaking of which, Su Muzi was the same back when they played badminton. She was very competitive. Watching her panting, Jiang Linyuan shook his head, walking beside her and asking, do you need help? Not right now, Su Muzi replied, but her foot slipped and she instinctively grabbed Jiang Linyuan's arm. Jiang Linyuan instinctively supported her, and due to inertia they were almost pressed together, lightly bumping into each other. Still don't need it. Jiang Linyuan looked at Su Muzi, trying to stifle a laugh. The slap of reality came too fast. Su Muzi's expression was not good, but she had to admit she really could not climb anymore. You carry me. Huh. Jiang Linyuan was taken aback. What did you say? You carry me. Su Muzi said expressionlessly. Can't we take a break? Jiang Linyuan asked. Will you carry me or not? Su Muzi stared into his eyes. Su Muzi, I can carry you, but remember we can be friends who go through thick and thin, but do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Jiang Linyuan reminded her with a serious expression. This person. Su Muzi was almost laughing out of anger. What did Shen Wanyu see in him? Just as she thought this, she suddenly felt a force lift her up. Don't move around, I'll hold the flashlight for me. Jiang Linyuan cradled Su Muzi's legs and carried her. Su Muzi was momentarily stunned, then began to laugh softly. Her clear and mischievous laughter echoed in Jiang Linyuan's ears, proud and joyful. What are you laughing at? Jiang Linyuan asked in a strange tone. Of course it's because something funny happened. Su Muzi said, casually waving the flashlight around. Stop moving, the light is blinding. Jiang Linyuan shook his body, signaling Su Muzi to settle down. Su Muzi's hands rested on Jiang Linyuan's shoulders, the flashlight aimed at Shen Wanyu's back. Hurry up, Jiang Linyuan, otherwise it won't just be me getting left behind. Su Muzi, if you keep talking I'll just drop you on the ground right now. Then I'll have to hold on tight, to Jiang Linyuan. The two exchanged words, and Jiang Linyuan's pace didn't slow down despite carrying Su Muzi, nor did it quicken in chasing after Shen Wanyu. They walked leisurely toward the mountaintop. Walking ahead, Shen Wanyu glanced sideways, revealing a faint smile, and slowed her pace. Xiao Su wasn't particularly heavy, she felt as light as a cloud when carried, but her clothes were quite substantial. The fabric was soft to the touch, and thankfully, she was wearing cotton. If it were summer, the Saint fruit might have been prickly. What are you thinking about? Su Muji suddenly leaned forward, poking her head from Jiang Linyuan's shoulder. With a turn of her head, their noses almost collided. Instinctively, Su Muji wanted to retract her head, but forced herself to stay still, smiling, as she asked Jiang, are you feeling a little moved? Looking at Xiao Su's slightly flushed face, a faint fragrance wafted into Jiang Linyuan's nose. He pondered. Xiao Su, it's not even the new year yet. How have you already become pickled? Xiao Su's smile immediately vanished, and she used a flashlight to pin his neck. Jiang, do you know? When a person is submerged to the bottom of the sea, they cannot speak. In a country bumpkin never been to the bottom of the sea, but surely someone rich like Xiao Su must have. However, I want to remind you that staying underwater for too long can cause your head to fill with water. Her grip tightened around his neck. Seeing Jiang Linyuan's silent, Su Muji nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Shen Wanyu ahead. She did it on purpose. Did you notice? If you didn't notice, I could just retire and let Xiao Yilin take over. She invited Shen Wanyu to climb the mountain, knowing full well Xiao Su lacked stamina, yet specifically instructed to take her along, using Xiao Su's stubborn nature to create opportunities for closeness. Minister, why do you still enjoy wearing a green hat? How do you have such a peculiar hobby? You both seem to have similar thoughts. Su Muji scoffed. Look, her personality is quite unpleasant too. She treats you like a tool, so you must shake her off when the time comes. Xiao Su, you're just as bad. Or even Jiang, you're not a good person either. I'm just a simple country person. Hee. After bantering for a while, Su Muji suddenly smiled. Jiang, she wants me to feel moved, but is it possible you might feel moved first and fall for me? Have you weakened to the point of losing your mind? Shen Wanyu is too arrogant. This woman always thinks she has everything under control. Ignoring Jiang Linyuan's words, Su Muji smiled lightly. Jiang, since she challenged me first, I naturally won't back down. Want me to feel moved? I'll use this to make you, Jiang, completely infatuated. It's not time for bed, yet don't talk nonsense. Su Muji tapped Jiang Linyuan with the flashlight. It seems I need to train you to become a version of yourself that I'm satisfied with before you fall for me. Jiang Linyuan didn't want to listen to this girl's musings and continued walking. After a while, Shen Wanyu stopped and turned to Jiang. Aren't you tired? Sudden concern, could it be that the minister wants me to carry her? Minister, I'm not tired. Even if I have to carry you too, it won't be a problem. Jiang Linyuan said, and Xiao Su punched him. Shen Wanyu sighed. I see, sacrificing human intelligence for the strength of a beast. No, Minister, I lied. I actually am in pain now. Where does it hurt? My heart hurts. Hearing you say that makes my heart ache. Shen Wanyu showed a sympathetic expression. So wild boars can disguise themselves as humans too. Is this getting more and more? Earlier, they were like beasts. How did they devolve into wild boars again? Noted today is the minister's physiological period, and her mood is understandable. Shen Wanyu shot Jiang Linyuan a glare, feeling that he had read her mind again. The minister is a jerk, a cold-blooded mother tyrannosaurus, an ice mountain that toys with emotions. Jiang Linyuan thought many bad things about Shen Wanyu, but she showed no reaction. It seems reading minds isn't always effective. After a while, Xiao Su felt her stamina had recovered enough and no longer needed Jiang Linyuan to carry her. The three of them safely reached the mountain top without encountering any wild boars. This left Jiang Linyuan somewhat regretful. The chance to heroically save a beauty was missed. The wild boars of Zijin Mountain had been frightened away by my superhuman presence, trembling in fear. Upon reaching the summit, they found a large group of people gathered, quite noisy, resembling a tribe of wild people holding a bizarre ceremony. Together. Promise him. Jiang Linyuan leaned closer and discovered a boy kneeling with a bouquet, confessing to a girl. I like you, my heart beats for you. Will you be my girlfriend? The boy looked deeply at the girl before him, holding a microphone in his right hand. It was obvious he had prepared for this. Together. People nearby laughed and shouted while the girl in the center looked a bit troubled, her lips moving as if saying something, but the surrounding noise was too loud to hear. It's rare to see such a public confession. This method seems quite old-fashioned. Su Muji pulled out a foldable stool from somewhere, sat on it, and looked at the crowd disdainfully. Shen Wanyu quietly watched, took a sip of water from her bag, and commented, if both parties have feelings for each other to a certain extent, this might count as romantic. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan felt Shen Wanyu was hinting at him. Just as he was about to speak, he caught her icy gaze that seemed to say, don't even think about it, Jiang. The real culprit will even hit me. Can you even take me on? Jiang Linyuan shrugged, looking at the couple in the center. I feel the girl won't agree. This method feels a bit pressuring. Shen Wanyu nodded. You can tell from the girl's expression. The girl's feelings might not matter anymore. Su Muji looked at the crowd jeering and sneered. What's important is that these people want to see the girl agree. It's really annoying. This is collective bullying. Shen Wanyu maintained a calm expression. Then it depends on whether the boy knows when to back off. It's truly foolish, Shen Wanyu. Perhaps there are people among those cheering who were invited by him. Su Muji smiled brightly, looking like she was enjoying the show, and turned to Jiang Linyuan. Jiang, if you were here, what would you? Would you force the girl to agree with the crowd's support, or would you disregard your dignity, be rejected, and flee in shame? Jiang Linyuan thought for a moment, and said, if it were me, I would say this. He took a deep breath, looking at Shen Wanyu with deep affection. My heart beats only for you. I wish I could take it out and give it to you as a jumping Dan. Though it's not hard enough, it will always strive for you. Shen Wanyu's face was cold. Say that to Su Muji. Jiang Linyuan turned away. Su Muji remained expressionless. You dare to say, I might just push you off the mountain right now. Such indifference, neither of them understands my romance. Jiang Linyuan felt that a saying was quite profound. The soul of a poet is often solitary. It is normal and understandable that Xiao Su and the minister cannot comprehend his romantic notions. He stood between the two, silently watching the confession scene. The boy, seeing the girl not respond, shouted again, Be with me. If you shed a single tear in the future, I will slaughter a city. Jiang Linyuan mercilessly mocked. Don't you think what he said is incredibly awkward? Using lines copied from the internet for a confession. He paused for a moment, revealing a smug smile. If it were me, I would definitely say if you take a dump, I will give you a pat. Su Muji no longer wanted to look at him, presenting him with the back of her head. Shen Wanyu sidestepping back a bit. The onlookers beside them cast strange glances at Jiang Linyuan. What a strange species. The girl being confessed to merely looked at the boy in embarrassment. It is already awkward to be confessed to in public, and to recite such cringeworthy lines made it even worse. She mustered her courage and shouted, I'm sorry, I don't want to be with you. Her voice was loud enough for even the outermost Jiang Linyuan to hear clearly. But the crowd seemed not to hear, and the uproar grew louder, as if they were deliberately trying to drown out the girl's rejection. Be together. You must be together. Agree to him. Agree to him. The boy who confessed felt joyful inside. He had hired a few people to deliberately create a ruckus for today. Yi had a thin skin, and her earlier rejection probably drained all her courage. Now all she needed was a little push. Seeing this, Su Muji flashed a provocative smile at Shen Wanyu. How romantic he. Shen Wanyu pressed her forehead and sighed helplessly. What a buzzkill to encounter such a thing. Su Muji looked at Jiang Linyuan with interest. Jiang, aren't you going to do something? If you stand up for that girl now, you would gain quite a bit of goodwill. Xiao Su was coming up with another absurd idea. But let's check the level first. Target by E. Bad girl level DD, level not much to gain. Don't the onlookers have other righteous champions? Step up. I will support you. So disgusting. A righteous champion has emerged. But why does the voice sound exactly like the minister's? Jiang Linyuan turned to see Shen Wanyu push through the crowd, walking straight up to the boy, who confessed, she rejected you, didn't you hear? Hehe, I knew it. Su Muji revealed a faint smile, looking at Jiang Linyuan. This is a good opportunity, Jiang. This scene couldn't have been arranged by Xiao Su, could it? Jiang Linyuan gasped, looking at Su Muji. Don't look at me like that. I'm not like Shen Wanyu, who enjoys exposing people's scars. Su Muji lazily lounged on the folding chair, looking like she was enjoying a show. The boy who confessed stared at the suddenly appearing Shen Wanyu, momentarily stunned. Who is this person? Yes, Yi has already rejected you. What are you still doing? At this moment, another girl's voice rang out, a petite girl glaring at the boy. Bai saw her and rushed over to grab her hand, showing a look of relief. Xiao, you finally came. They look like good friends. Another late arriving righteous champion. Jiang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the newly target. Xiao, bad girl level B. Huh. D level and B level are good friends. Interesting. Su Muji sat up, sizing up the newly arrived Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao glared at the boy, frowning as she shouted, Gu Ming, are you bullying E? She just rejected you. Gu Ming looked around, signaling to a few hired people to say something. But unfortunately, although there were many people creating a ruckus, most were just clueless bystanders, and only 2 or 3 of the loudest ones were hired by him. They weren't fools, as seeing this scene, they immediately went silent. Anyway, they had already been paid. Gu Ming watched a few of them run away, his mouth twitching. Damn these people. So what if the girl rejected you? Brother, you don't have to be too heartbroken. What do you mean? You were clearly making a scene just now. Did you not? Everyone was just joining in for the fun. What's the big deal? The crowd suddenly became a bit noisy, but no major disputes arose, and soon dispersed, each finding a spot to wait for dawn. So disgusting. Shen Wanyu closed her eyes and repeated. This time it was unclear who she was referring to. Gu Ming, if you continue like this, don't expect to invite Yi out again. Zhang Xiao said with a serious face. Bai Yi, who was beside her, still wanted to say something, but was firmly interrupted. Gu Ming is just that kind of fool, don't take it to heart. After that, she turned to Gu Ming and said, this time if you don't apologize sincerely to Yi, she will definitely. Bai Yi paused, her expression not looking good, only responding with an Jiang Linyuan observed, revealing an amused expression. No wonder she is AB level. With just one sentence, she took away the power for others to speak. So disgusting. The watching Su Muji laughed and said, looking at Jiang Linyuan, but isn't it interesting? Jiang Linyuan ignored her and instead looked at Zhang Xiao. Should he use this B card? To be honest, he felt a bit of physiological aversion toward Zhang Xiao. Not particularly inclined to use it. Forgive? You still plan to forgive him? Shen Wanyu turned to Bai Yi, who was silently standing aside, and asked curiously. Before Bai Yi could speak, Zhang Xiao immediately intervened. Who are you? Don't ruin our friendship. Shen Wanyu looked at Zhang Xiao without mercy, saying, so disgusting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao's brows immediately furrowed. What do you mean? Gu Ming on the other side felt that his relationship with Bai Yi would still rely on Zhang Xiao, and he looked at Shen Wanyu with displeasure. What do you mean? So eager to meddle in others' affairs. What a dog, forcing someone to accept your confession and feeling proud of it. Your brain must be as loose as your backside. You can't hold your poop, can you? Jiang Linyuan stepped out, having long been displeased with someone like Gu Ming, and happened to take the opportunity to boost his favor with the minister. Where did this sycophant come from? Is it Fei Yangyang? Zhang Xiao glared at him. Did he say you were one? Jiang Linyuan turned his head, just about to retort, when he found Shen Wanyu standing in front of Zhang Xiao. Bang! A swift and decisive punch to the gut. Shen Wanyu retracted her hand, looking at Zhang Xiao, who was holding her stomach, and calmly said, so disgusting. P.S. What does everyone think about changing the title of the book? What should it be changed to? Shen Wanya's sudden punch left everyone present in shock, including Jiang Linyuan. In his memory, although the minister had a cold temperament, he rarely resorted to violence. Shen Wanyu looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with an impassive expression. I am the one involved in this matter. Are you suffering from any psychosomatic disorders induced by your mental state? Provoking a man with the strength of a Neanderthal. Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but interject, Minister, that last part was unnecessary. What provocation? Zhang Xiaoxiao clutched her stomach, her face twisted in pain. It seemed Shen Wanya's punch. Possibly intimidated by the force of Shen Wanya's punch, she hesitated to retaliate and angrily asked, what does it matter to you if I help ye? Shen Wanyu calmly replied, if you truly wanted to dissuade this farce, you should have stepped forward much earlier rather than standing in the crowd with a look of amusement, cheering it on. Zhang Xiaoxiao, flustered by these words, immediately retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Then she turned to Bai Yi, saying, don't believe her. I just got here. Oh, a plastic friendship pushing her friend into a pit. I can't let the best friend live a good life. Jiang Linyuan watched Bai Yi, wondering how she would respond. Bai Yi glanced at Shen Wanyu, hesitated, and tugged at Zhang Xiaoxiao's sleeve. Xiao, let's not make a scene. We should leave quickly, but it's already awkward being confessed to. Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up. You don't believe me. We've been good friends for so many years. I even got punched. Are you really just going to say you left because it was? Bai Yi dared not look at her, biting her lip. But you were the one who spoke ill of her, and that boy only scolded Gume. Although it was a bit harsh, he was right. I only knew him for a few days before getting into this. Zhang Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on Bai Yi's hand, her voice tinged with grievance. But in the one who got hit before you fell into the river, and I risked everything to save you. Is this how you repay me? Bai Yi felt pain from her grip and wanted to pull away, but couldn't. She quietly asked, what do you want to do? Seeing her relent, Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled again. You really are my best friend. Just call your uncle and tell him someone is bullying you. Isn't he the director of the local police station? Dad is very busy, this kind of thing. We are good friends, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao grabbed Bai Yi's hand again, a smile on. Bai Yi looked at her, smile, feeling a bit breathless, and timidly said, how about we explain things clearly? That girl is standing up for me. She's a good person. It doesn't have to be. It's settled. He'll call uncle, and you just say it, okay? Zhang Xiaoxiao interrupted her firmly and turned to Shen Wanyu. Hey, it seems you are still a college student. Today I'll let you know who you can provoke and who you cannot. Your future is just a phone call away. As she spoke, she took out her phone, seemingly contacting someone. Gu Ming, standing aside, looked at Jiang Linyuan with pride. Yi's dad is the director of this district's police station. Your girlfriend's punch could be serious. Jiang Linyuan, having heard the conversation, wore a strange expression. It really does matter who you know in this world. But how big does your background need to be considered significant? You might not even bleed as red as others. The police station director. Su Muji, watching the drama unfold, suddenly showed a disinterested expression, looking at Bai Yi. What's your surname? Bai, what's wrong? Bai Yi was taken aback, but still answered her. A host controlled by parasites is true. Su Muji let out a cold laugh, stretched lazily, and stood up. Today is my first time climbing a mountain to watch the sunrise. I've seen enough fun. Don't disturb my mood from here on. As she spoke, she tapped on her phone a few times and handed it to Bai Yi. Answer the call, put it on speaker, so that parasite beside you can listen too. Bai Yi didn't know who Su Muji was, but her firm demeanor left her unsure how to refuse, so she took the phone. Is this Miss Su? Why are you calling me so late? A calm, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing this voice, both Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Yi, who were on the call, froze. Daddy! Bai Yi exclaimed. The voice on the other end paused and hesitantly asked, Ms. Su, is Yi with you? I've had a minor disagreement with your daughter's friend, Su Muji said lightly. I understand. My apologies, Ms. Su. My Yi is rather innocent and easily deceived by unsavory characters. Please don't take it to heart. If she has offended you in any way, I apologize. I don't want to meddle in family education. Just call your daughter to talk about it yourself. Su Muji said nonchalantly. Understood, thank you for your understanding. After hanging up, Bai Yi's phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly handed the phone back to Su Muji and answered the incoming call. Yes. Okay. It's nothing. It's Xiao, it should be fine. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Gu Ming, who had yet to make their calls, stared blankly at the scene before them, feeling an absurd sense of dreaming. Wait, am I in heaven? Bai Yi looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, tugging at her hand, and whispered, Dad says we should apologize if we can, and if not, we shouldn't create conflict with them. Zhang Xiaoxiao forced a smile, realizing she had truly offended someone she couldn't afford to provoke. She didn't dare say more, and led Bai Yi to a farther place. Shen Wanyu, I helped you once, you know. Su Muji stood beside Shen Wanyu, smiling brightly. Thank you. Shen Wanyu looked at her seriously. Su Muji was taken aback for a moment, then her lips curled into a smile. Only thanking me, and not Jiang classmate. Shen Wanyu turned her head to gaze at the dimly lit sky. No need for you to worry about that. Looking at Xiao Su, who easily sent Zhang Xiaoxiao and Bai Yi away with a single phone call, Jiang Linyuan once again realized how terrifying her family background truly was. But that's alright. I am the certified boyfriend of Xiao Su in pursuit by Aunt Shikima. I can be considered half a heavenly court person now. In the future, I can leverage Xiao Su's background as a shield. As Jiang Linyuan pondered whether to sing, accidentally entering the heavenly family, a voice rang in his ears. Thank you just now. Shen Wanya's words came through the thin mist. Minister, what I want to hear is not a thank you. Jiang Linyuan replied with a playful grin. Then you still can't hear what you want to hear. Shen Wanyu tucked her windswept hair behind her ear and continued back. Then, when we were in the external liaison department, you were the same way. Do you remember what I said back then? When Jiang Linyuan first targeted Shen Wanyu as a grade card to conquer, he had indeed formulated a plan, but unfortunately, there was no progress. What truly brought the two closer was an event planning a year ago. Shen Wanyu's personality was sharp-tongued, and she was collaborating with a girl at that time. The two had some conflict, and that girl spread unfounded rumors about her in the external liaison department, making Shen Wanyu quite unpopular. This was normal. Shen Wanyu's cold personality and sharp remarks always gave people a sense of superiority. Those who knew her already had a poor impression, and after such a stir, everyone basically avoided her. Of course, Jiang Linyuan at that time, being new and inexperienced, thought that punishing that girl would earn him Shen Wanyu's favor. In the end, that girl did apologize to Shen Wanyu, but he ended up with a bad reputation. The title of Heartbreaker Identifier was spread by that girl to both disgust Jiang Linyuan and Shen Wanyu. At that time, Shen Wanyu said to him, I'd rather be hated by others than help me, how foolish. I'd rather be hated by others than help me, how foolish. Shen Wanyu looked into Jiang Linyuan's eyes and repeated, Minister, I did help you, how can you call me that? Jiang Linyuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. Deputy Minister Jiang, it seems that over the past year your physical fitness and brain capacity have grown inversely proportional, as you only remember half of it. Shen Wanyu sighed. How could I forget? I'm just afraid that if I say it the minister will fall for me. Jiang Linyuan smiled and completed the rest of the sentence, but I don't dislike foolish people. You have earned my friendship, from today on you are considered my friend. Shen Wanyu nodded in satisfaction. It seems you still remember my kindness. Minister, what if Xiao Su hadn't come out to help just now? You have an uncle to back you up, but I'm just a small fry without any background. Don't worry, you are my subordinate, and still my friend, and nothing will happen. Is the minister shy? Those who talk too much usually have a bad outcome. The two chatted as they sat quietly resting for a while, waiting for the sunrise. Finally waiting for it. Worth it. Suddenly the previously quiet surroundings became lively with everyone looking. Is it sunrise? Shen Wanyu opened her eyes and asked. That's right, Minister, today there are two suns rising over. One is me. Shut up. Shen Wanyu mercilessly interrupted him. Is this the sunrise? It feels quite. Su Muji raised her hand as if trying to catch the sunlight. Xiao Su, is this your first time seeing the sunrise? Jiang Linyuan asked. Any scenery that doesn't actively appear in front of me must be flawed. Su Muji said with a smile. TCH, just because she hadn't seen it doesn't mean she could say it so confidently. Let's take a picture, you can look at it more later. Sure, Shen Wanyu said abruptly, taking out her camera. Su Muji was stunned for a moment, looking at her. That's quite novel. I don't know if she's talking about people or taking pictures. Taking pictures of scenery is boring. Let's take a group photo. Jiang Linyuan suggested. With whom? I'm still Shen Wanyu. Su Muji raised an eyebrow and asked. Can't we just all take one together? Jiang Linyuan replied. In a group photo, two people signify romance, while three signify friendship. Su Muji thought for a moment and smiled. Alright, it seems like it's been a long time since we took a photo together. Only because you were unwilling. Shen Wanyu said. The three found a passerby to help take the picture. Take it just like this. The passerby photographer couldn't help but shout in their heart upon seeing the handsome men and beautiful women before him. I must exert 10 times the effort. Such great faces must be captured well. Boys can come a bit closer. Yes, the girl with long hair can smile. Forget it, it's fine if you don't smile. The group quickly got into position with Jiang Linyuan in the middle, Su Muji on the left, and Shen Wanyu on the right. Half a sun-swayed red light breaking through the clouds, painting the entire cloud surface scarlet, extraordinarily enchanting. Jiang Linyuan felt a poke on his left cheek and instinctively turned his head. At sunrise, Su Muji flashed a playful smile at him, the sunlight illuminating her profile, reflecting a mesmerizing light in her eyes. Were you scared? She asked. Click. As she spoke, the camera captured this moment. At the top of Zijin Mountain, amidst the distant lively clamor, a boy in a sweater jacket looked somewhat dazed, his hair ruffled by the wind, staring at the girl on the left with a mischievous smile. The girl on the right stood quietly looking straight at the camera, as if everything had nothing to do with her. On the way down the mountain, Su Muji asked Jiang Linyuan to carry her for the first half of the journey. Why? Xiao Su, didn't you rest well? Even if I carry you, it should be when you're tired for the second half. Jiang Linyuan naturally didn't want a feeling like he was being used as a pure workhorse. If Jiang classmate plans to carry me back to school for the second half, I don't mind at all. Su Muji said with a smile. People tend to compromise, and upon hearing this, Jiang Linyuan agreed. Su Muji easily nestled against his. Shen Wanyu didn't say much, walking ahead of the two. The morning was quiet, with only the occasional wind rustling through the leaves. Su Muji wrapped her arms around Jiang Linyuan's neck once more and whispered in his ear, the sunrise is beautiful. I really like it. Xiao Su, I didn't expect you to say such a rustic saying. Where has the grace of a person from Magic City gone? It was all lost thanks to a certain rustic person. Such a pity. Xiao Su, do you think there's a possibility that you are a fake rich girl, the kind that was swapped at birth? Don't say such things that ruin the atmosphere. Su Muji lazily punched him, lacking strength. She really looked tired. Alright then, let me show you my prowess as a master of sweet talk. If you dare to say such things again, I will take you down. She suddenly became spirited, saying confidently. Alright then, Jiang Linyuan adopted a broadcaster's tone to the oak tree by Shu Ting. If I love you, it will never be like the climbing golden trumpet flower borrowing your high branches to flaunt myself. In the declamation-like recitation, Su Muji couldn't quite hear what he said. She was simply too tired, her eyelids starting to droop uncontrollably. She only remembered the dawn breeze brushing against Jiang Linyuan's profile, his expression serious, both amusing and silly. And the verses faintly ringing in her ears, the oak tree belongs to broadleaf trees. In autumn, it will surely shed leaves. She is a girl, and she will definitely fall for him. Returning to the dormitory, it was empty. Jiang Linyuan finished his shower and collapsed into bed. Although he could use the Nine Heavens mystic art to feel refreshed, he still enjoyed the sensation of sleep. The revitalizing effect was akin to a potent drug. While it could instantly restore your vigor, it would rob you of the contemplative moments of a sage. Jiang Linyuan considered himself a sage, and thus he wanted to ponder deeply in his dreams. Waking up, it was already afternoon. He opened his phone and was shocked to see that he had unintentionally pulled the thief saint into the dark. Why were there so many missed calls? Jiang Linyuan checked his messaging app, and he saw multiple missed calls from everyone, with Jiang Zio having called the most, followed by his instructor. What was going on? Before he could even check the messages, Jiang Zio called again. He quickly answered. On the other end, he first heard steady breathing followed by a bland voice saying, "So you're still alive. Damn the morning. What do you mean by that? Such an aggressive tone. Do you want to argue?" Jiang Linyuan replied with dissatisfaction. Jiang Linyuan, do you know what time it is? Jiang Zio calmly continued, as if suppressing something. Jiang Linyuan glanced at his phone. What the heck, it was 4 o'clock. Did I sleep that long? It's 4 in the afternoon. I called you at 7 in the morning. I called you every hour. Jiang Zio's speed picked up, becoming increasingly agitated. Your parents called you, and you didn't answer a single one. I asked your roommates, and they said you never came back to the dorm last night. I was even thinking about whether to call the police. Her voice trembled slightly at the end, but she quickly suppressed it and asked, "Where are you now?" Jiang Linyuan glanced around the empty dorm. These people should have left at least one inside. What a mess, and I still need to smooth things over with Haji Yao. He responded, "I'm in the dorm, just came back from climbing Zijing Mountain, and went straight to sleep, didn't check my phone at all." "Where are you now?" "I'm coming to find you." Jiang Zio hung up and sent her location. On the way, Jiang Linyuan replied to the messages one by one. He urged them not to spread false rumors about him. "I'm alive and well." Jiang Linyuan arrived near the artificial lake at school, a popular dating spot for couples. In more wild days, one could even find remnants of battles from the previous day on the grass. Jiang Zio sat on a bench by the lake. Her expression was not pleasant. Jiang Linyuan casually sat down next to her, took out a lollipop he had just bought, and placed it in her hand. "What kind of— you think a 50-cent treat can placate me?" Jiang Zio shot him an annoyed glance. 50 cents is an outdated price from years ago. Jiang Linyuan shook his head, took out another lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. "It's $1 now." Jiang Zio snorted and stuffed the lollipop into her pocket. "You don't know how to appreciate things. I used to love these lollipops as a child, and they actually went up in price. Things change." "Hey," is she subtly hinting at me? She's become bold. "If you like it so much, I haven't seen you care about it at all, even when the price went up. Is it me who doesn't know, or is he secretly hiding it from me?" Jiang Zio gritted her teeth, glaring at Jiang Linyuan with the lollipop in his mouth. "Is it sweet?" "It's all right," Jiang Linyuan replied. "Is it as sweet as that Su Muji?" Jiang Zio looked at him coldly. Jiang Linyuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized. Not many people knew both Jiang Zio and Su Muji, and it was related to him. "My loyal admirer is also a traitor. Thief saint. You treacherous person. I'll send you into exile. You'll be tasked with buying me breakfast every day. Not as sweet as the lollipop." Jiang Linyuan. "I don't see it that way. You went climbing Zijing Mountain with her to watch the sunrise, and I don't know if you just came out of the dorm or from a hotel, but sweet words can't compare to sweet feelings." Jiang Zio said with a sarcastic tone. "Lollipops are sweet. The sweetness is in the memories that can't be forgotten. The sweetness in the heart is just fleeting. The next time you feel a spark, you forget." Jiang Linyuan looked at her and smiled. "What are you worried about? A guy can have many girlfriends, but I only have one sister. You've been to Zijing Mountain at night before. Next time, just tell me where you want to go." Jiang Zio, however, was not pleased by this. She bit her lip and unconsciously clenched her fingers. "Are you really together with that Su Muji? What makes you think I'm dating her?" "We're just good friends," Jiang Linyuan replied, looking at her oddly. Jiang Zio released her fingers, stared at him, and took out her phone. "Give me your contact." Tisk Haji Yao is not someone who can be fooled easily. If it were Xiao Yilin, she would probably ask eagerly, "Really?" and then happily leave once she got an answer. "Forget it. If I give it to her, it's fine. After all, my relationship with Xiao Su is innocent. We haven't kissed or anything. But Haji Yao seems to be getting weirder. It was fine when she was clingy as a child. Now almost 20, she still acts like a child." Thinking this, Jiang Linyuan still forwarded Su Muji's contact to her. "It's normal if you think about it from another perspective. In Haji Yao's eyes, I probably seem like that useless older brother being toyed with by a bad woman, not mature or stable enough, which is no wonder she worries." Jiang Zio received Su Muji's contact, then took out the lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. "Brother, what is it?" "If you're going to say I'm here." Jiang Zio kicked him. I'm here. She smiled contentedly, tilting her head and holding the lollipop. You should be grateful to have a sister like me who worries about you. Let's not talk about whether you're worrying too much. Oh, I'm the one who worries more. Jiang Linyuan countered. Take your high school dorm situation for example. Didn't I secretly bring you a phone? It is only right for a brother to do things for his sister. Jiang Zio turned her face away and said, But thinking back, it was indeed a wise choice for mom to have you stay in the dorm. During that time your grades fluctuated, and the family was worried sick about you. Jiang Zio's eyes darkened, and she said nothing, only nodded. Sai, had I known I would have stayed in the dorm too, I might have ended up at Tsinghua University by now. Don't talk about dreaming now, brother Golden Bowl. Hearing that nickname, Jiang Linyuan's mouth twitched. Where did you hear that? Huang Taoyan said it. Huang Taoyan. Wasn't she in Modu? Are you two still in touch? Always. Recently their school has a student exchange program, and she plans to come to Tsinghua University for an experience. Jiang Zio asked casually, looking at his expression. Haven't you seen her social media? I blocked her as she posts vulgar content every day. It's eye-watering. Oh, why does she call you brother Golden Bowl? Jiang Zio asked curiously. Jiang Linyuan felt embarrassed to say it out loud. Back in high school, they strictly controlled electronic devices, and there were even teachers with metal detectors. One time, when Jiang Linyuan brought Jiang Zio a phone, he got checked. There was no choice but to secretly hide the phone in a discreet location. He still vividly remembers the shocked expression on that teacher's face when the metal detector went off under his crotch. Teacher Taurus. At that time, Jiang Linyuan explained shyly. The teacher didn't have the courage to confront his Taurus looking uncomfortable. Since then, Jiang Linyuan lost his real name and was dubbed Brother Golden Bowl. He didn't dare tell Jiang Zio and washed his phone several times before handing it to her. Later, Huang Taoyan imitated this, hiding her phone in a secret place, and when discovered, she claimed to be a fan of Picasso, hence the lock. You could instantly tell what kind of species she was. Huang Taoyan is like that. As she talks a lot, just ignore her. Oh, Jiang Zio said, turning her head to look at Jiang Linyuan, who was sucking on the lollipop. The autumn wind blew and leaves fell onto her head. What are you looking at? Jiang Linyuan reached out to remove the leaf from her head and also brushed aside the hair blown to her. Nothing. Jiang Zio lowered her head, one hand in her pocket, the other, taking out the lollipop. I was just reminded of the past. We used to love sitting on the balcony basking in the sun, sucking on lollipops. The two siblings sat by the lake and talked for a while. Jiang Jiao, who had been worried all day, finally relaxed, feeling a bit fatigued. You should go back and rest. You look utterly exhausted, Jiang Linyuan observed as he looked at her. Jiang Jiao nodded, but as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt something was off. Don't you think someone over there has been watching? A voyeur. Jiang Linyuan turned his head and followed her gaze. Most people by the lake were couples, so he quickly spotted the person Jiang Jiao was talking about. It was a bit far, and he couldn't see the figure clearly, but it was a girl with a camera. She's just taking pictures as she's a girl. Are you being a bit paranoid? Jiang Linyuan remarked. Jiang Jiao frowned, still feeling something was off. During high school, whenever she was with Jiang Linyuan, she often felt like someone was watching her. You should go back and rest. You're being overly sensitive. True. Jiang Jiao rubbed her brows, realizing she might be overreacting. Thinking of this, she glared at Jiang Linyuan. It's all your fault for not answering the phone. Otherwise, I wouldn't be overthinking. What are you glaring at? Jiang Linyuan glared back and playfully ruffled Jiang Zio's hair. Go to sleep now. What are you doing? My hair is a mess. As Jiang Jiao stood up, she muttered in dissatisfaction, but didn't push his hand away. Should I walk you back? No need, you just woke up and you're starving. Go find something to eat. Indeed, Jiang Linyuan was nearly starving, so he didn't accompany her. Saiha Jio is just too sensitive. It was just a moment of not answering the phone. Why the fuss? People who are overly sensitive are generally not well liked except in bed. After sitting for a while, he headed to the cafeteria. As they walked, a girl with a camera approached and sat on the bench they had been sitting on. Thank goodness he is okay. She flipped through the photos on her camera, smiling. She had followed Jiang Linyuan from the moment. The sports meet had ended for almost a day, and he was nowhere to be seen, so it was understandable to be a little worried. It feels nostalgic, like returning to high school. She smiled, feeling quite satisfied. Senior Jiang and her sister plus me hiding on the side. Hee, although it's a bit shameless, I can say I've become part of his life. Jiang Jiao returned to the dorm, just about to sleep, when a message came through on her phone. Clearly it's her period, yet she deceived me that she's a virgin. Yao Yao am coming to Tsinghua next week to experience the exchange student life. Have you thought about me? Every time she saw Huang Taoyan's WeChat ID, she couldn't help but mock it. Green tea licking dog deserves a bad, and no, you should focus on university in Modu. Why come to Tsinghua? Damn your brother. Jiang Jiao raised her eyebrows. If you say that again, we won't be friends anymore. Huang Taoyan replied quickly, don't know Yao Yao, I was just joking. You know my first choice was Tsinghua. Oh, I only ended up in Modu because I failed to meet the score. I just want to see what the university I couldn't attend is like. By the way, from your tone, Jiang Linyuan is still single. Jiang Jiao silently typed back. What does it have to do with you? Huang Taoyan sent a voice message, her tone carefree. Why are you so serious? In high school you were worried about early relationships, so you cut off plenty of his admirers, and now you're still protective. What does it matter to you? You overly attached sibling Jiang Linyuan is also a sisterkin. He indulges you in everything and never gets mad at you. Tsk. Tisk. Hearing this, Jiang Jiao pressed her lips together. She knew she was sometimes unreasonable, but as Huang Taoyan said, Jiang Linyuan rarely got angry over such matters. He always did that. Sometimes he spoiled her too much. What's wrong with having a good sibling relationship? Are you jealous? Just consider me jealous. Yeah, what I want to say is that your sibling relationship is a bit too good. Jiang Xiao didn't want to continue listening, burying her head in the quilt, replying, did my mom send you to lecture me? If you keep this up, I'll block you. Hee, you're clever. This way I can explain to Auntie. But I'll admit I spoke out of turn. Auntie is just overthinking. What is there to worry about when siblings are so close? Jiang Xiao looked at the light from the screen and replied after a while, maybe she's afraid I rely too much on Jiang Linyuan. That's true, Annie has her own way of educating people. Speaking of this, Huang Taoyan couldn't help but complain. Jiang Linyuan has been raised too well. His mental fortitude is top-notch. If one day he says he cried a whole bunch of paper, I would think it's directed. Listening to the voice message, Jiang Xiao twitched her lips. If you say such things again, I will block you. Don't Yao. Jiang Linyuan is the most handsome. He is the dream of 30,000 beautiful girls. I adore him. I sent the chat log to your parents. What the hell? Jiang Xiao, you're ruining me. When I get to Xingnan, I'll charm your brother to make you willingly call me sister-in-law. Jiang Xiao ignored her and directly blocked her. This girl is just asking for trouble. It's no wonder she was called to her parents every few days in high school. How could she charm Jiang Linyuan? She thought to herself when another message came through on WeChat. It was from Su Muji, who had only added her recently. Is there something about Jiang classmate's sister adding me? This person is the biggest threat. Jiang Xiao clenched her phone. Jiang Linyuan, Yao blocked me. I'll quickly make her add me back. Jiang Linyuan, who was slurping noodles in the cafeteria, looked at the message from Huang Taoyan and replied, you brought it on yourself for being so mouthy. It's your own fault for being deleted. Huang Taoyan sent a voice message directly. You sisterkin, what nonsense are you saying? I treated you so well in high school. I posted a lot of websites for you. What good? You said 1080p resources, and when I excitedly clicked, there were only 3 people. Where are the other 1077? You made me expect for nothing. Jiang Linyuan, do you know a saying? You shouldn't meet 2 stunning people in your youth. Since I met you in high school, I haven't felt anything while watching quirky films. This is Huang Taoyan, a remarkable person. Jiang Linyuan couldn't be bothered to engage with her. But Huang Taoyan wasn't going to let him off easily, continuing to send voice messages. I'm coming to Xingnan soon. Aren't you going to invite me to dinner? He'll treat you to a drink from Mishuai City. Huh, you sweet and I sour. Does Yao have no objections? Jiang Linyuan blocked her with one click. Engaging with such a person was likely to lead to contamination. On the 452nd day of being the strategy minister, progress was disheartening, and he still hadn't received the reward card. Yet, Jiang Linyuan remained full of confidence. For someone like Shen Wanyu, her romance wasn't about how many roses were given or how many sweet words were spoken. It was about the occasional spark in the simplicity of companionship, moments of surprise and steadfast faith. Jiang Linyuan considered himself an incredibly romantic person. Sooner or later he would make Shen Wanyu declare, Jiang Linyuan, I like you, you are mine. Sitting in the conference room, Jiang Linyuan thought to himself with such confidence. Today was the regular weekly meeting of the External Relations Department, where they would discuss various event arrangements as per tradition. Wow, it's so cold tonight. Senior, has the temperature in Jinling dropped this much? It was still quite warm during the day. Lin Yilan entered the conference room, naturally sat beside Jiang Linyuan, and asked. Jiang Linyuan pointed to the table in the corner of the room. There's milk tea, I just bought, grab a cup to warm yourself up. Lin Yilan initially felt delighted and looked over, but upon seeing several cups on the table, her mood dampened. This is what Senior bought for everyone in the External Relations Department, right? I'll wait until everyone arrives to take some. It would be a bit embarrassing to take it early. Really? I even specially bought a cup of mint milk green, so don't let others take it before you get yours. Jiang Linyuan said calmly. Mint milk green, Lin Yilan's favorite milk tea flavor. He just wanted to see her pretend to be serious. It was Upon hearing this, Lin Yilan's little eyes darted around. Senior, how can you say that? Not everyone likes mint milk green. Oh, what if someone thinks it's terrible? Indeed, what should we do then? Jiang Linyuan replied with a smile. Lin Yilan realized she had been teased again, glared at Jiang Linyuan, and then hurried over to grab the milk tea. They'll help Senior distribute the milk tea, so everyone can sip it directly in their seats later. Saying this, she placed the cups of milk tea, neatly blushing and pretending nothing had happened, as she put the mint milk green directly in front of herself. Jiang Linyuan couldn't help but laugh. How amusing. Lin Yilan, who was already a bit shy, became even more bashful at his laughter, blushing as she shot Jiang Linyuan a glare. Then she lowered her head, biting her straw and hugging her milk tea, pretending as if nothing happened. Soon members of the External Relations Department arrived one after another. Oh, there's milk tea. Thank you, Vice Minister Jiang. This was a normal person's response, easily ignored. Milk tea half sugar. But I prefer it a bit sweeter, around 70%, yet still thank you, Vice Minister Jiang. Thank you, Minister Jiang, for buying everyone milk tea. This was a high emotional intelligence response. In the future, my seat will be yours. Quiet down. Who is this rebel? Drag them out. How dare they act up on my turf? Did you buy the milk tea? Jiang Linyuan looked up, meeting Shen Wanya's calm face. Foolish minister, you have already lost the hearts of the people. Your title as minister is now merely a formality. This external relations department is my domain. Shen Wanyu frowned. If you keep thinking nonsensically, I won't report the milk tea expenses for reimbursement. Minister, I was just praising you in my heart. Jiang Linyuan said. The ability to read minds is impressive. Shen Wanyu ignored him, scanned the room, and calmly stated the purpose of the meeting. Soon the school will host a music festival, and everyone needs to prepare. A music festival? At this time? Didn't the sports meet just happen? Is the school this capable of stirring things up? Jiang Linyuan thought strangely. This music festival was proposed by a sponsor to the school. All funding will be provided by her. The school thought to use this opportunity for publicity, so it agreed. Where did this wealthy benefactor come from? This might be a difficult person to deal with, more hard work ahead. The sponsor is a businesswoman and her husband's surname is Bai. Shen Wanyu glanced at Jiang Linyuan. Hiss. He inhaled, sharply contributing to the fight against global warming. So that was the meaning behind Director Bai's apology back then. Is she delivering performance to the vice principal? Today's meeting content is just this. I will send the details in the group. If you have any questions, just ask Vice Minister Jiang. Shen Wanyu dropped her classic line and left with her bag. The others in the external relations department didn't mind. After so long, they were most familiar with Jiang Linyuan. They had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Linyuan briefly assigned tasks, and they soon dispersed. Only Lin Yilin stood by the door with her bag, waiting for Jiang Linyuan. Isn't it cold? Why aren't you heading back to the dorm? Jiang Linyuan, having tidied up the conference room, smiled and asked as he looked at Lin Yilin, who was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Isn't the English level 4 and 6 exam coming up? I wanted to ask Senior a few questions, so I waited for you. Lin Yilin said softly, lowering her head when she saw him come out. For the level 4 exam, little Yilin is only a freshman. There's no need to worry too much. Your English foundation is still there. Just familiarize yourself with the exam format a bit. So, does that mean Senior is going to take the level 6 exam now? Yes, actually, with my current level of English, I should be the one asking little Yilin for advice. Really? Then I can accompany Senior to the library to study on Saturday. The two chatted as they walked, starting from the English exams and transitioning to various everyday topics. Senior, I heard from my roommate that if freshmen can't find a partner, they'll be single throughout the 4 years of college. Is that true? Lin Yilin suddenly brought up the topic of relationships. It depends on the person. Jiang Linyuan replied. When it comes to dating, it really depends on personal character. Some people start dating one after another, while others can only keep to themselves. Oh, Lin Yilin responded, kicking a stone on the roadside, then suddenly asked, Senior, don't you plan to date? I wanna, but you also saw I've been rejected almost every time I confess. That's because the people you choose are wrong. Lin Yilin instinctively retorted, but quickly realized she had spoken too soon, blushing as she explained. It's just that Senior keeps picking girls with bad character, so of course you would be rejected. Jiang Linyuan looked deeply into her eyes. What can I do? It's just who I like. Lin Yilin pouted. Like Senior's affection is so cheap, you like one, whenever you see one it's Lu Ting Ting, then you song. Sigh, the beat of my heart is something I can't control, but it's just how I feel about someone, little Yilin. Jiang Linyuan said. Lin Yilin stopped in her tracks, looking up at him. Her eyes were particularly bright under the streetlights. I really dislike the way you like Senior. Jiang Linyuan remained silent. It had been a long time since he had seen such a serious little Yilin. He felt a bit nostalgic. Seeing him silent, Lin Yilin wore a serious expression like a little teacher. Liking someone shouldn't be so casual. Her words seemed directed at Jiang Linyuan, but also felt like a reminder to herself. Jiang Linyuan felt she was right. If liking someone were that simple, he wouldn't have to struggle so much for rewards. But he couldn't say it, as it would undoubtedly be an acquiescence, a tacit approval to go further. Still, I say this little Yilin dating is really up to the individual. Jiang Linyuan said. Lin Yilin bared her teeth, somewhat dissatisfied. With Senior saying this, not only will you be single for 4 years, you'll be single for a lifetime. Little Yilin, if I really end up like you said, you'll have to compensate me, you know. What? Lin Yilin suddenly blushed, not knowing what she thought of. She pulled up her collar to cover half her face, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. I don't want a Senior like that. Jiang Linyuan looked at her and suddenly said, Little Yilin, have you gained a bit of weight? Not at all. It's just cold. I'm wearing a bit too much. Lin Yilin said, angrily glaring at Jiang Linyuan. Senior, your words are so rude. You casually comment on a girl's figure. No, what I meant to say is, little Yilin, you're getting cuter. You used to be a beautiful slender swan, and now that autumn has come, you've added a touch of adorable charm. Avoiding objective facts, focusing on subjective views, a contemporary conversationalist. Perfect. Little Chu girl was indeed at a loss, her face turning red. After hearing this, she gazed off in a daze, feeling a bit shy. Senior just loves to say pretty words randomly. After saying this, she leaned a bit closer to Jiang Linyuan, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Actually, I've gained a little weight recently, but not much, just a pound. My weight is still quite healthy, but I really need to control my diet a bit. What a good woman, Jiang Linyuan thought while listening to her whispers. Senior, were you paying attention? I just spaced out for a moment. Why not lie at this moment? I'm going to cast an unforgivable curse on you. The two walked side by side, the wind on their shoulders, the flickering stars above, and the distant stars whispered their heartfelt thoughts.